I will be sleeping here with IlHan, so go reap some quest rewards. Oh yeah, bring him some skills if possible, ones that can help him. Lita. Can I really leave you two here alone? Urta. Urta looked at Lita in disbelief, but Lita did not say anything and instead waved her hands. In the end, Urta had no choice but to leave it to Lita's conscience. Of course, the conscienceless angel, Lita, stuck next to the sleeping Yoo IlHan after she had reverted to human size as soon as she saw Urta leaving, but she didn't seem to have any other motives as she kept looking at the side of his face. His sleeping face looked so cute too. Lita. Looking back, it did seem like his face did get quite neater as he leveled up continuously. She did feel a little disappointment since the face she had seen for 1,000 years was disappearing, but what mattered to her was not his face but his existence itself, so she could shake away that disappointment soon. It would be good if we lived like this forever, right? Muttering quietly, Lita pulled Yoo IlHan's arm and hugged it. If Yoo IlHan heard it, he would have shouted no. That's a flag for separating in the next scene. But since he was sleeping, he couldn't retort. She slowly closed her eyes. And like Yoo IlHan did, she fell deep asleep. Meanwhile, Urta was caught by the other angels as soon as she had arrived. Where's Lita? Why isn't she here with you? Tell me about that human. The one that killed the 4th-class mutant was your partner, right? Introduce him to me too. Shouldn't we lure him into being an angel? Wouldn't he become a higher existence very soon? We need to give him the bait right now. Since angels were nagging her from everywhere, her mind was in a mess. This incident had been that shocking. 4th-class monsters only appeared in worlds that had experienced the second Great Cataclysm at least, and for humans to defend against such beings smoothly, the third Great Cataclysm would be needed to be experienced. However, in a world that had only gone through a mere first Great Cataclysm, someone had blocked a 4th class with such little casualties, and a mutant one at that too. There's something more important than that. The overflow, did you find out who caused it? Urta. When Urta asked one of the angels, that angel shook his head in defeat. There were quite a few angels in that place, but none had caught traces of them. From how they used traps of destruction, it's definitely a traitor's doing. I checked and they don't even know when the traps were leaked out. Idiots. Only Theta, who couldn't see through it despite being right next to it, is having a big time getting crushed. Oh my god, walking on the spot again? Even though the number of angels dispatched had been increased precisely to prevent these kind of situations? T/N, I think it's obvious that increasing numbers is exactly why such a thing had happened. This was why they deserved to be insulted as useless by Yoo IlHan. Thinking up to that point, Urta sighed. Urta. Just as Urta set foot into the Heaven City with the other angels, someone appeared in front of her. Lifting her head, Urta could confirm a brave angel with a spear of pure white on her back, Spira. Spira Nim. Lita is currently resting. She will probably come back up on her own later. Urta. Tell her that there is no more special training. Spira. Did her advancement get cancelled? Urta. No, it was approved. Spira. When Urta widened her eyes, Spira replied with a bitter smile. The wall of chaos is opening. It's as if it had waited for the moment for the forces of heaven to be focused on Earth. There is no more time to leisurely do special training. Spira. Wall of chaos, this was the front lines of the battlefield between the angels and evil higher existences that tried to devour all records of all worlds, unlike the angels who guarded and managed countless worlds. Normally, they could not pass the wall made with heaven's power, but sometimes, there were times when the strength of the walls became unbelievably weak. These were moments that they were desperately waiting for, and also the moment when the angels go into battle with their life on the line as the true army of heaven. Yoo IlHan always told them that they were useless, but he shouldn't be able to speak like that anymore once he knew what the angels were really doing in order to protect the many worlds. Of course, that didn't make the angels not responsible for what had happened to Earth. Will Lita be needed in battle? She is capable. If she didn't strongly request herself, we wouldn't have sent her to Earth. Spyera. Thinking back to Lita's 3000 aerial combo against the traitor, subconsciously nodded her head. At that moment Spyera's words continued. I have heard about what happened on Earth. However, unfortunately, Army of Heaven will not have the room to mind about a single world for quite a while. We will have to leave it to the humans. Spyera. Mind became faint. Not mind? Even though Earth became to be in such a mess? She hurriedly replied. It's not that I don't understand since the situation is like this, but the situation on Earth is very serious. If Yoo IlHan wasn't present during this incident, then Earth would have been doomed just like that. We have already committed a lot of crimes against Earth. However, since there was that human, Yoo IlHan, the Earth was safe, was it not? Spyera. Couldn't believe what Spyera was saying. Was she trying to push all the management of a world that the Heaven's army was in charge of, to a single human? With the reason being capable? The difference in leagues between Spyera and was very wide. Despite that, became thoroughly enraged. Spyera looked and laughed. Is that it? Do you also love that person? Quite the funny matter. Spyera. I only worry for my contractor. I don't care what you name that emotion you harbor. What's more important is that you harbor feelings to a lower existence that you have only met for 3 months. Spyera. Were you one that discriminated lower existences? I only differentiate them. Spyera, T/N, I'm quite sure a similar conversation happened in Guilty Crown, Season 2. Shut her mouth. Inwardly, she wanted to stab that rotten bitch's stomach with a spear, but if she said that out loud, it was clear that she would get beaten up. Our duty is to fairly manage and protect all worlds. However, slaying predators from the Wall of Chaos is another one of our duties, and if we get pushed back on the front lines, then an according number of worlds will lose their light. Unless our bodies suddenly multiply by 2, we need to choose a more correct choice. Spyera. I also know. Fu. Spyera. Expression wasn't that of understanding at all, so Spyera decided to explain the higher-up's decision in an easier manner. There was still a lot of time since the Wall of Chaos hadn't opened completely yet, and was also a contractor to the most important person on Earth. Having chased away all the other angels that were eavesdropping, Spyera led into one of the resting places of heaven, one that many human imagine heaven to be, a boring and empty place where little birds chirped on top of lands made of clouds. I did panic since higher existences along with traitors were in this, but they also cannot do anything directly. All they can do is to connect gates to other worlds that take Earth to be a target of conquer, or cause overflows. They are, in the end, things that happen between lower existences, no? Spyera. They definitely are, but this is a crisis that's 2 whole stages higher than Earth's current levels. However, since it's between lower existences, we cannot directly interfere. The only thing we can do is prevention, but is that happening properly? Spyera. Even couldn't be free from those responsibilities. She was Yoo IlHan's contractor, but she was also an angel. Even higher angels aren't responding properly. Is this all simply because the angels dispatched to Earth are all useless? No, this is impossible unless our enemies have analyzed us meticulously, have procured enough traitors, and have calculated the future. Spyera. So, that's why you're saying that we should wash our hands off this matter? Do you think that it will be all over once we sacrifice Earth? What is definite is that we will be playing into their hands even if we recklessly dispatch more angels. Spyera. They. As heaven had a lot of enemies, they couldn't find out exactly who was behind this. It might be the Destruction Demon Army, who are gritting their teeth right on the other side of the wall of chaos, or the Army of Brilliant Light, who have colored their wings with an ash-gray color. That's why we need to use another method. Not just simply defending Earth, but to protect all worlds including Earth. Spyera. By throwing it all onto the people of Earth, that is. Urta. Urta retorted, but Spyera surprisingly nodded her head. Higher existences should do what they can do with their own power, and lower existences should do things within their own capabilities. At least, the higher-ups think that this is more efficient, at the same time, being the method that can minimize damage. As such. Spyera. As such? Urta. We are planning to give as much support and reward as possible within the range of what our Heaven's Army can do, to the ones that are proactively moving around to protect Earth. From what I know, there is an overwhelming first place on Earth. Spyera. Speaking up to that point, Spyera pulled Urta towards her. We will open the treasury of heaven. There's something that just fits him. Spyera. Although I cannot acknowledge you and the higher-ups' decision, but I will gladly receive what I can. Urta. Why are you thanking me? It isn't for you but for the one called Yoo IlHan. Spyera. Urta lost her words, and Spyera giggled. And then, softening her brows very slightly, she told Urta as if to advise her. Be careful of your emotions. The predators and the fallen angels were all once those that emitted bright light. Their corruption all stemmed from their emotions. Especially love, it's dangerous. It's sudden, strong, and undeniably charming. Spyera. I will keep that in mind. Urta. Urta grumbled. Then, she followed Spyera's back, one that proceeded without a shred of hesitation. When Yoo IlHan woke up, the sun was nigh. He checked to see if he had slept for more than 24 hours, but he had only slept for 5. Even though he hadn't slept for nearly a month, his mental fatigue, not to mention physical one, had all been cured. This is making me crazy. I can't even sleep now. That's because your recovery is powerful. It's not a bad thing. Lita. Lita, still lying down while hugging Yoo IlHan's arm, replied with a smile. Yoo IlHan finally realized that Lita was stuck against him, and was surprised, but with the reason that he didn't want to show ripples to his big sister-like existence, he shook her off as if nothing had happened. I'm hungry, so let's eat. You can do other things too, though. Lita. It would be good if she assaulted him without saying anything, but if Lita had that kind of courage, Yoo IlHan wouldn't have been able to protect his virginity for 1,000 years. However, the moment Lita got up while sighing, Urta appeared in mid-air. Lita shrunk back due to her sudden appearance, but Urta called her with a helpless voice. Lita. Urta. I didn't do anything. Lita. You should have. Urta. Ha? Lita. While Yoo IlHan was tilting his head in confusion due to the conversation between the two angels, Urta declared with a sigh. The wall of chaos is opening. You are called for the battle between us and the predators this time. Rejoice, you will advance without a test. You will receive a new name, I guess. Urta. What about you? Lita. I need to protect Yoo IlHan's sides. Urta. Lita's eyes glistened with frightening light. Urta shivered after seeing Lita's expression, which was that of murder. It's the higher-up's decision. I was against it. Urta. I know. So I will go kill them. Lita. Hold it. It won't end with a joke. Urta. Yoo IlHan didn't know exactly how the situation was playing out here, but he did understand that Lita would have to leave his side once more. Well, since Yoo IlHan could now use mana, there should be no need to be close to the two angels anymore, but He made a bitter smile. Will I not be able to see you for a long time? No, that kind of battle, I will finish it off quick and come back. Lita. Lita completely erased her murderous intent before hugging Yoo IlHan's head and declaring confidently. Yoo IlHan also lightly patted her back. Yes. I will be waiting for you, so come back quickly. Yeah. Lita. Lita seemed to take a step back after the hug before kissing Yoo IlHan's cheek lightly. Then, she looked towards Erta. If you make any progress while I'm not here, you get it, right? Lita. You're scaring me. Really, you're scary. Erta. After lightly threatening Erta, Lita disappeared after a sigh. Only after she had disappeared did Erta sigh in relief and approached Yoo IlHan. The 1,000-year virgin Yoo IlHan, who had never realized that Lita and Erta had affections for him, and one that people had for the opposite sex, tilted his head and asked Erta. What progress? Are you dating someone on the ground or something? It's just some code between us angels, so don't mind it. Rather than that, here are your rewards. Erta. How could he predict that this was something romantic but not understand that it was about himself? Even while retorting, Erta sighed. Meanwhile, after seeing Erta blatantly changing topics, Yoo IlHan decided to see through those secret codes later, and extended his hand. The moment Erta softly touched his hand, green text appeared in Yoo IlHan's vision. Heaven's Quest 005, Dungeon Wave, complete. All status have increased by 7. 10 magic increases additionally. You have acquired the skill, Higher Curse Resistance. This is... The rewards weren't simple. Not to mention the absurd amount of status points, Higher Curse Resistance? He felt unsettled since he felt like he could safely suffer in the future. This isn't the end. Erta. There are more? As Yoo IlHan had already enhanced the capabilities of his crossbag as a part of the reward, he was suspicious as to why they were being so generous. This was something he could think of since he himself did not know how amazing of a feat he had accomplished. It's this. Erta. Erta opened up her hand. On top of it was a small hourglass, and the sand inside it was solidified and didn't move. Yoo IlHan replied with a soft smile. You picking a fight? Check the information. Erta. With a sigh, he grabbed the hourglass. At that moment, the following message appeared in Yoo IlHan's eyes. Hourglass of Eternity. Rank, God, T/N. Those of you that read the weapon rank spoiler on NUF finally know why I said it will appear soon, right? Options, once a month, the user can deploy a barrier on the surrounding space and freeze time. Time will not flow outside even if it does on the inside. It can be used for a maximum of 2 months in the wielder's standard. Those not permitted by the owner cannot enter the barrier. User restrictions, permanently owned by Yoo IlHan. Durability, infinite. This was the appearance of the artifact that would make him the true loner. Author's notes. It isn't that the Earth is isolating me, but it is me that's isolating the Earth. Translator's notes. By the way, it isn't mentioned yet, but the delay for using the Hourglass of Eternity is 1 month. So he can practically increase 1 month into 3 months. Proofreader's note. Sorry if there are many mistakes, guys. I worked on this immediately after I got off work, so I'm quite tired. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kerrigan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, I, 2, now, 3. Yoo IlHan's eyes turned fierce. Are you trying to make me suffer even more? It's a really good artifact. It's too exceptional of a treasure to be given to you. It's one of the best artifacts in heaven. Erta. Yoo IlHan took a detailed look at the God-ranked artifact on his palm. He thought about what he could do with this artifact that can freeze time and put up a barrier. Wait, does the barrier reject everyone I don't want out if I put it up when I'm about to die? Now you know how amazing this is? It really was incredible. Although there was a usage restriction of once a month, didn't he just acquire another means of saving his life? He had felt death right in front of his nose several times, even when fighting with the Orochi this time. With regards to his curse, it was given that he would have to suffer a lot more in the future, but now that he had acquired a last resort for extending his life, he became a little more settled. And secondly, I think you gave me this to do labor. Since not even the angels knew what would happen on Earth, this was as if they were telling him to grind out weapons from his workshop for 2 months, by himself, that is. Obediently nodded her head. Correct, Yoo IlHan. You don't have a lot of spare time. Just because of who was it again? Gritting his teeth, Yoo IlHan put the hourglass in his chest pocket. It did made him hurt when he realized he would become a loner for 2 months every time he used it, but thinking on it, since he was a loner anyway, it didn't really matter. I will allow you to enter the barrier no matter what happens. What are you saying? Yoo IlHan only thought that he could not be stuck in a barrier alone for 2 whole months, but felt her heart pounding. Of course, he couldn't care less about whether Erta's heart pounded or not, so he immediately grabbed her and headed to the workshop. Then, he activated the power of the hourglass as soon as he arrived. The barrier was wider than he thought, covering the entire workshop. Considering how he was using the entire basement 5th floor of the building that Vanguard was on, it was very large. It's also the first time that I am entering this barrier. Amazing. I can feel that time has been frozen. Erta was looking around her with wide eyes, but in fact, Yoo IlHan wasn't that unfamiliar with this space. Why? It was similar to when time on Earth was stopped entirely. Come here. Yes. Yoo IlHan's voice calling sounded strangely kind for some reason. Even though nothing had changed, it seemed that only was strange for feeling a special feeling since they were alone in frozen time. No, that wasn't it. Everything occurring in this space didn't amount to anything on the outside, and would only be shared between Yoo IlHan and Erta thought that this was a very romantic thing. She became scared for a moment imagining Lita's growling face, but the next moment, she remembered Lita's words, "It's not crime if you don't get found out," and calmed down again. Yes, it's not crime if you don't get found out. If Yoo IlHan shuts his mouth, then even Lita wouldn't be able to find out. Erta became calm instantly and looked towards Yoo IlHan. When she did, she could find herself facing ragged armor, spear, and robe. Her expression also became ragged. I knew this would happen. Right? They're worse than I thought. They somehow pulled through during the battle, but now, they're scraps. The robe was unique ranked, while the armor and the spear were both legend ranked. But they ended up in such a bad state, so how can he not be sad? Seeing the depressed Yoo IlHan thought that she was not much different. I need to restore them. Wouldn't it be possible if I use the Orochi's skin and bones? Erta set herself straight. She scolded herself for expecting romance from someone she shouldn't expect anything from, and chose to face the ice-cold reality. Yoo IlHan, what level is your mana crafting at? 32, why? Then it should be possible. I will teach you a technique that you will use a lot from now on. Hearing about a new technique, Yoo IlHan's eyes shined brightly. However, Erta's feelings while looking at that was as cold as a blizzard. Mana crafting is a technique to awaken the potential of an object that did not have any ability. Then, wouldn't it be possible to do the reverse? Reverse? Compressing an already activated ability and extracting it. Yoo IlHan momentarily did not understand what she was saying, but he fell into thought while thinking about what it was meant by doing the opposite to the things he were doing until now. This technique wasn't something that was usable by directly injecting information into Yoo IlHan, so also just kept watch. Of course, it was also because she herself couldn't use the technique she was trying to teach Yoo IlHan, extraction. Yoo IlHan had long since caught up with mana crafting skill level. I vaguely get it. So you're saying to take away the ability bestowed onto the artifacts. You will need magic stones. It was too dangerous to experiment with a legend-ranked equipment from the beginning, so Yoo IlHan selected some unique ranked weapons and second-class magic stones to experiment on. There are 2 months left, so don't be hasty and take it slow. As soon as finished talking, a brilliant light appeared. A transparent liquid-like substance flowed out from the axe Yoo IlHan was holding, before it climbed up his arm, through his shoulders, and towards the magic stone he held in his other hand. After that, brilliant light appeared once again. Checked while thinking, no way. You failed, right? I succeeded. At the same time as Yoo IlHan replied, the axe that had its ability absorbed became metal powder and crumbled, but Yoo IlHan couldn't care less. He looked at the second-class magic stone in his hand. Green text slowly appeared on his retina. Second-class magic stone with the power of destructive tyrant dwelling in it. A magic stone possessing 2 options. When mana crafting with this as the material, it is possible to apply 2 options onto the target. The options may devolve or evolve, according to the ability of the crafter and the level of the magic stone. Alpha option destructive increases the attack power of the weapon. Beta option tyrant increases critical hit damage. Ooh, I was wondering if it was the same as when Earth stopped in time, but it isn't, eh? Akashic Record is still aware of this place. God-ranked artifact doesn't necessarily mean God's powers. Rather than that, be honest with me. You were actually a dragon, weren't you? T/N, she says this since dragons are innately adept at using mana. Having a high skill level didn't correspond to high technical ability. Although there was the Akashic Record's help, the one using the technique, in the end, is the entity. However, having succeeded in a new technique, and perfectly too? Couldn't accept it. However, Yoo IlHan had his own reasons. No, but this is similar to the things done by enchanters in novels, isn't it? So the image making was quite simple. In fact, people who do mana crafting as their profession are called enchanters. It isn't like all blacksmiths are capable of anything like you. And now, I can use mana. Ah. Urta shut her mouth. That was true. She had forgotten since the equipment that Yoo IlHan had made until now were unbelievably OP, but until now, he had made numerous equipment and did mana crafting without the ability to wield mana. So now, that he could wield mana, succeeding in extracting in one go wasn't too strange. Not only that, his blacksmithing and mana crafting would bring out results incomparable to before. Since mana was the absolute energy that affected all things. Quickly acquire 3rd class, Yoo IlHan. And you have to acquire blacksmith as a subclass. Got it? Okay, I get it, so don't give me that frightening look. If possible, even wanted to leave Yoo IlHan's equipment creation to until 3rd class, but no matter how high his level had become, it was still a long way to LV 100. Yes, let's make him look at his equipment again after acquiring the blacksmith class. Looking forward to that day, decided to honestly admire his pure smithing techniques. Should I go in order? There were 2 important elements in extraction: the target equipment of extraction and the magic stone to imbue it into. The robe, the armor, and the weapons specs were all specialized to Yoo IlHan's strengths, so if possible, Yoo IlHan wanted to extract them using the best magic stones possible. It wouldn't end with just extraction. He had to make the new equipment with the finest materials he had in order for those options to be applied in full. He did not want to make a mistake. To do that, what came first? Yes. Dismantling. Are you insane? You're saying that you will dismantle all these monsters. Urta, our ancestors once said this. That everything can be worked out by pure labor. I don't like those ancestors. Urta. Now that his plan had been set, there was no more time to lose. Yoo IlHan took out a knife for dismantling and opened the entrance of the crossbag. He started dismantling while taking out corpses in quantities that he could handle. Eternal Flame, you are now in charge of taking care of the byproducts. Flicker. It felt as if the Eternal Flame had nodded in response. In fact, it didn't matter even if it didn't. He'd just stuff it full anyway. Not satisfied with using just one hand, Yoo IlHan took out another knife on his other and danced like a madman. What was interesting was that every time his knife was swung, the monsters that popped out from the crossbag were all stripped of their skin and were being dissected into parts. Bones, skin, muscles, tendons, and excluding a little of the monster's meat, blood, and magic stone, all the extra waste were all golden into the furnace with a light movement of Yoo IlHan's feet. The Eternal Flame swallowed all of it before burning it into nothing. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan would dismantle another one and throw its meat and waste into the furnace. Such a process was being repeated again and again without the tiniest bit of a mistake. I wonder if he might catch the attention of the god of dismantling at this rate. Urta worried. Yoo IlHan, who had half heard her, shouted while swinging his knives with a uselessly cool smile. I will even dismantle God if it's dead. Don't act cool, it isn't cool. Urta. 2 weeks passed from then. Yoo IlHan, who had only taken the minimum amount of rest, finally stopped moving his knives. I finished. Really? There were over 100,000 second-class monsters though. Urta. I only needed to dismantle a little over 7,000 a day then. Okay, you're the dismantle king. Urta. Having earned a new nickname, Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders. In fact, there's one left, but these won't do for that one. Urta knew very well which one that was. It was referring to the sole fourth-class mutant that Yoo IlHan had hunted this time in the Japan incident, Yamata no Orochi. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan flicked the now ragged dismantling knives to the Eternal Flame, and took out a pair of butcher blades lying in his crossbag. Don't tell me you're trying to dismantle that here too? Urta. Why not? It's no problem if I take it out slowly. To Yoo IlHan, who had already mastered remote collection of the crossbag, something like that was not even difficult. Seeing him using a function that the angels had applied without much thought to such degree, Urta thought that she herself and the angels had committed a huge mistake, but the boat had already set sail. T/N, i.e. the milk was already spilt. Then here I go, Yoo IlHan clanged the butcher blades in mid-air a few times, before calling out the corpse of the Orochi from the crossbag little by little with a deep breath. Wa-wa-wa-pia. Then, he jumped around like a madman while dismantling the Orochi's body. I should have shown this to Lita. Urta. Even while Urta was flabbergasted at that sight, the body of the Orochi was slowly, but surely coming out from the crossbag. As the Orochi had a sturdy body, excluding the parts that were shredded by the pile bunker and the final spear throw, the body was almost fully intact. Such a body was now being flayed into skin, meat, bones and blood. Yes. Even while dismantling, Yoo IlHan was extracting the blood in a special container. Can I upload this on Yout*B? Urta. Don't talk to me, In a blink of an eye, a tenth of the tens of meters large Orochi was dismantled. Having seen through where to slice to be more efficient, Yoo IlHan sped up. Quicker, and more perfectly. Damn, can't see a magic stone. Considering what kind of chaos a fourth-class magic stone would bring to the current Earth, it's instead fortunate that there isn't one. Erta. Thinking that Erta was worrying unnecessarily, since it would be used in Yoo IlHan's own weapon anyway, Yoo IlHan sped up even more. Even though the corpse of the Orochi was, in the end, just skin and bones, every time the butcher blades came into contact, sparks flew everywhere. Was it because it came to be after swallowing 3 traps of destruction? Even though he was bringing out the best capabilities of the dismantling techniques he had learnt, separating flaying the skin and the bones was teeth-grittingly hard. He wouldn't even be able to try if not for the superhuman strength skill. You can eat that. Even while dismantling with all his effort, he threw the parts that were destroyed by his attack and became unusable, to the eternal flame. Perhaps due to the meat being of a tremendously higher class to the ones it had ate before, the eternal flame ate up all of the Orochi's byproducts in joy. Then, it shined brightly before changing into a golden-colored flame. It grew again. Erta. Don't be so angry, Dot. The dismantling speed kept speeding up. Starting with the 7 heads, through to the body all the way until the tails. Then, Yoo IlHan ended all his actions after some time. In front of his eyes was the giant sword that was made from the fusion of all of the Orochi's tails. The dismantling of the Orochi had ended, and now, there was only the undismantlable part left. Heavenly Cloud Gathering Sword. Rank, Legend. Attack Power, 4444. Options, 40% increase in attack power when confronting Dragonkin, able to activate Purple Flame by imbuing mana. Durability, 5000/5000. A weapon that was created after the energy of a mutant 4th-class monster that was born absorbing the records of the Japanese mythological monstrous beast, Yamata no Orochi, was refined. It is extremely hard and sharp, and shows maximum power when fighting against Dragonkin. Thinking back to it, there was a notification of acquiring a legend rank artifact when he killed it. He just passed it up at that time since he was in a mess, but it seemed like the notification appeared because its entire body had entered the crossbag while a part of its body became an artifact. Checking the abilities of the artifact, Heavenly Cloud Gathering Sword, Yoo IlHan nodded. Then, he spoke. It's a little weak considering it came from a 4th-class boss, right? It's not even that sharp too. What's the worst is that I would need to be a 5m tall giant if I want to use this weapon. Yoo IlHan, your next line is, so I will create a new spear from this. Erta. So I will create a new spee. Ha? Yoo IlHan became shocked, and Erta spoke while sighing. Make it, Yoo IlHan. Just why don't you create epic ranked ones too? Just, Erta. The hope of humanity, Yoo IlHan, nodded his head and picked up his hammer. Since he finished dismantling, what was left was to extract the options and create the equipments. He had neither reason nor room to hesitate. Author's notes. In Mabinogi, there's a concept called reverse enchanting. It's acquiring the said enchant scroll by burning the enchanted item. I've got the idea of extraction from there. Whenever I think about it, my blood pressure. I will even dismantle God if it's dead. It's a parody of a famous line in the novel, Kara no Kyokai. Answer, melting the sword and making it into a spear. Of course, in Japanese mythology, Heavenly Cloud Gathering Sword isn't such a giant sword. Translator's notes. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, now, 4. Before making new equipment for himself, Yoo IlHan focused on perfectly extracting the options from his old equipment. The robe that was ripped apart into pieces of cloth, half-molten armor that should be called lump of metal rather than armor, and the spear that finished off the Orochi along with itself due to the several thousand tons of weight applied. If the Orochi had dropped a 4th-class magic stone, then he would have extracted the options onto it, but unluckily, or perhaps, because the energy that was supposed to become the magic stone was fully concentrated into the heavenly cloud-gathering sword, the Orochi did not spit out a magic stone, so he used 3rd-class ones for all the options. As there weren't that many 3rd classes in the battle, the number of 3rd-class magic stones he had acquired was 4, and Yoo IlHan invested 3 of them to extract the options. Extracting the options were not wasteful at all, rather, he found it wasteful to give them up and try new ones. The skill, mana crafting, has become LV33. You have acquired a 3rd-class magic stone with the power of frighteningly hard shadow leopard. You have acquired a 3rd-class magic stone with the power of secretive reaper. You have acquired a 3rd-class magic stone with the power of dark death god's dragon exterminating. You can't let your guard down just because you've done the extraction perfectly. If you don't do mana crafting while activating the maximum power of the magic stone, then the options may devolve in quality or may even disappear. Thank you, Wagon. However, her worries were unnecessary. Never did Yoo IlHan slack in doing anything. Of course, excluding team projects where he never had his turn since no one in his team found him. Yoo IlHan had a look at the robe first. He was confident in processing leather or cloth, but as he could only bring out the best of his abilities while handling metal, his expectations of completeness of the robe was the lowest. After finding the most intact, sturdy, and tenacious part of the Orochi's skin, he started processing it in detail. In his head, he was wondering about how to make it into a legend rank artifact, so he muttered these words unintentionally. It will be good if I'm able to enhance the equipment by using loads of magic stones. That's impossible. Although it will definitely differ according to the abilities of the crafter, equipments have an innate limit to the quantity of mana they can have. Yoo IlHan also knew that much. If it was possible to enhance equipments simply by pouring mana into them, then other worlds had to be overflowing with legend or higher ranked equipments. There also shouldn't have been cases like his, where a person created a legend-ranked artifact through only mana crafting, but without the ability to wield mana freely. As such, there exists a limit in every artifact. Mana crafting should be viewed as a process to refine an amount of mana within the limitations of the item itself. This is also why both the abilities of the mana crafter and the item creator were important. If the item was a mess, then it was difficult for options to appear, and no matter how great of an item, if the mana crafting process was a mess, then the true power could not be brought out in full. Alas, even if everything was perfect, it was impossible for too many options to be imbued into a single equipment, nor was it possible for too large an amount of power to dwell in it. That's why equipments with 3 options have overwhelming value. Yoo IlHan momentarily stopped speaking. It wasn't that he had committed a mistake while working. It was just that something flashed in his head. And what's more, a brilliant flash that would make him stronger. What is it, Yoo IlHan? Did you think up of something weird again? Seeing Yoo IlHan and thought, thought that her judgment was correct. She didn't know just what bulb had switched on in his head, but she did think that he might begin producing epic-ranked weapons like nothing. So that's why the traps of destructions were, so that's it. I think I get it a little. Well, please keep it secret from other people. No, it won't do for now. I don't think I can make a great one with just a 2nd-class magic stone. Moreover, if I don't at least put a 4th class for the core. Yoo IlHan seemed to speak nonsense before he took his phone out and started writing stuff on his memo. He hurriedly wrote with horrible handwriting, afraid as if he would forget it soon, before putting it back in satisfaction. Good, that's the idea done. I think I can manage a simple application at the current moment. How suspicious. Well, you'll get to see it. The robe was created smoothly. Yoo IlHan first scraped off the Orochi's sharp scales carefully before gathering them all in one place and processing the skin, and he processed them so thinly that it looked like cloth, before putting together a robe large enough to cover his entire body. There weren't many places for his abilities to shine, so despite the materials being of the best ones, it ended up as a rare ranked artifact, but the main course was from now. Yoo IlHan turned his head. The scales he had scraped from the Orochi were in that place. Yoo IlHan, please tell me it isn't, Erta. It is. Yoo IlHan picked one of the scales with tongs and put it inside the furnace where the eternal flame was burning. Since he knew that the Orochi's scales, bones, and even some parts of the muscles showed metallic characteristics, he had no hesitation. The eternal flame seemed to have acquired quite a lot of firepower after being strengthened by eating part of the Orochi's corpse. Erta only looked at it while sighing, but Yoo IlHan couldn't shake off the what-if thought from his head. What if the eternal flame became like that after absorbing a part of the Orochi, which had absorbed 3 pieces worth of high-ranked metals from the traps of destruction? I'm also predicting that that's the case. Of course, its properties did change by quite a large amount. Erta. That meant that the Orochi meat and blood he had extracted also had a lot of heavy metals. Yoo IlHan became depressed since he had been expecting a dragon meat party. Don't eat it, you can't resist it even with your extreme poison resistance. Erta. But I will be able to endure if I only eat little bits of it at a time, right? Aren't you thinking something weird at the moment? Erta. Since he felt like he would get scolded if he said it now, Yoo IlHan shut his mouth and processed the scales. He sharpened or hammered the molten scales or fused them with other materials. As always, as he gained experience, his working speed became insanely fast. His work didn't end easily. He sharpened and fused countless scales until they became palm-sized. He sharpened them and processed them for an entire day. He did that until they numbered 300. I think I get what you're doing. Erta. It was obvious what he was trying to do. What did the Orochi do when he first approached it? Didn't it make the scales stand erect and shoot them out? Yoo IlHan was trying to imitate its technique through equipment. Since he had experienced the attack himself, he wouldn't fail with the mana crafting process. However, Yoo IlHan denied her words. No, Erta. That much is too weak. Saying that, Yoo IlHan took out 300 second-class magic stones from his crossbag. Since the number of monsters he had killed numbered 100,000, he still had more than 20,000 magic stones. Japan was almost doomed due to the dungeon wave, but Yoo IlHan had acquired an absurd amount of money, enough to revive a country. Are you saying you will use all of that? That's impossible. Didn't I just say so a moment ago? There is a clear limit to the mana an armament can receive. Erta. Yes. 1 for each equipment. At most 3 or 4. This is the limit. Yoo IlHan's lips were making a smile. Despite the fact that he was doing the same thing for 24 hours straight, his confident smile was without a hint of fatigue. If you know then. Erta. At that moment, Erta also seemed to have realized. Insane as ever, being able to think of that, Erta asked. Yoo IlHan, are these scales all, Erta? They're all rare ranked or above. Yoo IlHan answered as if he had waited for it. This meant that, he had, through 24 hours of work, had created 300 rare ranked daggers. Of course, the weapon has a limit, so there is a limit to their uses, and I do wonder if the people will be able to use them properly even if I gave it to them. Assassins would like it. The finished daggers were both extremely light and extremely sharp. If anyone knew that he had only used 5 minutes to finish each of these, then they would all be shocked. However, Yoo IlHan didn't create these to use them as daggers. He had made them as a part of the robe. Let's start then. Yoo IlHan grabbed a bunch of daggers on one hand, and a bunch of magic stones on the other, before starting mana crafting. He focused in order for the mana to be equally distributed among the daggers he had. He wouldn't have been able to try such an insane method when he couldn't wield mana, but now, it was different. The flow of mana from the magic stones flowed almost too easily according to his control and were split apart into streams before being absorbed into the daggers, and under the same imagery from Yoo IlHan, implemented the same ability in all of them. Yoo IlHan finished all that work in a short time. The 300 daggers were still of rare rank, but their abilities were all the same. T/N, how is it rare if you have the 300 of the same dagger? O.O. Flash Orochi Dagger. Rank, Rare. Attack Power, 2500. Options, will be ejected at high speeds if a shock is received. At that time, attack power increases by 30%, and after the power is depleted, it returns back to its original position. Durability, 200/2, 200. When Yoo IlHan smacked the handle of the dagger as a test, the dagger shot out like a bullet and seemed to embed itself deep into the wall, before returning to its original position below Yoo IlHan's hand. Perfect. This was a splendid weapon in itself. Of course, Yoo IlHan had no intentions in stopping here though. Right, then. It was time to fuse the robe and the daggers. To compare, it was like multiple single items combining into a set. It was like how Coke and French fries were bland on their own, but great together. That looks heavy. Hey, I swung around weapons weighing tens of tons, this is nothing, but... Yoo IlHan equipped the 300 daggers he had made onto the robe in order. As they were originally attached together as skin and scales, just putting in a slight amount of mana made them stick to each other. When 300 of them were stuck close together, the robe looked quite frightening, but it wasn't too easily told apart, the daggers were too thin. Confirming that the daggers were attached, Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction before starting mana crafting. His first objective was to bring out the power of Secretive Reaper in the magic stone, and his second and compulsory objective was to... It's fortunate that I can now wield mana. Although I can't acquire a skill right away, if I increase the number of equipments that work with mana, then I can become a lot stronger than others, but... You are already overwhelmingly strong as you are now. Or so Urta would say if she knew what he was thinking. The mana crafting began. The overwhelming energy of a third-class magic stone, and the two options dwelling inside it were pulled out entirely and were led to the black leather robe under Yoo IlHan's lead. Not long after, a brilliant light appeared foretelling the results. Secretive Reaper's Roaring Dark Python Robe was completed. Secretive Reaper's Roaring Dark Python Robe, T/N, gosh, that's long. Rank, Legend. Defense, 3500. Options dash. 25% increase in concealing abilities. 25% in attack power when attacking in surprise. Generates a strong shock wave using mana. Yoo IlHan gripped his fists. Although he was sure that he would succeed, it was different seeing it for real. However, Urta turned pale after checking the finished equipment's stats and shouted. Don't you dare test that thing here. Urta. It will be quite a spectacle though. And, your workshop along with this building will collapse. Urta. The additional option on the robe was quite simple. Consuming mana to generate a shock wave in all directions. He did the mana crafting while thinking about the Yoroki's absurd strength, but it seemed like it had worked out as he had expected. That in itself was a plenty good of an option, but the problem? Was the neatly attached daggers on the surface of the robe. The daggers had options that would eject when receiving shock, so the moment Yoo IlHan creates a shockwave using mana, they would eject in all directions. In fact, there is a combo here. When Yoo IlHan pulled his sleeves up, there was the Quick Lightning Storm's gold leather bracelet. This was a splendid accessory that increased his mana recovery speed by 20%, and generated a lightning storm when under attack once a day. The problem was that this did not come to light in the anti-Oroki fight. The attack power was too weak. I think it did activate during the battle, but I can't remember when. Yes. However, it will be a different story if it's with the robe's power. If he timed the lightning storm well after creating the shock wave, if only the lightning storm would envelop the daggers at the same time they were ejected. Your imagination is frightening as ever. Yoo IlHan had now created a once-a-day defensive finisher attack. He wanted to test if it went the way he wanted it to, but as the barrier would dissipate once he exited it, he could only give up for now. Having acquired a good result from the robe he had made, Yoo IlHan's hammering also gained power. What he made next was the armor, and since he had an overflowing amount of leather and bones, he was planning to make an inner armor and an outer armor. He first processed the Orochi's skin wholeheartedly to make a simple inner armor, and he transferred the options in the third magic stone with the power of shiveringly hard shadow leopards. What? Strong Shadow Dragon's dark python leather armor was completed. Rank, unique. Defense, 4,200. Options. 35% increase in defensive power. 30% increase in critical hit rate and critical attack power when attacking in surprise. Durability, 3/200/3/200. Ha! A unique ranked armor was made. Of course, it was already very good, but Yoo IlHan was slightly disappointed. Among the three options, the option to enhance the other two had completely disappeared, and the other two options had changed. Although it was just leather armor, it was made from the skin of the Orochi, but the original armor had the option to increase attack power by 50% when doing a surprise attack. Although he did gain a critical hit rate increase which he didn't have before, he somehow felt like he had made a loss. Perhaps this is better. You have the critical hit skill, as well as a lot of titles and artifacts that go well with it. How about you make other equipments to increase critical hit rate in the future? Grown star. Critical hits were definitely strong. If it happened, it could stun the enemy for a moment, and the damage also explosively increases as well. The reason he could cut the Orochi's head and the tail was also because they were critical hits. However, unless he could bring out critical hits 100% of the time, Yoo IlHan had no plans on relying on it. This was the reason he wasn't happy. Anyway, armor crafting hadn't ended yet. Since his surprise attack power was lowered, he resolved to make one with good options and heated up the Orochi's bones with the eternal flame. However, he wasn't making armor with those bones, but sharp blades. You're doing the same thing like the robe again? No, this is a process to complete one of my dreams. Yoo IlHan reminisced about the time during the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm, when he had just learned mana crafting, and had made the defensive equipment with the mantis scythe. At that time, he was proud of himself, but thinking back now, that was trash. Moreover, despite my mana crafting ability increasing since that time, I instead had to focus on the defensive power and the surprise attack power, so I put aside my dreams for a little. However, not anymore. I will fuse my ideals and reality into one. You sound reasonable, but you're planning to make armor with protruding blades again, aren't you? Yup. It's my preference, so please respect it. Although Yoo IlHan had relied on the pile bunker, spear, and other weapons until now, that didn't mean that the veil tudo he had learned from Lita in the numerous years had disappeared, nor had it regressed. As such, he had not left out close combat when training alone until now. It was the final and the most fatal trump card he had against enemies who closed in on him after deflecting his spear. Yoo IlHan was now making the method to enhance that weapon. There definitely will come a time when I use this. The probability probably just went up now that I said it. 96%. Oh, 98% now. Shut up. I should have realized when you imbued the option magic stone into the leather armor. Even while sighing deeply, had no choice but to watch Yoo IlHan's work progress. The scene in her head was one where Yoo IlHan was courageously fighting against the Orochi. May an armor befitting of the hero who challenges the impossible be born, muttering that in her heart, she ended up smiling slightly. Author's notes. Just, what had he thought of? I plan to skip the crafting part as much as possible, but I can't just not use the orochi half-heartedly. But even so, the next chapter will be the end of it. Translator's notes. Sorry, been ill since the New Year's. T to the power of T. As of January 5th, I owe you 8 chapters, including sponsors. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, now, 4. Yoo IlHan sharpened several of the Orochi's bones into blades, and like the scales on the robe, they were completed as rare ranked artifacts. In the process of mana crafting every one of those using second-class magic stones, which he had a lot of, some of the blades turned out to be unique ranked artifacts as well. It wasn't that there wasn't a crafter who tried this. Would no other people have thought of the idea Yoo IlHan was doing? Tying 2 artifacts into one occurred a lot of times in other worlds until now. There were quite a few successful examples as well, and sometimes, there were absurd artifacts born from it. However, what Yoo IlHan was doing now was different in quality. He was not tying 2 artifacts into one, but was making independent artifacts that would fit in a set as part of a whole artifact with his absurd metalworking ability. Combining 2 half artifacts into a complete whole, and combining numerous ones into a single artifact can only be different. It's a problem since those parts are either scales or blades. Those damned dreams! There should have been another method of making them, and it did look like Yoo IlHan would know other ways as well, but he was only making the items he wanted. Perhaps he believed that it was too difficult for him as of now, or so Erta decided to believe. Blade finished. Since he had made the parts, Yoo IlHan now went into making the armor. In the process of making the orochi bone blades, he had seen through the fact that the bones also had metallic properties like the scales. So, he had melted the rest of the bones with the eternal flame, and made them into a blackish-purple metallic ingot. What was left was to melt it and process it into armor. From the helmet to the sabatons, Yoo IlHan made each individual part that made up the set of full-plate armor, and gathered hundreds of big and small blades in one place before taking out a third-class magic stone. Defense, attack, I want to bring out all of them. No, I need to. Inside Yoo IlHan's head was his own figure wearing the completed armor. His armor wasn't one where it would be easily destroyed by the Orochi's magic bullet, but one that protected him whenever and wherever, not one that simply defends, but one that counterattacks the enemy. Mana crafting activated, and the mana boiled all at once as if having waited for it, and enveloped the magic stone and the armor. As his eyes were closed, Yoo IlHan only knew that a brilliant light was flashing, but hearing Erta's deep sigh, he could predict that the mana crafting had succeeded. Iron-armored fire dragons biting dark python full-plate armor was completed. Iron-armored fire dragons biting dark python full-plate armor. Rank, Legend. Defense, 6,500. Attack power, 4,200. Options. 40% increase in defense. 80% increase in fire attribute resistance, 20% chance of reflecting a part of the attack when receiving an attack of the fire attribute. Can pull out blades from place of need in the armor. When using mana, the blade can be enlarged. User restrictions, creator, Yoo IlHan. A masterpiece made by a peak-level smith using materials befitting his skills, and bringing out the best of his abilities. Not to mention its hardness, the sharp teeth it harbors has enough power to rip apart the enemy's breath. Yoo IlHan opened his eyes. In front of his eyes was the completed full-plate armor that was emitting vicious blackish-purple death chi, but it was too beautiful. The hundreds of blades he had made wholeheartedly couldn't be seen anywhere, but Yoo IlHan didn't doubt the fact that they would appear when they were needed. He was worried that it may end up as a unique ranked artifact, but the worry was unnecessary. Moreover, since it had all the options he wanted, it made him satisfied. Amongst those, the fire attribute resistance caught his eyes. He thought back to the pain he received from the Orochi's magic bullet. With this option, there wouldn't be any more happenings like that. Of course, he did get annoyed since the word fire attribute meant that there were resistance in other attributes as well, such as water and lightning. However, the most amazing thing was the enlarging of the blade that he didn't really want. Well, it wasn't that he didn't want it, but that he had not thought of that. From the moment I could wield mana, I can see more of the things that are possible with it. It's natural for the artifact to be influenced by the creator. Erda said as if it was nothing, but she was also surprised. Enlarging a weapon was quite a frequently seen magic, but it was magic, nonetheless. Imbuing the power of magic into a mere option wasn't something so simple as Yoo IlHan was thinking. Although mana crafting was the power to imbue hopes into an item, too big of a hope or absurd hopes wouldn't come into fruition. The reason why Erda could imbue the power of miracles into the crossbag, despite her mana crafting level being lower than Yoo IlHan's, was also because she and the angels knew of high-ranked magic. However, Yoo IlHan had succeeded in implementing the power of magic despite having just becoming able to wield mana. Yes, the reason why his created equipments were absurdly hard was not only because of his smithing skills, but probably also because of the numerous experience in him. That meant that, if Yoo IlHan ceaselessly acquired records in this changing world, then perhaps Earth might just. However, Erda's full of expectations hope was unnecessarily cut off by the voice that came next. Wow, it really is absurdly hard. I'm not sure about the exact abilities, but its hardness definitely surpasses Harcanium alright. The eternal flame that raised its temperature as much as possible, and the heavenly cloud-gathering sword that was enduring like nothing in those flames. Yoo IlHan laughed while grabbing the sword that was hard for him to lift even with both of his hands. I think the eternal flame will be able to melt it, but even if it does melt, it will be a bigger problem for me to mold it into a spear. Well, the ingredients to make traps of destruction are more focused on their magical properties than their hardness. Saying that, Erda looked at the furnace and saw that the tip of the giant sword was still holding on. Does it even melt? Even though that heavenly cloud-gathering sword was also made of Orochi's bones, it was too hard to be said so. Erda thought that Yoo IlHan might be occupied with that for the rest of the duration of the barrier, so she suggested. How about you just use it as a sword? You are also a master of swordsmanship. You mastered both of the martial arts anyway, is it really necessary for you to shift it into a spear? Of course, it isn't so bad to prepare a good sword. However, I'm more proficient in the art of the spear. Also, if I cannot process this much on my will, then I'm not qualified to be a smith. Yoo IlHan was someone that underevaluated his own abilities at times, but he could differentiate between the things he could do and he could not do. And this sword, despite being difficult, was a challengeable opponent. Since time, the one he was worried about the most, was solved to an extent, only the battle between him and the heavenly cloud-gathering sword was left. Krahaya Ika Awayak. At that moment, a roar that tried to split his head apart resounded. Perhaps it was sad that the sword which was once part of its body was destined to be melted down by fire. The thoughts and the power of life he had absorbed with the skill Death Collector was causing a mess. Even though it was only a power of life that belonged to him, the heavenly cloud-gathering sword was showing a slight vibration. Oh ho! Seeing that, Yoo IlHan's lips curved upwards. Although it was impossible now, he thought that this weapon may have other possibilities in the future. T/N, time skip, he did make something with that sword, and made other things as well. Wayo! Having just finished embracing the 2 months that didn't even last an instant, Yoo IlHan checked his phone and muttered emptily. Not even 1 second has passed. 0, 2, 3. Do you finally get how important of an artifact that heaven has given you? Erda was sounding quite proud, but it was in fact close to an act, since the words said by Spira, that higher existences should do what higher existences can, and lower existences should do what they can, was still floating in her head. As she knew the great powers of the hourglass of eternity, she could also read the intentions of the angels that gave him this. We also did this much. You can understand us, right? Such blatant meanings. Regardless of whether he knew Erda's complex feelings or not, Yoo IlHan had a look at the Vanguard homepage and nodded in satisfaction. I did say I will sell them 2 months later, but the inquiries are exploding. I think your phone will be set on fire soon as well. Even though the Lightning God clan is trying to hide it, I don't think they can hide it forever. Although, I do plan to give the opportunity to every clan that participated in the dungeon wave fairly. No, he needed to. He had put his heart into making standard tier and higher tier equipment in the barrier, but he couldn't leave them as stocks. Erda also thought back to what happened in the barrier and grumbled. I really didn't think that you will be able to use up all those materials. The ancestors once. Stop with the ancestors. Seeing that Erda might catch neurosis at any moment, Yoo IlHan laughed and stroked her head. T/N, what did that just say again? Stroke? Stroke. Anyway, I've almost finished the items I will be selling, so I should pull the time forward a little. And let's see. I think I also need to meet the Lightning God clan once, and also. Yes, shouldn't he also pay a visit to the strong friends who were even suffering overseas? T/N, meaning, suppression. Yoo IlHan thought back to First Lieutenant Han IlHan and Captain IlHan he had seen back in Tokyo and laughed. They seemed to have quite the talent as they possessed powers nearing second class, but the things they had on their bodies could be called ragged if optimistic, and trash if pessimistic. He didn't have any bad impression on them, and as he was especially impressed by what IlHan said during the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm, he did feel like he would feel quite annoyed if they died because he had contacted them too late. T/N, I think IlHan said something like I'm skeptical of what the country is doing. We need to save people, not bind the ability users by force. Should I contact them? Muttering that, on one of Yoo IlHan's hands was a business card. He had took out Captain IlHan's business card with the remote collection ability that he had become overly used to. When Han IlHan was rejoicing about going home after the last monster of Chiba was cleanly finished, Yoo IlHan, who could not switch his concealment on and off as he willed it, disguised himself as a normal fighter and approached Captain IlHan for his contact info. IlHan and Han IlHan widened their eyes when they heard that Yoo IlHan wanted to trade equipment. When he took out some of the weapons from the crossbag, they realized that he was not joking. He knew from before, but they really were quick-witted. After that was Yoo IlHan's pace. The two's eyes were flipped when they heard him say that he wanted to sell weapons at a cheap price to suppression. Of course, they did suspect him since both Susanoo and Yoo IlHan used the spear, but it didn't really matter. Now, Yoo IlHan didn't really have any intentions on hiding himself. How? Because, since Yoo IlHan became able to wield mana, the probability of him being pushed back from the world's strongest was lessened by quite a large amount. Additionally, it was also because the Lightning God clan, who he acquired quite a good relationship with after the trade, turned out to have a power not lower than any other large clans in the world. They should be just arriving at Korea by now. Oh yeah. So practically, only a day passed since the dungeon wave? To be exact, it has been 9 hours and 38 minutes since you killed the last monster that appeared due to the dungeon wave. Even though he had expected it, he felt quite weird. He himself had created everything he could for 2 months and even tested them all perfectly, but right now, humanity was just barely able to breathe. It was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time since the Earth dropout period. Spyra said you will be able to overcome this absurdity well. I will definitely slap her in the face sometime. If possible, then go ahead. No, I plead you, so please slap that bit, *hem**. No, please insert some common sense into that brainless muscle angel. Picking up useless information that Erda hated an angel called Spyra, and quite a lot at that, he called IlHan thinking that he should inform him before they made contact. With the telephone installed on the 14th floor, a higher-ranked weapons store, which was above the 13th floor weapon shop, which was in operation today, since it was Monday. We are waiting for your call. Come see us anytime. Such were the words Yoo IlHan spoke as soon as he received the call. It seemed like he was constantly on watch, in fear of Yoo IlHan's mind changing. Very well. Yoo IlHan smiled and said, "Let's talk business." Such was the moment of the second stage of Humanity's strengthening plan. Author's notes. It's not like he only received 20% of fire damage just because he got 80% fire resistance. Just think that it has considerably been reduced. Since it will be endless if I list all the weapons IlHan made, I only mentioned the armor and skipped the rest. The non-important weapon won't even be mentioned, and the equipment he will be using will come out later, so look forward to it. Translator's notes. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, I-2, now, 5. T/N, a change in naming, Holy Knight-Paladin. Kang Hajin's job. The location was, of course, the 14th floor of Vanguard. Unlike the 13th floor, only those with Yoo IlHan's permission could enter, and this place didn't have any displays with showcased equipment, looking more like an office. Yoo IlHan would be in charge of trading the higher-ranked equipment anyway, and his crossbag could hold as many equipments as he wanted, so there was no need for a showcase. Now, Yoo IlHan did not wear a mask. Vanguard was his company, and he also thought that there was no need to hide his face when he was showing himself as the owner of Vanguard. That's why he had taken it off, but... Seeing the man and woman sitting on the sofa he had prepared on the 14th floor, opposite to him, Yoo IlHan tilted his head. Only Sir Yoo IlHan needed to come though. Well, shouldn't I at least be together with one subordinate to show myself off a little? Yoo IlHan nonchalantly laughed, but seeing the national representative beauty First Lieutenant Han Yeorang, Yoo IlHan couldn't help but sigh. It's been a while, Mr. Yoo IlHan. Although, I only got to know of your name now. It's been a while. First Lieutenant Han Yeorang spoke in a slightly stiff tone, but as expected of one that was aiming for quick marriage and end of military service, she had some pretty makeup. Wishing for her to meet someone good quickly, Yoo IlHan asked Yoo IlHan. I told you my conditions so you should have a grasp on it, right? How much are they willing to pay? If it's at the level of those sold on the 13th floor, and the supply is high, then they have intentions on buying at the market price. The market price is over 5 billion though. It's not the market price, but the Vanguard standard price. The government also has their own predictions on why Vanguard was opened. Yes. I also think it's a good business. Cutting it short, it's not that much different from taking them for free. There was a limit to selling the items of Vanguard. 2 per person. In the first place, it wasn't a brand with a lot of stocks, so for arming suppression, the army would profit even if they were supplied with Yoo IlHan's items at market price. Yoo IlHan called out a longsword out of nowhere. In truth, he had taken it out from the crossbag hung in one corner of the office, but the strong friend seeing it could only see it as magic. This is the average equipment of those supplied to suppression. Take a look. Yes. So, they are inferior to the ones sold in Vanguard downstairs, muttered Yoo IlHan in his heart and received the sword. Han Yeorang also seemed curious and extended her hand to touch it. Pressure Tiger Bone Bastard. Rank, Rare. Attack Power, 2650. Options, 40% increase in attack when facing monsters below user's level. Durability, 2-100/2-100. Mass-produced weapons made by surpassing the limits of the material. Yoo IlHan wordlessly smiled. However, Han Yeorang didn't have that much experience and shouted in surprise. Attack power 2650? Moreover, I've never seen options like this. Just who is the smith? Industrial secret, miss. Yoo IlHan placed his index finger on his lips and smiled. Han Yeorang blushed in embarrassment, but Yoo IlHan firmly ignored that and continued. Of course, there will be variables in the attack power and the options according to the form of the weapon, but you can think that this is the average. It's around the middle of standard weapons and higher ranked weapons. The prices? That's up to the government. However, I'd prefer additional services over money. There are a lot of benefits that one wants when conducting business, and I also wish to block some annoying interferences in the future as well. This was a splendid businessman who blatantly requested bribery. I have a lot of money, and can earn as much as I want if I will it. I also don't think that the currencies used until now will have much value in the future. So cool. Yoo IlHan ignored Han Yeorang again. First, I should get this straight. I don't want the government to profit from the weapons I sell. I want the weapons to be solely distributed to suppression. As such, I want a list of members of suppression, and the equipments they needed to be equipped with. A weapon and an armor each. Simple, right? Of course, we've prepared them. You also don't have to worry about the problems you have spoken of. The higher-ups in the Korean military aren't only composed of thoughtless idiots. That's quite fortunate. Even while Yoo IlHan and Yoon Dae-han were speaking business, Han Yeorang's eyes were fixed on Yoo IlHan. Was her eyes twisted? Or are her preferences very extreme? Neither. It was simply that Yoo IlHan's level was nearing 80, and his very league was heightening by the day, which resulted in his body figure and face nearing a more perfect form without him realizing it. Honestly, his starting point wasn't so good, but even so, Yoo IlHan was currently at the top of humanity. At least, he was way higher than his own self-evaluation. A good-looking guy full of ability, perfect. He's the perfect husband material. Han Yeorang decided to seduce Yoo IlHan. Although she did get ditched once in the past, she was only happy that they made connections like this. However, just as plans were being built in her mind, Yoo IlHan lightly clapped and spoke. Let's stop it here. The items will be prepared in 3 days, so let's settle it with the contract then. I understand. I thank you from the bottom of my heart again. I only pitied you since you were being pushed around everywhere. Those words filled with honesty made Yoon Dae-han's heart ache. Anyway, it wasn't bad for suppression to earn Yoo IlHan's pity right now. Yoon Dae-bang clicked his tongue after looking at Han Yeorang staring at Yoo IlHan, before he suggested to Yoo IlHan, thinking that he should help her out a little. Would you like to eat lunch together with us? I know of a good place nearby. That's really tempting, but I have other activities in my schedule. Is it a woman? Han Yeorang's eyes flashed. Thinking that this idiot should fight monsters all her life, Yoon Dae-han smacked her on the head when Yoo IlHan nodded. You should already be aware that Vanguard and the Lightning God clan has some connections. I have planned to meet the clan master of the Lightning God clan, Miss Kong Mirai. Ah. Han Yeorang's face became one of dejection. She knew her own level well. If compared, they had as much difference as an Excalibur and a wooden training sword. How cruel. Women are annoying. And honestly, she didn't even enter her eyes. Repeating what was said before, Yoo IlHan's standard of beauty had become absurdly high after spending time with Lita for 1,000 years. Wishing that the despairing Han Yeorang would meet a good man in the future, again, Yoo IlHan saw the two of them out. Not even 20 minutes after that, 3 people of both sexes arrived on the 14th floor. God damn it. They're no different. Hello, IlHan? You look so handsome. I appreciate your praise, but please use polite speech. Sitting there since he could not turn his customers away, Yoo IlHan brewed some coffee for them since he had no secretary or the sort. Of course, since his cooking level was growing by the day due to consuming extreme poison, a simple coffee turned out to be extremely delicious as well. While the others were rejoicing at the effects of their magic and battle skills, Yoo IlHan was relaxing himself with his cooking skill. Kong Mirai took a sip and was shocked at the unexpected goodwill and blinked her eyes several times, before finding calm and asking him. So the higher-ranked equipment will be sold starting next week? Yes. On a fair subscription basis. Replying, Yoo IlHan thought for a little before continuing. Of course, I'm not planning to sell a tier of weapon outside of your level, since people will go above themselves and try to do the impossible if they acquire artifacts above their ability. Oh yeah, that. Mirai is really doing the impossible nowadays, you. Ouch. Leaving aside Nayuna, who was achieving the record of 1 hit per 3 minutes, Kong Hajin opened his mouth. Don't tell me the crafter you're in contract with has the ability to pull out artifacts of Mirai's staff's level like nothing? If he has the time and material, yes. Although he can't do it every day, he probably does more than you, Mr. Kong Hajin, can think of. Yoo IlHan continued with the words as such. So give me that holy power material or whatever you call it right now. Miss Nayuna and Mr. Kong Hajin should have an artifact of your own. In your eyes, do I have the capability to wield legend-ranked artifacts? No, it's not that, but you do seem to need one in order to follow those two monsters. Yoo IlHan's words were too honest. It was to the point that Kong Hajin received a lot of damage, despite having resolved to throw away his inferiority. But even so, should he be thankful since he was honest? Kong Hajin felt weird. It was probably because he had seen the battle in Japan. To retort, the difference in their levels were too plainly seen. Yoo IlHan was more like a teacher who taught him from above him, rather than a competitor. Now, he didn't even feel that dejected anymore. Through an unrealistic experience, he had come to accept reality. Although, his sister didn't seem so yet. Actually, we got theme. Nayuna pulled out 3 small stones from her pocket. When Yoo IlHan tried to receive them, Nayuna extended her fingers to play a prank, but having read her moves, Yoo IlHan turned his hand in the air to receive just the stones. Wayo! Hoof! The holy stone of the goddess of beauty, Laitna. Rank, legend. A special kind of stone that was kept in the temple of the goddess of beauty, Laitna, to harbor holy power. It is used in making artifacts specialized for priests/priestesses and paladins, and is one of the best. Yoo IlHan looked at Nayuna and asked where she had retrieved such a precious item with his eyes, and Nayuna, who realized his intention, said proudly while puffing out her large chest. Fufu, I'm kinda being treated as the holy maiden. How do I use this? Does it just need to be embedded on the weapon or the robe? Wouldn't the crafter know it well? He doesn't have much relation to temples. Nayuna's words slightly felt like a loaded question, but since he had expected these kind of questions from the start, Yoo IlHan smoothly replied. Nayuna's eyes flashed in interest, and Yoo IlHan blinked nonchalantly. Kong Hajin spoke instead. You can grind it and apply it. It's a finishing agent. Is it only through that method? During blacksmithing? Or during mana crafting? You just have to imbue the power within the holy stone into the equipment. Yoo IlHan acknowledged. I'll request right away. It won't take long. I'll thank you with just those words alone. I think we're about to get busy soon. Kong Hajin stood up with a bitter smile. Kong Mirai also stood up. She had a frightening expression on as if she was hit by someone, and only expressed her inner intentions when they were about to leave. It's about the Tokyo Orochi fight. Yes. I learned a lot. I think it will take a little time before I ask you for partnership. However, I won't give up. Yoo IlHan thought that she really had a lot of conviction. He himself had no intentions on getting involved with Kong Mirai more than necessary, but if her growth sped up thanks to him, that was a matter worth rejoicing about, so Yoo IlHan nodded in a delightful expression. I'll look forward to it. Well, then. We'll take our leave. Give me my worth of it, since I attacked with my magic, or so he thought she would say, but Kong Mirai did not ask for anything. Was she thinking that she still had debt for the artifact trading? He really thought that she had a uselessly high pride and laughed. However, even though Kong Mirai and Kong Hajin stood up, Na Yuna was still sitting there. Kong Mirai's eyes twitched as she tried to drag her away, but Na Yuna endured till the end and stayed. No, I want to talk a little more. Don't disturb him. I really have an important matter to say. Seeing that Na Yuna had no intentions of letting go of the sofa, Kong Mirai created some lightning on her palms. If this building wasn't Yoo IlHan's possession, she would have shot already. Despite that, Na Yuna didn't stand up. No, I have something to say with Mr. IlHan. Appa, make this idiot faint. Got it. Wait. Yoo IlHan raised his hand. I will hear her out first and chase her out later so you two can leave first. We cannot disturb you anymore. It's all right. I'm gonna throw out the entire sofa along with her from the roof after listening to her, so just prepare to receive her at the bottom. Wayo. Yoo IlHan already knew a certain extent what Na Yuna wanted to say. With Yoo IlHan's permission, Kong Hajin, worriedly, and Kong Mirai, annoyedly, bid farewell. When they left completely, Na Yuna stood up abruptly and shouted while pointing at Yoo IlHan. This and that are all made by you, right? Yes. Yoo IlHan acknowledged immediately. Na Yuna opened and closed her mouth a few times. It seemed like she didn't think that he would acknowledge it so easily. Arrah! I don't receive any damage even if I say it. Arara! Na Yuna tilted her head and sat back down while pouting. TCH, I wanted to make it more advantageous for me. What were you even trying to ask? Dropping the polite speech to each other. T/N, not so obvious in English, but yes. MC speak to her in polite speech while she doesn't. An unimaginable trade condition. While Yoo IlHan was laughing, Na Yuna only smacked on the innocent sofa. Why did you hide it then? I think it's probably the same reason as why Miss Na Yuna is hiding her true self. Is that so? Na Yuna muttered in acknowledgement and stood up. It really is a waste to give you to Mirai. I also have no intentions in giving myself to Miss Kong Mirai. Right? Na Yuna nodded in satisfaction and brushed her clothes. Since the negotiation was broken before it had even started, it was now time to run away. However, she seemed disappointed to run away with nothing and extend her hand abruptly towards Yoo IlHan. Do you want to be friends? Oh, ones that can develop into something else later. No. Yoo IlHan replied with a smile. The hesitation-less sharp answer made even the Na Yuna sweat. Do you have ED? Editor, a certain dysfunction. I'm normal. Or you like men? No. Then why? Do I really need to spell it out for you? Yoo IlHan walked towards the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator that connected the 1st and 14th floor came up very quickly. The doors opened, and Na Yuna went in with a disbelieving face. Only at that time did Yoo IlHan speak. I don't really like Miss Na Yuna so much. Wayo! Yoo IlHan's honest expression, and not one that was an act to receive her attention, made her touched. She was even a little happy. T/N, I swear, she's an M. Then let's really be friends. No, I'm not saying that I don't only like your appearance, I hate your personality even more. Wha? Even the social butterfly queen could not win against the lonerness of the loner king, Yoo IlHan. Such was the first complete defeat of Na Yuna's life. Author's notes. Iron-Walled King, Yoo IlHan. A Korean of conviction, Kong Mirai. This arc is also finishing, With the next chapter, most of the things IlHan did with Vanguard will be over. And that finally comes. Translator's notes. Translator, chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaisu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, I, 2, now, 6. There were some rising hot topics after the big crisis of Japan, after the dungeon wave issue was successfully solved. First were the clans. Due to the appearance of these groups that weren't part of the armed forces of each country, the various governments clicked their tongues while the media rejoiced. There were 3 of them that received the most attention, and they were the Lightning God clan of Korea, Magia of Italy, and Metal Knights of England. They weren't necessarily the strongest, but they were surely the ones who had the most successful debut. The ability users of each country wanted to join clans that had shown the most power, and the other clans got frustrated for nothing. Now that Earth's future was heading in an unpredictable direction, the most important thing was strength. Everyone thought that a day will come where the strongest clans would be at the center of the world. Secondly, was Vanguard. It was already famous enough, and the advertising that it would sell higher-ranked weapons only to the clans that helped in Japan worked well. Many had said that the reason the standard items were sold at absurdly low prices was a foreshadow to this, and there were also many enraged people who asked why there was such an unfair condition even though they couldn't go to Japan because they had to protect their country. Of course, Yoo IlHan couldn't care less. Numerous media agencies reported about Vanguard, and customers for the standard items increased as a result. The items in Yoo IlHan's crossbag were being depleted quite quickly. Amongst them were claims that they could not afford to let Vanguard stay affiliated to Korea. They claimed that it should instead be managed efficiently under big countries like the US or China. Those were idiotic claims that made people wonder if those people had ice cream in their head instead of their brains, but this actually acquired quite a lot of sympathy from the people. People were afraid of Vanguard and wanted to control it. Of course, Yoo IlHan ignored them. The third was, of course, Susanoo. Wow. I really might become a god at this rate. It was absurd power, so they couldn't deny Susanoo's divinity in order to protect their own pride. Starting from the SNS, to newspapers, to TVs, and other media, it was overflowing with stories about Susanoo. The ones at the scene who had witnessed Yoo IlHan's actions personally blabbered that Susanoo really had descended to solve the crisis of Japan, while the newspapers and the news reported similar things. Of course, many also thought that it was a human with exceptional capabilities. That wasn't particularly a problem, however, the greedy people were. Mostly, it was the promising clans of Japan and a part of the Japanese government. They nitpicked about how Susanoo wordlessly took the body of Yamada no Orochi, and claimed that the byproducts should have been fairly distributed, while also whined about how Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi from the tale of Yamada no Orochi was theirs, and claimed ownership. It seemed like they left their common sense and shame in the other worlds before returning to Earth. There were 2 types of people that weren't greedy for the Orochi's body. One party being the people that were curious about Susanoo's identity, and the other being ones who wanted possession of Susanoo himself regardless of his identity or Orochi or whatever. The people connected the Dark Knight of LA, Sungdine Bolt of Korea, and other incidents shrouded in secrecy until now with Susanoo. At the current moment, the group behind the theory of Susanoo being the Dark Knight of LA was the most powerful faction, and the Pride of America being the strongest was quite popular nowadays. Each and every one of the countries wanted to know of Susanoo's identity, and wanted to claim ownership over him. The clans were no different. It was clear that whoever acquires him will become the strongest. There was only one problem. Susanoo was the strongest regardless of who or where he belonged to, and clans or countries were only hindrances for him. So stop reading. TCH. Urta obediently turned off the internet. Yoo IlHan stood up from his seat with a sigh and looked at his reflection on the mirror, and concluded that the fitting was perfect, although his appearance was not as good. Good, let's allow them to enter. Yoo IlHan put away everything in the office other than the table and chairs for himself and the guests. the elevator stopped at the 14th floor, and some people rushed out. Amongst those were the clan masters of the Magia clan, Lightning God clan, and the Metal Knights clan. 1 week had passed since Yoo IlHan had left the barrier of the Hourglass of Eternity. Today was the day that the sale of the higher-ranked Vanguard weapons opened. Whoa! He really is Korean? A young man too. He must be a deputy. Would the real person show up? Most of the people seem to be thinking similar things. There's no way the owner is here in person, he should be a deputy. Their puffing imagination seemed like it would blow into an empire at this rate. Yoo IlHan laughed and spoke in English. Please come in. I don't want to have to explain multiple times, so I will only start speaking after all 27 of you have entered. An overwhelming aura could be felt flowing unconsciously from Yoo IlHan, and the clan masters realized that the deputy was not a simple character while they obediently entered. Fortunately, the space was wide so there were enough seats for everyone. How are the levels of the equipment and the prices? After everyone's here. Yoo IlHan repeated his words with a smile when the clan master of the Phoenix clan of France asked. The Phoenix clan master vaguely smiled and swore in French in a small voice. T/N, the bold bits are said in French, but written in Korean. How rude. Even though you're just a deputy, you really are bossy. Well, I'm sorry that I'm rude. Hearing that, Yoo IlHan replied in French and flicked a pen from the table. The pen flew at an absurd speed and broke one of the legs of the chair that the Phoenix clan master was sitting on. What are you doing? He wasn't a clan master for nothing and stood up before the chair fell down, but the important thing wasn't that. Yoo IlHan spoke with a smile. I will not trade with you. Please get lost. T/N, yes, get lost and not leave. How are you qualified to decide that? I'm the owner of this place. Won't you get lost already? I said I'm the owner of this place. Yoo IlHan said it again. Now, in English, and everyone at that place understood the meaning. The clan master of the Phoenix clan immediately tried to cause a ruckus, but the other clan masters all stood up and dragged him into the elevator. They were quite wise, befitting of their positions as clan masters of famous clans. Now that makes 26 in total. Yoo IlHan just muttered that, and the other people did not say anything more. There was no one in this place who was adventurous to the point that they wanted to know how many languages Yoo IlHan could speak whilst putting the fates of their clans on the line. Some time passed and all the clan masters gathered. Yoo IlHan let loose a light sigh and started speaking. I'm Yoo IlHan, the president of Vanguard. Are you really the president? Why would I lie? Just where do the weapons sold in Vanguard come from? How can you provide such good weapons rarely seen even in other worlds, and at such a low price? Industrial secret. The clan masters seemed to have a lot of things they wanted to know from Yoo IlHan, but he only repeated the words industrial secret. After a while, the clan leader of the Magic Dragon clan of Japan, Takagaki Asuha, asked this. Will Vanguard continue to operate only in Korea? Yes. Without being any affiliations? Yes. That's very dangerous. Don't you think that the clans who couldn't buy weapons would come with hostile intentions? Vanguard is protected by a special magic, so you need not worry. She seemed to hesitate a little before speaking while pointing at Yoo IlHan. However, your face is now exposed. Don't you worry for your own safety? It's all right. I wouldn't have started this without the confidence to protect my neck. Yoo IlHan's words made her sigh. Then, she smiled and spoke. If your will is as such, then it can't be helped. If you feel any danger, then please come to the Magic Dragon clan anytime. We from the Magic Dragon clan will give you our full support and protection. Lightning God clan has the same intentions. We're of the same opinion, but It's unfortunate. If you had agreed to give us a branch store in Germany, then we would have been able to lend you our power." When one declared such, the rest all became awkward not to say it. Even Michael Smithson, clan master of Metal Knights, also declared their intent of providing protection with a crumpled expression. Yoo IlHan had earned the goodwill of many powerful clans just by selling items. Well, this sort of reaction was to be expected since it would double their fighting power instantly, but how would they react if they had known that the one in front of them was the individual that defeated the Orochi, which couldn't be defeated even with all of their combined effort? At least, Michael Smithson would rampage around. Yoo IlHan imagined that scene and laughed a little. The following are the items that will be sold to the clans here. First, 10 sets of higher-ranked equipments. The word set referring to a set of a weapon plus armor, or weapon plus accessory. Accessory. That means? The clan master of the Maggio clan, Karina Malatesta, covered her mouth with one of her hands as her eyes flashed. Yoo IlHan lightly smiled and nodded. The crafter affiliated to Vanguard has a mana crafting level of over 30. Yoo IlHan could now paint his own face in gold, T/N, I boast, as much as he wanted without being embarrassed. If Na Yuna was here she would have burst out laughing, but it was fortunate that she wasn't here. Oh my accessories are rare. I also learnt mana crafting. The level really didn't rise, but how did he raise it to 30? No, well, he should be another worlder. I did imagine that his blacksmithing level would be high after seeing the standard weapons. However, his mana crafting is 2. It was quite an interesting piece of news. The clan masters talked amongst themselves in exclamation. As their feelings of surprise towards Vanguard increased, their pity for the Phoenix clan master also increased. If that's the first, is there a second? This is optional. You won't need it if you are pursuing a small-scale, elite force, but there are also 30 sets of standard equipment. We will buy them. Us too. If the clan had many members, then they needed to buy the standard equipment as well. Equipments of Vanguard weren't easily procured. Not because of the price, but because of the lacking supply. In the end, other than the Lightning God clan and the Magic Dragon clan and a few other clans who were working towards a small-scale, elite force, the rest all decided to buy the standard sets. Additionally, Yoo IlHan took out a list of the items he had and decided to show them the level of the equipments of higher rank. The higher-ranked weapons are all unique ranked. Insane. 26 clans and each 10 sets each, that means 520 unique ranked artifacts? Unique ranked artifacts were only owned by one, or perhaps two individuals from the main forces of the clan. Of course, the abilities would differ a lot even within the unique rank, but they were better than rare ranked ones. The clan masters all tapped their feet in excitement. Thinking that the situation was interesting, Yoo IlHan called out a whip on one of his hand, and a necklace in the other. These are examples of higher ranked weapons. There will be slight differences, but they are mostly of this level. Please check in order. Well then. Takagaki Asoha of the Magic Dragon clan approached first and grabbed the whip. Yoo IlHan knew that she would show interest after seeing the whip rolled around her waist and passed it to her. Soul-sticking spike leather whip. Rank, unique. Attack power, 3200. Options. A fixed probability of causing disorder in the enemy when hitting. 40% increase in critical hit rate. Durability, 2/300/2/300. Oh my god. There was no need to ask what she thought of the whip. She was embracing and even rubbing her cheeks against it. I will take this. Okay, but please show it to others first. Oh, right. The other clan masters weren't that much different. The ones that used magic had glisters in their eyes after seeing the accessory which had a magical support option in it, while the ones who fought in close quarters had their expectations heightened after seeing the high attack power of the whip. Kong Mirai wasn't so surprised since she had already acquired a legend-ranked artifact, but after seeing the accessory Yoo IlHan had taken out, she bit her lips while thinking, there was this too. Her inner mind was clear for all to see. The performance can be seen clearly. If it's at this level, we need to acquire them no matter what the means, but that's the problem here. First, the biggest problem that surfaced after they realized that the performance of the weapons surpassed their expectations was the price. The standard equipments were comparatively cheap, but would it remain as such for the higher-ranked ones? With a mix of worry and anticipation, they all waited for Yoo IlHan's mouth to open. 26 pairs of eyes were all fixated on Yoo IlHan. This was quite an unfamiliar experience for the pan-cosmic loner Yoo IlHan, but he somehow succeeded in voicing out the price he had in his mind. Each of the higher-ranked weapons will be sold at a fixed price of $5 million. $5 million. Only that? Someone said only. $5 million were approximately 5 billion won. It was enough money to change someone's fate, but it didn't matter to the people gathered here. They are among the best artifacts even within the unique rank, but they are only $5 million each? Standard weapons are being sold at 100 million Korean won. Please consider this an extension of that. Just who made Vanguard, an envoy of God who's planning to save the earth? The clan masters all became silent. Yoo IlHan just smiled and said this. Well, then. You may leave if you do not wish to go through with the trade. Of course, no one stood up from their seat. Author's notes. He really is selling them at a cheap price, but the money he earned through this transaction is $2.6 billion plus alpha. The arc's over. In this chapter, I mostly saw that the reactions are split into two parts. The crafting isn't finishing. And crafting is quite interesting too. Just what should I do? I'll just do as my heart goes. Of course, since Vanguard transaction just ended, there won't be many scenes of crafting to death and trading for several chapters straight. Finally, we're going there. Translator's notes. Guess where there is? Author's notes number 3. Shit, I forgot about item info window. Okay, we will have a mini poll here. Please select ATK/def. Attack power/defense, current translation. This is about the item status window. Like for weapons there is. Attack power, 9001, it's over 9000. Should I change it into ATK 9001? Please answer in comments. Or the poster can make a poll about it. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Yoo, Strangers, 1. Translation changes, Power of Life Force. The reputation of Vanguard soared by the day. The levels of standard weapons were rising little by little, and after the performance of the higher-ranked weapons traded with the 26 powerful clans was discovered, Vanguard's ability became much more well-known. Additionally, after the Korean military group, Suppression, revealed that they had also been supplied with custom weapons from Vanguard, the brand gained even more fame. Before this, Suppression was considered the #1 contender for the most pitiful group award in Korea, but right now, they had become the luckiest people. Of course, this didn't change the fact that they would suffer forevermore, but since the level and quality of their equipment had increased drastically, injuries, much less deaths, were rarely seen anymore, even while their growth speed increased. The most reliable thing in the current world was one's own level. Suppression was leveling up at speeds not inferior to the powerful clans, despite working for the country, and even if the country or Suppression itself collapses, their levels would remain unchanged, and become their strength. I need to capture Mr. Yoo IlHan. Give it up, First Lieutenant Han. How about you just pick one from here? Never, even if I die. Love is about winning. I will definitely win him over. Well, good luck there, Yeorang Sinclair. See author's notes number 3. Regardless of whether the Korean representative beauty First Lieutenant Han Yoo IlHan was burning in an absurd dream, the situation in the world changed rapidly. Pregnant women, who previously went to the other worlds with swollen bellies, had all given birth to their babies, and Earth now became home to the babies who were born after the Great Cataclysm, aka new types, under the combined effort of governments and businesses alike. A major reconstruction of important buildings with materials that were 10 times sturdier than the existing ones began. After the dungeon wave in Japan, the tension surrounding the management of dungeons increased many-fold in countries all around the world, and as a result, the powerful clans acquired more opportunities to shine. In particular, the clans that were armed with higher-level equipment from Vanguard greatly surpassed the growth speed of all the other clans, earning their jealousy. Some conflicts occurred due to that with clans fighting each other, but Yoo IlHan put up a notice stating that anyone who stole Vanguard's weapons would not be able to acquire purchasing tickets for higher-ranked weapons, which calmed them down. The opportunity wasn't over yet, we can become strong too. When the clans realized that, they became obedient. Yoo IlHan could now influence all the clans in the world with Vanguard. Now this is getting me interested. Why don't you stop role-playing as the dark power and start moving? Erda's nagging made Yoo IlHan obediently close the laptop and stand up. He wanted to see the situation that changed according to the notices put up in Vanguard, but this was enough for now. Fortunately, we secured our place. You thought it may fail. Right? Yeah, then I would have had more work to do. Thinking back on it, the objective of Yoo IlHan's founding of Vanguard was to enhance humanity. If the project collapsed due to the greed of other humans, then at that time, he would have no choice but to suffer all alone. However, fortunately, since both the standard and higher-ranked equipment sales went smoothly, they would all be able to suffer nicely together. IlHan is both an S and an M. Under the resolve that he couldn't suffer alone, Yoo IlHan made the equipments for Na Yuna and Kong Hajin of the Lightning God clan, as well as the 25 other clans, which took him around 3 weeks. Of course, he did go and hunt some monsters in dungeons in his spare time, but after his level reached 87 due to the Orochi hunt, the rate of leveling was disgustingly slow. It almost seemed like he would be at the same level forever. When will I become level 100 and get my third job? What you just said nonchalantly is a lifetime goal for countless other people in other worlds. The growth speed of the people of Earth already surpassed my imagination, but your growth speed is way too OP. He once worried about if he couldn't wield mana before he reached level 100, but getting straight to the point, it was a needless worry. Well, it was mortifying every time he wanted to level up. If he hadn't been able to monopolize Orochi's experience, then he would still have been suffering at around level 84. Sir Yoo IlHan, we have to move now, said Retta Kariha's consciousness. Yoo IlHan also agreed with her words. Yes. I have already done as much as I can. Although it was impossible for him to cover for the entire humankind, the ones standing on the front lines in the war against the monsters had definitely been strengthened thanks to Vanguard. Without exaggeration, the battle power before Vanguard and after Vanguard multiplied by around 3-fold. The overflowing monsters from the dungeons were being cleared out, while the Kanto region in Japan, which had shown high concentrations of mana even after the dungeon wave, was stabilizing. And I've also became more proficient in wielding mana too. You monster. Erda's words were her honest thoughts without the slightest bit of exaggeration. She couldn't believe that Yoo IlHan had adapted to mana, which he had never used in his entire life, in just 1 month, well, 3 months including the time within the barrier. Of course, he wasn't at a level where he could create an active skill by using mana, but it was plenty amazing now that he could enhance the skills he had, and use concealment freely. T/N, enhanced skills he had can refer to superhuman strength, mana crafting and such. I have no choice but to become a monster. Think about it, Erda. What did the Akashic record ask me to do when getting my second job? It was an insta-kill of a third-class monster. Then what do you think it will ask me to do for my third? I don't want to think about it. Those conditions are frightening. I also have a death god category class, but I've never gotten such stringent requirements even when I was getting my third job. Added Retta Kar-IHA. Just before, she didn't say such personal things, but as her thoughts became clearer and stronger by the day, it was showing changes. Why? Of course, Yoo IlHan knew the answer to that, and it was because Yoo IlHan had allowed her to do one thing, which was none other than letting her devour a portion of the life force that he had acquired through Death Collector. This would have been impossible for a normal consciousness, and was possible only because she was once a death god. There were no skills that used the accumulated life force yet, and since Yoo IlHan had hunted so many monsters already, the amount Retta Kar-IHA devoured really didn't make a difference, so he allowed it. However, as he saw that Retta Kar-IHA's thoughts were becoming clearer and clearer, he also thought that he may do something unbelievable in the future. And bullseye, as if she had read Yoo IlHan's thoughts, Retta Kar-IHA spoke. I also want to help Sir Yoo IlHan as soon as possible. I knew you'd say that. You wouldn't have eaten the life force for nothing. Do you have the power of future prediction? Retta Kar-IHA became surprised. Yoo IlHan just said that it was something similar and asked her. It will be possible with my death god powers, correct? It will probably become possible when you acquire your third class. There are numerous uses to life force, and not to boast, but there are even more uses for clear thoughts like me. Erda sighed, but Yoo IlHan replied with a smirk. That's interesting. I will be much more useful than that damned Orochi over there. Hey, don't speak of the devil. Ah. He came out there. Crow-oi aor. He thought about letting her devour the Orochi's thoughts and life force, but he stopped. As it was quite rare for a thought to be attached when absorbing life force, he felt a little too wasteful to throw away the Orochi, which was a fourth-class mutant to boot, just because it was annoying. There was something else he was thinking about anyway. Well, then, He had prepared enough standard equipment to be sold in Vanguard for the foreseeable future, and the higher-ranked weapons were all in his crossbag. He had already requested the Lightning God clan for his parents' protection, and at the current moment, there were no signs of connections with other worlds or overflows. At this rate, something will definitely happen, but not for now. Yoo IlHan had done as much as he could. Shall we go? He couldn't always move after something had happened. Before the second Great Cataclysm occurred while he was hesitating, Yoo IlHan decided to move. The abandoned world, Darrow, a horrible world where the Dragonkin ruled. Actually, the place where Yoo IlHan could level up the quickest was also that place. Yoo IlHan went to the Grand Canyon again. Since the Earth had become more stabilized compared to the past, there were many tourists in the Grand Canyon, but none of them could detect Yoo IlHan's figure. Was the dungeon this way? The dungeon access permission isn't coming down. Well, it can't be helped since the war in the Wall of Chaos is intensifying and all our important forces are gathered there. The dungeon connected to Darrow within the deepest areas of the Grand Canyon was currently sealed with Heaven's power. For Yoo IlHan to enter the dungeon without breaking the seal, he had to make a secret passage, or a dog hole, but obviously, that dog hole wasn't something that could be made on a whim. It could only be done after a prior report and permission was granted. T/N, this bit also appears in the spoilers in NUF, I mini-translated it there since this is one of my favorite parts. What will we do to come out then? Like how we entered, we will drill another dog hole and exit. If a dragonkin slips out that hole, then that will be the start of another dungeon break, so we'd have to close it quickly, alright? Despite Erda's worried voice, Yoo IlHan replied confidently. I don't think that's a problem, since it will be when I've already killed almost all the dragons there anyway. Aren't you looking down on dragons? They destroyed an entire world. It's you who's looking down, Erda. Erda replied to Yoo IlHan with a sigh, but the one who really wanted to sigh was Yoo IlHan himself. Do you really not understand even after you've experienced all those things around the world? Do you think we can come out easily once we enter? No. IlHan knew that much. Not once did something happen according to Yoo IlHan's plans. Listen here. With IlHan's agreement, Yoo IlHan's words continued like a flowing river from the mountain, in a tone that was slightly disdainful for her to not continue thinking about it that much. Right now, we're going to go in there thinking that we are confronting them starting with the third class only, but midway, something will go wrong, and I will have to fight fourth class dragons like I'm having my meals. Whether there's a problem with the magic formation of the elf royalties, or the dragons messing them up or whatever. You mean the absolute magic formation? Even Retta Kariha was shocked at Yoo IlHan's daring prediction. However, I will be able to win against the fourth classes somehow, since I'd become stronger than that time with Orochi. I might be left in tatters every time I kill one, but I will eventually be able to win against all of them. You're confident that you will be able to easily destroy the ones who ruined Daru? Yeah, I probably will get my third class during that process. The friendship between me and you girls might become stronger too. He's originally like this. IlHan. However, his words didn't end there. But even after I defeat all of them, when I am about to come out after feeling relieved, a fifth-class dragon, enraged at the deaths of its own kind, will come out from somewhere. That will be the finale. Stop it, it's so likely that it's scary. IlHan. So you really have the power of prophecy. Retta. Having made an angel and a thought cower with his smooth speech, Yoo IlHan was moving around the Grand Canyon looking for the dungeon, despite he himself having predicted that horrifying future. IlHan nitpicked with an exhausted voice. But why do you look so lively? I can just run if a fifth class appears. We can only fight him by putting together everything we have on Earth against it, but you are a mere second class. No, even if you acquire your third as planned, how can you be so confident in running away from a higher Exus? Oh, you will be able to run. He isn't a pan-cosmic loner for nothing smirk. IlHan acknowledged while she was retorting. Now that Yoo IlHan was able to wield mana, if he used concealment with all his power, then even she wasn't confident in being able to find him. Well, if you say so, then we'll just go in. Oh, the dungeon entrance was permitted just now too. Good, that's the spirit. What the hell is up with these people? So scary. Retta. The overly arrogant Yoo IlHan and his friends? Entered the dungeon connected to Daru without hesitation. Poor IlHan didn't realize that she was becoming similar to Yoo IlHan in more ways than one. Author's notes. This arc is extremely long. I skipped the scene of making the spear out of the heavenly cloud-gathering sword, since I wanted to make it appear in a grand fashion later, but I skipped the making of the holy weapon since I deemed it unnecessary. I thought making Kong Mire's weapon was enough. In the novel, Damien, written by Hermann Hesse, Frau Eva, the one loved by the main character, Sinclair, once said this: I will not make a gift of myself, I must be one. It still remains in my heart until today. Future predictor, accurate, Yoo IlHan. Perhaps he's mentioning the future to avoid it. Translator's notes. One of my favorite parts in the story. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Yoo, Strangers, 2. Translation changes, byproducts - carcasses, non-humanoid, corpses, humanoid, remains, non-material monsters. The scene inside the dungeon was not that much different from before. Endless plains, overflowing desolation, only, the color of the sky had changed. A dark color enveloped the dungeon as if it would collapse at any moment. The synchronization is intensifying. Even if the second Great Cataclysm doesn't arrive anytime soon, I feel that the dragons may come out to the dungeon surface. Retta Kariha. So how do I go to the magic formation? Retta is fine. This place is still the surface of the dungeon. You have to go to the core area, at least to the place where we fought in the past, before entering Daru. Good, then let's hurry. Yoo IlHan immediately took out a cheer pack with bloodrink in it, before removing the lid and biting on the mouth of the packet. It looked like he was eating a certain ice cream, but as bloodrink was basically extreme poison, the materials that the pack was made from weren't ordinary. T/N, sorry. This ice cream brand only exists in Korea. Pho, ha. Sipping on the packet, Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground. His speed was too fast even after considering his stat increase due to the Heaven's Quest rewards. The reason was of course, due to mana. Mana affected all phenomena and actions, and the easiest way of using them was through skills. There were some skills that only activated with the use of mana, and there were some that didn't need it, but anyway, the power would increase if mana was included. Superhuman Strength and Leap were two skills that fell into this category, and thanks to the overflowing mana reserves he had due to concealment being passive, he was able to use all his mana in Superhuman Strength and Leap. T/N, in case you didn't get this, it means that he doesn't have to use mana for his concealment as it is passive. The power of mana is added to Superhuman Strength. The effectiveness of the skill increases by 20%. Only now did the mana recovery speed increase option in the bracelet activate S. Strictly speaking, it wasn't only that though, as he was currently wearing an earring, a ring, and a necklace in addition to the bracelet. Smooth Warrior's Black Python Earring. Rank, Unique. Options. 10% increase in mana recovery speed. A fixed probability of putting the opponent into fear when attacking in close quarters. User restrictions, Creator, Yoo IlHan. Durability, 200/200. Even though he had no third-class magic stones, the materials were good enough for all his accessories to be exceptional in regards to options. Cumulatively, his mana recovery speed had increased by 50%. Yoo IlHan had actually intended to cover his entire body in accessories like a tribal chief during the ancient times, but Urta desperately stopped him. Unlike how he focused on attack power with his robe or armor, accessory class artifacts that had direct effects the body would instead damage the user if there were too many, resulting in clashes with each other. Or to put it simply, his equipment slots were mostly filled up. Anyway, thanks to the 4 accessories that sped up his mana recovery, and the blood ring that allowed him to continuously use transcendent regeneration, Yoo IlHan could keep himself in peak condition while charging throughout the dungeon. If the Yoo IlHan at the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm was a roller coaster, then he currently was a military jet. Only Urta, who was grabbing firmly onto his hair, was having a thrill. I see no trolls or scorpions. That's also a proof that the dungeon is synchronizing. The mana that should make up the dungeon is being sucked into Daru. If there were any trolls, he could stock up on bloodrink, but seeing as he couldn't, he felt slightly disappointed. However, just when he resolved to buy Troll's blood after he cleared out Daru and went back to Earth, the surrounding scenery started changing. From plains to a forest, from high altitude to low. Hup. Due to the overly thick mana, Yoo IlHan momentarily felt dizzy. Retta did say that Dara had experienced the third Great Cataclysm, and the level of mana here was incomparable to that on Earth. It's called mana sickness. All the people who went to other worlds should have experienced this. Yeah, I'm so tearfully happy that I got to experience the same thing as them. Said Yoo IlHan sarcastically, as he took deep breaths. Although he was slightly dizzy, after a while, he realized that not everything was as bad as he had thought. If there was a high concentration of mana in his surroundings, he could expect a higher effectiveness from using the same amount of mana. So, I hit harder, but also get hit harder? What an interesting way to put it. I've learned from you today. But I don't have a hitting active though? It won't do much for me. Yoo IlHan resolved the piling tension he received as he entered Dara by talking with Urta. This was the result of Urta's special training, that she did because she was envious of the relationship between Lita and Yoo IlHan. It took 30 more minutes to enter the area of the magic formation that Retta had talked about. That's good. It's still here. Even though Yoo IlHan couldn't find any changes in the scenery in front of him, Retta raised his voice. He confirmed with her while tilting his head. Really? Is there nothing like the dragon's tampering, or anything? There is none. It's the same from when I last checked it. Retta's reassuring attitude made Erta have a look at the formation. Although it was difficult for her to use magic due to this being an abandoned world, that didn't mean her eyes for formations had regressed in any way. This magic formation has not been damaged. Moreover, like what Retta said, it started secretly activating after recognizing us as the owner of the formation. It really is an absurdly intricate formation. It's the pride of elves. Although, the empire that made this formation was destroyed. Yoo IlHan thought that it may go wrong even if it was fine now, but didn't say it. It was more productive to prepare for any situation rather than saying it to make things more unlucky. What will you do? Are you going to hunt the dragonkin right away? How many are there in total? Retta replied immediately as if having waited for it. There are a total of 45,988 dragonkin detectable within this magic formation. Of this, 1,233 are 4th class. What? Yoo IlHan opened his mouth to say something but closed it. He finally knew why Dara was doomed. Think about it, Earth was almost destroyed thanks to that single 4th class, but what? No matter how this world was one that experienced the third Great Cataclysm, this was an absurd world. What form of resistance could there have been in this unbalanced world? Yoo IlHan spoke while looking at Erta on top of his head. Managers, do your job properly. I also feel skeptical nowadays thanks to that. Yoo IlHan, will you take responsibility if I quit heaven? No, sorry. Please don't give up and put in your best effort. Yoo IlHan spoke again while thinking that Erta's words contained a lot of pretext for misunderstanding. Now, towards Retta. Aren't there any monsters other than dragonkin? If possible, around level 100. Of course there are. Dragonkin wiped out all monsters and humans, but there are still monsters that exist in large amounts, or actually, monsters that can only exist in large amounts. Retta sounded a little depressed. Yoo IlHan didn't ask about it. He feared that it would make her even more depressed. Then let's go there first. Before he had heard the number of dragonkin in Darrow continent, Yoo IlHan was full of reckless courage, but after he was notified that there were over 40,000 enemies, Yoo IlHan became serious. He was already quite sure that the ambush plan using the magic formation would have an amazing effect, but he was also quite sure that the plan would definitely go wrong midway unless the dragonkin were all idiots. Then what did he have to do? The answer was simple. He had to increase his own ability as much as possible, and had to decrease their numbers as quickly as possible before they find out. If I get find out, then it's guerrilla tactics from then on. Foo, it excites me even now. Yoo IlHan, your voice is rotten, your voice. He only found it to be nonsense even after thinking several times. Clearing up an entire world full of those that destroyed the world, by himself? He was no protagonist in a novel or a movie. PR, oh really? But what could he do? There was no other person up for it. With feelings akin to Sun G** Goku that was trying to protect the Earth, he stepped on the magic formation. Retta Kariha activated the magic formation, and the formation that activated, which was smoother than a limousine, took him to the place he wanted. Everywhere was dark. Moreover, the mana that suffocated his breath had become a level thicker. Yoo IlHan immediately knew the reason, and it was because where he was before was only the outer entrance of the continent, but this place could be called the innermost area. Hippie thigh. Ubu. A spooky sound continuously resounded out. It took a little time for Yoo IlHan to catch those sounds as he had to adapt to the mana pressuring him. What are those? Ghosts, answered IlHan. They are undead-class monsters that frequently occur in places like the ruins of destroyed kingdoms, where entire villages die out due to disasters. Like how they are almost invulnerable to physical attacks, it will be hard to hunt them without mana. Of course, if you crush them with around 10 tons of weight, then even ghosts cannot be safe, so you don't fit in that category. Now that he could use mana, he didn't feel that he had to use such a reckless method, and wanted to retort, but he didn't bother boasting. There was something else that tugged on his mind. Ruins of destroyed kingdoms, disasters. Then that means. The one to answer this time was Retta Kariha's depressed voice. Correct. The ones that are still tied to this place, as they couldn't run from the unreasonable violence and disaster. The ones that fell into being monsters after losing both their reason and will due to the curse of mana. They are the citizens of this destroyed world. That's good. Yoo IlHan, give them peace. It's time to use the power from Angel's partner that makes you stronger against undead. Of course, you also need to get used to Angel's support, which you can use in abandoned worlds. She could sympathize, but IlHan's words were ruthless. Well, thinking back to it, she was like this from the start. She only walked towards her destination, and only that. This had some similarities to Yoo IlHan's own personality. Yes. I should. I also request of you. Leave it to me. Let them give Yoo IlHan new power. The power to go against the dragonkin that destroyed this world, or more specifically, a lot of experience. Yoo IlHan hoped and harbored expectations. He had a good premonition. 1 week passed. Yoo IlHan had become level 90. His expectations were betrayed. This won't do. I should start hunting dragons. Good thinking. He felt sorry for Retta, but these damned ghosts had the worst efficiency. Remains. As if to mock Yoo IlHan's desire for remains, ghosts only disappeared when killed, and didn't leave behind a single dime. T/N, Ross says 101 coin. Well, the experience efficiency of the ghosts weren't so bad, but to be satisfied with it, the experience needed was too much. Only 3 levels within a week? Moreover, this speed would decrease in the future. Even though he hunted without eating or sleeping. It was already so hard to level up to 100, but there were 4th classes and higher existences. Yoo IlHan, for the first time, began to respect IlHan. It's only that your situation is a little urgent, but as long as you have the ability to finish your class advancement quest, then the time to level up doesn't matter. You don't have to look at me with those eyes. But you're still amazing. It just means you put in so much effort for all those years. Yoo IlHan lifted IlHan high. He had a similar personality to Kong Mirei, and was strict with himself, and with others as well. It was rare to be praised by Yoo IlHan, so IlHan made a satisfied expression. That's true. Even though I look like this, I'm 7. Kayak. Ouch. Ouch. IlHan immediately closed her mouth and pulled on Yoo IlHan's hair. Well, her age was almost about to be found out. That was a leading question. You evil human. Ouch, it really hurts, so stop it. Yoo IlHan hurriedly pulled her off. In abandoned worlds, her already poor physical abilities became even poorer, and he could tease her if he wanted to using his strength, but fearing vengeance, he didn't do that much. Well, that was true. If there was anything Yoo IlHan had profited from this, it was that, as IlHan had said, he had become completely proficient in using the abilities of the subclass, Angel's partner. Not to mention becoming proficient with the basic ability he acquired when becoming an Angel's partner, Breaker, he also became quite proficient in the skill, Angel's support, that allowed him to receive IlHan's power to use, when she couldn't use her own due to being in an abandoned world. IlHan said that she was inferior to Lita, but even though he had only acquired a portion of her strength, his abilities increased by more than 30%. It wasn't just a simple increase in power. Not only could Yoo IlHan keep his enhanced powers without depleting Erta's stamina, he could now also pour them all into a single attack at the price of giving up the support for a while. Yoo IlHan had already adapted to his enhanced capabilities by the end of the week, and also focused in the strike that used all his power, aka Angel's single strike. As a result, he could splendidly adapt to the abilities, backlashes, and the penalties of the Angel's single strike. So, it was time to leave. It was time to hunt Dragonkin. Consoling the angry Erta, Yoo IlHan took out tens of second-class magic stones. It was the price to activate the magic formation. The cost would decrease if he used third-class magic stones, but Yoo IlHan profited more in using the tens of thousands stockpile of second-class magic stones rather than the few third-class magic stone he had. Retta, please. Let's go kill the solo players first. Are you planning to kill Dragonkin? Asked Retta with a nervous voice, and Yoo IlHan silently nodded his head. Actually, in his calculations, he would be able to kill third-class Dragonkin easily, but since the place was like this and all, he did not relax his tension. He could even fight a fourth class if he met one. Regardless of whether she knew or not, Retta replied with a gulping sound, even though she was a mere thought. I understand. We will move immediately. The magic formation activated and swallowed Yoo IlHan. The next moment, he was facing a figure of a snake that was sleeping coiled up. He used the magic formation several times already, but this was too OP. However, what was important now was not the magic formation but the giant snake, in other words, a third-class Dragonkin. He finished calculating as soon as he saw it. This third-class snake was insta-kill material, and the next one after it as well. Although Angel's support was amazing, the techniques embedded into Yoo IlHan's body were even more so. He leapt while putting his concealment into max. Such was the moment of the beginning of Yoo IlHan's first world hunt. Author's notes. If you look up cheer pack, then a container that looks like the ice cream pops out. I also found out this time. Translator's notes. Translator, chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Yoo, Strangers, 3. Note, I will stop using, for monster speak, they're kinda meaningless, some dragons speak language, and not just monster speak. Author doesn't use it anyway. 1 month had passed since Yoo IlHan's dragon hunt began. His level was now 99. KRRRRR. A giant body coupled with a pair of unbecomingly small wings and a big vicious-looking mouth made it seem like it was a collage of dragon parts from different stories. Think Chimera. Most third-class Dragonkin had an incomplete draconic form as they were considered imperfect dragons. Yoo IlHan was currently facing such an example of a strange-looking Dragonkin at the moment. Well, it probably didn't notice that he was standing right in front of its eyes, but anyway, it was like that. How many is it now? This is the 23,795th. Still a lot to go. Replied Yoo IlHan while leaping. From his hands, a blackish-purple spear emitted an ominous light. The reason he did not use the pile bunker while doing a surprise attack was very simple. His spear might not be more effective than the pile bunker against monsters of other species, but it was more effective with Dragonkin. KRR? Maybe it had felt something, as the disproportional head of the Dragonkin tilted and sniffed. However, Yoo IlHan was already in mid-air, flying down towards it. He gripped the spear so that the spearhead would point downwards, and focused all the weight on his body onto the very tip of his spearhead. It had been 1 month since he had entered Daru. As he had fought numerous Dragonkin until now, he could clearly locate the weakness his enemy had. There is a mana channel that connects its heart and the nose. So it's the type that attacks by channeling mana to both its mouth and nose. When Yoo IlHan moved the mana boiling inside his body and guided into the spear he was holding, a blackish-purple colored flame, the same color as the spear, that looked frightening, burned around the spearhead. Dark Death God's Dragon Fighter Black Bone Giant Spear. Rank, Legend. Attack Power, 5200. Options. 30% increase in attack power and critical hit rate when attacking in surprise. 30% increase in Death God category skills. 100% increase in attack power and critical hit rate when fighting against Dragonkin. Can activate Purple Flame, a higher attribute flame, using mana. Durability, 6000/6000. A spear made by the best smith after carving away a weapon that was a cluster of a strong monster's power. It has various and strong abilities. The spear that was made by processing the Heavenly Cloud Gathering Sword, Black Bone Giant Spear. Not only did it inherit most of the options from the Spike Spear, the abilities from the Heavenly Cloud Gathering Sword was also preserved, and had become a savage weapon against Dragonkin. There was no wasteful option amongst those 4 abilities. However, the obese lizard didn't know that a flame was burning right above it, and only sniffed around. It looked a little cute, but Yoo IlHan already knew that it was one of the culprits that led Dara to ruin. Hop. As such, he struck out his spear without a shred of hesitation. The disordered purple flame on the spearhead shot out in the same direction as the spear, and the scene was marvelous. Critical hit. The spear Yoo IlHan thrust shot out without the slightest pause and crushed its nose, and pierced through all the way to the chin. Kroga-ah-ah. You have earned 58,958,301 experience. You have earned the record of LV-176 Great Jaw. It tried to resist with a horrifying scream, but as the purple flame spread to its heart rapidly through the wounds on the nose and the chin, it died instantly without being able to do anything. Well, a third class wouldn't have the ability to endure after its heart was grilled. It was also because the properties of the purple flame was special. Yoo IlHan had once insta-killed a third-class monster for his second-class advancement, but killing a level 176 Dragonkin in a single strike wasn't something so easy. Dragonkin not only had enormous attack power, but it also had semi-invulnerable defense, and a recovery speed that made trolls shudder in fear. If he didn't use a spear, couldn't do a surprise attack, or if this place was not an abandoned world, then he wouldn't have been able to kill it in a single strike. The acquaintance of Retta, who was once a death god, the experience of having fought against the Orochi with his life on the line, and the support from the angels all combined to allow him to rampage to his heart's content in Daru. Maybe thanks to that, Daru, which was a place that no one would approach due to fear, had become the perfect hunting zone for Yoo IlHan. Why not? Since everything that appeared here was an easy kill due to being a Dragonkin, he could cover a lot of the difference in level using Angel's support. Phew. That was a beautiful straight line. We're halfway there. Yoo IlHan, do your best. Well, among those 1,233 are 4th class. It was a beautiful insta-kill, and thanks to that, Yoo IlHan's concealment didn't even wear off. He lightly landed on the ground and collected the Dragonkin's body. Although he was curious about the presence of a magic stone, he had to leave the dismantling for later. There was still another Dragonkin in this place. KRK? KHHH, KHH, KHHH. A portion of the Dragonkin group that was sleeping realized a change occurred in the area and looked around to find out one of its colleagues had disappeared. Kai-ee-ee. After the war between monsters and humanity ended with the Dragonkin's victory, they had lived a long time without any change, so it took only a moment before tension spread throughout them. Something's happening. The 4 or 5 Dragonkin that was in the large cavern all stood up slowly with their large bodies and sniffed. However, if Yoo IlHan's concealment was at such a paltry level, he wouldn't have become a loner in the first place. Laughing at them, Yoo IlHan moved his body again. Purple flame was still burning on top of his spear, and as soon as he decided on the next target, Yoo IlHan re-leaped downwards from midair to strike. Kahak! You have earned 59,001,832 experience. It was the same pattern. The nose and the chin was attacked simultaneously again, and the purple flame that rushed into the heart through the wounds grilled the Dragonkin's heart. The remaining Dragonkin stared at the scene with wide eyes. It was impossible to find the one that actually attacked. In their point of view, it would be insanely frustrating. Yoo IlHan collected the body as soon as it died and landed. At that moment, the Dragonkin all breathed out flames in all directions. Their plan was obviously to kill the intruder by attacking all sides since the attacker was within this cavern. Their strategy was simple, but the best they could do. Wouldn't it be the best method to make a concealed enemy unable to stand still? However, Yoo IlHan wasn't included in this area. Not only was he wearing a leather armor and a bone armor that had absurd defense, the bone armor also had an option that increased his fire attribute resistance by 80%. Although he did not know until Erta explained to him, attribute resistance was one of the values that did not show on the outside despite being formed from basic stat points and records. Even amongst those, fire attribute resistance was decided according to the records related to fire, skills, achievements, defense, affinity, and the level of mana, and coincidentally, Yoo IlHan had a considerably high fire attribute resistance from the beginning. First, he was the owner of Eternal Flame, and was a master of blacksmithing that used fire. Just these two made him overwhelming in regards to record, skills, and affinity, but an extra was added after he now wielded the purple flame of the Orochi, and as his armor defense was exceptional, he wouldn't even be scratched by a second-class flame. However, as 80% increase in fire attribute resistance was added on top of this, he could now endure third-class flames. This meant that he could endure in the sea of flames made by third-class Dragonkin, without the need to activate transcendent regeneration. Of course, 5 minutes was the limit. This wasn't the end. What was more decisive was the additional effect of that option, the ability to reflect a portion of the attack with a 20% probability. Since all Dragonkin in that place was breathing out flames, the option obviously activated soon, and they ended up pouring ashes onto their own face. They too had a high fire attribute resistance, so they didn't receive much damage, but it was definitely awkward. Krara aa. Kiha. Kaoak. However, what made their blood pressure even higher was that the reflect option on the armor was in the end just a reflection, not a direct attack from Yoo IlHan. As such, it did not affect his concealment in any way. They still didn't know where Yoo IlHan was. If this place was a wide plain, then they would have tried disarming Yoo IlHan's concealment by attacking the direction of the reflection, but this cavern was just enough for them to lie down, and was currently in a sea of flames. Washing their own faces with fire every time they spat out flames, the Dragonkin rampaged around the cavern while screaming, and Yoo IlHan killed them one by one smoothly. His concealment and surprise attack not affected in the slightest. You've become a fine death god. I don't know if I should call that a death god, or a walking disaster. Erta sighed. It wasn't that she wanted Yoo IlHan to display emotions like a normal person, but how does he not act like a human? Like how his base abilities that he piled up over 1,000 years was high, the range of uses for his strengths was becoming blindingly wider every time he acquired a new set of wings, such as the abilities of the Death God, his weapons, and angel support. You have earned 54,121,433 experience. Even though flames that grilled his skin was everywhere around him, he firmly believed in the limitations of his defense and moved around solely in order to kill his enemies. This, in fact, was absolutely impossible for a normal human. That was because of being human. Fire was a sign of the most fundamental strength and fear for humans. No matter how high their ability or resistance were, most people shrink back in front of fire and as such, wouldn't be able to act calmly. It might not be the case for other worlders who were born with an extraordinary high innate ability, but at least for the people of Earth, there were many who still couldn't overcome the differences between the past and the present. The ones who were not heavily in contact with magic were even more so. However, Yoo IlHan wasn't. As if playing a game to kill the enemies as quickly as possible, he was moving very smoothly. On one hand, Erda was glad that he was growing up into a splendid fighter, while on the other hand, she was worried about his abnormal behavior. The 1,000 years he spent solely with Lita. There's no way he was able to preserve his humanity over all those years. How great would it be if I had been the one with him at that time? T/N, I am personally skeptical, considering how she treated him in the beginning. Yoo IlHan had overcome the suffering of time, with the sole will to survive, while waiting for the humans to come back after the Great Cataclysm. This wasn't something endurable while laughing. It was good that he hadn't turned into a lunatic. No matter how he looked like he was laughing on the other side, and how he cracked many jokes, Erda knew very well that his heart was distorted. In what way do I have to approach in order to caress that heart? Wondered Erda, but the answer couldn't be found. However, at that moment, Yoo IlHan shouted loudly as if he had learnt what she was thinking. It's here. What is? Erda had a prick on her conscience and replied while freaking out and looked at the situation. The sea of flames that covered the cavern had disappeared. This meant that all the dragonkin fighting against Yoo IlHan had died. And Yoo IlHan's shout of "It's here" was because he had seen the text that appeared on his retina after the fight. You have earned 58,985,019 experience. You cannot become level 100 if you do not acquire your third class. All records acquired before the class acquirement will be added after the class is generated. With the achievements and the records you have earned until now, a path you can take is now seen. Please select a class. A befitting trial will be given to you. 1 Reaper. 2 God's Hammer. 3 Blazing Reaper. The fruits of a month of intense labor and suffering. And the moment of the beginning of a new hell. Author's notes. Blackbone Giant Spear is here. What was that? It's too bland? I think so too. Ha ha ha. Third quest is finally here. Just what class would IlHan show? Oh, it's nothing, I'm sorry, you knew already? Okay. Translator's notes. In regards to item names, I will put the first letter of the options/item in capital. So, the Dark Death God's Dragon Fighter Blackbone Giant Spear is 2 options in 1 item name. Dark Death God's Dragon Fighter Blackbone Giant Spear. Also, if you haven't noticed yet, I alternate between using surprise attack and ambush. They are translated from the same word in Korean. They mean the same thing, at least in this novel. Also, dragonkin are considered true dragons from 4th class upwards. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Yoo, I, Strangers, 4. Whoa, it really has been a long time. You became level 99 10 days ago, so it indeed was a long time. Yoo IlHan had started hunting dragonkin from lower leveled ones first. He had reached dragonkin over level 170, starting from those that were just over 100 and looked like a giant Komodo lizard. As such, the quantity of experience he gained also increased gradually, but even despite that, it was an achievement to keep level 99 for 10 days. This just meant that the experience to level up to 100, or to be exact, to do the 3rd class advancement quest, the experience needed was unimaginably vast. Yoo IlHan now became to thank the connection with other worlds. If he couldn't enter Daru, then he would have suffered through a truly long time before his 3rd class advancement. I wonder how the others are doing. Well, they should be going for quantity rather than quality. He prayed once for Kong Mirai and the other friends who would be returning the former piece, and as always, he asked for Erda's opinion of the suggested classes. Reaper looks like it just enhances the rookie Reaper's traits as it is. It will probably be the easiest among the 3. Okay, pass. God's Hammer looks like a unique job related to smithing. It also seems like it's related to the god of smithing's interest in you. There will definitely be enough merit to throw away all the records you have piled up until now. Pass. Yoo IlHan rejected even the second option after a little bit of thought. In regards to the blessing of the god of smithing, he judged that he wouldn't regret it even if he chose God's hammer as his job, but it would definitely be lacking in the aspect of battle. It also wouldn't be harmonious with Yoo IlHan's best ability, concealment. Decisively, blacksmiths can be chosen as a subclass. Even if he couldn't, Yoo IlHan had the confidence to make good equipment using his own skills. So, he rejected it. So that's one now. Blazing Reaper. The word blaze implied things such as flames and brilliant flashes. Maybe due to it being spelled starting with the same letter B as blurred lancer, Yoo IlHan remembered some painful thoughts, but he shook it off. It wasn't that there wasn't an ominous meaning within the word blazing, but this time, Yoo IlHan's achievements and records were too clear. Are the battles I'm doing quite influential to the choices? It isn't just that. Not to mention Eternal Flame, wouldn't your armor and the Orochi spear influence it too? Yoo IlHan was a man who had a lot to do with fire. He hammered away on metal for several hundred years in front of fire, and he also had experience in working with the Eternal Flame. This was probably the result of an explosion in the records he had piled up until now. I predict that the reason why Clan Master Kong Mirai of the Lightning God clan has an overwhelming ability compared to her level is because she has unique jobs specializing in a single attribute. Blazing Reaper is the same. I will say this with conviction now, but I think you need to become the Blazing Reaper. Thanks for the wholehearted advice there. However, Erda's voice turned serious. The quest would be of an accordingly absurd high level to the strong powers the class possesses. Do you have the resolve, Yoo IlHan? To hell with resolve. Yoo IlHan laughed and pointed towards his surroundings. Say that again after looking at the world I'm in. Saying that, he chose Blazing Reaper without hesitation. As if it was all ready beforehand, green text started appearing on Yoo IlHan's retina. The one that uses especially strong fire even amongst death gods that lead everything to its doom, the Blazing Reaper. If you can prove your abilities, the heat of hell shall accompany you. However, to bring hell upon the land, you must prove yourself worthy. A time attack quest activates. You have to complete the following conditions within 4 weeks from now. Killing 3rd class 0/10000. Killing 4th class 0/1000. You will fail to advance to Blazing Reaper if you fail the time attack quest, and you may select another class at that time. Good, I expected that much. Muttered Yoo IlHan with a refreshing voice. Of course, this is a 3rd class quest. It's natural to expect to kill 1,000 4th class. Really? Of course. Even in an RPG where the GM is a lunatic, these kind of conditions wouldn't appear, but this is reality, so it's all reasonable. Well, it sure is comforting that he wasn't required to insta-kill them with a surprise attack, isn't it? Fuck. So, what's time attack? The recording of achievements are complex. If you clear an arcade game with a single coin, that's an amazing achievement in itself, but if someone clears it twice as fast as you, also with a single coin, then who's more amazing? This quest is probably one that judges your ability based on how many enemies you can send to hell in a fixed period of time. I think it's quite suited to a death god's trial. You explain things in an easier to understand fashion nowadays. He praised Erda and sighed. These conditions were hard even when done slowly, but clearing it within just 4 weeks was really an insurmountable task. However, what can be done about it? This quest wasn't something someone else gave him in order to tease him, but the shortcut that the Akashic Record suggested him in order for him to win over the brightest potential within the possibilities he had shown until now. It didn't matter even if he didn't do the quest. The quest would automatically fail after 4 weeks, and replacing the potential of a blazing reaper would be the easier paths, a normal reaper or a god's hammer. However, such shameful methods weren't to Yoo IlHan's liking. The sense of achievement would be bigger as the given tasks are harder. Yoo IlHan thought back to the time when he insta-killed the troll boss, and the time when he defeated the Orochi after a long battle. He assured himself that he would be able to win over such a moment again. He silently took out a blood-ring shear pack and bit on it. He planned to replace sleep using reset energy. Although, it was questionable whether his stock of blood ring would last until he cleared Daru. Let's go hunt. We're going non-stop this time. Retta! I understand. I will immediately. Retta's voice became fainter. Even though she just had to activate the magic formation, she was somehow hesitating. What's the problem? No, this can't be possible. There's no way. Stop making me irritated and speak. At Yoo IlHan's urging, Retta replied in the most confused voice since the meeting. I think there are elf survivors. Momentarily, thousands of scenarios occurred in Yoo IlHan's head, before disappearing. He calmly adjusted and reconfirmed with Retta. You couldn't feel them until now, but why so suddenly? Although I did tell you that I can see everything that has a foot on this continent, in practice, it's impossible to simultaneously read the information of all life forms. Yes. It was natural once he thought about it. Yoo IlHan resented himself for thinking that it was possible just because Retta told him so, and asked. So, how do you read it? You set a target. For example, Dragonkin, and third class, like that. After acquiring information like that, I would select the position you would move to, and at this time, I'd analyze all the surrounding environment. Aha! A reasonable method. Now too. I just found the closest Dragonkin den, and I was analyzing all information on the surroundings. However, there were elves. Yes. Retta's voice was trembling. She also should have found it hard to believe that there were survivors. Yoo IlHan could also feel the depth of her emotions. Erda, how did this come about? You said they were extinct. You wouldn't believe me even if I said that the management angel of this world confirmed the extinction before leaving, would you? Yes. I also don't know. Yoo IlHan sighed. Now that he had a quest he had to finish in 4 weeks, he really had no room to think about other things but... You want to confirm it, right? Yes. Yoo IlHan could only laugh at her honest answer. Since this was an important matter, Yoo IlHan also wanted to help her if it was for a little bit. Wasn't it all thanks to Retta that he could hunt dragons so quickly? Let's go there then. However, this will be the only time. Even if there are other survivors, I will only help you after the quest is over. I thank you even with just that. Then we shall move right away. There are at least 30 third-class Dragonkin, so please be prepared to fight. Even though she knew that there was no way Yoo IlHan's concealment would be seen through, Retta warned him just in case he made a mistake before activating the formation. The formation transferred them without a single moment of delay. It was a dark, stuffy cave. It's a cavern again. Ha, they sure like caves. This is a bad battle environment for them too. Well, would they have calculated your ambushes? Sighed Erda. Monstrous concealment ability, and a just as OP combination of blood rank, transcendent regeneration, and superhuman strength allowed Yoo IlHan to have an absurd continuous battle power, which was currently obliterating the Dragonkin of Darrow continent. Their naive thought of thinking that there was no way a single human would attack their abode, was leading to their extinction. Caves are the best places to store treasures. Moreover, most Dragonkin are huge and cannot live in human or elven habitats. Dragonkin are mostly lazy. You should know since you've hunted them until now, but unless someone ticks them off, they enjoy lying down. Upon Retta's explanation after Erda's, Yoo IlHan nodded his head. They were lazy things that did nothing but lie down, but their desire for power also was overflowing, and were called disasters once people met them. Well, Yoo IlHan himself had hunted over 20,000 of them, so he knew that much. The record that was earned after hunting a monster was, despite not being an information made of readable text, it was something that changed Yoo IlHan's soul from its roots. A record that's engraved not in the brain but on the body itself. The contact of Akashic record was like that. I think it's also the first time I'm killing so many monsters of one kind. Was it due to that? Yoo IlHan could naturally understand about dragonkin while moving. It was reasonable to become used to them when killing many of the same species. Even though there was no change to his status after becoming level 99, Yoo IlHan's hunting speed gradually became faster. There was something that he didn't understand precisely because he now understood more about dragonkin. However, it wouldn't make a difference even if he spoke about it anyway, so he just buried it in a corner of his heart, believing that his suspicion would be cleared sometime after he cleared Daru. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr dragonkin, like what Retta said. Moreover, their levels also neared 180. Not only that, they had the biggest and hardest bodies amongst the dragonkin he had seen until now, so even with Yoo IlHan's black bone giant spear, it looked difficult for him to kill them in single strikes. Just that. How lazy they seem. They seem to be the stereotype of dragonkin. Well, they're doomed to never advance to 4th class if they're like that. Like what Erda and Retta said, they were stiff still in their places. He wondered why there were elf survivors near such a dangerous place, but he now realized right away. Not only did they not have to worry about the approach of other monsters AF, there was a considerably strong monster nearby. Those considerably strong monsters were those that slept 24/7. Well, at this point, I feel kinda sorry for killing them, but... However, even while saying that Yoo IlHan was gripping his spear tightly, monsters were in the end dangerous existences. Just because a tiger was sleeping didn't mean that one could become friends with them. Yoo IlHan violently moved his body. The purple flame burning on his spear roared as if to grill those sleeping dragonkin immediately as the spear pierced ahead in an instant. Kayawayak. Damn. He felt like he could insta-kill them with a critical hit, but too bad. Yoo IlHan poured a lot of purple flame into the body using his spear and jumped into the air. Meanwhile, the dragonkin who just woke up due to the roars of its colleague were lifting their bodies, but their slowness was like they were having a marathon with a sloth. Kirk. KHRR. Ho mama an. WHHHHYYYYY Thiasishon Thrithandari Woo. So they can speak. Well, speak but not a human language but a language of dragons, but since Yoo IlHan had a max-level language skill, they were naturally translated in his ears. However, that was even more painful for him. Even old men playing poker wouldn't speak so slow. Listening to them pissed him off. Even though the information might be important, but he didn't even want to listen now. Invasian already. He lords. Speaking suspicious things, the dragonkin completely lifted their bodies up. At that time, Yoo IlHan decided. Forget it. I'll just kill you and listen from 4th class ones later, but... KHHHH. Kaha. The dragon ambushed by Yoo IlHan in the beginning tried to do something about him while flapping its wings and scraping its front claws, but this cavern may be suited for the dragons to sleep, but wasn't suitable for a fight. So, it met its death after Yoo IlHan's continuous strikes. It had no health to endure with since Yoo IlHan continuously struck with critical hits while voiding all of its attacks. You have earned 65,938,984 experience. You have earned the record of LV-181 Lesser Dragon. Finally, a dragon in the name. The flow of mana doesn't seem normal. Some of the remaining lesser dragons may use magic. Please be careful. Yoo IlHan wordlessly nodded to Erta's words. There were many dragonkin that he had fought that used magic until now, so he was naturally prepared for it. All dragonkin over 3rd class had a wonder in their body in one form or another, and they mostly manifested through magic. Magic related to sensing, magic that attacked directly with fire, water or rocks, magic that threw processed mana, all the way through to magic that directly caused anomalies in Yoo IlHan's body by creating negative energy from mana. However, Yoo IlHan's method of counteraction was the same for all of them. First, he somehow distracted the enemy in order to enter concealment, before recovering completely and doing a surprise attack to kill. It wasn't that much different this time. Ka'a. The inentru Yoo darer. Can see. After realizing that they couldn't move around easily in the cavern, the lesser dragons all prepared their mana to attack with magic, but they tilted their head after noticing that the enemy's presence had disappeared. 5 seconds had passed after Yoo IlHan killed the first lesser dragon. Concealing yourself in 5 seconds in front of the enemy. Don't say it. It's more frustrating. There was one thing that they didn't know yet. Like how the high concentration of mana of Dara strengthened the dragonkin, it also strengthened Yoo IlHan, and concealment was still a target of the enhancement. Yoo IlHan leapt with concealment that was a level stronger. His 2 eyes were directed towards the lesser dragons that were looking around the surroundings. 11 minutes was the time it took for him to clear things up. Author's notes. Damn, quantity overflow again. There's no plot twist this time. However, blatant smile. You can imagine Sloth's speech in Zootopia when those lesser dragons are speak. Translator's notes. Will I ever catch up? Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Yoo, Strangers, 5. After finishing off all the dragonkin within the cavern, Yoo IlHan collected their dead bodies and checked on his injuries. No matter how great his concealment was, it was impossible to finish off all of them without an injury, as seen by the fact that his cheeks were slightly burnt and his shoulders had frost on them. I have a fire specialized armor, so should I make an ice one next? I will swap them according to the situation. There was no need to be bent on making high-ranked equipments. In the future, Yoo IlHan's enemies would have their own attributes, so if he could prepare several equipments that specialized in each attribute, then what would he fear? It sounds like you're getting spec'd up for a raid. ****. Flinching at Erta's sharp comment, he still managed to calmly treat his injuries. Of course, these were all at a level that could be solved with bloodrink and transcendent regeneration. This was the reason why Yoo IlHan could achieve easy victories against 3rd classes even without rest. I think I really need to do something with the dragon's blood later. It will definitely become something damned good, perhaps better than the bloodrink from Troll's blood. Well, the effect may be damned good, but your life may be doomed. Well, I just need to raise my extreme poison resistance. Yoo IlHan Erta had their normal, idiotic banter and was resting from the battle fatigue, when Retta, the observer, sighed a little. If I had abilities like yours, then it wouldn't just have been a dream to save Daru. Retta's voice contained deep resentment and regret at her own lack of ability. Yoo IlHan wondered what he should tell her. You've never been alone for 1,000 years, so shut up, and retort? Or console her? Judging that they were both wrong, Yoo IlHan just licked his lips. Although the counterpart made a mistake in words, retorting about it meant that he would be making the same mistake. Instead, he said this. We've cleaned this part up, so let's go meet the elf survivors. It's the hope you've found. Yes. Let's do that. Thank you. Retta's voice contained a hint of hope again. This was perhaps the first time Yoo IlHan had chosen the correct choice of words, as he never ever chosen a correct option even in games due to his lack of interaction with other people. This was a milestone of growth that would have been impossible without Lita or Erda. They left the cavern and charged throughout the wide mountains. Did everything become like this after continuous great cataclysms? Dara had a bigger everything than Earth. Higher mountains, bigger trees, and even bigger flowers. Interestingly, there are no monsters around here. Although they may be nothing to you, the aura of third-class dragonkin are supposed to be frightening. To the point that it would be impossible for non-intelligent monsters to resist. Yoo IlHan had no tracking ability, but since Retta could find exactly where the elves were hiding, he ran in a straight line without the need to sidetrack. At one moment, Yoo IlHan also succeeded in sensing the presences of the elves on his own. What is it? That was also when he heard voices. The place where the elves were hiding became clear. They had dug out nearby trees and lived inside them. The number was 13, and they were all skin and bones. No, I thought the alarm magic trembled for a moment. But it's not broken. Dragons would never use such a soft method. It wasn't that they had perfectly sensed Yoo IlHan's presence, but their magic seemed to have registered a moment of unfamiliarity. Realizing again that magic wasn't to be looked down upon, Yoo IlHan dropped himself in the middle of the trees. I can't feel anything. Save up energy rather than speaking. There's still time until the ones who went out to hunt food to come back. Shit, how much longer do we have to live like this? Seeing how they didn't notice Yoo IlHan even though he was right in front of them, it seemed like the alarm magic only amounted to that much. Since something may go wrong, Yoo IlHan first checked their danger levels and confirmed that they were all below level 50 or just above, before releasing his concealment. In fact, he felt quite proud being able to dispel his own concealment, but he didn't show it on the outside. Erda would tease him if he did. What? It's a human. Humans should all have died. Isn't it a dragon's transformation? All 13 elves in that area instantly went into panic. The elves hiding within the trees all rushed out and attempted to escape without the slightest hesitation. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad for them, but unlike his impression, Yoo IlHan moved ruthlessly. He caught each one of them and smacked them before throwing them to one side. I will finish you without pain if you stay still. Hiccup. That's a complete villain's line. Nodding at Erda's comment, Yoo IlHan changed his line. Oh, you're right. Then. It will be over in a flash, so just close your eyes. Creepy laugh. That's even worse. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You realize that now? Yoo IlHan moved busily even under Erda's scolding after she realized his intentions. No matter how much the elves struggled, they were dancing on the top of Yoo IlHan's palm, so it took only 18 seconds for the situation to clear up. The elves that were thrown against the tree cried tears of sadness as if they had lost all hope, while looking straight at Yoo IlHan. The scene was strangely erotic. Even though there were more men than women here, how come he thought of an ominous scene in an ominous anime? T/N, boku no pico *. Yoo IlHan cursed himself for thinking that it was worth coming here just for this scene, but perhaps due to his higher curse resistance, nothing happened. Who are you? Is this the legendary polymorph? Damned dragons. Key, kill us. We will never leak the positions of our colleagues. Even though he had done nothing other than just making them stay put, he ended up learning that there were others. Yoo IlHan seriously considered becoming a detective and spoke to them. It's up to you to believe it, but I am a human that's hunting dragonkin in Darrow continent after my interests coincided with that of IlHan. IlHan. The last hero of the continent. You really are human? Their eyes all widened. There was no way they could obediently believe in Yoo IlHan's words after their lifestyle until now. No, we can't believe you. You're a dragon. The ones that made IlHan like that are also you dragons. We will never believe in you. Okay, then don't. Though, I did have something to ask. It's fine since I confirmed that there are intelligent species surviving. Yoo IlHan turned around to leave. Due to his clean entrance and a clean exit, the elves instead became confused. Didn't you come here because you wanted something? Don't tell me you're planning to kill us all at the same time when our colleagues come back. It will never go your way. Even though Yoo IlHan had spoken nothing, they revealed everything about themselves. When he really tried to leave without doing anything, the elves instead became confused and grabbed him. Wait. If you really aren't a dragon but a human, then I want to hear your reason in coming here. Ha! Just as planned. It's not that you're doing something bad, but how can you have such an evil smile? Splendid communication skills. Vaguely listening to Reta's praises that didn't suit her personality, Yoo IlHan turned around towards the elves. It was good that his helmet prevented the elves from seeing his expression. I got a request from Reta IlHan. She thought that she was the last elf, but now that there are survivors here, she was wondering why it is so. How can a human? Reta IlHan is dead. How can she? Through some methods, I'm accompanying her thoughts. Do I have to prove this? Would it be enough proof if I show you that the magic formation the Empire created is controlled by me? There was no better proof. With Reta's light test, the elves all instantly acknowledged Yoo IlHan in their hearts. They knew very well about Reta IlHan, their last hero. We couldn't help her because we were too weak. It really is a sad thing. But we were scared of death. We could only hide like what they. So, how are you all alive? Yoo IlHan asked them again. Even though he thought that there was a huge secret involved, one of the elves gave an answer without hesitation. The people that called themselves the Garden of Sunset hid us, saying that our world is not fated to end yet. What was that childish name that sounded like a common guild name in a game he played in elementary school? Yoo IlHan became confused, but Reta seemed like she had an inkling. The Garden of Sunset is a group of higher existences that claim that they have the power to read the future and do mysterious things. Well, they don't openly oppose us like the Destruction Demon Army and the Army of Brilliant Light, but they move around in such a strange fashion to the point that we'd rather have them openly oppose us. So it's like a cult. This matter is the same. Like how they are transcenders, it would be difficult for them to directly influence a lower world, so they should have contacted the exceptional ones. Thanks. You're really the best, Ertawagon. At that point, Yoo IlHan was becoming more and more unsettled. The reason was very simple. Like what Reta said just now, the ones belonging to the Garden of Sunset must be lower existences, but not elves, yet strong enough to the point that higher existences chose to contact them. However, as far as he knew, there was only one kind that fit the criteria near here. Well, until a moment ago, it did. So, it was a dragonkin that hid you here? The ones that brought the elves to ruin was definitely dragonkin. However, if there was anyone that could protect the elves away from their sight? That also cannot be anyone but the dragonkin. Yes. The tens of dragonkin that live near here. They said that they are under orders of Garden of Sunset and helped us hide. Oh. So it really was like that. They're doomed. I knew it felt a little off to kill them. And here, you killed them ruthlessly too. Of course, he had no regrets. If he had to check for ally or enemy for every monster he met, then he would be the first one to die. Moreover, there was no way he could have imagined that dragonkin were protecting the elves. He wasn't trying to give himself indulgence. From long before Earth met its great cataclysm, Yoo IlHan had long since set his resolve on living selfishly. From the moment he was left on Earth with just Lita. It was just that he became slightly worried that other things may interfere his smooth sailing situation. Won't I end up going against those Garden of Sunset guys at this rate? They cannot touch you directly. No, they said they could read the future, so they perhaps already knew that the dragonkin will be killed by you. There's nothing for you to worry about. It will just be a pain for us. Then that's fine. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders. Now that he had massacred the ones belonging to the Garden of Sunset, there was no way he could know what they were up to, nor did he care about it. The only objective Yoo IlHan had when coming over to Dara was to obliterate the dragonkin. There was no need for him to take interest in other matters. He just had to fulfill his original objective. Then just keep hiding here. What about you? Well, I have no intentions in leaking where you live, so don't worry. Oh, but if you tell anyone that you saw me, then I'll definitely kill you. Hiccup, Yoo IlHan answered the elves and turned back before asking Retta if it was fine now. Retta said she was satisfied. Even if it's to let them live in peace, we need to kill all the remaining dragonkin. Please help, Yoo IlHan. Leave it to me. Although he was a rookie, wasn't it Yoo IlHan's field of expertise as a death god? Retta acquired more motivation after learning that there were still members of her own race left. Yoo IlHan left once again with her and Erda, who was facepalming while thinking about what the Garden of Sunset was up to again. Even though he had predicted that he would be facing 4th-class dragons before he managed to finish the 3rd-class dragonkin off, regardless of whether Yoo IlHan was obliterating dragonkin or not, or whether he was simply walking around the continent, the dragonkin in Dara did not notice Yoo IlHan's hunt. Nothing happened to the formation either. The journey was smooth to the point that Yoo IlHan was slightly disappointed. 17 days had passed. Yoo IlHan had finished killing 10,000 3rd class that the class advancement quest required him to, and he finally resolved to go against the 4th-class dragonkin. Author's notes. Pervert Yoo IlHan who now becomes disappointed if the journey is without plot twists. Pervert Yoo IlHan who now has a higher level of communication ability thanks to the accompaniment of the angels. Just as planned, the origin of evil smiles. The higher existence organizations mentioned until now are the Destruction Demon Army, Army of Brilliant Light, Garden of Sunset, and lastly, the Heaven's Army. Many readers worry about getting experience and the difference in level between MC and People of Earth. It's very natural for you to think so. IlHan is so monstrous. But. You should realize from the experience patterns, but it's not that higher levels give you loads of experience. That is also why it's harder to level up as you become higher levels. For example, a level 176 dragon can give you less than 60 million EXP, but a level 109 troll boss gave 8 million. In other words, you'd have killed a LV 176 dragonkin if you killed 7-8 troll bosses. Moreover, as seen from the story, IlHan started hunting from dragonkin that were just above 100, no? In other words, he didn't earn that much experience. Now it's different though. 4th classes give 100 millions minimum. Translator's notes. Transcenders, higher existences. Think saints/deities in CD. Translator, chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Strangers, 6. Translation changes, spearmanship, spearmaster, etc. So I have to kill 1,000 of them in 11 days now, huh? I've got so much time. Why don't you just cry honestly? Leaving room for some unforeseen circumstances, he had to kill about 100 per day. Thinking back on the battle against the Orochi, he felt blinded just by wondering how he would go about doing this. Retta consoled the Yoo IlHan who was losing energy even before the fight. The Orochi could be said to be much stronger compared to its level. Its purple flame was even more so. However, the dragons in Daru aren't like that. 800 of them are just over LV 200, and 100 of them are only around LV 210. That's very heartening. By the way, what about the rest? The rest are all above level 220. There are many that are stronger than the Orochi. For someone like Yoo IlHan who had decided to exterminate all the dragon kin, this number made him laugh. No matter how much record he had piled up inside his body in order to fight dragons, would it even be possible to kill those frightening creatures like swatting flies? Against those that would bring hell upon earth even if a single one was called to earth? Well, I can only try to find out. Yoo IlHan steeled his heart before sighing and stood up. Starting from third class was literally a superhuman's realm. Countless people hit a wall while advancing to third class, but once they did go over that wall, they would be respected as a part of the country's battle power. If getting third class was easy, then the meaning and the glory of attaining it would also dissipate. Of course, Yoo IlHan was currently doing an especially cruel quest even amongst third-class advancement quests, but he decided to not think about it. This had appeared since he had achieved so many things until now. Who could he blame? Well, let's start from the lowest leveled ones. Yoo IlHan requested Retta for the formation's activation and took out 2 third-class magic stones. This was because the number of second-class magic stones and third-class ones were beginning to equalize. He had to leave some second-class magic stones behind in order to make higher-ranked weapons for Vanguard, or so was his reasoning when he decided to use third-class magic stones. You will be able to do it. If it's the one I, Retta Kariha, have chosen. Definitely. Declared Retta in a firm tone. Her words somehow gave Yoo IlHan some energy. He didn't realize because he was in a cave, but it was currently midday. Sunlight was shining down across the entire expanse of Daru, soft winds were blowing, and the trees that grew there were swaying gently in the wind accompanied by the sounds of rustling leaves. All in all, it gave off a fantastical vibe. Fantasyical. Just as Yoo IlHan was admiring the scenery from where he was transferred to, a voice could be heard. It was none other than a dragon kin, and a dragon that had acquired 4th class. Yoo IlHan looked around to find it, and found out he had no need to. I thought I sensed mana ripples. Did I perhaps mistake it? That was because the size of its body was big enough to cover half of the landscape in his view. The figure was literally like a dragon ripped straight off a storybook. A lizard's head, coupled with frighteningly sharp teeth in its mouth. The scales that covered its huge body shone red under the sun, while the bat-like wings that seemed underdeveloped for flight was neatly folded up behind its back. Everything that made up the dragonkin's body had a large amount of mana dwelling in it. Yoo IlHan was just beginning to comprehend the method of control over that energy, but the 4th-class dragonkin was controlling mana as naturally as it was breathing. Thanks to that, it could activate magic whenever it wanted to. In other words, it was always on guard, and this was probably the true form of the race of magic. Although it might be superior in terms of physical strength, it was impossible for the Orochi to do that. It only shot out its boiling energy out as magic bullets, and it was just happened that they were absurdly strong. The dragon in front of him had a bigger body than 3rd-class dragonkin, but was overwhelmingly smaller when compared to the Orochi. Well, by the 4th class, many things end up changing even with just a single level. He couldn't even imagine how strong 5th class would be, if 4th classes were like this. But the most important thing now was to fight the dragon in front of him. As expected of a dragon, it had even read a trace of the magic formation's activation. Even though it should have been meticulously hidden thanks to Yoo IlHan's concealment ability. There are no changes. However, it was, as expected, impossible for it to see through Yoo IlHan's concealment. After confirming, the dragon laid its body on the land again. Having overwhelmingly strong ability in and of itself was a weakness. That was because of the increasing arrogance due to knowing one's own power. The same went for the dragon in front of him. Even after sensing a ripple in mana, when it couldn't find any changes to its surroundings, it just went okay, let's go back to sleep, and closed its eyes. That kind of thought process and action was insufficient to survive against a stronger enemy. Like now. Will you be alright with just that? Just as Yoo IlHan was approaching it, Erta checked with him in shock. He was only holding a single spear in his hand. You've even prepared tools for hunting them. I need to kill 100 of those things a day. I'll never make it if I have to install them every time. Tools referred to harpoons, landmines and other installable tools, and was made by him when he was making other equipment in preparation to go to Daru, after he had recreated the heavenly cloud-gathering sword. They were made with the many bones of the Orochi, and the new type giant's rubber band made from its muscles and tendons. Their common point was their definitive binding power and pre-preparation. If he had to rely on them from those just over level 200, then he was sure that he would fail the mission. What Yoo IlHan needed now was speed. Yoo IlHan charged towards the dragon that looked like it had fallen asleep. As he was already activating superhuman strength skill with the use of mana, his muscles were expanding to its limits within the armor. Not just that, Angel's support was stably increasing his abilities by 30%, and the Dragonslayer title he had acquired after killing the Orochi increased all of his abilities by 10% against Dragonkin. As he was doing a surprise attack, all abilities of the Death God were in effect, and the black bone giant spear in his hand was a dragon-killing specialized weapon. Yes, Yoo IlHan was riddled with special buffs at the moment. In this abandoned world, when doing a surprise attack, and although only in effect when going up against Dragonkin, his specs were miraculously not inferior to a 4th class. His passive skills were perfect as well. His spear mastery, concealment, and most other battle skills were at max level. In that regard, he could be said to be superior to other 4th class beings. Then, there was only one problem left, which was the active skills. No matter how good his specs were, what good would it be without a strong strike? As he knew that, he chose the weight transfer of the crossbag. Never had Yoo IlHan grabbed a blacksmith's hammer in Darrow continent. As such, the tens of thousands of dragonkin he had killed until now were all still within his crossbag. Its weight was truly horrifying, and so, would give an amount of tremendous damage whether the opponent had a tough body, or could wield mana well. Crossbag could be said to be Yoo IlHan's strongest weapon. When he approached closer, Yoo IlHan jumped to his heart's content. As if being rewarded for all the fights he did in the stuffy caves, he jumped hundreds of meters in an instant. The skill, Leap, has become LV38. Perhaps the Akashic record understood his stifling feelings, as the skill level increased refreshingly. The Leap skill generated an additional leap in mid-air when it was level 20, so he wondered what kind of changes there would be when it became level 40. Expectations were expectations, and his attack began. Yoo IlHan gripped his spear tight with his left arm and posed himself in mid-air to draw back his spear fully, before shooting right at the moment the dragon moved around its body. Of course, the moment his spear left his hand, he didn't forget to transfer the weight of the crossbag to the spear. The beautiful straight line that Kong Mirai and Nayuna absent-mindedly watched last time occurred again, but this time, with much more destructive power. The black bone giant spear that left Yoo IlHan's hand shot towards the ground as if it was going back to the place it was supposed to be, and hit exactly the head of the dragon that was just about to fall asleep. Of course, tens of thin membranes shot out from the skin before the attack landed, but the spear weighing tens of thousands of tons destroyed everything and embedded itself deeply into the head. Purple flame invaded through the wound too. This was an attack that Yoo IlHan would never want to have to deal with. Critical hit. Its screams were music to his ears, but he would be struck down if he kept listening to it. This dragon was different from the all-bronze Orochi. It was a true 4th class grown with time. So, Yoo IlHan moved immediately. The moment he confirmed that the attack had succeeded, he used Relief to kick off the air and leave that place. Immediately after that, a beam of light pierced through where he was. I don't know who you are, but since you've enraged me However, the dragon couldn't speak anymore. That was because Yoo IlHan had used Relief to charge towards it in frontal assault. Yoo IlHan's shooting body did not have a less beautiful trajectory compared to his spear. Will die. Noticing the situation quite fast, it shot out several magic that looked like beams of light. Thanks to Yoo IlHan doing a frontal assault, the trajectory of magic that it had produced could also only be simple. It was all according to Yoo IlHan's wishes. Using the remote collection feature of his crossbag, Yoo IlHan called out several sturdy shields. They were unique ranked shields made from Orochi's bones and coated with its skin, and was the tool that he had spent the most effort on. Thousands of the same item, too. This is the Fortress of Iron, the Iron Fortress. I can feel the darkness force from it. T/N, Erta's being sarcastic here. The beam crashed head-on with the shield. The first was pierced easily, and the second held out for a little before being pierced, but that was it. Yoo IlHan was outside the effective range of the magic. You have a strange ability despite being human. Ah, you're loud. Would it kill you to fight with your mouth closed? Not remembering the embarrassing line he just said, Yoo IlHan grumbled. However, before the dragon could use the next magic, Yoo IlHan had already arrived at its head and was holding the spear embedded on it. Hey up! Of course, weight transfer was dispelled. Yoo IlHan pulled out the spear and struck the wound with a stronger force. Critical hit. Kwawaak. It seemed painful as it rampaged around while breathing out fire. However, as he was strengthened after his battle with the Orochi, Yoo IlHan didn't even flinch. The problem was that tens of magic formations emitting light was created in the air and started to surround Yoo IlHan. A phenomenon only a dragon could cause because they learned high magic over a long period of time that humans cannot use, but with the magic formations that looked like they would shoot out all sorts of magic at any moment, Yoo IlHan ended up laughing. Then, he sucked on the blood ring to heal the aftereffects of the superhuman strength skill. Well, then, do you think you can injure me before you die? How dare you? Are you looking down on me even though you are a trivial creature that has not stepped out the bounds of human? Yoo IlHan didn't even wait for it to finish and pierced its head with his spear again. He was only able to pierce the scales and the skin because of the help of the weight transfer. It would take ages to attack other places. As such, there was only one method he used to fight against Dragonkin, to strike where it hurt. You're full of yourself. Explode with your ambitions and die. Who's saying it to who? Magic bombardment began. It was time to experiment the remote collection technique that Yoo IlHan had practiced until now. The problem was that it had to be done at the same time as attacking the dragon. Yoo IlHan felt like his head was splitting. He put several shields in succession in the directions he felt mana from, and he evaded the attacks that he couldn't block without moving and attack at the same time. In some way, this was the same as the Orochi fight, but what was different was that this dragon's attacks came from all directions without rest. Oh, there was one other important thing. It was weaker than the Orochi by a large amount. Critical hit. Kuhak. After Yoo IlHan struck out his spear with all his might, the dragon couldn't keep the pain in and screamed when the magic formation dissipated at once. Huge amount of mana could not take form and dissipated, so it made a mana storm within the winds, but Yoo IlHan firmly endured and struck the wound he opened up, yet again. KHHK, you bastard. Shut up, I don't want to hear excuses after all that. In fact, this was to make it unable to throw another foreshadow. Yoo IlHan chattered while striking several times with his spear to destroy the brain. These actions were fruitful, as in the end, it couldn't attack Yoo IlHan anymore and had to collapse back down again. This was the moment when Earth's dropout Yoo IlHan had degraded a fourth-class dragon into mere prey. You have earned 391,993,013 experience. You have earned the record of LV200 Dragon. You collect the life force of Dragon through the ability of Death Collector. After he confirmed that it had finally died, Yoo IlHan collapsed on top of its body. Although he could fortunately kill it in a shorter time than the Orochi, it was still insufficient in his opinion. He had to confront stronger ones from now. Yoo IlHan, are you alright? Truly, amazing. You take actions as if you don't fear death. It's the opposite. I move because I don't want to die. Replying to Erta and Retta, Yoo IlHan had a little rest before starting to sort out the situation. Collection of his spoils of war was one thing, but before that, he had to clean up the things he had taken out using remote collection. Let's see. That's 72 shields ruined. He felt bitter. Although he could use it again as he had repairing materials, but he couldn't help. The durability going down every time he did so. Of course, wasting time was a bonus. I only have 1,000 shields. This won't do. Yoo IlHan had to kill 1,000 dragons within the time limit. If he wasn't planning to settle down and fix his stuff for every 10 dragons he killed, he had to learn to hunt dragons faster and more safely. Why don't you try using the corpses of other dragonkin like you did when you fought the Orochi? They should be reasonably big. It's not that there aren't any I can use, but I can't waste my shields just because of that. Sighing, he extended his hands towards the dragon's corpse. Now that he knew that he couldn't fight this way, he was planning to make something that would accelerate his battle speed using the 4th-class dragon's body in front of him. If he acquired a 4th-class magic stone, then he really might be able to speed up his bat. There was one. A 4th-class magic stone. Ah, to think I'd see a 4th-class magic stone with my 2 eyes. They were both surprised since Erta knew Yoo IlHan's current level, and Retta had never killed a 4th-class dragon in her life. However, would their surprise be more than Yoo IlHan? His mind was in a mess because of all the text that appeared on his retina the moment he grabbed the magic stone. Killing 3rd-class monsters with a single piercing strike 300 of 300. Killing 3rd-class monsters with a single slashing strike 300/300. 3rd-class magic stone 100/100. 4th-class magic stone 1/1. The conditions to evolve spear mastery has been fulfilled. Will you evolve it? A hook came in from somewhere he didn't expect it to. Yoo IlHan thought that he may just be able to complete this mission. Author's notes. Untranslatable Chinibu line that says from the western west, a windy wind blows with a deathly death. Explode with your ambitions and die, a parody of drown in your ideals and die said by a certain bro, T/N. Thankfully, this is quite known in the West as well, look it up, and you'd find Fate series. The evolution criteria for spear mastery came out in the very beginning. Recently, when the spear mastery's evolution criteria became easier, Yoo IlHan thought I'd have to kill a 4th class anyway, but that was his mistake. No, I will explain it in today's chapter. It's not that I forgot. Really. Translator's notes. Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to myself, happy birthday to me. So sad, singing myself a happy birthday song. Today is Chamber's birthday, well let's wish him a happy birthday kukasaitsu. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, kukasaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Yoo, Strangers, 7. Translation changes, close combat-physical combat, this would be taijutsu in JP. Yoo IlHan had stopped caring about evolving the skill since some time ago. Why? Because he had thought that it would be ages until he could evolve them. Whether it was the spear mastery or the sword mastery, he vaguely thought that he had to kill thousands of 4th-class monsters. As such, he did not consider skill evolution in his short-term planning, and was only planning to use what he had to solve this problem. Killing 3rd-class monsters with a single piercing strike 300 of 300. Killing 3rd-class monsters with a single slashing strike 300/300. 3rd-class magic stones 100 to 100. 4th-class magic stone 1/1. However, that wasn't it. The evolution criteria for spear mastery couldn't have been easier than this. Now that he thought about each of these conditions that popped up since they were fulfilled, he remembered the time when he saw the evolution criteria for spear mastery when he just evolved the resting skill. Yes. There was the very same text at that time as well. T/N, sorry if the translation is inconsistent. Although there was a difference in number due to the conditions becoming easier, there was no fundamental change in its contents. Ha! Yoo IlHan finally understood what happened to him. At that time, he shrugged, saying those conditions were impossible, and decided to forget about it. And then, he modified, in his heart, those criteria into frightening beings that could never be done, but like how the fox decided that the grapes were sour just because it couldn't get to it. T/N, Aesop Fables. Killing a third-class monster with a single strike. With a pierce, with a slash. Both of these were piss easy for Yoo IlHan right now, and he had come this far without even being conscious of the conditions. The evolution for spear mastery hadn't proceeded yet only because he was lacking a fourth-class magic stone. What is it, Yoo IlHan? Nah, I'm just wondering about whether I should exclaim at my own foolishness or be thankful for this wonderfully timed notice. Yes, let's think about it positively. This was the first time he had acquired a fourth-class magic stone anyway. Even if he was conscious of the conditions, he couldn't have evolved the conditions any earlier. Considering his mistake, the payback was too little to the point of having no damage. However, this shouldn't continue from now on. It was a sin to not be conscious and not to use the things he had on his hands. What if something went wrong and he couldn't evolve his spear mastery? What if he couldn't advance to Blazing Reaper because of that? What if he met his death due to that? Yoo IlHan wouldn't be able to forgive himself. To think he, who had put so much effort in order to survive, wasn't even aware of his own belongings. Good, now it's fine. Taking a deep breath, Yoo IlHan calmed himself down. He was relieved that the problem was dug out before the situation became worse, and resolved that something like this would never happen again. I also didn't know. Evolving martial arts really doesn't happen that often. And most angels use magic too. I don't have any intentions on blaming you, Erta. I know that you're helping me with all you've got. That's not entirely true either. Evolving martial arts. My weapon mastery was only 71 when I died. Truly an amazing talent. Erta's consolation and Retta's out-of-timing nagging was as usual, but now really wasn't the time he wanted to listen to them. What he needed now wasn't people to flatter him. Yoo IlHan first looked back to all the skills he could evolve right now. There are none at the moment. His maxed out skills were Spear Mastery, Blunt Weapon Mastery, Physical Combat Mastery, Sword Mastery, Shooting, Throwing, Dismantling, Blacksmithing, and Language. Amongst these, excluding ones that cannot be evolved anymore, and excluding Spear Mastery which is about to go through evolution, there was Blunt Weapon Mastery, Physical Combat Mastery, Sword Mastery, Throwing, and Language. There was only one amongst these that didn't take a lot of time, which was Throwing. Killing second-class monsters using a throw 100-000/100-000. Killing third-class monsters using a throw 10-000/10-000. Killing third-class monsters using a single throw 100 out of 100. Killing fourth-class monsters using a throw 1/5. Third-class magic stones 400/400. Fourth-class magic stones 1/2. What the hell, it's even harder than Spear Mastery. That's because throwing skill is more of a support martial arts skill rather than a martial arts skill. Due to that characteristic, it can't evolve alone but has to fusion evolve, which is why the evolution criteria are harder than most other skills. That was true. The other skills were just evolutions, but only the throwing skill had the words Fusion Evolution written on it. Fusion? What other skill would it fuse with? He was very curious, but he endured for now. He would be able to see it soon anyway. What's more shocking is that you fulfilled most of those conditions. Well, I did use the Otlotl to death in Japan. Moreover, wasn't it a throw that he used to kill the Orochi? Since he had to use a magic stone for the evolution of spear mastery, to evolve throwing, he had to kill an additional 4 4th-class monsters with a throw, and acquire 2 more 4th-class magic stones. If it was in the past, he would have shook his head saying it was nonsense, but for the current Yoo IlHan, who was in a world full of dragons, it wasn't so much of a nonsense. Well, then. He looked forward to evolving the throwing skill a little, but first came spear mastery. Yoo IlHan confirmed that he had fulfilled all the criteria for evolving spear mastery, before taking in short, deep breaths and wishing that he wanted to evolve his spear mastery. At that moment, 103rd class magic stone and a 4th class magic stone in his possession all came out and started emitting light. It was a brilliant light to the point that he was worried that nearby dragons may find him. No matter how trained his physical body was, he couldn't even see properly within that blinding light. Erda, is this going well? I'm not of a martial faction, so it's the first time I'm seeing an evolution of martial arts related skills. It would be better if Lita was here. It's really an absurd scene. These 2 girls really didn't help out at all. Thought Yoo IlHan in his heart and waited for the light to dissipate. However, the light didn't decrease at all, but instead, increased until it devoured the world. No, it was more correct to say that it had not devoured the world, but Yoo IlHan himself. While Yoo IlHan was thinking those things, green text appeared on his retina. Pioneering a path of a unique skill as a lower existence. The Akashic record has realized it as the fastest record. You have acquired the title the quickest. Training speed of all skills increase by 10%, and experience earned increases by 10%. A unique skill is created from all the records of the human, Yoo IlHan. The mastery of the related skill has reached max. The classification of the skill increases to become an even higher ranked skill. The class of your records are exceptionally higher compared to your level. The skill's growth accelerates. All records are absorbed. The skill, Spear Master, evolves. Although the Akashic record couldn't read all of Yoo IlHan's life, his records and achievements were subliming into a definite reward. The texts related to skill evolution were a proof of that. Yoo IlHan successfully remembered the days he swung his spear and trained his body while waiting for tomorrow. The days where he charged across the world in order to acquire new wisdom and techniques. Lita's smile, and the days he did his best to catch up to her level of martial arts. The days where he endured and gritted his teeth trying to endure even more. Just as he was trying to understand the meaning of the words that flashed in his head, all the light was sucked into Yoo IlHan's body. At the same time, the power and records he knew, but couldn't connect, sublimed into one and struck his mind. You have learned the skill, Spear of Undrawable Trajectory. You have fulfilled one of the conditions to acquire a 5th class. The acquiring difficulty of 5th class becomes lower. Even though the light had dissipated and he was on the plains, Yoo IlHan still had his eyes closed. Erda and Retta only watched over him in worry, since they didn't know what had happened to him. Yoo IlHan himself wasn't even conscious of the fact that the light had dissipated, as he was accepting the skill that was engraved onto his body, soul, and mind. He already had experience in evolving skills. Resting skill into transcendent regeneration, and concealment into death god. Both were exceptional skills, but they weren't so difficult to comprehend. However, martial arts were different. This wasn't something that was like a switch, which used 0 and 1 as on and off. He could understand how it happened and how it should be implemented, as it was a result of his own records. Understanding and accepting were different concepts. Even wearing clothes that fit one's body may feel a little off at first. There was a need for some time to become used to it. Yoo IlHan. Are you alright? I feel a wondrous aura. Still with his eyes closed, Yoo IlHan picked up his spear. Then, he started swinging it. There was neither form nor formulae to his spear techniques, so there was no set trajectory to the spear he was swinging. And that was the most important. That was the path his martial arts had to take, and was also the core of Yoo IlHan's existence. 4 hours had passed since Yoo IlHan started swinging his spear. Even though he still had to kill 999 more fourth-class monsters, he was spending 4 hours doing something. Erda worried that he may fail the quest at this rate, but Yoo IlHan didn't seem to notice the flow in time, as he kept swinging his spear. If I knew this would happen, then I should have made him open the barrier before evolving the skill. I also want to enter next time. Retta carefully asked when Erda spoke. Erda also thought up of one thing when she said that. In the barrier made by the Hourglass of Eternity, a god-ranked artifact, only existences with the permission from the owner, Yoo IlHan, could enter. Yoo IlHan had subconsciously took Erda and the eternal flame into the barrier, and the majority of the thoughts that talked to him could not enter the barrier. It was because they were recognized as a separate existence, regardless of permission. Perhaps due to that vague recognition, the majority of the thoughts that were silent while the barrier was opening couldn't enter, unlike the ones who were being loud all the time, like the Orochi. Retta was one of those victims. Yoo IlHan found it curious that although the life force was with him, the thoughts were treated as a separate existence, but that was it. Since there was nothing he could do with those life force, or thoughts yet, it wasn't something he gave much meaning to. Ah, Yoo IlHan? Yoo IlHan Nim? At that time, Yoo IlHan suddenly stopped his actions. Erda and Retta hurriedly talked to him, but Yoo IlHan picked up his spear again as if he didn't listen to them. However, this time it was different, as he aimed at a nearby tree rather than swinging in mid-air. I think I got it now. He hadn't swung around his spear meaninglessly. He had tuned his clothes in order to adapt to the clothes quickly. Although he had to spend 4 hours, if he could succeed this strike he was doing now, that much time would become meaningless. Yoo IlHan moved. He held up his spear neither fast nor slow. And at that moment, the tree was cut apart diagonally and fell down. The skill, Spear of Undrawable Trajectory, has become level 3. Ha! It seemed it was true when it said that the skill growth would accelerate, thought Yoo IlHan while nodding. Meanwhile, the only higher existence here, Erda, tilted her head. I couldn't recognize your swinging motion. Me neither. Just what had happened just now. Erda had such an expression. To her, Yoo IlHan replied while retracting his spear, and with a satisfied face. It's that kind of skill. Swinging the spear, but swinging so that the trajectory couldn't be seen. The ones to get struck by it would not be able to know when, or how it was swung. No one would not fear the attack that distorted even cause and effect. This was a skill only Yoo IlHan could learn and implement, as he had reached the maximum in both concealment and the spear, along with other martial arts skills, which allowed him to bring out all the destructive power within the human body. Although it looked like a single skill, it wasn't one. Of course, he couldn't implement such a high-rank skill with his body alone, so he had used up a lot of mana. It was using this much just cutting trees, so he may even run out if it was used to slash dragons. To use it normally, he would have to mix it within his normal strike, but at this rate, he would have to worry about his mana rather than his level of techniques. For Yoo IlHan, whose only active skills were concealment and superhuman strength until today, this was a big damage. He didn't mind his magic stat being lower than his other stats, but it seemed like he had to focus on his magic stats growth. This really is. While Yoo IlHan was pondering on the pros and cons of his skill, Erda absent-mindedly spoke in shock. A skill that's like you. Hey, don't say it. And here, he wanted to exclaim at his own level of power. She just had to say it, . Now you've concealed even your skills, how pitiful. Shut up. He didn't want this kind of scene. He wanted his allies to exclaim at his new, wondrous, and powerful skill. Meanwhile, his ally who could make the reaction he wanted, wasn't saying anything due to the shock after seeing the severed tree. Thinking that she was 1,000,000 times better than Erda, who was consoling? Or laughing? At him. Yoo IlHan took out some third-class magic stones and a flask from his crossbag. This was the mana potion he had acquired after killing the fourth-class mage, Daki von Ilastra. He opened the lid to the flask and sipped a little of the potion. As expected of a potion made for a fourth class, Yoo IlHan's mana filled up easily with just that. With that, a single potion would allow Yoo IlHan to refill his mana at least 40 times. He didn't know whether to rejoice at the potion's performance, or to despair at his little mana capacity, but there was one sure thing. Let's go, Retta. We'll be doing things faster now. Yes. Despite not possessing a physical body, Retta felt her heart quickening. It was probably due to her expectations rising. She activated the magic formation in joy, and without fail, a dragon that just entered fourth class was sleeping. Yoo IlHan charged like the last time, and the time he took to hunt was halved. The more he got used to his spear, the more record of dragons he earned, the speed became faster. Since 800 of the fourth-class dragons were just over 200, they had around the same power. Finally, doomsday was arriving upon the rulers of Daru, the dragons. Thanks to a single loner. Author's notes. Both this and the previous chapters are overflowing in quantity, but I couldn't cut it midway due to the story progression, so I just give up. Please do consider that it won't always be this way t to the power of t. Although many should have predicted from Retta's line, the maximum numerical level of all skills are 99, and at 100, it will be max level. In other words, 100 is the max. Whenever I make a higher ranked skill, I ponder a lot. Previously, I had no such worries, but when I made a too profound skill and it became a little strange to use them in battle. However, readers, the main character this time will suffer with his body no matter what happens. Please be rest assured. Even his skill is a loner now. Finally, the climax of all his fights. The already fast speed will become even faster. Translator's notes. There's one thing that many people are confused about. People could not die when they were sent to other worlds for 10 years before the first GC. I'm thinking that even suicide isn't possible. I'm also thinking that pregnant women were pregnant for 10 years. It's like how MC was, the cells do not age, but they are still active. Yesterday. You've got 4 emails. Oh. That's rare. Checks email to find out they are all from PayPal. Let's see, 25, 70, what? I got $145 for EER? What the hell? Is this my birthday? Wait, it is. Are you trying to kill me on my birthday? Damn it. PR, keep them coming. Mwahahaha Warrior equals good, KCDS, Chamber wrote the teal note days ago, thus $145 and not the $182 of now. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Yoo, I, Strangers, 8. Spear of Undrawable Trajectory was a unique martial art and a higher-ranked art, so it harbored a fundamentally strong power, but was still quite distant from active skills which brought out enormous destructive power in a single strike. This skill would give unexpected damage to the enemy by hiding a single strike within numerous trajectories. It didn't end with just learning the skill, and required intensive training and a battle of wits with the enemy, but you didn't see this coming. Kwawak. Also, if he used it well, it was a splendid psychological attack that could make the enemies go mad during battle. I'll kill you. A dragon, which received a near-fatal injury to the point that its brain was exposed after being hit by a traceless spear strike on the back of its head, hurriedly flapped its wings while retreating and set up many magic formations. Even though I blocked all your attacks. Eek. I don't have the time to play with you anymore. Die. However, What made Spear of Undrawable Trajectory even more vicious was that it was truly perfect when it met his concealment. The dragon, even though it had poured its magic out in the direction he sensed Yoo IlHan, could not notice that Yoo IlHan had appeared from above and was attacking his head. Where are you slashing? That's an after image. Critical hit. Hiya. I didn't slash though. Invisible and unfollowable attacks were already plenty scary, but to top it all off, even the attacker may disappear sometimes. No matter which one it focused on, it would lose the flow of battle the moment it lost even one of them, so the combination of the Spear of Undrawable Trajectory and concealment could be said to be a miracle. KRRRRR. Focusing on the spear, it would lose sight of the wielder, and focusing on the wielder, it would be struck from the back. No one would be able to understand this dragon's feelings. And the ones that could say those feelings had all died. Like now. You have earned 405,183,039 experience. The skill, Spear of Undrawable Trajectory, has become level 11. The skill, Superhuman Strength, has become level 40. The duration of the skill increases. Yoo IlHan drew back his spear and landed before panting. Behind him, a powerless dragon corpse fell down from the air with a thud. 2 days had passed after Yoo IlHan had evolved his spear mastery. He finally judged that he became used to using it in battle. I somehow was able to kill it in 3 minutes, No matter how great the conditions were, nobody would have expected that there would come a day when a second class would be able to kill a fourth class dragon within 3 minutes. Starting from the loner that deceived God's eyes, Yoo IlHan had reset all the records that were there. That's strange. Even though you won brilliantly, why do I have the urge to hit you on the head? That's because you're too emotional. Replied Yoo IlHan, and searched through the dragon's corpse, but a fourth-class magic stone didn't come out. He remembered that the drop rate of magic stones was around 17%, but thinking about it now, it was definitely a lie. Even though he had killed around 300 within the last 2 days, he had only acquired 7 magic stones. And here they said the drop rate would increase as the class becomes higher. It is true that the probability of magic stones appearing becomes higher as the class becomes higher, since more mana will be stored on the body. However, Yoo IlHan, dragons are a race that can use mana better than any other. Of course, there's a lower chance of magic stones agglomerating within the body instead. Instead? Mana flows everywhere in their body, so their body itself is a good material for artifacts. Also, the ever-famous dragon heart are treated as one of the best even amongst magic stones. Dragon heart. Yoo IlHan's heart started pounding after he remembered talking about magic stones with a while back. Then do you mean that all the fourth-class dragons I killed have the best magic stones? Of course not. They are rarely seen even amongst 5th-class dragonkin. Dragon hearts are even rarer than magic stones, since the hearts of dragons have to undergo a special evolution through the use of mana. If you want to acquire a dragon heart from a 4th-class dragon, you would really have to be lucky. Ayo, really? Don't make a person's heart flutter and mention it beforehand. You're the cutest when you're frustrated like that. She learnt all the wrong things while hanging out with Lita. Grumbled Yoo IlHan. Let's go to the next place. I got used to the spear, so I should go for the next one. What? Evolving throwing. There was no end to Yoo IlHan's desire to become strong. Of course, all of this was happening with the simple objective of surviving, but his endless driving force was worth praising. It was impossible currently to kill dragons through just throwing. However, fortunately, there was no absurd condition of insta-killing them through throwing, so he only had to finish them off through it. In fact, Yoo IlHan wanted to fulfill most other requirements for evolving other skills while he had the ability to kill 4th class here in Darrow, but throwing was the only thing he came up with. Physical combat, blunt weapon mastery, and sword mastery, all that conditions that required him to kill third class in a single strike in a specific move of that mastery, which made Yoo IlHan despair. Well, I'll just do it against the remaining dragonkin after I finish the mission. Just take everything, huh? Since he only had to do the final strike with a throw, the evolution criteria was fulfilled quickly. He just had to run back and throw when the dragons seemed like they would die. There were times when the dragon died first since he was out of time, but after around 30 minutes, he could splendidly fulfill the requirements. Killing second-class monsters using a throw 100,000/100,000. Killing third-class monsters using a throw 10,000/10,000. Killing third-class monsters using a single throw 100 out of 100. Killing fourth-class monsters using a throw May 5th. Third-class magic stones 400/400. Fourth-class magic stones 2 halves. The conditions to fuse evolve the skill, throwing, have been fulfilled. Will you evolve the skill? Yes. Let me have an easier life too. Yoo IlHan evolved throwing without hesitation. Immediately, a slightly different text appeared on his retina from before. Fusion evolution requires a max level of a sub-skill. You can use the skill, shooting, as a sub-skill. Will you fuse evolve the skills, throwing and shooting? Yoo IlHan finally understood what Erta said before after that text appeared. He also learned why twice as many fourth-class magic stones were used too. Well, he was fusing 2 maxed-out skills, so it was obvious he'd need 2. Shooting skill was awakened when he used firearms before, and the skill level was of course, max. Since there was no possibility for evolution, he just kept it there, but something like this had happened. Yoo IlHan could only be delighted. He proceeded the skill evolution without hesitation, and immediately, brilliant light and a strange feeling enveloped him. This was an awakening that was halfway between when resting evolved and when spear mastery evolved. However, the evolution was splendid as well. You have learned the skill, absolute accuracy, range, accuracy, and power dramatically increases when shooting or throwing, and increases as the skill increases in level. You can use a large quantity of mana to unconditionally hit a target. It was not really unexpected. He vaguely thought that shooting and throwing raised to the extreme would end up as something like this. However, it wasn't that he wasn't surprised. The effects of the skill, both passive and active, was too strong for him to accept normally. Gungnir. I was wondering why you didn't say that at first. A feeling of omnipotence filled up Yoo IlHan's whole body. To think he'd be able to act out a miracle that was from an artifact in myths. How could he not be happy? It's not invincible. You do know that Odin from Norse mythology with the sure hit spear, Gungnir, was done in by the Fenrir, right? Erta. That calms me down a little. Fortunately, he didn't end up throwing spears for 4 hours in order to adapt to the spear. This skill was characteristically different to the unique skill, Spear of Undrawable Trajectory, and since his battles started with him throwing the spear, he had plenty of chances to adapt during battles. In that progress, Yoo IlHan became sad that he couldn't actively use absolute accuracy due to the lack of mana, but just evolving to a higher rank skill showed splendid performance. It was even more splendid when it was harmonized with concealment and spear mastery. Having become stronger, Yoo IlHan started hunting the dragons even faster, and after a week, he had annihilated most of the dragons that were just over level 200. Killing third class 10,000/10,000. Killing fourth class 816/1000. And that was also the point when Yoo IlHan's existence was discovered by the dragons. It wasn't through the magic formation, but because it became known that the dragons were almost annihilated by him. To think that the continent's magic formation is still active. Who are you? Where were you hiding until now only to appear now? Yoo IlHan was scared stiff by the group of dragons that came at him and ran. One of the dragons looked very painful with red blood shooting out from its head, but if he stopped, he would become the same. even though there was only one. Do these guys use instantaneous movement or something? Well, if they're fourth class, why not? Even so, it's not as OP as the magic formation. You can do it. Urta, who became drunk in Yoo IlHan's power and the actions until now, was saying optimistic stuff even now, but Retta, who didn't have a good experience against the dragons, shouted in fear. I will initiate the formation right now. First let's move to where the dragons don't exi, Retta. No, we can't run now. Yoo IlHan was one that shook his head in such situations where any other people would want to run away. These guys will start grouping up if I wait for a while. I need to kill as many as possible before it becomes out of hand. Probably. He didn't know about third-class ones, but fourth-class dragons mostly lived alone in a vast expanse of land. Anybody would. They had acquired near-absolute power, and killed everything that originally lived in that place, to their heart's content. So why would it ever want to live together with its kin, who had similar levels of strength? This was the reason why Yoo IlHan was able to kill fourth-class dragons smoothly until now, and was also the reason why no rumors had spread throughout the continent. However, now that his existence was revealed, a man who possessed a power that could threaten dragons was hunting their own race while using a magic formation that allowed him to go anywhere within Daru. Which idiot would still choose to be alone and die? The dragons were gradually gathering up. The ones that weren't moving were those that hadn't heard about the news, or those that were still confident in defeating him by itself. And their common point was that it was easy to kill them. Let's go immediately. To the one that lives as far away from here as possible. Yes. Retta. As she knew the seriousness of the situation, Retta also hurried up. Yoo IlHan waved his hand at the two dragons that were staring at him when he was transferred. When they failed to catch Yoo IlHan by a small margin, they roared in anger. Croawaya. I will turn you to ashes. They turned the place where Yoo IlHan was into ruins, but not to mention injuring Yoo IlHan, they couldn't even damage the formation. And they knew that fact very well. The magic formation over Daru continent was like that. Rather than material, it was more spiritual, and unless the master of the formation dispelled the formation or gathered it up in one place, it wouldn't disappear. There was no way the magic formation would still be intact otherwise. Splendid escape. It really is a damned but good magic formation. The idiots of our race who could not see through the situation would be done in by him. But what was this? The two dragons that were left in the place where Yoo IlHan had disappeared, showed calmness as if all their rage until now was a lie. That time is really coming. Kiki, you think so too? Their following words included a content that would make Urta shocked. The revelation from Destruction Demon Army was correct. A connection with another world. Isn't that a truly cool thing? More prey, more growth of the world. And reaching the heavens. I will also be able to become a part of them. Yes. There weren't only Garden of Sunset affiliated dragons in Daru. Truly damned, but there were dragons affiliated to Destruction Demon Army, who were currently having a battle against the angels in the Wall of Chaos. Moreover, unlike the Garden of Sunset, whose objective was mysterious, these things had a clear objective. Destruction, preying and growth. At this point, it was clear that Destruction Demon Army was involved in the destruction of Daru. The unnatural growth of the dragons and their movements could be explained. Of course, Yoo IlHan and Urta had no way of knowing this. Higher existences, eh? Truly a sweet word. Kiki, I will be the first one to acquire their qualifications. However, we need to focus on killing that slippery eel now. Slippery eel, Yoo IlHan. They poured out all their attack, intending to kill him, but Yoo IlHan splendidly survived and ran away. It was nice that he raised some flags, but that was it. If they let him as he is, then the number of their own race that could go over to another world would decrease. There was a need to capture him before that. We need to gather up. Kill the slippery eel, and prepare to meet the changes. Let's hurry. Our kin has started to gather. The dragons flapped their wings and used movement magic. To capture Yoo IlHan, they started moving in order to group up with their kin that had the same intentions as them. Yoo IlHan didn't know of this, and only moved in order to kill as many dragons as possible in the limited time. Huff, huff. Yoo IlHan, are you alright? Urta. No, I'm not. Retta, move, quickly. 2 days were left until he had to complete the mission. Since he was trying to kill the lone dragons, his hunting speed had decreased considerably. We will move right away. There might be a magic trap, so please be careful. Retta. It's alright, even traps won't notice me. Only 43 were left until he completed his mission. If he endured a little more, he could even level up with the piled-up experience. Yoo IlHan's motivation was now the thought that he may be able to survive this mess if he somehow did that. Quickly. Understood. Retta. He urged Retta while sucking on the blood ring, and she immediately activated the formation. Sir Representative of Heaven's Army. We need to talk. And found a sleeping, golden-scaled dragon, with a strange sign in front. Author's notes. I'll tell you this now, but the only reason MC can fight 4th-class dragons is because angels support that activates in abandoned worlds, plus dragon hunter weapons. Gungnir is the main weapon of the highest god of Norse mythology, Odin. It was said that it would pierce the heart once thrown. However, it's a question that Odin, with such a strong weapon, died without a single kill in Ragnarok. Destruction Demon Army is the name of the Transcender group that is fighting against the Heaven's Army. Was it a coincidence that he had come into contact with Dragonkin in Darrow? Anyway, the reason why Dragonkin were rampaging in Darrow was because of Destruction Demon Army. What's the identity of the golden-scaled dragon? T/N, god damn it, I knew I shouldn't have spoiled. Translator's notes. Suggestions for name changes for Spear of Undrawable Trajectory. The Ross R. Which is literally translated to Spear Technique of Undrawable Trajectory, but I omitted technique since spear can imply spear technique. The word literally means undrawable, but can imply untraceable, or unable to be followed. Spear of Undrawable Trajectory, original. Spear Technique of Undrawable Trajectory, added technique, more literal translation. Spear of Untraceable Trajectory. Spear of Unfollowable Trajectory. Spear of Undrawable Path. Spear Technique of Undrawable Path. Spear of Untraceable Path. Spear of Unfollowable Path. Other suggestions, e.g. Invisible Dragon Spear, Traceless Spear, etc. Fuck no, I'm not gonna Romanize it. Answer in comments please. It'd be nice if you reply to comments that have the same answer as you. Easier to count that way. Also, I thought it was quite obvious who was speaking. I mean, Retta refers to MC with Nim. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Yoo, I, Strangers, 9. Heaven's army defended the Wall of Chaos against numerous predators that tried to invade them and conquer the many worlds under their protection. Until the day the Wall of Chaos regains its power to completely prevent the intrusion from those predators, the angels would never be free. Yoo, I wanna see IlHan. The angel, Lita, no, Liera, who acquired strength and new powers through a class promotion prior to the war, was no exception. Because of the way she always spoke, Yoo IlHan's name was spreading throughout the camp, and if the person in question knew of this, he would be too embarrassed to lift his head up. It's an attack. West 47. Strike Force 11, move out. I repeat. Strike Force 11, move out. In a base quite distant from the truly infinitely vast Wall of Chaos. Liara, who was muttering Yoo IlHan's name in the room allocated to her, lifted her head abruptly after hearing the order which resounded across the base. Strike Force 11 referred to her. A unit composed of her alone. Such was Strike Force 11. It wasn't that she caught the lonerness from Yoo IlHan due to being with him for so long, but because she had exceptional battle power even amongst angels. I'm going now. Please open the portal. Liara. Liara Nim. This way. Liara rushed out while arming herself. She equipped her armor and weapon from her inventory. That figure didn't look too much different from Yoo IlHan taking out his equipment from his crossbag. She asked loudly to the lower-ranked angel that guided her to the portal. How many are there? 205th, 7/6. The defense forces are blocking them, but that's all they can do. Fifth referred to the first step as higher existences, the fifth class, while sixth referred to sixth class. By that time their existences were a miracle itself after their piled-up records agglomerate. Erda was a fifth, and Liara just became sixth. How can she fight against so many transcenders even though she had just become sixth? That was exactly the reason why Liara became a transcender affiliated to Heaven's army even while accepting the annoying fact that she wouldn't be able to bring out her power in a lower world. As soon as Liara ran into the portal, the surrounding environment changed. It was West 47, where clashes occurred frequently even within the vast wall of chaos, and one where the gap in the wall was quite large. The defense army permanently located here were all emanating light while casting defensive magic. Meanwhile, giant strange-looking monsters were causing a mess, trying to kill those angels. She's already here? She's here. Liara's here. We can win now. Ignoring the naive shouts of the angels, Liara charged out. When she overlapped her white gauntlets, a long, sharp spear of light was created. Go croak! Liara! With a simple shout, she threw the spear. That instantly destroyed tens of fifth-class predators who were just about to break the defense magic and assault the angels. Damn, it's the bloodied angel. She and Spyra really rampage around. Some of the higher-ranked predators who were inferior to her despite being sixth class, retreated. Liara confirmed their appearances and gritted her teeth. Destruction Demon Army. You finally started to move. Liara. Well, it seems like the wall of chaos might close soon. We retreated in vain every time, but we wanted to be a little bit more greedy this time. Nonchalantly chatted one of the retreating higher-ranked predators. Liara wordlessly charged and shot out a strong wave of light. Its power was so strong that the surrounding space made noises while the wave of mana expanded to transfer the energy throughout all of the space. Ugh, to think you'd come so quickly. All 5th and 6th class predators tried to avoid it by moving quickly, but dodging Liara's attack physically wasn't the end of it. Unfortunately, tens of 5th class predators who didn't know and guarded against it, all collapsed at that place. Truly an absurd power. The harmony of magic and physical power is teeth-clatteringly beautiful. The 6th class that replied to her the first time replied while laughing, but on his forehead was a small drop of sweat. I only know this, duh. Well, then. I heard you were a little more greedy. Come at me. Liara. Laughed Liara while clanging the gauntlets on her fists. That wasn't a simple movement, but a process of amplifying energy for her next skill. However, the man retreated a step while shaking his head. The other predators also showed signs of retreat as if they were facing a ferocious beast. The appearance of Liara alone made such a scene. Oh, I don't want to fight with you, I mean it. I'd rather fight you not in such bright places like this, but under the faint moon, and in a more private place. Softly, but violently. Oh, yeah, whatever. Liara. Liara smiled brightly while clanging her gauntlets again. At that moment, a wave that shot out without any sign seemed to cover the group, before setting a target the next moment and compressing infinitely. Ugh! KHHHH. The predator that said what he shouldn't to Liara casted defense magic as if he knew what would happen. It shattered without being able to endure Liara's power. This was because all beings that guarded the wall of chaos was supported by the Akashic record and had a blessing from heaven. Yes. The angels were fundamentally having a war in an advantageous position. If not, the wall of chaos would have been breached long ago. Ugh. I think I'll retreat now. Save me. I didn't enter Destruction Demon Army to be killed by an angel in vain. The predators also seemed like they knew what they were facing. While Liara was attacking, the majority of the 6th class predators returned behind the wall, and the one that was in charge of blocking her attack dissipated the attacking waves by summoning the 5th class predators. Phew! The man widened his eyes in surprise at Liara's power. They said either you survive by sacrificing everything else, or die by heading forward when meeting the bloodied angel. It really is true. You really are talkative. Liara. Liara didn't stop. She changed her magic power into heaven's power, a higher form of energy, using her angel wings. She used that power to drive herself forward, while stealing the defense force's magic power, who were just dumbfounded while watching her. Liara Nim. You don't need defense magic now. Liara. The magic power she stole seemed to circulate with the angel's ring on her head as the center, and looked like a drill made of energy. Liara charged forward just like that and literally ground up all the predators on the front lines. Even though they were all once legends in their own world, and have broken through to higher existences, they were all ground apart whether they were trying to dodge, block, or counterattack in their own way. It didn't take that long until all of the predators other than the sole 6th class died. If the 6th class actively tried to fight back, then the angel's side would have gotten serious damage, but he just watched the whole thing. No, he even brought his own allies in front of him in order to dodge Liara's attacks. You're stronger than the rumors. Even though you were just a little known for your martial arts some time ago. I know you're a close combat class. Come at me now. Liara. However, despite Liara's taunt, the man kept his calm. At least, on the outside. What he said after was the following. How did you become so strong? Ah, that's it. The forgotten millennium, is it? You. Liara. Liara swung her fist. The predator tried to jump back and attempt to retreat, but Liara's fist was too fast and grabbed his collar before he could. The man's expression almost fell apart, but he barely succeeded in holding back. Your objective was to approach me from the beginning, wasn't it? Liara. Bingo. The man wryly smiled. Come to this side. For us Destruction Demon Army to gain the upper hand in the upcoming chaos, we need the power of the archangel known as Liara. I'll be disappointed if that's all you're going to say. Liara. Her free hand gripped into a fist and she swung it. He quickly guarded with both of his arms, trying to dispel the power inside her fist. It seemed like a unique martial art that stemmed from fist arts, but perhaps due to his power being inferior to Liara's, he couldn't completely block it. Ugh. We need you, who knows Earth well. Why are you so fussed up about such a small world? The forgotten millennium, and the connection with countless worlds, in the center of all this is that small world. Everything is changing. Liara's eyes trembled upon hearing that, but her fist didn't. Until she heard the man's next words, that is. Do you know where your beloved lower existence is, currently? Her fist trembled. It trembled mercilessly, generating countless waves, which all exploded on the man's body after some time. Cough. The man coughed blood while stepping back. She was now sure that the man had a unique martial art specialized in dodging. This could be seen from how the man only ended up coughing out a bowl of blood despite meeting Liara's newly learned finishing move head-on. I see you really love him? Amazing. How can a lower existence move a higher existence's emotions? It should be physically impossible. You, shut up. Liara. One more thing. The man held up his face and smirked. My specialty is not close combat. It's movement. What? Liara. Just as Liara asked back, the man disappeared from the place. The problem was that Liara was moving along with him. You damned. Liara. I did not block your attacks. I only sent the energy within it to another place. This skill is quite tricky to use against enemies, so I have to fulfill some conditions. I fulfilled those conditions from our contact just now, said the man while laughing. You and your schemes. Liara. Liara immediately realized where they were. It was beyond the wall of chaos. It seemed it was impossible for the man to move long distances as heaven's light could be seen faintly, but it was also a distance that was very far for her. I hid it until now in order to capture you. How is it? Splendid, right? Well, then. Let me ask you again. Predators were gathering from all sides. The elites of the predators belonging to the Destruction Demon Army were gathering. No matter how strong Liara was, it would be difficult for her to defeat a prepared army. Come with us, Liara. All dimensions are awaiting change. Chaos will become the law. The man you love so much, oh, my bad. Don't look at me with such scary eyes. He's already in our hands. The dragons of Daru are moving under our orders. Now you see the situation? The one that threatened her while moving to the man's side was the 6th-class predator that retreated last time. Liara could only laugh. She knew where Yoo IlHan was right now. You can both live. We want to be closer to you. I really mean it. If my beloved is captured, then I can't help it. Liara. Liara loosened her arms. The predators all smiled. We will become great partners. We're really assured to be with you. Now, does that count as having done the first button properly? When they approached Liara, she took her gauntlets off while sighing. They were relieved that she seemed to have no intentions on fighting. Never would they imagine that there was a skill that activated by taking off the gauntlets. Critical hit. A flash. Due to the massive explosion of the compressed waves within the space between her fists and the gauntlet, most of the 6th-class predators disappeared without a trace. The predator that said he could move energy, and the predator that threatened her, and everyone else that surrounded her were obliterated. Those left were only ones that were far away, watching the scene. Oh, that was lucky. Liara. With the text critical hit, loads of windows mentioning her acquired experience and achievements. Liara blinked to make them disappear while smiling. Her smile was frightening to the point that the ones watching her became scared. What are you planning to do now? A 5th-class predator survivor asked her in disbelief. Even though a lot of predators were surrounding her just now, the number was only going to increase due to the explosion just now. Liara also didn't seem that good as her hands were trembling. Just why did she do such a reckless thing? Even though her beloved man was captured as a hostage. My IlHan will not get captured by anyone. Liara. She could say this, because she was the one to confirm Yoo IlHan's self-concealing powers for the first time throughout the multiverse. IlHan is waiting for me, so I can't get captured by you guys, right? So. Liara. Her hand seemed to emit brilliant light before it made a single, long spear. It was the spear that contained her remaining energy, at the same time being the essence of heaven's power. If I knew this would happen, I should have asked for a new weapon from IlHan. Throwing away the scrapped gauntlet, Liara gripped on her spear with her bare hands. Then, she courageously rushed into the predators that were sure of their victory. Come at me. I will turn all of you into dust. Liara. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan, who would never know that Liara was in a crisis, was pulling out his spear quietly while looking at the dragon that put up a blatant notice board. It says to talk. Urta. It's so suspicious though. It will definitely be an annoying matter. I'm originally the type that does not receive subquests. A man's path is one that snaps all foreshadowing before it occurs. And who is it that always talks about foreshadows? Urta. Run towards only the end of the main quest. Of course, it was a comfortable road, if one had the resolve to embrace the regret that follows it. I also want to rip apart all dragonkin. However, I can feel elves around this area. If this dragon was the one that hid the elves, I think there's plenty of value trying to talk to it. Retta. Your situation isn't so optimistic currently. Shouldn't you at least hear out that dragon's story? Urta. There are elves, eh? Retta and Urta tried to persuade Yoo IlHan. And they were definitely on the right side. If he killed that dragon here, then the number of dragons only decreased by 1, but if he could earn something from it, then the situation may reverse. Yoo IlHan kept his belief to not talk to monsters until now, but he also thought that there was no belief to be kept in a situation where his life was on the line. Moreover, there was something else he thought up of after hearing Retta mention elves. It was none other than the Garden of Sunset. Regardless of them being enemies or allies, it would be a lie to say he wasn't interested in what they were doing in Daru. Good. I'll judge after I listen. Yoo IlHan finished talking and took out a huge nail from his crossbag. It was the pillar and harpoon set for dragons that he made from Orochi's bones. Hayek. Urta. You really are meticulous. So cool. Retta. That's cool. Retta, are you alright? Urta. He nailed the pillars connected to the harpoons around the sleeping dragon. Placing them on the ground and transferring the weight nailed them all automatically, so it didn't even take 30 seconds until all 12 pillars were embedded on the ground. From above, it would look like a summoning magic formation that required a dragon as the sacrifice. Done. Yoo IlHan aimed at the dragon's eye with one of the harpoons that was connected to the pillar with the Orochi leather rope. Then, he deactivated his concealment. Whoa! When Yoo IlHan showed his presence, the dragon woke up from sleep right away. And realized what kind of situation it was in. That's one savage greeting. The dragon seemed to have quite a nice tone of speech, and her voice was that of a female's. And it was also one that Yoo IlHan didn't need to translate using his language skill, as it was the English of Earth. It seemed that this dragon had predicted that Yoo IlHan would come from Earth and learn English, but did not know about Yoo IlHan's abilities. If so, he should go with it. Yoo IlHan spoke in fluent English. Dragon, so what do you want to say? Let us party. When Yoo IlHan prepared to throw the harpoon, the dragon panicked and swung its front claw. Here was a fourth class that was scared against a second. I'll explain the situation, so don't throw it, please. I'm busy. The dragon's conquering of Daru all happened under Destruction Demon Army's orders. I received the revelations of the Garden of Sunset, who valued harmony, and judged that Daru must not be destroyed, and gathered the dragons and dragonkin who followed my will in order to hide the elves to prevent Daru's complete destruction. Yoo IlHan was absorbed into the dragon's rapping skills. So, this dragon really did belong to the Garden of Sunset. No, wait, before that. Destruction Demon Army? Yes, the evil predator organization that lives beyond the Wall of Chaos's Destruction Demon Army. They destroyed Daru in the past, and now they're aiming for Earth. Yoo IlHan carefully put down the harpoon. He confirmed that there was no one in the surroundings, before speaking to the dragon with a sigh. Let's talk a little more. Author's notes. I had to talk about Liera, so there was slightly more content this time. Nowadays, it's all like this. I heard it was a skill to say all I want within a fixed amount of content. I think my skill is too low. T to the power of T/N. You add all those unnecessary descriptions though. In whichever game, many subquests tend to tag along with one main quest. It's annoying to do all of them. Translator's notes. All beings receive a new name upon becoming angels. So, Liara/Lita wasn't called Lita before she became an angel, but had another name. 5th class angels have their names end in ta. Like Lita, Erta, Theta, Muta. 6th class angels have their names end in era. Like Liara and Spira. 7th class. Well, that's a spoiler, but it's kinda obvious. What suffix do most well-known angels use? Or maybe, archangels will light a bulb. Predators equals higher existence as monsters, I think. Also, spear of untraceable trajectory it is, 'cause I feel like it. Or, a more important excuse is that the word translates to trajectory, rather than path. Path is more like the route forward, while trajectory is like the route behind. What I want to say is, untraceable path sounds so conflicting and wrong in my opinion. Scrap that shit. Almighty Google Translate Sensei told me it's trajectory. Hence, it's trajectory. Answer to some questions. Q. What does it mean by Yoo IlHan became sad that he couldn't actively use absolute accuracy, due to the lack of mana? Let's make an example. He has 100 MP, but the skill requires 120 MP simple. Also, absolute accuracy is both an active and a passive skill. Active is the homing shot that requires mana, which he cannot use. Passive is the permanent increase in range, accuracy, and power. Q. Mechanisms of concealment. A MC can only go into concealment when no one has, let's borrow some CN terms, locked onto the MC. He can't just poof and disappear while everyone's staring at him. Also, usually, concealment will require mana to sustain, but due to the effect of Pan-Cosmic Loner which makes the skill passive, MC doesn't require mana to sustain concealment. Q. Mechanisms of surprise attacks. A. Simple. Is enemy aware of MC's existences? Yes? Then even invisible attacks aren't surprise attacks. Q. Are dragons intelligent species? A dragonkin necessarily aren't, but all dragons are indeed intelligent species. Q. Skyrim, Davakin? Sorry, I don't play Skyrim. A. Will he collect the golden dragon's soul though? Q. Did he get caught by the golden dragon? A. No. Q. Isn't MC's accuracy already 100%? Where would he need absolute accuracy? A. Yes. His accuracy is already near perfection, but that would require his focus to do it. Using this skill, however, would need less of his focus. Mini spoiler here, but this skill is related to his mass small fry cleanup skill, that will come out later. Lastly, someone kill that bastard in chapter 88 for me, a commenter who thinks money equals immediate chaps. P/R, yeah. Chamber has new computer. Translates so fast now. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Yoo Strangers, 10. Those destruction demon army guys were madmen who were satisfied as long as there was chaos and destruction, and it seemed that they were the ones who urged the dragons lazing around Dara to exterminate the elves. It may sound a little weird for a dragon like me to say this, but destruction demon army and the dragons really get along well. They wanted destruction, and dragons enjoyed power. Daru underwent a cruel era until the elves met their doom. And you couldn't let them be? To me, and to a minority of dragons who were thinking the same things as me, the revelation from the Garden of Sunset came down. The revelation to guard the elves in order to preserve the potential of this world. Up to here, it was a story that could be found anywhere. A story where the good and the evil are clearly divided, and one that ends in despair but contains faint hope. The problem was that Daru ended up connecting to Earth. It was a horrible matter that made Yoo IlHan think up of Hollywood, that created a brilliant first episode, and was trying to fit in a second by force. Even though the only ones that succeeded with a 2 attached to the end was just Termin * Tor and Die H * Road. The Destruction Demon Army also noticed that. Of course, the dragons became to know of it as well. They were waiting until a path was open to Earth. Yes, the dungeon break. So if the dungeon was left sealed, the Earth might be doomed. Ha! When Yoo IlHan smiled bitterly, the dragon also twitched its facial muscles. She seemed to make a similar expression to Yoo IlHan. The Garden of Sunset first saw this as an opportunity. Because the dragons will go to Earth if they wait? Because the Earth will be doomed, but Daru may survive? The golden dragon momentarily was at a loss due to Yoo IlHan's direct words. She was too embarrassed. However, when Yoo IlHan nodded his head, gesturing her to continue, she spoke again. However, a variable occurred. It was you, the representative of Heaven's army. Seeing a monstrous existence that wiped out the dragon army that once brought destruction upon a world, the Garden of Sunset felt a possibility. And they judged that it was time to change their indirect ways into direct ways. Thinking about it, dragonkin are in the end, life forms of Daru. Even if they bring destruction upon Earth, they might return to Daru. They won't like it very much if they find elves when they come back. So they will feel like when humans accidentally leave their houses with their city gas on. But they wouldn't have such problems if they lived in X** apartment. T/N, lost in translation, she apartment is quite modern, and therefore, has advanced technology built in it, one of those prevents gas leakage. However, a possibility arose thanks to you. The possibility to destroy the Destruction Demon Army's subordinates completely, and return the world to the elves. So, let's get into a party. The story came back to the beginning. Erta couldn't help but ask. What do the Garden of Sunset want? Erta. I should have told you already. They want the elves to continue living, and that's the same for me as well. However, to fight against the higher class dragons, it is insufficient with just us, and therefore, we want to cooperate with you, who is facing the same enemy as us. Is it really just that? Erta. Said Erta in a sharp voice. I'm an angel belonging to Heaven's army, Erta. I also had a few occasions where I clashed with the Garden of Sunset. And they were all because of unknown reasons too. I cannot believe that you are purely moving in order to save lives. Erta. However, isn't it sufficient for us to have an alliance with just the facts stated just now? Retta. Unlike Erta, Retta, who owed her life to the elves, was quite optimistic about this dragon. Although, there was no way her voice would reach the dragon, as she was only a thought. I find it reasonable that you're suspicious of me. However, I do not want much in return. You just have to cooperate with us until we execute all the dragons belonging to Destruction Demon Army. Isn't it what you were going to do anyway? So you don't mind if I turn my spear towards you guys after all that? I do not believe that I will survive the battle with the Destruction Demon Army, but if I'm still alive, then I'll face you as much as you want. However, you shall not attack the elves. That's the condition for this alliance. The desire to live was the fundamental desire for all living things, but she could say such things? Yoo IlHan couldn't understand her, but it wasn't that he had never seen these kind of people. Cult fanatics sometimes were like this. If he found something wrong later on, then it wouldn't be too late to point his spear at them at that time. It seemed that it was better for him to get into an alliance with her at this time. Erta also didn't get stubborn. If Yoo IlHan could be safer, then she would also prefer that. Good, I'll cooperate. As long as the elves don't bare their fangs at me, I have no intentions of harming them either. Thank you. You really are reassuring. The dragon raised its body. Yoo IlHan collected the harpoons and the pillars using his remote collection function, and asked while looking up to the dragon's enormous body. Say, who are the allied dragons right now? I have to at least leave them out, right? That will be solved if you get into a party with me. She offered her front claw. It seemed she was gesturing for him to grab it. It was possible to get into a party with monsters. No, well, can they be called dragons when they have intelligence? It would be a lie to say that he didn't hesitate, but it was a little weird to reject the Parth offer when they were in an alliance. Moreover, even in the same party, as the experience was divided according to contribution, Yoo IlHan wouldn't really suffer a loss. Yoo IlHan finished thinking up to that point immediately, and grabbed the dragon's offered front claw. The feeling of his hostility being erased, and the feeling of being within the same fence as her, was quite the marvel for him. You have entered a party. Party members, 238. You have acquired the title, Dragon's Ally. Damage from all dragonkin decreases by 15%, and attack power will increase by 15% when fighting together with a dragon. It seemed that dragons really were quite an amazing race, as he acquired a new title from just getting into a party with them. Ignoring the second half of the option, decrease in damage from dragonkin was a really helpful option. But somehow, there were more party members than he thought. 220 of those are third-class dragonkin. There were a little more, but you killed them all. I couldn't help it. At that time, all dragonkin were my enemy. Yoo IlHan was firm. In fact, he did feel quite sorry, but he didn't show it. He would lose out in this alliance then. In fact, there are some in this party that only helped out the Garden of Sunset because they didn't like Destruction Demon Army, so you could say that the uncooperative ones were the first to die. Anyway, you can't point your spear at the party members from now on, okay? Okay. Yoo IlHan obediently nodded and turned around. The dragon panicked and grabbed him. Let us go together. We just became allies, so why? It's more comfortable alone. You guys fight on your own. I think it's also better for you that way. The dragon widened its mouth after hearing words that seemed like it was from a true loner. That's definitely true, but just how strong are you for you to be so? No, well, you did wipe out half the dragonkin in Darrow, I have to acknowledge that, but... Will you really be alright? Yeah. If he moved with the dragon group from now on, then it may really be comfortable in the short term. However, if he moved with them, then the kill number he could get will decrease, and the class advancement would be delayed just as much. Moreover, they could easily become a target if they moved in groups. In contrast, if he moved separately, the target for the enemy would be divided and there would be less pressure on both sides, and as Yoo IlHan would move alone, he could kill more dragons. Then, he would be able to complete his class advancement quicker. This reasoning was only possible since Yoo IlHan had the confidence in surviving against anyone. You really are a dragon-like man. Clarify whether it's a praise or an insult. Wait, no, it's an insult, right? You are infinitely arrogant, and have the power to go with it. And you even enjoy solitude, so if that's not a dragon, then what else is? It really was an insult. I understand. If you say so, then we will go along with your idea. However, we will eventually end up fighting in the same place. The dragonkin who received the revelations of the Destruction Demon Army are also starting to gather. Yoo IlHan was also thinking something similar. Going alone against hundreds of dragons was akin to smashing a rock with an egg. As such, he had to decrease their numbers as much as possible using the hit-and-run tactic, and only after he felt that it was impossible alone did he plan to cooperate with the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset. Okay, at that time, I'll look for you guys. Lastly, just as Yoo IlHan took out some third-class magic stones and began asking Retta to activate the formation, the dragon spoke again. My name is Lysidna. Can you tell me your name? Lysidna. Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan. That's a good name. It's splendid. Lysidna. Lysidna seemed to have more to talk about, but Retta activated the formation. Yoo IlHan didn't even look back to her and commenced the transfer. And activated the formation again as he met an ally dragon. Damn it, is there no function to filter out allies when activating the formation? You're over-evaluating the world, Yoo IlHan. The next one won't be. I will activate it immediately. Retta. However, only after he used over 20 more magic stones could he strike a non-party dragon, and it was the last dragon that moved around alone. Killing 4th class 958/1000. 42 more. Collecting the dragon's corpse, Yoo IlHan bid on a blood rink. So from now, it's many versus one. Even the enormous quantity of blood rink had been reduced to just 50 liters. Even the shields numbered only around 200 right now, even after his spear arts had advanced. Although the rest of his equipment was holding out since he was repairing from time to time. Are you going to activate the Hourglass of Eternity, Yoo IlHan? Yoo IlHan seriously considered it, but shook his head eventually. No, I will regret it if I use it now. So, you think so too? Retta, let's go screw the dragons with the least number. I understand. A group of 5 is the least. Retta. Is that really the best? Yes. Retta. If it was the best choice, then he couldn't help it. Her firm reply made Yoo IlHan helplessly grip the spear while urging Retta. Let's go then. Let's suffer marvelously. Retta activated the formation. Yoo IlHan, having become used to the sensation of the activation of the formation, blinked his eyes, and arrived at an island surrounded by the sea. It was near the beach as well. I think this place is one that will never have something to do with me in my lifetime, Lifting his head up, the sun was shining brightly, there were no clouds, and the sea was emitting a sapphire-colored light, as if everything was laughing at Yoo IlHan for working overtime. The aura of social butterflies that overflowed in this place even made Yoo IlHan shrink back a little. It was a consolation that this was a doomed world, and therefore, had no people. Dumbfounded at Yoo IlHan's loss of energy, Erta asked. And what place will ever have anything to do with you? Not the beach, but if you go a little further, I killed the Moby Dick in the seas. That damned Moby Dick. There are dragons in the air. Ah, yeah. I should go to the beach when I go back to Earth. Alone, too. Resolved Yoo IlHan while holding up his spear. He found a dragon that was flying in the air while flapping huge wings, and jumped with all his strength. His figure shooting up hundreds of meters, nearly a kilometer, into the sky was quite the spectacle. Midway, he sensed something that felt like alarm magic hindering him, but alarm magic installed by something of a dragon's level couldn't detect Yoo IlHan, so it didn't matter. When will it get caught? It won't be long. Now that the loner dragons are dead, if he isn't planning to run away, then he will have no choice but to find us. Damned reckless human. Grouped up dragons really were different in some way. It seems they were flying too, in order to create a disadvantageous environment for Yoo IlHan, who was a human. However, there were always people like this. I'm fed up with this. What the hell are we doing? How come the strongest in this world, us dragons, have to fear a single human? Kaliana. I will go play around. I'm doing that now, but I will play around even more. One of the dragons suddenly descended at rapid speed and dived into the sea. Looking at that, Yoo IlHan naturally aimed the spear at it, and threw it. Of course, weight transfer included. Critical hit. Ka-ah-ah. The sapphire-colored sea colored red due to dragon's blood. When Yoo IlHan's figure appeared, the alarm magic which finally detected Yoo IlHan spat out ear-screeching noise. Human. Be careful, we cannot underestimate his hiding abilities. The dragons all shot out magic after noticing Yoo IlHan. There was quite the variety, including physical damage magic to magic that tried to hold Yoo IlHan in place. Of course, as he had expected that they would all attack at once, Yoo IlHan re-leaped as soon as his figure was detected, and dived downwards. His target was the dragon that had a spear embedded in its forehead. A few magics chased him from behind, but he ignored them while believing in his armor and his title. What was important to him now was to decrease the number of dragons as much as possible. He keeps charging. Kaliana, move. Damn, Kaliana is under a state of shock. A shock just because we allowed a human to ambush us? Weakling. After they noticed that their magic didn't properly kill the human, the dragons moved quickly, even while saying a few lines in panic. One predicted Yoo IlHan's falling trajectory and tried to block Yoo IlHan by using short-distance spatial transfer magic, while another made tens of magic formations around it in layers in order to attack him, and one even opened its mouth in attempt to devour him whole. Naturally, countless team kills occurred in that process. Who are you attacking, you bastard? Because you appeared so suddenly, I couldn't kill that human. You damned thing. These guys have terrible teamwork. Within the countless insults and magic, Yoo IlHan even succeeded in concealing himself again. He even thought that this may even be easier than fighting a dragon one-on-one. He safely descended into the sea and collected his spear using remote collection as soon as he saw the spear, before taking it out again. Now that he arrived near the dragon who just came to itself and was shaking its head, he inserted the bloodied spear into the same place again. Critical hit. The skill, critical hit, has become level 40. Attack power increases even more when a critical hit occurs. Kaya Wayaak. The dragon's scream resounded across the sky. How could it be fine after getting 2 critical hits with a spear specialized in killing dragons? KHK, Kaawa. When it screamed while rolling around in pain, the dragons that looked down at the injured Kaliana felt fear. One that reads the movement of dragons, who wouldn't die after getting hit by a dragon's magic, dodges the majority of the magic, and even conceals himself among the dragons so comfortably. He really is hunting dragons. When Yoo IlHan twisted his spear and transferred the weight, the dragon died with just that. In fact, he had attacked twice using Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, but there was no way the dragons would know that as they didn't know the secret to the skill. You have earned 1,022,948,305 experience. Killing 4th class 959/1000. 41 left. Muttered Yoo IlHan. Then, he looked up to the stiff dragons watching him from the air, before smirking. It seemed he had the upper hand in morale. Human. Damn, attack him. Are you going to kill more of our allies? Good, let's see who dies in the end. Of course, he would run if things seemed bad, but he didn't say that and leapt. After he had collected the dragon's corpse, that is. Author's notes. There will be comments saying that term *nader and D*E hard was not good after the 3rd in series. There will also be comments saying that there are other movies with a good 2nd in series. A heroine? You look down on IlHan too much. Even while partying with a dragon, IlHan will hunt solo. Loners are invincible. Loners are splendid. Translator's notes. This dragon will be an exception and will be called a she, the rest are all it. Dragon's ally in Ross literally translates to dragon's comrade in arms. Translator, chamber proofreader, Kukasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Yoo, Strangers, 11. Everyone else is a returnee. Translator, chamber. 093, Chapter 15. Yoo, Strangers, 11. The combined attack of the dragons was expectedly frightening. Just to smash with their bodies was powerful enough, but they used magic to accompany it. They weren't the peak magic users that frequently appeared in fantasy novels, but as they had lived quite a long life, each and every one of their magics had very high standards. Their magic was strong, quick, numerous, and even varied from type to type. Be devoured by flames and fall into hell. Critical hit. Ouch. Yoo IlHan. Asterisk groan asterisk, I'm alright. I picked what I would get hit by. What was fortunate was that the basic affinity of the dragons was close to fire, and as such, their magics were also of the fire attribute. As such, Yoo IlHan was reducing the damage acquired through getting hit by fire magic whenever he had no choice but to allow a hit. Kukuko ha 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 ha. Humans are weak. Careful to not kill him. The dragons would never have imagined that Yoo IlHan was wearing an OP armor which increased his fire resistance by 80%, so whenever Yoo IlHan got hit, they cheered. In truth too, they only thought that Yoo IlHan had high mobility and attack power, and looked feeble in their eyes. It was good for Yoo IlHan if they let their guard down. Yoo IlHan analyzed the movements of the dragons when they used magic, while waiting for the timing when they interfered with each other's attacks for a chance to reverse the situation. Now! And at one moment, the dragons who thought that Yoo IlHan showed an opening shot out their magics simultaneously, and in seconds, half the sky was covered by mana and explosions. Yoo IlHan aimed for that moment to leap into the air again. Damn! We didn't hit him. Did he run? Realizing their mistake, the dragons looked around in shock, but Yoo IlHan had long since succeeded in concealing himself. Moreover, there was something else which made him feel good. The skill, Leap, has become level 40. The number of possible re-leaps increased to 3, and it becomes possible to stay in the air for a longer time with the use of mana. This was exactly what he wanted since he had to repeatedly leap and re-leap due to his lack of wings. With this, he could now display more dynamic movement while in the air. Well, he never had any red asterisk LL then. If it's like this. At first, he thought about throwing his spear, but he changed his mind and re-leaped towards it. It was the one which had sustained a neck injury due to the continuous fight until now. The dragons were moving around here and there, installing trap magic. However, this was exactly the proof that they could not find Yoo IlHan. Well, they didn't seem to be aware that concealment allowed him to bypass the alarm magic. Yoo IlHan gripped the spear with both of his hands while bypassing the trap zone, and approached the dragon which was casting healing magic to its neck. Then, he inserted mana into superhuman strength skill without holding anything back to enhance his arm muscles to strike the spear into that dragon. Critical hit. Kaok. Damn it, we got hit again. The trap magic that detected Yoo IlHan, albeit too late, all activated and injured him. He had already expected this much. Yoo IlHan ardently sucked on the blood rink while activating Transcendent Regeneration. The skill, Transcendent Regeneration, has become level 40. The efficiency of rest energy and recovery speed increases by a large amount. Meanwhile, even Transcendent Regeneration became level 40. Now that he could recover faster with less rest energy, the efficiency of the skill instantly doubled. Now, he would be fine after a few seconds even if his bones were broken. Was right. Rest skill was the best. Kaya hack. Kaya Ugh. The dragon couldn't hold back the pain and twisted its enormous body in the air. This moment was more thrilling than a roller coaster. Yoo IlHan knew that it would be the end for him if he was shaken off here. He stuck himself on the neck of the dragon. No matter what magic attacked him and his surroundings, and how strong they were, he resisted, and instantly pushed the embedded spear deeply into the dragon's body with one hand. After that, he transferred the weight of the crossbag onto the spear, but Hundreds of thousands of tons was now hung on the dragon's neck. Yoo IlHan wished that the neck would be broken just like that, but it seemed fourth-class beings were able to endure such weight through sheer willpower, as it was holding out quite well. However, it did seem impossible for it to keep flying in the air. The dragon's body started falling towards the ground along with the embedded spear and Yoo IlHan. Ugh, we need to save Esila. Eek, I will kill that human. We can't do that, you idiot. The dragons in the air panicked after seeing their kin fall to the ground and muttered things while chasing behind. However, there was something that weighed on Yoo IlHan's mind. They can't kill me. What do you mean by that, Yoo IlHan? Urta, who couldn't understand dragon speech unlike Yoo IlHan, voiced her question. However, Yoo IlHan also had no idea beyond that, so he couldn't say anything to her. Instead, he racked his brain. Can't kill me? Just who gave that order? If so, does that mean they're planning to use me as bait to kill the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset? Yes. By now, the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset should have begun their battle, so that seemed plausible. Yoo IlHan wanted to accept that and leave it be, but at moments like these did his brain work at full power. No, that's too weak. The alliance between me and the Garden of Sunset is only a temporary one, and it will be over when the party is severed. The dragons should also know of that, and the enemies should also know that I am not such an effective hostage. If so, another target. For example, a higher existence who should be fighting against the higher existences of Destruction Demon Army way up there. Isn't that more plausible? They're aiming for Lita. Yoo IlHan's heartbeat became faster. He wanted to deny that, but it seemed too plausible. Otherwise, there was no meaning in capturing him alive. Suspicion instantly turned into conviction and ruled over his mind. They were planning to get Lita by capturing him. The moment that thought located itself in his mind, a fire ignited in Yoo IlHan's heart. Due to the sudden change in mind that surprised even him, he almost lost his reason. Even if I die, I will not get captured and endanger Lita. This was one of the resolves he had made while living as a loner, to take responsibility for his own actions. To not get his weaknesses discovered by anyone, and to fight alone, he resolved that firmly and even acted on it. To not look weak to anyone, he lived without voicing a single complaint. However, if he actually got caught by the dragons, then Lita would become responsible for his actions. That was a horrible matter, and something that Yoo IlHan would never let be even if he died. Like how Lita was thinking of Yoo IlHan as important, Yoo IlHan also thought of Lita as being important. It's good that I found out before I made any mistakes. Yoo IlHan became relieved. Now that he knew what they were up to, he was not afraid of anything anymore. It also helped that the dragons didn't know that Yoo IlHan could translate dragon speech. Yoo IlHan was fighting with the resolve to die until now, but it turns out they were trying to capture Yoo IlHan alive. They had made a huge mistake. With this, Yoo IlHan could now become even more advantageous in fights. Anyway, what came first was to kill these dragons in front of him. Yoo IlHan lightly jumped into the air before the dragon with a spear on its neck crashed into the ground, and after the dragon had crashed with a boom did he land back on its neck and pulled out his spear. It wasn't such a difficult matter to kill an almost dead dragon. It was enough to strike once with spear of untraceable trajectory. You have earned 1,192,303,119 experience. I can't endure it anymore. Are you saying that we can only watch as our kin die to that trivial human? One of the dragons finally became berserk. It covered its body with hot orange flames, and descended at rapid speeds while staring at Yoo IlHan, who was collecting the dead dragon's corpse. It seemed it had even cast binding magic as a huge hand made of sand appeared from the ground and tried to restrict him. Yoo IlHan didn't resist that. He obediently got caught by the hand of sand, and just posed himself while gripping the black bone giant spear in his hand. He focused more power than ever into the point of the spear. Like an archer about to shoot an arrow, he tensed all the muscles in his body while drawing back the spear slightly. Idiot! Stop him. There are much more important matters than killing it. Damn it! Let's protect the human. The other dragons hurriedly chased behind. However, the enraged dragon arrived in front of Yoo IlHan first. Crow-ha! Kahak! Critical hit. However, the moment it opened its mouth as it approached Yoo IlHan, a fountain of blood sprayed out. The dragon's vicious charge lost its balance due to the incomprehensible attack. What was there to hide? Of course, it was the spear strike that Yoo IlHan had shot out first using spear of untraceable trajectory. To be exact, it was a spear throw. However, the reason for the opiness of the spear of untraceable trajectory lay somewhere else. Regardless of whether Yoo IlHan had attacked with a spear throw, he was still in his position and was preparing for a killer attack, and Dragon, A, who had just lost its balance, was falling down towards Yoo IlHan after losing balance. Idiot! And Dragon, B, smashed in from the side. Continuing, Dragon, C, dispelled the hand of sand that restricted Yoo IlHan's body. They should have thought that Yoo IlHan would roll around to dodge, but this was exactly the moment Yoo IlHan was waiting for. Vicious purple flame burned on top of his spear. Yoo IlHan pulled back his spear with both of his legs firmly gripping onto the ground, before throwing his spear into the wide-open mouth of Dragon, A, who had floated upward slightly due to the tackle from Dragon, B. Critical hit. Kahak! The dragon spat out a single-syllable scream. The next moment, weight transfer option activated to drag it into the ground. The dragon's figure smashing into the ground to the spear embedded on the palate, roof of one's mouth, while flapping the bat-like wings colored in flames, was as if looking at the fall of Icarus. Critical hit. That was the final strike. Perhaps it had softer joints than the previous one, or it fell down in the wrong position, but its neck had snapped just like that. You have earned 1,209,896,198 experience. To think 3 of us would die. The almighty race of dragons looked laughable to him? Dragon, B, and Dragon, C, also went berserk like Dragon, A, but Yoo IlHan wasn't so scared even after looking at that. He only collected the dragon's corpse and his spear. I will never kill you. I shall tell you that there's suffering worse than death. Foolish human, I will make your entire body realize that what we showed you was not the true power of dragons. They charged in a straight line. However, Yoo IlHan nimbly leaped, and re-leaped twice to shoot up several kilometers into the air. Using re-leap many times sure is incredible. The speed of the dragons in the air was frightening, but currently, Yoo IlHan had surpassed that speed and could take the upper hand in the fight. All of this was thanks to the advance in the leap skill. However, just as Yoo IlHan smiled and prepared to throw his spear, Erta said in a stiff voice. Yoo IlHan. Say it quick. I think it's better if you see this for yourself. Yoo IlHan momentarily stopped getting into position and turned his head. As he was high up in the air, he could see over the horizon. Tens of dragons and hundreds of dragonkin were flying towards him. Now that's a spectacle. The berserk dragons must have provoked its kin. Yoo IlHan nim. At this rate, Retta. He was planning to kill the groups with lower numbers, but it suddenly became a group fight. Yoo IlHan had no choice but to acknowledge that he had looked down on the cohesion of the dragons. We need to go back down to the ground and activate the formation. We can't go against them head-on. Erta. No, unfortunately, that's impossible. It was a similar situation when the Empire was destroyed. Tens of dragons gathered in one place to prevent the activation of the formation and Retta thought back to the past and cried her frustration out. Well, it could be expected that the dragons would not let Yoo IlHan run away through the magic formation. Then what to do now? How to survive now? What must he do in order to meet Lita again? P/R Is this the long-awaited realization of Yoo IlHan's feelings? Yoo IlHan first inflicted a fatal wound to one of the dragons that shot upwards towards him by throwing his spear, which had purple flame burning on it. Then, he activated Releap to shoot downwards towards it while muttering, "Talk to me when I look like I'm about to die." That means Yeah. He laughed bitterly. I think I'll have to use the barrier here. 17 minutes after that, Yoo IlHan killed 4 more dragons, and just as his body was about to snap in half, he succeeded in activating the Hourglass of Eternity. Author's notes. Yoo IlHan is invincible in reading crisis ahead of him. For the next 2 months, it's Yoo IlHan's turn. The story of Darrow Continent is slowly nearing its climax. Translator's notes. Hello, readers of EER. I've come with an explanation about the problems with the new formatting. I can only read Korean. Please try enabling JavaScript and use a well-known browser, such as Google Chrome. Google Chrome Mobile works for me too. If you're in reader mode or the sort, please try disabling it. Also, the Korean isn't the ROS. It's gibberish. I wish to translate ER into another language, / I wish to make EPUB/PDFs. Please contact me at email protected, or even better, subscribe to Patreon. I'm not forcing you, you will have access to non-formatted chapters. For the non-Patreons, I can only give you the chapters after a little time has passed since the posting on KCDS. However, if I start seeing the anti-theft process chapters on aggregators again, I can only stop giving chapters out. I'll also get round to re-editing the chapters until now, and making them into EPUB/PDFs before March. The words getting cut at the end of the lines annoy me so much. Should be fixed. Thanks, and thanks again for enjoying ER. P.S. Since people overloaded me with donations, coder Lee Young-ho and God of Music will have to pause a little longer. PPS, please join the Kobataland Discord chat if you have any questions to me, or to any of the staff, excluding a certain few. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Yoo, Strangers, 12. Huff, huff. Yoo IlHan panted and collapsed on the ground. The dragon's figures with wide-open mouths beyond the barrier was strangely funny. Yoo IlHan, you aren't dead, right? Yeah, probably a dot. Yoo IlHan turned his head to check whether his waist was snapped and spoke in a worried tone, before taking out a blood-ring cheer pack and drinking it. Transcendent regeneration activated the moment his body acquired rest energy to heal the muscles that were ripped apart due to the aftereffects of the superhuman strength skill, and rejoined his shoulder, which was almost ripped apart by a dragon's claw. Only after he checked that his ribs had no cracks did he let go of the blood ring from his mouth. A patient that looked like he was just about to leave the world recovered in moments. I drank all of that and only have 30 liters left now. That's a pain. It would be good if the dragons in your party noticed your crisis and came to help. Erta seemed to expect external help, but Yoo IlHan didn't expect it so much. Wasn't it all due to his ability that the Garden of Sunset formed an alliance with him? But if the alliance held them back instead of helping them, then there was a possibility that they would just forget everything and give up on the plan. If you are conscious of the fact that you cannot believe anyone in the world, then you won't have to worry about getting backstabbed. Remember this, Erta. That's a sad enlightenment, Erta. Yoo IlHan took out the anvil, the furnace, the hammer, and various other blacksmithing tools before taking off his ragged armor. I should take Eternal Flame with me starting next time. That child won't go inside the crossbag. Erta. Thinking that he should research on that matter later, he thought about what he could use to replace the flame, and he came up with purple flame from his black bone giant spear. It won't go off easily once he set fire inside the furnace, and as it was a flame with a special attribute, its melting abilities was one of the best. Excluding the fact that it could not understand Yoo IlHan's will, unlike the eternal flame, and he had to focus quite a lot to compensate for that, it was a splendid choice. Taking his top off, Yoo IlHan was repairing the armor with what little orochi bones and leather he had left, when Erta realized and spoke to him. Oh yeah, Retta couldn't enter again. Erta. Crohia where? And the Oroki's here again? Erta. There's something I want to keep secret from her, heh? A secret? Is he trying to make a present for her? Erta's eyes sparked. Wait, he was making a present for a formless shard of thought, but there was nothing for her. Although she caused him a lot of embarrassments until now, she should have helped out a lot since the time he came to Daru, through the angel's support skill. Even though she would realize that it was a misunderstanding if she thought a little more about it, the calm and rational Erta of the past had long since disappeared, and there was only the poor angel, too, who was going berserk with her newly found emotions. Regardless of the complaint that was blowing up in size infinitely, which stemmed from Erta's misunderstanding, Yoo IlHan kept continuing to work. In this space where time had stopped, clear sounds of hammering endlessly rang out. Even though he was having a life and death battle until moments ago, Yoo IlHan was neither nervous nor hurried. He saw through the 2 months given to him, and paced himself in order to use that time fully. This wasn't possible for just anyone. It was only possible for Yoo IlHan, who had experienced the forgotten millennium on Earth. It wasn't a lie at all when Spira said that Yoo IlHan was fitting as the owner of the Hourglass of Eternity. The armor was repaired soon, and the spear also became sharper than before. It was a little interesting to see that the spear head was melting in the furnace even though it wasn't affected when he used the skill. Next is the shields. Yoo IlHan poured out the damaged shields from his crossbag. The 1,000 shields of top quality, made from Oroki's hard bones and leather, had all become tatters without a single exception. Do you think you can repair all that? Erta. I can't use the leather. As for the bones, it's fortunate that they have metallic properties. I think I'll be able to use them again somehow if I melt them down. Then, there was only one conclusion. That moment had arrived. The moment of dismantling. I really want to dismantle the third-class ones too. Please hold back. Erta. The number of third-class monsters he had hunted since he came to Daru numbered over 35,000. It was a wonder that the crossbag was still holding out, but although they were smaller than fourth-class beings, as every one of them were monsters with over several meters of height, if he dismantled them all, the time limit for the barrier would be finished without him being able to do anything substantial. Yes, let's do that after we go back to Earth. The clans that would buy the higher equipment next season just became lucky. It seems you need to make a higher tier than higher equipment. Equipment made from dragonkin would be different in some ways. Erta. Yoo IlHan grumbled along with Erta before starting to dismantle the fourth-class dragons. He equipped sharp dragon bone knives in both of his hands, and did a sword dance as parts of the dragon's corpse came out the crossbag. It was over quite quickly when he was dismantling the Orochi, but now that he had to dismantle over 900 dragons, the sword dance continued for several hours without rest. Yoo IlHan wielded the knives in both of his hands with his peak-level focus, while taking out the corpses from the crossbag at the same time, and the dragon corpses came out in a grand fashion, but was ground, in a matter of minutes, into fine pieces that seemed suitable for display within the British Museum. Below that, a bucket made of special material was placed to hold the dragon's blood. It was truly a grotesque scene, but how could it look so cool with Yoo IlHan in the center? Erta watched the scene dumbfoundedly. The dismantling finished and Yoo IlHan was left with 18 fourth-class magic stones. 1/5 is bullshit. It's more like 1/50th. But dragons have a possibility of having a dragon heart. Erta. Yes, but I got none. That's true. Erta. Even though he had taken out the hearts of those dragons out carefully each time, there were none that looked like a dragon heart. Damn, It's a heart, but it isn't a heart. Dragon hearts are written with capitals, and normal hearts aren't. You can just think of it as a proper noun. Urta. Thanks for the easy-to-understand info, Urtawagon. Closing is short-lived, but grand dream of a dragon heart. Yoo IlHan threw the separated dragon bones into the purple flame burning inside the furnace. Looking at it now, it seemed that he had to make another furnace first from dragon bones, as the current one looked like it would melt at any moment. Yoo IlHan, what do we do with all these hearts? Urta. Just gather them on one side. I might be able to make something from it. Now you're ordering an angel around, Urta. Even while grumbling, Urta gathered the hearts in one place. Since the huge bucket that stored the dragon's blood was around 70% filled, she just threw them all in there. Seeing the red and hideous hearts floating in the black sea of blood was quite a shocking experience. It's my first time seeing so many dragon hearts in one place. Well, it wasn't that I met dragons often even when I was 4th class. Urta. In fact, before she became an angel, it was not an easy thing for her to hunt a dragon either. She was a mage, and had high attack power but had feeble defense and had to endure a long chant. In regards to that, Yoo IlHan could just be said as amazing. Although it was true that he was under the support of frightening equipment and the skill known as angel support, from his current rate of growth, it wouldn't be long until he surpassed Urta's power when she was a lower existence. There were more beings that gained the potential for infinite growth thanks to the contact with the Akashic records than there were grains of sand on the beach, but very rarely do those people reach the realm of higher existences. As such, no matter how great of a hero one may be, it was difficult to say if that person would become a higher existence or not. However, what about Yoo IlHan? Wouldn't he become a higher existence like it was nothing? If you really gain the possibility of a higher existence, will you really come to us? Urta. As she knew that Yoo IlHan wouldn't be aware even if lightning struck right next to him due to him working, Urta muttered out loud while looking at Yoo IlHan. It seemed he really hadn't heard her as he kept hammering away. Time flowed past. Yoo IlHan made 3,000 new shields using the overflowing dragon bones and leather. They were all at least of unique rank, and 5 of them luckily became legend rank, obtaining incomparable defense power compared to the others. He wouldn't have thought so much if they were all unique, but now that he came out with 5 legend rank ones, Yoo IlHan became severely conflicted. It would be good if I group up the legend and leave them on one side, but it would be difficult even for you to differentiate between the shields in your crossbag, right? Urta. He really wanted to retort to her, but frustratingly, she was right. Other than the fact that they were of legend rank, the outer appearance of those shields didn't look that different from the unique ranked ones. Even though he became used to the remote collection function of the crossbag, it was difficult for him to pick out the 5 legend ones amongst 1,000 shields that were identical to each other. Then what should he do? Normally, people use money when they encounter problems that they cannot solve by themselves. With that, most of them are solved. Yoo IlHan also came to know of that method quite recently. Using money when necessary brings miracles. As such, Yoo IlHan took out a 4th-class magic stone. Yoo IlHan. Urta. That's one small step for me, one giant leap for Shieldkind. NASA will hunt you down. Urta. All the shields had undergone mana crafting once with 3rd-class magic stones. He even cut out the heads of the 3rd-class dragons for the magic stones without dismantling. Since they had undergone mana crafting, there might not be any changes even if he imbued the power of magic stones. However, Yoo IlHan wanted to believe in the legend rank. If it was the shields that had acquired legend rank within the same conditions as the other shields, he believed that they would be able to endure a 4th-class magic stone, but if you're trying to tie 5 of them into one by mana crafting, you're doing something similar to when you made the armor and the robe, no? Urta. Oh yeah. Now that I think about it, I went through the pains of attaching those options onto the armor and the robe, but I never even used them. That couldn't be helped. Third-class ones were usually over with a single hit, and fourth-class ones wouldn't be damaged with just that. In any case, the experience from last time helped, so it was fine. Yoo IlHan layered the 5 legend rank shields neatly, and placed one hand on top of them while grabbing on the 4th class magic stone, which was emitting a frightening but brilliant light. He closed his eyes to focus, and wished dearly while activating mana crafting. Please let me be able to use those 5 shields together. At that moment, a blinding light flashed. As Yoo IlHan wished for a miracle, it actually happened. The 5 artifacts all emitted light and were being completed into a single artifact. Aegis. Rank, Legend. Defense, 7,200. Options. 35% increase in defense. Nullifies critical strikes at a certain probability. Reflects a portion of physical and magical damage when hit at a certain probability. Can move according to the user's will with the use of mana. Durability, 13,500/13,500. A single artifact comprised of 5 legend rank shields. The crafter that had a deep comprehension on each of the artifacts succeeded in tying the 5 shields into one with the combination of his exceptional mana crafting ability and the pure magic stone. If this artifact accompanies the owner and gains records and achievements, then it may perhaps advance to the next stage. Due to the unexpected gain, Yoo IlHan was at a loss. Erta was at an even more of a loss. There's a limit for blind pigs finding acorns. This is almost heavenly cloud-gathering sword tier. Erta. P/or there's a saying that goes, even a blind pig can find acorns once in a while. 4th class magic stones sure are amazing. With a slightly off opinion, Yoo IlHan tried inserting mana into Aegis to lift them into the air. As expected, the simple-looking 4th option was more than he had expected. The 5 shields could be formed into a flower-like form to make a huge defensive layer, and may be layered into a single sturdy shield, and could even be spun around Yoo IlHan to protect him from all sides. There were many uses to it. Of course, he would be able to recreate that phenomenon to a certain point with his crossbag, but since they were moving real-time according to Yoo IlHan's will, it would be a huge difference in actual battle. Thinking that he had earned an extra life, Yoo IlHan stored the Aegis into his crossbag. He couldn't use such a life-saving equipment so early on. As he had planned, he would use them in the final fight. Whenever miracles occurred, they occurred coincidentally in unexpected places. This was the moment where one of the artifacts that would represent him was born. Author's notes. Aegis may be pronounced as Aii-Gis or Eejis. Although they were once used to mean a normal leather shield, normally, it is most known for the shield of the goddess, Athena, in Greek mythology. It's the shield that has the Medusa's head on it. Of course, Yoo IlHan's Aegis has no petrification ability. Translator's notes. Enjoy. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Yoo I, Strangers, 13. After creating Aegis, Yoo IlHan proceeded to enhance the Dragon Hunter tools. Although he couldn't make new giant's rubber bands without the eternal flame, he installed the Dragon Hunter tools with what little rubber bands he had before strengthening them with the newly acquired dragon bones and leather. Amongst those, what Yoo IlHan focused on the most was the Dragon Hunter ballista. Rather, it was more like a huge crossbow. Dragon Hunter's frightening and sturdy dark python ballista. Rank, Legend. Attack power, 6,500. Options. 50% increase in attack power against Dragonkin. 40% increase in penetrative power. Endures momentarily even if receiving shock beyond durability. Durability, 7,988/8,100. A large weapon optimized to hunt dragons. The sharp and thick and big dragon bones are used as the arrows, and up to 15 shots can be shot out continuously. There were a total of 6 ballistas he had made after investing third-class magic stones without holding back, and they could now shoot out continuously. To use them as soon as the barrier fell apart, he installed and fixed the ballista on the ground. It was ridiculously difficult to load them even when he had deployed superhuman strength, but that wasn't much of a problem since they would be reloaded automatically using the rebound force from when they shoot the arrows. Ignoring third-class ones, I need to start off by killing at least 6 fourth-class ones. And you're talking about fourth-class ones here. Yoo IlHan attached ropes on each of the triggers of the ballistas and tied them up. This was for him to shoot all 6 ballistas at the same time when the barrier's time was up. You think they'll be able to survive with 15 big and beautiful dragon bones embedded in them? There are still over 30 even if that happens. This isn't really usable if you use it once, no? Yes. But it's alright. This is just the start. Each and every one of the dragons were monstrous beings that did not tire out even while endlessly casting magic and flying around. Would traps and landmines work on them? Not a chance. There cannot exist a trap that can insta-kill a dragon. If it was possible, he would make around 30 ballistas and install them everywhere, but there were no more giants' rubber bands. Then, what did he have to do? The answer Yoo IlHan came up with was to give up on killing them and focus on tying them down in their places as much as possible. Firstly, he installed the pillar and harpoon sets he made with Orochi materials around the place. Then, he went into modifying them. He focused on tying down the dragons as much as possible. Naturally, he had invested the third-class magic stones on each of the pillars so that they wouldn't budge even while the dragons rampaged around, the harpoons so that the dragons wouldn't be able to pull it out even if they use all their power, and the ropes so that they wouldn't snap no matter what the dragons did to them, whether it would be pulling, burning or freezing due to magic. Such was the completion of the haunting ghost harpoon set. I'd tie them down with this, and kill the others. I can't even retort since your idea of tying fourth-class dragons down with harpoons is too cool. Was Yoo IlHan's mentioning of the Moby Dick all for this moment? Ended up acknowledging him. Embedding tens of pillars within the barrier area, Yoo IlHan continued by creating grenades that worked through the explosion of magic stones, with the shrapnels of dragon bones he was left with after the crafting, and made quite a few pile bunkers that burst apart after a single shot in compensation for extremizing destructive ability, after considering that it was difficult to load them amidst a battle. He did pour out third-class magic stones for all of that, but even that wouldn't finish a dragon with a single strike. However, it would probably be enough to deal proper damage. Yoo IlHan wanted just that. Lastly, he made an insurance. Insurance? Yup. It was unknown when a crisis may rise within battle. Now that he had already used the Hourglass of Eternity, shouldn't he make at least 1 or 2 emergency escape bombs? As such, he picked 1 grenade and 1 pile bunker and invested a fourth-class magic stone on them. Even though they were consumables that would be gone after a single use. You are aware how valuable fourth-class magic stones are, right? Of course, I do. But my life is even more valuable. The power within fourth-class magic stones were incredible as he had expected. The destructive power of the finished grenade was near 9,000, and pile bunker was near 10,000. It was a pity that they would disappear after a single use. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of making another set of equipment using fourth-class magic stones and dragon parts, but not to mention his spear, as his armor had an increase in fire attribute option, it was specialized for fighting dragons. To extract them, it was a loss since Orochi material were better than the dragon bones he had right now, and if he made a fourth-class magic stone and other dragon bones to make a whole new equipment, its performance wouldn't surpass the current ones even if they turned out to be epic ranked ones. This was the reason he had focused on making subsidiary equipment. When everything was finished, there were 10 days left until the barrier time ran out. Checked the durability of the barrier before speaking to Yoo IlHan with a nod. Now you've got every insurance you can make, right? There's some time left, so get plenty of rest and simulate the battle. No, I'm not finished making insurance though? You want to use more fourth-class magic stones? Not at all. As he didn't know when he would be able to acquire any fourth-class magic stones again when he went back to Earth, he had no thought on wasting them now. Yoo IlHan shook his head with a laugh, and spoke words that were incomprehensible to Erda, to an opponent that was incomprehensible to Erda. Orochi, you understand me, right? Why don't we have a talk about the future? Kroa Aar. Orochi. This was the moment when Yoo IlHan commenced creating the last insurance just in case. When he finished doing everything he could, there was only 1 hour until the barrier time was up. There was no meaning in training skills in that short time. Wouldn't it be better to just get some sleep? Thought Yoo IlHan while clearing up the furnace when he smelled a refreshing smell. It was something he didn't feel until just a moment ago. What is it, Erda? Did you take out some food from your inventory? Don't be stingy by eating alone and give me some too. No. It's that, I think you need to see for yourself. To Yoo IlHan, who sounded like he was joking, Erda replied in a strangely concerned voice. Now that he looked back, she had left Yoo IlHan's head and was flying around the place, and was now looking at the special material bucket that he had used to store dragon's blood. That's the bucket for the blood. I should clean this up and store it. Actually, I put the dragon hearts in there 2 months ago. Over 900 hearts? To be exact, it's 965 of them. Even while tilting his head at Erda's stiff voice, Yoo IlHan approached her and gave the bucket a glance. There was a lake of transparent rubies. No, there's no way jewels can become lakes. Not at all. Your description is very suitable. Yoo IlHan rejected his own opinion on it, but Erda exclaimed at his expression of words. It was exactly like that. Even though the dragon's blood definitely looked black and unclear in the past, it had become a ruby-red liquid emitting light all by itself. It was probably the hearts that affected the blood, but there was no way of knowing the exact mechanism. The aroma was from the liquid. Yoo IlHan had no way of understanding what was happening. Please explain, Erdawagon. I don't know either. You really don't help, do you? I've never gathered so many dragon hearts in one place before. I assure you that no other angels have done that either. The retorting Erda looked so cute. If the Erda of the time when she just met Yoo IlHan saw this, then she would probably deny reality. Yoo IlHan patted Erda with a laugh, and neared one of his hand to the liquid that was emitting faint light. Erda became shocked when she saw that. Dragon's blood is dangerous. It may perhaps have gotten even more dangerous. Don't look down on my extreme poison resistance. I trained with the blood rink. However, both Erda's worry and Yoo IlHan's resolve were in vain. The liquid did not affect Yoo IlHan's hand in any way. No, to be exact, there was a stinging sensation, but this was almost the same feeling as the blood rink. Meaning, it was just extreme poison. When his hand touched the surface of the liquid, a line of green text appeared on Yoo IlHan's retina. An alcoholic drink that was born after dragon's blood was filtered and matured through numerous mana organs, which, as a result, had its poison neutralized, and had its life force and recovery power amplified. If one's an owner of a body that is not affected by extreme poison, it becomes possible to recover health and a little bit of magic when consuming this. The dragon's regeneration energy piled up through the years is plenty, so one would not need sleep. You have created a drink that was never discovered before in any place. The skill, cooking, increases by a large amount to level 49. The same cooking would result in better effects, and the possibility of thinking up a recipe by just looking at the ingredients increases. You have created an alcoholic drink using the essence of dragonkin of at least 4th class. Although one would not be able to consume this without extreme poison resistance, its distinguished aroma and exceptional effects are all worthy of praise. You have the qualifications to name this alcoholic drink. Lightning flashed in Yoo IlHan's head. In fact, he didn't understand exactly what had happened, but he might have discovered a good potion to replace blood drink. Yoo IlHan and IlHan named this alcoholic drink, Breath. There was a total of 112 liters after the maturation process, which concentrated the drink by tens of times. When he moved them all into cheer packs for ease of drinking, there was only 30 seconds to the end of the barrier. You're ready, right? Of course, this is a winning fight for me. Yoo IlHan grabbed on the rope connected to the 6 ballistas, and retracted the barrier himself at the same time he pulled on the rope. An explosive noise that sounded like the end of the world ruled the space. Kahak! Kahak! Critical hit! He moved at an absurd speed. The bones are. Cock! Critical hit! Critical hit! 6 ballistas all spat out fire while attacking the dragons they were aiming for. Yoo IlHan had a simple standard when setting the targets, ones that were close to him, and ones that were trying to cast magic. His aim was not off even by a little bit, and the dragons fell to the ground helplessly after being hit by 15 continuous bone arrows without the chance to cast any magic. You have earned 1,099,384,055 experience. You have earned 1,211,109,334. You have. 6 dragons instantly met their deaths and text blurred Yoo IlHan's vision, but Yoo IlHan didn't care about it anymore. After activating the ballistas by pulling on the rope, he immediately started throwing harpoons before the dragons that were sent out due to the barrier pinpointed his position. His movement was something that was impossible if not for the fact that he was sure of the results of his actions. Kaya Hawk. You. He played a vicious trick. How can it be? Did he deceive our eyes? Yes, please keep chatting on like that. Regardless of whether the dragons were panicking at the sudden change in situation or not, Yoo IlHan did not stop until he threw all the harpoons he had set up beforehand. Retta, who hadn't entered the barrier, realized what had happened by then. You activated the barrier. Retta. Yeah. The dragons who panicked due to the sudden change in situation also finally seemed to realize what was happening by the time their bodies were riddled with harpoons, as they tried various methods to cut the rope, or pull out the pillars in the ground, but if they were pulled out so easily, then Yoo IlHan wouldn't bother making them in the first place. His health has recovered. Just what happened just then? That's not important at all right now. What's important is that we need to kill him. Like I said, we can't kill him. Damn it, cut this rope for me. The dragons were literally in a pit of chaos. A portion failed in their magic as their target instantly switched places, and another portion was struggling due to the harpoons, and some were casting magic in order to help those dragons, and cause team kills while doing that. That's foul play. Ha! Even within this chaos, never did Yoo IlHan aim for a third-class being. They were just minor mobs that would be swung around according to the dragon's movements. Even getting hit by them didn't hurt so much, so he just ignored them. He focused only on killing the dragons. Ka-ak. A harpoon thrown by Yoo IlHan pierced a dragon's left hip. The dragon rapidly decelerated while charging forward, so it crashed into the ground, and into its own kin. Critical hit. Ka-ah. Dealing a critical strike using Spear of Untraceable Trajectory just before the dragon crashed on the ground, Yoo IlHan ran away from the berserking dragon and threw yet another harpoon. This repeated several times, and the battlefield was falling into a chaotic mess due to the tied-up dragons and the flames that they were spitting out. If they had regained their rationality, they would have fought Yoo IlHan more calmly, but Yoo IlHan had driven the battle situation into the extremes by messing with their minds with the help of the ballistas and the harpoons. The problem was that he was moving around while getting hit by all the flames that the dragons were shooting out, so he looked like he was about to die at any moment. The hot-headed dragons fell into an illusion that they could kill Yoo IlHan quite soon if they undertook a little more damage, and kept going overboard, and as a result, they were all tackled by harpoons and crashed into the ground. Even though the person in question, Yoo IlHan, was recovering his health while sucking on the breath-filled cheer pack. Dang, this has high alcohol content. Just what happened within the barrier? Retta asked Retta dumbfoundedly after seeing a dying human playing around with tens of dragons. However, Urta had no words to answer her. Even she didn't expect this situation. All she saw was that Yoo IlHan worked on metalworking and installing pillars connected to harpoons and installing the ballistas. Never did she think that all of that had been done with the help of meticulous calculations. However, she was wrong. Even while metalworking, Yoo IlHan simulated the battle many times, and deployed the harpoons and the ballistas according to those simulations, and meticulously controlled his movements after the barrier was dispelled in order to lead the situation to his predictions. The 2 months that Urta thought about, and the 2 months that Yoo IlHan had experienced were fundamentally different compared to each other. If she thought about recharging and enhancing equipment, Yoo IlHan had created a sure victory battle tactic. He was now the ruler of the battlefield. His innate talent and a millennium of hard work shined for the first time through the body that had evolved through level-ups. Author's notes. It is written in the story, but IlHan's spear and armor are perfect to the point that he can't do anything more to it. It's planned for the 4th class magic stones to be used later, for other equipments, so look forward to it. He fermented some wine when he had gone in order to create weapons. Urta put the hearts in the blood as if Dionysus was stepping on grapes. What's the final insurance with the Orochi? Will be revealed in the next chapter. T/N, please don't spoil for those who've read the spoilers. You are fine to discuss about it in the comments, though. Translator's notes. Something the readers may be curious about. Q. Why doesn't he summon each of the dragons into the barrier one at a time? He is not capable of doing that, yet. Urta is capable, but she is lacking power in this abandoned world. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Yoo, Strangers, 14. It would be the best if chaos ensued until the battle ended, but there was a limit to that. The dragons became wary when their numbers decreased by a significant amount, and analyzed the situation around themselves in a more objective way, and finally understood that Yoo IlHan's weakness was exposed as he was assaulting the dragons. Presence. To bring out the maximum effects of the battlefield he had created, he was moving around all over the place, and could not use his strongest card, his concealment. From that moment, a portion of the dragons changed their strategy. They became wary to not give in to Yoo IlHan's provocation and attacked him with long-range magic. From that moment onwards, Yoo IlHan's injuries started increasing. In fact, Yoo IlHan thought that he had done this more than enough. He had taken back much more than he invested since the dragons were more stupid than he had expected. Amongst them, some third-class dragonkin tried to pull out the pillars embedded in the grounds by diving towards the earth and flipping over the entire soil, but Yoo IlHan just ignored them. If the pillars and harpoons were something that could be nullified by third-class beings, then he wouldn't have made them in the first place. Ugh, how does he endure so well even though he looks so weak? We need to freeze him first. Shit. Why was I born with the powers of fire? The right moment arrived. He used his harpoons enough, and the dragons started leaving behind their allies tied by the harpoons and started to act to kill Yoo IlHan. Now, Yoo IlHan also needed to go to the next stage. Immediately after he decided, Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground into the air. While the dragons tied to the ground couldn't move, he planned to decrease the airborne dragons as much as possible. Now we don't care anymore. Die. A completely intact 4th-class dragon charged towards him. The dragon's grandeur while charging with all sorts of strengthening and support magic cast on itself was very vicious. However, Yoo IlHan checked behind before he took out a pile bunker from his crossbag, and shot the pile bunker as soon as the dragon arrived near him and opened its mouth. Critical hit. Ka-ok. The might of the pile bunker, which focused all its power into a single shot, could be called peerless. It broke through all the strengthening and defense magic before piercing through the tongue and the lower jaw. When Yoo IlHan transferred the weight, the dragon fell by itself. Meanwhile, due to the rebound from the pile bunker, Yoo IlHan was shot backwards without the need for a re-leap. He took out another pile bunker. Everything around him were dragons and dragonkin anyway. Phew. You're using it to attack and as a driving force at the same time. Hup. Ordinary humans, and even humans with exceptional battle power, are bound to be ruled by the environment they are living in. They could only panic when they are suddenly thrown into the air, as there was no footing nor was it easy to focus, so be it swords or guns, it was difficult to bring out their proper abilities. On top of that, if they were fighting a monster who had superior aerial maneuverability, it was very easy for them to get hurt. However, Yoo IlHan had in the end, due to the continuous aerial fights he partook in since coming to Daru, become used to moving around in the way he wants while maintaining situational awareness around him in all 6 directions, front, behind, left, right, up, down, to fight multiple enemies. Despite not having wings, he was bringing out enough changes in vectors just with re-leaps and pile bunker rebounds. Now, capture him. Kwawa'ak. A portion of the dragons opened their mouths and breathed out violent flames to attack Yoo IlHan. At this point, it would be reasonable if they realized that Yoo IlHan was strong against fire, but as their innate attributes were based on fire, they had no other choice. Yoo IlHan recklessly went head in towards the flames that seemed like they could eviscerate the entire world. Now that he had experienced the pain of getting burned so many times, he had gotten used to it. His eyes shined sharply even within the pouring flames to look at the roof of the dragon's mouth. Hup! Yoo IlHan re-leaped within the flames. Shooting out from the flames, Yoo IlHan held pointed the pile bunker upwards and struck it on the roof of the dragon's mouth. Kaya. Eat this too. It was a little disappointing to leave just a single attack, so Yoo IlHan threw a few grenades into the punctured hole and on top of the tongue, before quickly leaving the premises. This way. If we miss this opportunity, more of our kin will die. Attack. However, the other dragons all started activating magic at that moment as if they had waited for it. Even though their ally dragon will suffer more damage in this situation, they became enraptured in the thought to kill Yoo IlHan after seeing so many of their kin dying. Now, they couldn't care less about destruction demon army or whatever. To them, Yoo IlHan was an archenemy they couldn't share the skies with. An enemy they had to kill at all costs. The situation was pretty clear just from looking at the fact that they were using more mana to their magic. Only third-class dragonkin died from the friendly fire. Yoo IlHan, you're surrounded. Careful not to get hit by stray fire. Shields were made for these kind of moments. He called out hundreds of shields to encapsulate him. Would it sound like this if you fry billions of beans with many different frying pans? Numerous and varied magic hit on the layers upon layers of shields and terrorized Yoo IlHan's eardrums. He could only endure with the thought that this was much better than getting hit head-on. Although the time they could stay in the air was very short, the shields that appeared exactly at the moment when the magic was about to strike, splendidly did their job before returning to the crossbag. Of course, as Yoo IlHan couldn't block all the damage from the numerous magic, he had to take out a cheer pack hurriedly. You're drinking breath. Health increases rapidly and rest energy recharges. A little bit of magic increases. All battle senses become sharper. When the hundreds of shields disappeared and Yoo IlHan appeared completely intact, the dragons became enraged. Why, you monster? We can't let him live. They're making a mistake. They got their priorities wrong. We need to erase the sky before anything else. Seeing their reactions, Yoo IlHan giggled. Seeing that even the calmer dragons were starting to panic, it seemed that Yoo IlHan had a talent for taunting enemies. Yoo IlHan deployed Relief and approached one of them before taking out a new pile bunker. He still had a lot of weapons left, and the alcoholic drink he made from their blood was recovering his health endlessly. You're too late to realize that, fellows. Well, do your best. When Yoo IlHan barely landed on the ground, the sky was already coloring red. Not due to the flames from the dragons, nor from their blood, it was becoming sunset. Yoo IlHan collected the last dragon that died to his crossbag before calling out a piece of information onto his retina. Killing 4th class 1000/1000. Phew, that was easy. Ha, yeah right. Erta. You really did it. Retta. In contrast to Erta's sarcastic remark, Retta expressed her heartfelt exclamation. Yoo IlHan laughed and sucked on the cheer pack. It was not breath, but blood drink. It's good that breath recovers my health and my rest energy, but the problem is that it makes me dizzy. That's an expected side effect. Erta, P/R its alcohol. He filled his health completely, and even completed repairing his equipment temporarily. There was not a single dragonkin corpse on the beach. Only remains of pile bunkers were around, along with ballistas and harpoons without their targets, which were all reflecting the dull light of sunset to reveal a cruel sight. He was worried that his crossbag may really burst, but he decided to believe in Erta's words that she will increase the capacity even if she had to call out 100 angels. Then now, it was time to open the gift box. Class advancement quest complete. Will you advance to Blazing Reaper? It's finally time. It really was a long time. Erta. Class advancement, A. So it already comes to this. You really are absurdly fast. Erta. Yoo IlHan achieved 2nd class in the fight with Retta. Even though not much time had passed since that had happened, he was now getting his 3rd, which made Retta stupefied. I'm not even completely ready yet, but it can't be helped. Retta. However, her following words were slightly strange. Yoo IlHan asked while tilting his head. Can't help what, dot. If you acquire the same tier as what I once was by advancing, then the probability of success for my magic will be infinitely lowered. Retta. Yoo IlHan's brows twitched. This sounded quite worrying. Magic? Yes, magic. Retta. The moment Retta said that, everything changed. Starting from the land that Yoo IlHan was stepping on, blue light started reaching endlessly towards all directions, beyond the small island into the seas. Perhaps it may reach the end of the continent. Seeing that unrecognizable geometric shapes were appearing within the blue light that covered the surroundings, Yoo IlHan thought, "OS something. Is this the magic formation?" Correct. This is the formation that the ancient empire cast over the entire continent. It's an amazing magic formation that could be considered the essence of elven magic. It's also the formation that you've been using for mere spatial transfers until now. Retta. Mere spatial transfer. Yoo IlHan asked back in a bitter voice. So it has other uses. It is said that the Emperor of the Elven Empire pursued eternal life with this formation, casting away the aged flesh, and transferring the soul to another person's body. Retta. Yoo IlHan thought that that kind of magic was an evil magic that beings fit to be last bosses would use. I, who was about to become its sacrifice, could kill him with the help of my allies, and became the new master of the formation. It was possible only because the dragons caused chaos in the empire. Retta. However, she could not use it. The power of the dragons were too strong, and soul transfers were difficult to activate against opponents that had similar or higher tiers as them. At the last moment, she cast soul transfer against a dragon, which made her fall into becoming a breaker. However, she was an exceptional death god, and gathered her fragmented soul, which should have disappeared naturally, and succeeded in imbuing them into her own body and her artifact. Then, she finally met a sacrifice, with the name Yoo IlHan, and the one that had more talent than anyone else. As such, all of her words until now, except the fact that dragons were her archenemies, were lies. Yoo IlHan tried to lift his arm, but he couldn't. Now, he tried to commence the advancement with just his will alone, but no matter how much he willed it, no text appeared on his retina. His physical body did not listen to him at all. You are extremely exceptional, but have no sense of crisis. I think that you will lose your life while focusing on enjoying yourself like that. Retta laughed coldly. I was once a death god, one that specialized in handling the power of souls. That was why I could imbue my soul into an artifact, and could activate the elven magic formation despite not having a physical body. Did you not realize that I was too free? That I could harbor treacherous intentions? Retta, would it sound like a lie if I told you that I wanted to believe in you? Now, it was difficult to even speak. That was natural, as an enormous magic formation installed over an entire continent was wholly activating in order to bind Yoo IlHan. That was a truly enormous power. Thinking about it, Yoo IlHan thought that the magic stones he used to activate the formation may have not been used completely and were used to store energy within the formation. Without fear, you poured the life force of many to me who was dwelling within your soul. That made my thought processes more distinct, and enhanced what little powers I had left. You should have realized that there was a problem when the elven magic formation recognized me as the master and not you. Retta. Now that he heard it, it was really like that. She was a mere fragmented soul. Even though she was a thought that could not show herself outside even after eating all that life force, Retta Kariha could use the magic formation of her own will as the master. Then, she could also use the formation to go against Yoo IlHan's will. It was so difficult for me to hold back my laughter while you were talking about your predictions with this magic formation. Future prediction? Dragons do what? You're wrong. This magic formation is something that no one can do anything about other than the elves. It is the grand formation to lead our race into prosperity. Retta. Ugh. The power of the magic formation that bound Yoo IlHan started being sucked into his body. An enormous amount of mana that he could not endure whittled away his body and his psyche. I will take over your body. I will defeat all the dragons belonging to Destruction Demon Army, and ally with the Garden of Sunset in order to develop Darrow once again. Retta laughed. As her soul started off within Yoo IlHan's body, soul transfer magic activated successfully. As she had already started to take control of Yoo IlHan's senses, Yoo IlHan's lips were twitching upwards without his will. Please do not believe in others so easily from now on. Oh, your soul will disappear, so that kind of realization is no good for you now. Retta. Well, I'm not so sure about that. Urta, who was watching until now, finally spoke. It was very strange considering the emotion she had towards Yoo IlHan, but Retta was too much in ecstasy to realize at all. Urta was still on top of Yoo IlHan's head, but her expression even looked slightly proud. I don't think you need to teach him that. Urta. What? Retta. Just as when Urta spoke, and Retta snorted. Yoo IlHan spoke with difficulty. Wake up already. When he spoke in a whisper-like voice, a sleeping thought inside him opened its eyes. The thought that even Retta, who had enhanced her powers through the magic formation and the life force, had forgotten about. If you're up, bite her to death. Crohea Wayer. In the 2 months that didn't last an instant. Within the barrier that Retta could not enter, Yoo IlHan let the Orochi eat all of the life force of dragonkin he had acquired until now. And now, that Orochi was roaring loudly. Orochi. How? It's the barrier. You knew already. You didn't believe in me. Since the start. Retta. Ha. Yoo IlHan laughed at Retta's shriek. It was a much more natural smile than before. It wasn't Retta who had moved. In the process of Retta's thought being crushed by the Orochi, Yoo IlHan had regained control of his body and laughed. You should listen to the end, shouldn't you? Cruel. Orochi. The last insurance for the opponent that he wanted to believe in, but couldn't, had finally come into play. Author's notes. Yes, Retta was an enemy from start to finish. She wouldn't have been a threat if he left her alone, but IlHan let her grow so much. Although, he did that because he had something to rely on. It's natural, but not all blatant foreshadows come true. Of course, I threw some baits here and there until now. Oh, and as the title too. Some might have noticed when Yoo IlHan didn't proceed with the advancement right away and delayed for a moment. Wait for the next chapter for the deal between Yoo IlHan and the Orochi. Yoo IlHan had driven out Retta through the Orochi. However, that was the Orochi's trap. The Orochi uses the formation that Retta already activated in order to take control of Yoo IlHan. Thank you for loving everyone else as a returnee until now. Tomorrow, it will be the start of everyone else as human with the Orochi as the main character. It's a lie. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, You, I, Strangers, 15. I won't lose to something like Orochi when I've come all this way. Retta. Crew. Orochi. While the magic formation was still pulsating mana into Yoo IlHan's body while emitting blinding light, Yoo IlHan, who had given up on controlling the vast amount of mana, felt the clash between two strong thoughts and waited until the conclusion. On one side was a thought that left Yoo IlHan's control with the help of the magic formation, and on the other was a thought that became Yoo IlHan's loyal underling after suitable negotiation and conversation. It was quite a strange feeling that he himself couldn't do anything even though it was something happening within him. He would have eaten popcorn if there was any, but it was unfortunate that there wasn't. Yoo IlHan resolved that he should carry around popcorn in his crossbag just in case something like this happens again. Damned dragonkin. Yes. I will kill you first. Retta. Kaya Haak. The two thoughts really did clash quite hard. Although they were referred to as thoughts, in reality, they were fragments of souls. As compensation for acquiring Death Collector, which absorbed and stored life force, he ended up absorbing the soul fragments that came along with it from time to time. That was akin to poison. The kind that would become his weapon if he used it well, but could devour him from the inside if he made a mistake. When he absorbed the life force and thoughts of numerous monsters he killed through Death Collector after he became Rookie Reaper, there was once a time when all kinds of berserk screams and roars of monsters assaulted him. Yoo IlHan had won against them with just a shout, but in truth, it wasn't over with just that much. If it wasn't Yoo IlHan who was in possession of a psyche that had endured 1,000 years alone, one would not be able to reason calm against the echoes of countless souls that resented him. This was the compensation for acquiring the powers of a death god. Although he never had the opportunity to become aware of that as his mental defenses were very formidable, the power of an exceptional thought known as Retta Kariha, and her actions succeeded in changing Yoo IlHan's awareness. Due to that, Yoo IlHan reached the conclusion that he should establish rule over the other thoughts and thus, ruled over the Orochi. Only then could he be considered as having become a true death god. Kayawak. Retta. The battle ended as he had wished. Of course, it was the Orochi's victory as he had devoured the powers of numerous dragonkin. In the first place, Retta could be considered to have failed the moment Yoo IlHan considered that Retta would betray him. How can this be? Retta. Kaya-ha. Orochi. The Orochi laughed in front of the enemy's defeat. Yoo IlHan also laughed. This was the moment when he truly felt that the words yesterday's enemy are today's allies, and today's allies are tomorrow's enemies were true. Wait, Still. Retta. Spoke Retta in a resentful voice. Normally in situations like these, one would say, any last words? Or humph, I can't kill you so easily. You need to suffer a pain worse than death. And such useless stuff before getting counterattacked into a crisis, but Yoo IlHan declared curtly as if to break all those clichés. Kill her. Kyahu. Orochi. The Orochi also replied curtly. Then, it bit Retta to death. Retta was destroyed without being able to scream a single syllable. At the same time Retta's soul completely disappeared within Yoo IlHan's soul. The light from the magic formation installed over the continent disappeared in an instant before silence and darkness pervaded the world. Yoo IlHan had completely regained control of his body. Soul transfer magic has been cancelled. The mana piled up in the Elven Empire's magic formation expands the pool of mana. Your magic increases permanently by 115. The magic was cancelled, but the overwhelming amount of mana that had flowed into his body in order to let Retta's soul gain control over Yoo IlHan fused with Yoo IlHan as an alternative option and ended up expanding Yoo IlHan's pool of mana. This was the moment when his magic stat, which was lower than all of his other stats, surpassed them all at once. His abnormal stats compared to the returnees who had well-rounded stats finally got on track. T/N, yeah, right. His stats are 100 or more higher than those of his level. He had just acquired a good enhancement during the period where he was worried that his mana was lacking. Yoo IlHan felt the amplification of the highly pure mana in his body, and the expansion of his mana pool and got excited as he muttered. So stats can increase like this. I think I want to go through that twice more. Don't play around with your life, I won't let this happen again. Anyway, it's good that it ended well. But that wasn't the end. You have absorbed the powers remaining in the mutated soul of Retta Kariha. Your power to govern souls increases exceptionally. You have learned the skill, Soul Enchant. You can bestow a soul in your possession into an artifact. There is no chance of failure, and you can bring out more power of the soul within the artifact as your skill level rises. Was it because the Orochi did not eat Retta? Retta's soul, which had grown quite a lot, was absorbed into himself and gave him a small final present. He had finally acquired a method to use Death Collector. Although it only applied to the fragmented souls and not the life forces. That's quite good. Just as Orochi grew up. Wait a little more. I'll give you your action time. Crowhair. Orochi. Perhaps because it had acquired power thanks to Yoo IlHan, the Orochi's answer was filled with vitality. Thinking back, the deal between the Orochi and Yoo IlHan was quite simple as well. The Orochi had only got on right away when Yoo IlHan told it that it would eventually escape from the situation where it could only roar and rampage around while being strengthened continuously by the thoughts and life forces he had acquired. It was a shameless deal possible only for Yoo IlHan, as he knew the Dragonkin's greed for power. People of Earth referred to this as slave contract, but Yoo IlHan couldn't care less. Of course, there was another reason why the Orochi could only accept this deal. There was no way Retta Kariha would have let it stay alive when she took over Yoo IlHan's body. So it was a win-win scenario anyway. Is it because Retta Kariha regained quite a lot of her powers of when she was alive? Or was it the power of magic that strengthened her soul? I really didn't think that you'd get a skill. Oh, yeah. Now that I think about it. Hearing Urta's words, Yoo IlHan remembered something as he flicked his finger. At that moment, a part of the magic formation under Yoo IlHan's feet momentarily let out faint light. Urta blinked her eyes several times when she saw that. Yoo IlHan, don't tell me you. Yup. I think it's recognizing me as the master. Although he could only use this in Daru, that was enough, as he still had more than 200 dragons to fight against. And every single one of them was stronger than the Orochi. For Retta Kariha, it was an ambitious betrayal in order to find her new life. As a result, Yoo IlHan gained a lot of things indescribable with just words. The definition of a death god, the power of the Orochi, magic, and even new possibilities and skills. At this point, he even got suspicious whether Retta had sacrificed herself in order to help Yoo IlHan. Thanks, Retta. You were a real bitch, but I will save Daru. With the power you gave me. How is it? I'm quite loyal, no. How can you sound so evil when you're doing something good? Urta. Although he had acquired many things, this wasn't the end. The main point hadn't even started. Why did Retta bring her true colors out? Wasn't it because Yoo IlHan had achieved all the conditions for the class advancement? Yes. Yoo IlHan could now advance into 3rd class. Yoo IlHan's heart pounded more than ever before. More so than when he had created Black Bone Giant Spear, or Aegis. He was more happy now than when he acquired 115 magic stats and a skill related to souls thanks to Retta. Perhaps it was because he was finally rewarded for his efforts. Will you advance into Blazing Reaper? Of course. Yoo IlHan nodded. At that moment, the world exploded. Fin dash. Fin is translator's joke. I mean, the world exploded, you know. You have become a Blazing Reaper. The effective concealment increases by 20%. Attack power and critical hit rate increases by 40% when attacking an enemy in surprise. Attack power increases by 30% when fighting against lifeforms. Fire attribute resistance and fire attribute attack power increases by 20. All Death God category skill growth speed accelerates. Absorbing the piled up records. You have become level 134. 50 strength, 50 agility, 35 health, 40 magic increases. You have learned the active skill, Blaze. The skill, Blaze, processes the collected life force into mana in order to make superheat boiling in the depths of hell. At the current skill level, 1, you can momentarily bestow the superheat into a weapon. The abilities of the subclass, Angel's Partner, increases. You can contract an additional angel. You can acquire another subclass. Yoo IlHan. Human. Main, Blazing Reaper 134. Sub, Angel's Partner, selectable. Title equals Pan-Cosmic Loner, concealment becomes passive, and 7 others. Strength, 296 agility, 295 health, 249 magic, 332 T/N magic stat though. Active skills, Death God LV25, Mana Crafting LV43, Soul Enchant LV1, Blaze LV1, Superhuman Strength LV42, Leap LV42. Passive skills, Physical Combat LV Max, Blunt Weapon Mastery LV Max, Sword Mastery LV Max, Dismantling LV Max, Blacksmithing LV Max, Language LV Max, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory LV13, Absolute Accuracy LV9, Transcendent Regeneration LV41, Cooking LV49, Critical Hit LV41, Extreme Poison Resistance LV39, Death Collector LV38, Higher Curse Resistance LV18. Putting aside acquiring the power of Blazing Reaper, Yoo IlHan never expected that his level would increase by 35 at once and had to clench his teeth due to the sudden change in his physical body. The feeling of his physical body being dragged onto the same level as his experience suddenly increased the tier of his soul and didn't feel that good. To compare, it felt like his body was being spun around after being forced into a washing machine. Are you alright, Yoo IlHan? That absurd class advancement mission, Urta. My insides are churning. He felt as if his arm muscles were puffing up. Not just the muscles, even his blood boiled while acquiring a trait that belonged to a higher dimension, his skin cracked and regenerated, his bones were twisting, while expanding and contracting slightly before fixing itself and became sturdier. If he focused, then he could feel the minute changes, but that only made his suffering more painful, so Yoo IlHan wished the change would be over quickly while closing his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, his pain subsided as the change was completed. Yoo IlHan opened his eyes slightly and heaved out a deep breath. Phew. Good, you came to yourself before it was too late. How long did I take? About 3 minutes. But you need to hurry. Yoo IlHan, you should know why, right? Yup. He wished to just sleep after rolling around on the floor for a while, but the situation wasn't so good. A large number of dragons should know that there was a big battle between Yoo IlHan and the other dragons, but as soon as the battle ended, the magic formation installed over the continent flashed and emitted mana. Now, there would be no dragons that did not know of the connection between Yoo IlHan and the formation. They should have realized that something serious had happened here, and would be running here at full speed to check. So, I need to wait here, and kill them as they come. How cool. Normally, people would select the run command without any hesitation for their safety, but Yoo IlHan didn't fit in with them. His mental fatigue was considerable, but it wasn't for just 1 or 2 days that he lived with it. And at the same time, after undergoing 35 level ups, at least his health and magic recovered, so Yoo IlHan would welcome them any time. He had yet to collect the ballistas and the harpoons. Phrasing in another way, he could use it again when this place became a battlefield. The problem was time. Due to the unexpected wave of pain, his already lacking time was even more lacking, to the point that he had to reduce time for his jokes. I wanted to acquire a subclass too. Well, not everything goes according to plan, but he thought about whether there was a similar class to God's Hammer within his subclasses, and whether acquiring it would allow him to repair his equipments once more before the battle began, but all his expectations were for naught. However, there was something else which Yoo IlHan was even more angry about. It was that even though he, who had been suffering due to the lack of an active skill, had finally acquired an active skill, Blaze, which he looked forward to so much, it seemed that he had to try out its power in real battle. He didn't even know how much mana or life force it used up, and how much a certain amount would last him, and how powerful it is, so wasn't this pitiful, I said this before, but you haven't acquired a proper active skill beginning with your first class. It is very probable that the power was compressed into this single skill. You know what I'm talking about, right? So it's super powerful? Although, it might come with a super powerful mana consumption. He was too busy to retort. Yoo IlHan hurriedly patched up the ballistas to the best of his ability, and loaded each one of them with 15 dragon bone arrows, re-embedding the pillars into the ground, sharpening the harpoons, and preparing his black bone giant spear in order to use it at a moment's notice. Well, then. Shit. Did you think that they would wait? Nobody would have blamed them even if they were late, but as soon as he had finished, he could see enormous creatures over the horizon. It was clearly an enemy and not one of Yoo IlHan's allied dragons. And a strong enemy over level 220. Yoo IlHan slightly adjusted the angle of one ballista. He was definitely here. The dragon really was fitting of its level, as it was absurdly fast. The moment after it appeared on the horizon, it was now close enough for Yoo IlHan to see each of its scales. Yoo IlHan's ballista was aiming at its eye without the slightest shaking. One horrifying fact was that this giant ballista that Yoo IlHan was holding was affected by his concealment to hide its presence completely from the dragon. Well, then. Prepare. Imbuing his resentment towards dragons, Yoo IlHan shot the ballista with all his power. And shoot. Critical hit. Kaya-ak. The dragon screamed. All dragonkin would suffer equally in front of the 15 continuous shots from the giant ballista. The dragons that appeared after that also had to suffer due to the ballistas and the harpoons. Yoo IlHan, who had finished his third-class advancement, and was waiting to acquire his subclass, was waiting for the battle to quickly end while killing off the dragons and dragonkin that were flying to the uninhabited island. However, his small wish did not come true. Because, as the battle became more intense, all dragonkin remaining in Daru rushed over to this island to bring a start to an unprecedentedly chaotic fight. Author's notes. I thought about starting a new arc, but I thought that finishing it off after a few more chapters and bring an end to Book 4. Advance into Blazing Reaper. And fight ensues as soon as he finishes. When will you rest, IlHan? T to the power of T. He acquired an active skill, Blaze. I had a hard time to not make the skill sound cool. IlHan, this guy. He flew around everywhere considering he had no active skills, so. The concept of this skill is about late bloomers. He underwent several level ups with the piled up experience. In fact, I pondered quite a lot about what level he should be at, but to show the difference between the experience of what he killed until he became level 100, 25k third class, and the monsters he killed within the class advancement period, 10k third class plus 1k fourth class dragons, he underwent a slightly shocking amount of level ups. Like how he had to acquire a lot of experience until he acquired the class advancement mission at level 49, the amount of experience required to get a class advancement mission at level 99 is still much more than normal. I'll explain this here just in case someone has a question. Translator's notes. Damn it, I keep confusing between Reta and Erta when I'm writing. Thursday regular chap. Also, Kobato Kandasuki decided to get rid of the anti-theft system. Poster is chamber today, cause KKS is away at his relative's house, presumably for Chinese New Year's. Happy Chinese New Year to those in Eastern Asia. Why isn't it April Fool's today, the Finn joke? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Yoo I, Strangers, 16. Tens of dragons with levels over 220 and thousands of dragonkin with immense physical power nearing level 200 all gathered at an island that was tiny compared to their bodies. Were the dragons having a home party? They would say now, but as the host of the party, Yoo IlHan thought that this was the most joyful party in the world. Well, with regards to Yoo IlHan's growth, that is. When people neared level 130, one had to kill at least 10,000 monsters of the same level for a single level up. It was literally torture. Leaving aside the difficulty of the hunt, it wasn't like such a large number of monsters were constantly waiting to be slaughtered, so the pain they went through was really indescribable. They could only go at it slowly with their increased lifespans. As such, even in worlds that had gone through the third Great Cataclysm, fourth-class beings were a rare sight. Only warriors that had stared death in the face 24/7 could barely level up to that point if they survive. The fourth-class mage that Yoo IlHan finished off like swatting a fly was also a genius that came by once every tens of years. That genius took 227 years to reach fourth class. T/N, well, we can see that Erta wasn't 7x when she reached fifth class. It's at least 3 digits. Even after considering that the majority of the countries possessed 1 or 2 fourth-class agents, fourth-class beings were indeed rare existences. However, all of that didn't matter to Yoo IlHan right now. You have earned 2,422,175,401 experience. You have earned the record of LV-225 Flame Dragon. Yeah. 2.4 billion EXP really melts in the mouth. However, level 225 dragons gave out more than 200 times the experience of a level 130 monster, so by simple calculations, Yoo IlHan only needed to hunt 50 for a level up. How is it, easy right? Yeah, right. Erta. Damned fying. Yoo IlHan used the rebound of the pile bunker to fly in the air. Now that he had leveled up explosively after acquiring his third class, he didn't feel nervous at all even with tens of dragons surrounding him. He didn't know about Earth, but if it was here, or he was supported with the skill, Angel Support, he felt like he could go against fourth classes with his third class strength. On top of that, not only was he in possession of all sorts of dragon hunter equipment such as the Black Giant Bone Spear, he could also use his concealment whenever he made the dragons lowered their guard, so he was no different from disaster to the dragons. Yoo IlHan, lightning incoming. You need to block that. Wow, that's... Of course, Yoo IlHan was still human. Although he had no problems taking their lives as he had a clear attack method, that didn't change the fact that their attacks hurt him. Although he could somehow endure fire magic with the increased fire attribute resistance due to his class advancement, binding magic, wind magic, ice magic, lightning magic, and other attribute magics were painful with just a single hit, and 2 hits were critical. Kaya Die. Iron Fortress. You still haven't given up on that name. Urta. If he took a serious hit, it wasn't something that would make him cry, but something that would break his bones and burst his innards, so he could only use the 3,000 shields that were neither iron nor a fortress. It seemed that even all that wasn't enough to block the attacks perfectly, as Yoo IlHan's damage was not that small. He was only holding out while sucking on the blood rink and breath. Critical hit. Kaya. Human. Aren't you smart? Yes, I'm human. It didn't hurt so much even when he was hunting dragons around level 210. No, most of the time, he started off by decreasing their numbers as much as possible after setting things up on the ground, so the situation was a little different, but it was also true that the dragon's magic abilities increased more than Yoo IlHan's resistance and defense, which rose along with his level. Especially, it became more painful as the dragons started using other attribute magic than fire, as their levels were pretty high. In Yoo IlHan's view, they were only 10 levels apart, but to them, those same 10 levels were a proof of tens, or perhaps, hundreds of years of existence. It was natural for them to use a variety of magic. Die. Even within those hellish conditions, the reason why Yoo IlHan could endure and acquire experience was not only due to his power alone. I'm going now. Blowing barrier. KHHHK, damned bitch. You dare stand on a human side? Yes. Since all dragonkin in the continent were gathering on this particular uninhabited island, there were also dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset. The dragonkin that were in a party with Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan, I will bind him now. Lysidna. Watch your back instead. Lysidna. We're going now as well. Yoo IlHan honestly didn't expect that much from their support, but they appeared just as he was about to get tired after killing 50 dragons and around 1,000 third-class dragonkin, along with the other dragons. They came out at the decisive moment and bit on the necks of the dragons that trusted in them. True chaos ensued, and under the party members' meticulous support, Yoo IlHan could rampage around even more. Drive them back. Let's wipe out any traces of those damned destruction demon army guys. Krohar. Ugh. You low-level things. Unlike how the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset had an easy time identifying their allies and enemies due to the party, the other dragons weren't in a party, so the chaos kept being amplified. Moreover, since 2 sides of dragons were creating a messy fight, a perfect condition for Yoo IlHan's concealment and ambush was also created. Yes, like right now. You have earned 1,725,607,882 experience. You have become level 137. 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 2 magic increases. The experience got split this time. Perhaps because an allied dragon damaged it a lot, Yoo IlHan had lost about 30% of the experience, although, he leveled up despite that. This was the 3rd level up after he became 3rd class. The fact that this all happened in one day spoke very well of the traits of this battlefield. How many dragons died on this island since the beginning of the battle? Including those killed by the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset, or those he killed with their support, around 160 dragons should have been killed. That was because there were less than 64th class dragons on the scene even after counting allies. A lot of them died. I was worried that the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset will get wiped out quickly as they were the absolute minority, but there's still more than half that's alive. Especially that dragon, her abilities are quite good. That's true, but I think she's set on supporting me. Look at her now. Leaping again in midair, Yoo IlHan pointed at that dragon that talked about. The dragon with the golden scales harbored wind around her entire body while charging throughout the battlefield to distract the dragons. Stormguard. Your opponent is me. Lysidna. Kroa Aar. The golden dragon was none other than Lysidna, the female dragon that requested Yoo IlHan for the alliance in the beginning. She wasn't the highest leveled dragon within the party, but she was the wisest. Yoo IlHan didn't know if her unique golden color had any influence on this, but her wind magic was very proficient, and she used that to deflect, block, dodge the other dragon's attacks, and rampaged around in order to set up a good environment for Yoo IlHan to make surprise attacks. Get out of my way, Lysidna. I will definitely kill that bastard. Religion was scary, yes, but there was no need to refuse if she fed him without him asking. Yoo IlHan suitably used Lysidna's support to hide himself from his enemies, and succeeded in concealing himself. Here's the bastard you ordered, sir. After that was simple. He calculated the angle that wouldn't get in the way of the magic of dragon or dragonkin, then he would use 3 leaps in the air to make a shape turn to strike his spear into a flying dragon's head. Kaya-hak. Immediately after an attack, he would widen the wound with spear of untraceable trajectory, and bury 2 grenades made with third-class magic stones, which completed the perfect surprise attack package. Critical hit. You have earned 2,119,029,334 experience. Good, everything's going well. Above the dead dragon's corpse that was falling, Yoo IlHan blocked an incoming attack before collecting the corpse with remote collection. However, he couldn't let his guard down just because the situation was going well. The dragons that survived until now were all frightening existences. Moreover, even the dragons belonging to the Garden of Sunset were starting to decrease in number. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yoo IlHan's number of kills would decide which side would win. However, it seemed that there was someone else who thought the same thing. Kehia-a-a. Along with the roar that sounded like the Orochi's laugh, something fell above Yoo IlHan's head. Yoo IlHan immediately changed directions with Reliep, but that caught up to Yoo IlHan despite its massive size. Let us bosses hang out. It was a very sleazy voice, but it was clear that this dragon wasn't someone to be looked down upon. The moment Yoo IlHan felt the immense mana reaction along with its presence, he protected himself by taking out shields immediately, but just as he had feared, the violent eruption of mana wiped out the shield before assaulting Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan used Reliep again to avoid and shot higher into the air. In his eyes at several kilometers high in the air, he could see a comparatively smaller-sized black-scaled dragon with a streamlined body shooting towards himself. You are really fast. You do look like their boss. Seeing the dragon charging towards him in a straight line, Yoo IlHan took out one of the corpses of a third-class dragonkin. Just before it fell down, he put his hand above it and quietly muttered, "Weight transfer." Ki-ya. Kahak. Critical hit. A corpse of a dragonkin that fell down at a speed akin to a meteor due to the nearly 1,000,000-ton weight crashed head-on against the black dragon. The loud noise that occurred at that moment resounded across and gathered the attention of all dragons. Dang, it's fine even after all that. He didn't usually do this since he didn't like to waste corpses, but the thought that he had to damage it somehow before the dragon crashed head-on made him move like that. From the fact that he saw the black dragon dissolving the body with the black aura emitted from its body, his judgment didn't seem to be wrong. Kya-ha. Damned guy. Although the black dragon looked fine on the outside, it seemed there was some profit. Swear words started appearing in its speech. Yoo IlHan confirmed that with a smile and Reliep to land on a dragon nearby. It wasn't that he wasn't running away from battle. It was just that he landed to gain a foothold to leap again. Dirty human. The dragon that became a foothold cast magic in rage, but Yoo IlHan ran up to the head and stabilized himself before stabbing the dragon many times. Magic exploded here and there and his shields were working hard to block them, but Yoo IlHan stabbed and slashed even while controlling tens of shields. After a chain of critical hits the dragon's movement became clearly slower. Hey, you're in the way, so get out. But Karos Nim. TCH. Karos. At that moment, an alarm rang out inside Yoo IlHan's head. He gave up killing the dragon he used as a foothold and leaped up, and immediately after that, a huge black flame assaulted where he was just before. The dragon that was once an enemy foothold, but now a black flame whole roasted dragon cried out in frustration. While all dragonkin in the battlefield abruptly widened their eyes, the black dragon called Karos decreased the distance between itself and Yoo IlHan with a single flap of its wings while shouting out loud. Get away from him! Don't blame me even if I kill you. Karos. How kind. It should have found out about the secrets to Yoo IlHan's leap. Even so, warning by burning one ally to death. All were frozen stiff regardless of ally or enemy. Yeah. Let's go at it. Human. Karos. Only the black dragon was moving around with vitality. It was approaching Yoo IlHan with a clearly faster speed than any other dragons here. Yoo IlHan had no intentions on avoiding the dragon anymore. Since he had seen through its movement speed and offensive power to a certain point, if he didn't kill it quickly, his allies would die out with his absence. Yoo IlHan, are you going to use it? Urta. No. The one that Urta asked about and Yoo IlHan rejected was none other than the one-time use pile bunker and the grenade he made to fight against a boss monster. Why? Urta. Leaving his body to gravity, Yoo IlHan fell down towards the dragon while inserting power into the hand that was grabbing the black bone giant spear when Urta asked. Why isn't he using a good weapon when the situation was urgent? However, Yoo IlHan just laughed before carefully speaking to Urta in case the nearing dragon heard it. I guarantee that if I kill that, the real boss would appear. There was never ever a case where a guy with that personality was the final boss. Never. Ah, yes. It must be so. While the black-scaled dragon never even imagined in its dreams that there was a slight difference in position between itself and Yoo IlHan while roaring, the two bosses of the two sides finally clashed. Author's notes. I wonder if your suspicions on level up's a little satiated. Monsters occur where mana exists. You can just think that they multiply rapidly like cockroaches. In other words, they can fight with numbers. However, even amongst monsters, special races like dragons are born in a completely different way from humans. Garden of Sunset fellows that finally came are battling quite ardently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Strangers, 17. The spear that Yoo IlHan threw and the dragon's flames met, causing a small explosion. Purple and black flames intertwined before dissipating in all directions as the dragon shouted in surprise. You blocked my curse flame. Thank for telling me your attribute. Yoo IlHan's figure shot into the exploding flames. The dragon, too, shot upwards trying to devour him. Soon, Yoo IlHan, who had come close enough to see the pores on its face, became pale after sensing the tens of layers of protective magic that covered the dragon's entire body. Its mana reserve was frightening compared to the other dragons. However, he wouldn't have started the fight without the confidence to win. Open your mouth wide. Just before clashing head-on, Yoo IlHan took out a level 199 dragonkin corpse underneath his feet. It was a special dragonkin with a relatively small body and razor-sharp scales, as if it was saying, please use me as a weapon after killing me. Ugh! It changed into a more frightening bullet than anything when Yoo IlHan applied weight transfer on it, causing the corpse to shoot straight down towards the black dragon. No way, without any signs. It seemed to have prepared for it as it was already attacked by it once, but perhaps due to not knowing the mechanisms of Yoo IlHan's crossbag, it failed to counter it. It urgently put on some defense magic, but a knife-covered cannonball weighing 1,000,000 tons ripped apart all defensive magic the moment it collided and shot into the mouth of the black dragon. Critical hit. Kaya haak. Right after that, Yoo IlHan landed on its nose, with his black bone giant spear in his hands, and after having transferred weight to the sole of his boots. Even though dragons were called the Lord of Mana, they wouldn't be able to endure 1,000,000 tons of weight on top of them like it was nothing. Was it tasty? A little prickly, no? Ka, I will kill you. Second taunt success. Yoo IlHan had a marvelous ability to make any dragon, no matter how grand their entrances were, flip their eyes within 5 minutes just like any other third-class dragon can. However, that was the moment of change. I will tell you the true meaning of the name granted unto us, dragon. The dragon, which was inflicted with numerous wounds in the process of catching 1,000,000 tons with its mouth, roared while emitting mana so thick that it could fill the skies. That wasn't something that could be insulted as idiotic, as the mana it emitted was generating a kind of magic space with the dragon as the center. It was a large-scale magic which Yoo IlHan couldn't even dream of right now, as he had barely began using mana. My body feels kinda stiff, . It's temporarily subjugating the surrounding space. It was no different from a type of barrier. It would allow it to read all movements of enemies inside the barrier, and also allow it to change the mana in the atmosphere into the magic it wants at any time. Although it wasn't overwhelming to the point of the hourglass of eternity, which froze time inside the barrier, it was overwhelming in regards to utility in battle. This wasn't something any dragon could use. Like what Urta feared from the start, it was definitely a leader class. Her voice slightly shuddered. That dragon is dangerous. Perhaps it gained the possibility of becoming a higher existence. Urta. That's not much. I have it too. Ha? You're right. Urta ended up accepting it. However, regardless of that, the situation was still very dangerous. Take a good look with your eyes. This may as well be the last scenery you see in your life. Last time, the Black Dragon Karos had panicked, saying that Yoo IlHan's attacks didn't have any signs, but Yoo IlHan's attack was nothing compared to what he was seeing right now. The mana that filled the air, all of it was changing into black flames simultaneously. If it was inside the barrier, then there were no exceptions. It was as comparable to a drop of ink spreading throughout a glass of clean water, beautiful and quick. The entire barrier was stained in black. No one would be able to interfere. Ugh. Yoo IlHan, who was thrown into the scene where it seemed like hell was being summoned in mid-air, ended up making a hollow laugh. He had no intentions on looking down on the dragon's power, and he had dodged and concealed himself while attacking, and felt like it was a battle, but now, although within a limited amount of space, it felt as if the world was trying to kill him. Why don't you try blocking this flame with your prized shields? No wonder the dragon was confident. Unless Yoo IlHan had any methods to exit the barrier, he would be devoured by the endless amount of mana, by the magic containing the power of flames and curses. No matter how strong, or secretive, or whatever one may be, one would not be able to escape from being molten down in the absolute power of the two attributes. The skill, Higher Curse Resistance, has become level 20. You can now resist a larger variety of curses. But unfortunately for the dragon, Yoo IlHan was someone who possessed both fire attribute resistance and curse resistance. That's some nice skill grinding. Cock. How, you? While the flames harboring a strong curse assaulted Yoo IlHan, he didn't lose his center of gravity and endured while deflecting everything he could before he struck downwards with all his strength. The spear covered in purple flames that did not lose their strength despite the assaulting black flames and pierced through the dragon's nose and left a deep wound. Critical hit. The skill, higher curse resistance, has become level 21. It seemed that the compensation for keeping this barrier up made the dragon's movements dull, as even though the flames were wildly assaulting Yoo IlHan, its real body was not showing much movement. This was something good for Yoo IlHan. He bit on the cheer pack he summoned with the remote collection function, and sucked on breath, while striking down with his spear repeatedly. 1 in 3 hits were critical, so it was only a matter of time until a huge tunnel was dug on the dragon's face. Critical hit. Critical hit. Ugh, how? However, the dragon forgot that a construction scene was taking place on its face, due to the shock of Yoo IlHan holding out within the flames, and asked, "How can you endure my fire at my full strength?" That's a secret. Even though it would be fine if he told the secret, Yoo IlHan didn't leak the secret in order to make the dragon more enraged. Karos, who would never imagine that the reason why Yoo IlHan could hold out was merely because of high fire attribute resistance and the skill, higher curse resistance, called out more black flames as if to collapse the entire barrier, to attack Yoo IlHan, but the person in question endured till the end. Higher curse resistance leveled up again. Yoo IlHan, the barrier will break soon. I can sense a different movement of mana from the dragon. Got it. Despite not being able to help him directly with magic, Erta told Yoo IlHan the time and the quality of the magic that the opponent used, and thanks to that, Yoo IlHan had an easier time switching attack patterns. Instead of many light but fast jabs, he used a heavy straight. Fu. Yoo IlHan activated one skill, the skill that used half of his mana even after his mana pool had increased by a large amount thanks to Erta. At that moment, a change was brought about to the spear that had purple flames burning on it. A small spark of flame that would remain well hidden from a glance appeared on the tip of the spearhead. What was there to hide? That was the active skill, Blaze, the sole active skill of a blazing reaper. Hup. This aura is. Blaze was, as expected, something that ate up quite a lot of mana. If he did not absorb the mana dwelling within the magic formation of the Elven Empire, he would have had to retire after a single use. Moreover, the skill duration was absurdly short, so it was something that wasted mana and life force if he did not attack quickly after using it. However, if he somehow managed to succeed in attacking within that time frame, Blaze would burn hotter than any other flame and incinerate everything. It displayed power that made one wonder whether it would be able to incinerate the soul itself. On top of this, there were 2 more elements that enhanced the skill. First, was the life force used to activate Blaze, so if the level of the life force used was higher, then the power of Blaze would increase as well. Since Yoo IlHan had called out the life force he collected from a level 225 dragon to activate Blaze, the power was indisputable. Second was that Blaze would evolve to contain other characteristics by mixing with other flames. The flames here was of course the purple flames from the black bone giant spear. At this moment, the faint flame that was a deep crimson redder than blood, mixed with the purple flames, creating a black flame even darker than the curse flame that was trying to assault Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan gripped the spear with both of his hands that were strengthened to the limit with superhuman strength, and shot it into one of the tunnels he dug. Critical hit. The skill, Blaze, has become level 4. Kayawak. Yoo IlHan. Erta? The barrier ended up dissolving due to the shock. The curse flames that assaulted Yoo IlHan all disappeared at once, and Yoo IlHan started free-falling towards the ground while clinging onto the black dragon. Ugh, cock. Kya ha. You. At one point, the black dragon's body seemed to emit brilliant light, before it started decreasing in size. Naturally, the spear embedded deep inside its body was pushed out, and Yoo IlHan, who was standing on its body with the help of his million-ton boots, started falling down towards the ground without a foothold. However, it was fortunate that he could cancel weight transfer before his leg bones shattered to smithereens. Wow, I was about to die there. That's why, don't do anything dangerous. Erta. Although it was a very short moment, his legs went wrong somewhere due to the effect of the enormous weight. He used all his rest energy to activate transcendent regeneration and spun his body in the air. When he did, he could see the figure of the dragon that was falling above him. Hey, that guy's. So polymorph was what it was preparing for. He wondered why the volume was suddenly decreasing, but it turned out the dragon was activating polymorph magic that changed its appearance to another race, and one that was exclusive to only the true dragons amongst dragonkin. Also, it looked like an elf. In fact, dragons can only gain their true dragon appearance upon level 200, or adult forms, so low-level dragons actually feel more familiar with their polymorph periods. But why now? Then, what are third-class dragonkin? It's easier if you think it like this. Third-class dragonkin have an opportunity to become a true dragon according to the records they've achieved when acquiring fourth class, but pure-blooded dragons are dragons from the moment they're born. So, dragons born with mud spoons in their mouths and dragons born with gold spoons in their mouths are differentiated. And that black guy is a golden spoon amongst golden spoons. Yoo IlHan confronted the black-haired elf that finished transforming and was shooting down straight towards him. There was still a lot of distance until the ground, and the two kept falling. T/N, so, all that convo happened in mid-air. Polymorphing did not get rid of the wounds that Yoo IlHan inflicted. It was healing itself with the unique healing powers of dragons, but it was impossible to heal the wound made with the black flame, the combination of blaze and purple flames, in the first place. The figure of Karos with its half of its face, starting from the neck, molten, was truly frightening. Yoo IlHan, I can sense signs of spatial transfer. TCH. It wasn't so scary when the dragons teleported with their enormous bodies, but when considering that it may be able to freely control the elven body, it was quite a scary technique. T/N, so, big body equals dull movements, elven body equals nimble. Yoo IlHan gripped onto his spear and concentrated. Yoo IlHan also had a great ability in sensing mana. In order to counterattack from whichever direction it ap. Ugh. However, immediately after that, the dragon elf appeared just below his armpits. In order to prevent Yoo IlHan from attacking with the spear with a long reach, it moved right next to him. Even Yoo IlHan was surprised when the dragon ambushed him that used the proper characteristics of the magic, as he thought that it would helplessly die under his spear. However, the moment it gathered all its strength and struck towards Yoo IlHan. A giant blade protruded out from Yoo IlHan's armpit area and pierced through its head. Kayak. You have earned 3,534,102,009 experience. You have earned the record of LV-242 Cursed Dragon. The dragon made an expression of disbelief until the very end, but the solution was quite simple. The blade ejection option on Yoo IlHan's armor activated the moment Yoo IlHan realized its position, and he coated it with the power of his active skill, Blaze. I knew this would happen, so I practiced activating Blaze on my armor blade secretly in battle. I'm such a genius. Yeah. You just be genius. This man used the options of his equipment properly in decisive moments so couldn't retort. Thinking that, looked at Yoo IlHan, who was collecting the corpse of Karos, when she suddenly felt a ripple and opened her mouth reflexively. Yoo IlHan, what, Watch out. Lysidna. Before could complete her words, Lysidna flew towards him and struck Yoo IlHan into the air. Yoo IlHan, who helplessly flew into the air due to the full-powered charge of a dragon that controlled wind, turned his sight to see why he had to be struck away. Kaoao. Lysidna. TCH, you really are a persistent woman. And could see a dragon that he hadn't seen in battlefield before, biting on Lysidna's neck. I ended up casting my shell off. Damn it, bitch. As Yoo IlHan had predicted in the beginning, there was a true leader of the dragons that was not Karos. Just that, there was one thing that Yoo IlHan hadn't predicted. Well, I can only try to deceive him now. Ha, this is insane. Which was that the true boss of the dragons that Yoo IlHan had met possessed monstrous strength to the point that all of Yoo IlHan's insurances and luck would be useless against it. Author's notes. There may be some who have realized future plot after seeing the characteristics or the ability of Blaze. Yoo IlHan's mental mentor is Deadpool. T/N, haven't watched. If you thought of unique barriers setting from the Japanese General Contents Company, Type Moon, then you're correct. Honestly, I did refer to it a little. T/N, again, I don't know any of this. To explain in more detail about dragons, baby dragons are level 1. Their birth rates are extremely low, and aren't allowed out until they become adults, so it is very hard to meet baby dragons. The true boss appears. However, Yoo IlHan's predictions were off by exactly half. Just what is its level? And what will happen to Yoo IlHan? Will he run away like this? Just what does it mean by casting the shell off? Translator's notes. Note star. Everybody gets 5 stat bonuses on their level ups. Their starting point may be different though, like, a child would have less stats than a bodybuilder. Also, although there's no mention of this in this series, an average person would have all 10 stats, perhaps excluding magic, if we go with what I saw in his previous 2 series. MC's starting stats in ER was around 80 SMTH, was it, meaning his body evolved? To be 8 times stronger than an ordinary person after 1,000 years of training. As people's levels rise though, the difference would become smaller, in percentage, or maybe not, cause he get extra stats from heaven quests. Also, 100% fire resistance, 80% from armor, 20% third job, does not make him immune to fire. 100% just means twice as resistant, probably. Lastly, I think author forgot binding skill. It never appears later on. Lastly, I won't bother putting update schedules. Normally 3 chaps per week, 1 on Thursday, and 2 on Sunday. These pair of chapters were delayed because of the Lunar New Year. I had to go around visiting my relatives, same as with Kukasaitsu. If I'm late, I usually say it on Kobatalan Discord chat, so you might want to join. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kukasaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Chapter 99, Yoo, I, Strangers, 18. Let's run. Such was the decision that Yoo IlHan came to when he met the dragon. He had thought that he could defeat all beings classified as dragonkin, at least in Darrow, but it turned out he was wrong. That was arrogance. How can a being with such powers still remain in a lower world? Urta. Even Urta was nervous. If they fought, then the results were obvious. She didn't know how much level difference there was between that and the dragons Yoo IlHan had defeated, but its tier was different. That couldn't be killed even if one was able to kill all other dragons with a single hit. Perhaps that guy was a 5th class, a higher existence. If Yoo IlHan was in his concealed state right now, then there may be a chance. If he could raise the level of Blaze, soul enchant the Orochi into the black giant bone spear, and deal a critical hit at a critical moment at a critical place. If it was that much, that would be dealt with a fatal strike, and if that happened, Yoo IlHan would gain another chance to conceal himself. If he did that 5 times consecutively, he just may be able to kill that. Oh? You know of my power? You really are not ordinary. However, it wasn't like that right now. It also knew how dangerous of a human Yoo IlHan was. It would never allow Yoo IlHan to conceal himself. If so, then there was no possibility of victory for Yoo IlHan. Really, there was absolutely no possibility to the point that it was funny. Yoo IlHan didn't know whether he would be able to conceal himself in front of this guy or not, but he decided to move first rather than to think about it. First, he would perform re-leap towards the ground. It would be good if he got the chance to activate the formation, but there was no way that guy would let him, so he just ran like hell. He looked for opportunities to conceal himself while running, and if he did, he would then run as far as possible using the formation. Following which he would leave for Earth and seal the dungeon somehow before asking for Heaven's army's help. However, just before he was about to re-leap into the ground after constructing his escape plan using the full power of his brain CPU. This guy is done for. Lysidna. Lysidna, who still clung onto life, shouted, in English too. He cannot kill you, IlHan. Lysidna. You're speaking unnecessary things. That dragon tried to prevent Lysidna's words by shouting, but strangely, it did not try to stop her physically. Even though it had plenty of strength to do so. Meanwhile, Lysidna used what little energy she had remaining to polymorph. A gold-feathered bird that appeared from the blinding light flew towards Yoo IlHan and shouted while burrowing into his chest. As if it was a very important report. He cast away his shell by biting me. Lysidna. It cast away his shell? Urta. The moment Urta heard that, her pale face suddenly became brighter. So it was a higher existence after all. Of course, it just stayed temporarily. Urta. Explanation. That guy is a higher existence, Yoo IlHan. Like us angels. Urta. What the hell? Why would she rejoice while saying it was a higher existence? He was suspicious before, but was Urta really a pervert? Of course, Yoo IlHan also heard about casting away one's shell. Just now, that is. The guy talked about casting away its shell after biting Lysidna instead of Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan didn't mind about it so much since he was getting shivers before its absolute power, though. Of course, that line was in dragon tongue, so Urta wouldn't have understood, but now that Lysidna reported in English, it was different. Urta spoke in a clear voice like a detective solving mysteries. If it cast away its shell, then it cannot truly hurt you now. Think about how I cannot use my power on Earth. It's the same concept. Urta. How could she so confidently say about something so embarrassing? However, she did get her meaning across. Shit. Was it because of Urta's explanations? The dragon that was only flapping its wings looked similar to the useless angels. TCH, I can't help it. Now that things were like this, there was no need to run. Yoo IlHan forgot about running, and re-leaped towards the sky instead of the ground. If you're lying, then I'll curse you even if I die. Why would I lie to you? It's just glaring at you now too. Urta. Please, fulfill the promise, Lysidna. Lysidna, who buried her body in Yoo IlHan's embrace, breathed heavily. It was a weak breath to the point that it wouldn't be strange even if she died at any moment. I just have to kill all the dragonkin belonging to the Destruction Demon Army, right? Please. Lysidna. Damned bitch, you're the shame of us dragons. The dragon kept insulting Lysidna while flapping its wings, but it could not chase Yoo IlHan. Good, it really did look like the useless angels. Of course, no matter how much Urta guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to calmly fight with the dragons with that overwhelming aura behind him, so Yoo IlHan asked Urta while rushing towards the battlefield. Then, let me ask back. If that guy is in the same situation as you, then how the hell did it bite Lysidna's neck? Yoo IlHan's question was that. He thought that higher existences weren't able to use their powers on worlds like Earth or Daru, but that dragon had placed Lysidna near death the moment it appeared. However, Urta's answer was still the same. That's the process of casting off one's shell. Urta. Explain it simply before I strip you of your shell. Immediately after he said that, Yoo IlHan arrived at the battlefield and started fighting against the dragons. Critical hit. Kaiawaiia. While he was tied down by Karos, the situation was turning for the worst. There were only 5 dragons left of those belonging to the Garden of Sunset, and the remaining 31 were all enemies. Critical hit. You have earned 2,819,029,333 experience. However, through 3 re-leaps, Yoo IlHan charged into the battlefield and succeeded in piercing the neck of one of the 31 dragons. It was an insta-kill due to Blaze, but as compensation, Yoo IlHan had to open another mana potion. Just in time, Erta also started explaining in simpler terms. If I explain this properly, I have to start talking about 5th classes, higher existences, and transcender groups, but I'll skip things for now. Erta. I love skipping things. The enemy numbers became 29. Yoo IlHan first put away the mana potion and started drinking breath. Meanwhile, the higher existence dragon was glaring at Yoo IlHan from below while flapping its wings. That guy is a higher existence belonging to Destruction Demon Army, do you understand that? Erta. Do you take me for an idiot? Ha! The enemy now numbered 26. Yoo IlHan broke apart the icicle that had pierced through his shield and armor and embedded itself in his stomach, whilst regenerating his abdomen with transcendent regeneration. Higher existences are bound by numerous rules to keep their power. That's why, for a higher existence to use their powers on a lower world, they have to fulfill some absurd conditions, but that guy doesn't look like that. Erta. So? There were 21 enemies left now. Yoo IlHan alternated between drinking breath and the mana potions while battling fervently. Since there were no more dragons on the level of Karos, if he used concealment whenever the opportunity arrived, killing dragons were easy. If there was a problem, it was that the allied dragonkin were nearly wiped out. If the ones that distracted the enemies disappeared, then the battle would become harder. Then, the answer is simple, it hasn't been a while since that guy became a higher existence, and it stayed on a lower world in order to cast off its shell before it joined the main army of the Destruction Demon Army. Erta. So what the fuck does it mean by casting off one's shell? There are 14 enemies left now, and only a single dragon left of those belonging to the Garden of Sunset. Use me, human. I cannot hand Darrow over to them even if I die. Got it. Yoo IlHan got on the dragon's back and started rampaging for real. The dragon flew quickly according to Yoo IlHan's intentions while supporting him in attack and shielding him from attacks. Although worse than Lysidna, it was enough to fight against the remaining dragons. A human that just acquired 3rd class, although his level was absurdly high to be considered just having acquired, became a temporary rider of a dragon with high pride. This was an amazing achievement. Meanwhile, Erta's explanations continued. In the process of becoming a higher existence, all beings acquire a new body, and in this process, residues of the past will definitely remain, and those residues, that are from a lower world, cannot be carried onto the group they belong to. That is called the shell, Erta. At this point, Yoo IlHan could also understand things a little. So that guy used up all that energy in biting Lysidna to death? And that is what it means by casting off one's shell? Bingo! That guy's is a complete higher existence now. Since it is bound by the rules of transcender groups, it cannot bring out its power in a lower world anymore. Erta. That was some difficult explanation. There is one element that always appears in hero stories in all sorts of worlds. The epilogue where the hero shows unprecedented grandeur before disappearing. They are all proofs of higher existences. They cast off their shells and head to a higher world. Erta. So that guy was waiting in order to kill me even after it became a higher existence belonging to Destruction Demon Army? Yes, and it failed marvelously too. Erta. Thanks to Lysidna who received the shell with her body. The person in question also agreed enthusiastically with a voice that was near deaf. Fufu, I predicted that they were targeting you. Lysidna. An absurd human who massacred 4th-class dragons alone. In the Destruction Demon Army's view, he couldn't be more hateful, and as such put a 5th-class being without its shell cast off, that dragon, on wait just in case Karos failed. Now, there was only one question Yoo IlHan had left. How did you know that there was a higher existence that did not cast off its shell? There was a dragon that acted as a spy. Lysidna. There was a cruel espionage war in the world of dragons. Krohar. Critical hit. You have earned 2,655,817,205 experience. Disregarding trivial dragon kin, there were only 7 enemy dragons right now. All sorts of wounds appeared and disappeared on Yoo IlHan's body. However, the dragon he was riding on was half dead already. Yoo IlHan was also trying his best to keep it alive, but it was reaching the limit. I have one last request. And the birdie dragon was also just about to die. If you finish everything, can you go to my lair? Lysidna. Lair? The place where you and I first met. Lysidna. Don't sound like you have something. I'll get excited for nothing. PL. Ease. Lysidna. Yoo IlHan retorted like a joke, but Lysidna closed her eyes in relief as if she saw that as acceptance. Then, she did not open her eyes again. TCH. Yoo IlHan put away Lysidna's body. Not long after that, the dragon he was riding on also died, and as all dragonkin belonging to the Garden of Sunset died, unfortunately, he would never know of their intentions. The remaining dragons belonging to the Destruction Demon army were strong. However, Yoo IlHan was even stronger, and he eventually succeeded in killing all the remaining dragons there. No, not exactly all of them. You really are a tenacious guy. There was a single higher existence, who Yoo IlHan could not harm, still flapping its wings. Author's notes. No matter how OP Yoo IlHan is, higher existences are still no-go. The tier difference is huge. Higher existences, and transcender groups, and their rules will be slowly explained later. I did put a little in this chapter, but I thought that the story was turning strange, so I put them away and said only what was necessary. In any case, Erta was the speedwagon again. There was a sharp question saying that higher existences should not be able to use their power like Erta or Lita. Has this been an answer for you? The arc is finally over. I also didn't think that it would be so long. The arc title is I Am the Drifter of My Soul. It's the 100th chapter. I really thank you readers who has been with me until now. And please take care of me in the future too. Translator's notes. RLY. 100th chapter? By the time this gets posted, author would have posted his 300th chapter. PR note, the prologue was counted as chapter 0, so with 99 out it's considered 100. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100. I Am a Drifter of My Soul, 1. After Yoo IlHan put away all the corpses on the battlefield, landing on the ground and proceeded to tilt his head. The 5th class dragon was still staring at him. I thought you can't touch me. Why are you still here? Of course, Yoo IlHan was also incapable of touching it. With the same reason that angels were able to use absurdly strong defensive magic, albeit not offense magic, that guy could also use as much power as it wanted if it was used to protect itself. Oh, of course, in an abandoned world out of heaven's reach, Erta is just a fairy with wings. Her role is mainly retorting and explanation. You really are a daring human. Try living a millennium with an angel at your side, and see what happens. There shouldn't be many people who could so daringly speak in front of such an overwhelming aura, even after knowing that the enemy couldn't touch him. This was all because Yoo IlHan was used to being around the angels. The dragon was slightly dumbfounded at Yoo IlHan's retort, before shrugging its shoulders and gave the answer Yoo IlHan wanted. I at least wanted to see what the results would be. Yoo IlHan snorted at those words. I know there's 19 more hiding. Don't you know that scamming has its risks? Yoo IlHan was accompanied by the Elven Empire's magic formation. The dragon, who failed even the last deceit, crumpled its expression momentarily, but in the end, it just sighed and shrugged its shoulders. And spoke with a slightly pitiful expression, which did not fit its appearance. They are still newborn who haven't awakened yet. Yeah, they will live so quietly when they grow up, won't they? Even the last persuasion failed. Yoo IlHan thought that the dragon would become enraged, but it surprisingly burst out laughing. If you think that way, then it can't be helped. Okay, go ahead. Kill them all. I also put on an act, which does not befit a higher existence, so it counts as me being faithful until the end to my race. Yup. I'll kill them all without a single one remaining. If you're done, then go on your way. No, not yet. The dragon shook its head and spoke. You, become a destruction demon soldier. 1. What? Stop with your nonsense. Yoo IlHan was dumbfounded and was enraged at the unexpected offer. However, the dragon started talking fluently as if its original objective was this in the first place. You have the quality of a destruction demon soldier. Overwhelming strength. Forcefulness. Those are truly all qualities that we from the destruction demon army pursue. If you become reborn as a true destruction demon soldier, then you will acquire power that puny angel over there will never imagine. Yes. Like me. So, that's why the destruction demon soldier candidates with oh so much power were wiped out like this? They are only failures that only wanted to join the destruction demon army. Right now, I'm talking about the future, when you become a higher existence. The dragon smirked with that enormous mouth while laughing. You should know that one must join a transcender group in order to become a higher existence. Do you not want to become stronger? Do you not want to gain even more power? One must join a transcender group to become a higher existence? What was this? However, when Yoo IlHan turned his head around to she seemed to hesitate a little before nodding eventually. Correct. The wall to become a higher existence is too difficult to overcome by oneself. So, that's why one borrows the record of a group, as one's own is insufficient. Simply put, it's like studying with the past year's exam papers since the test is too hard. He understood immediately. So that's it. That's why all higher existences belong to somewhere like Heaven's Army, or Destruction Demon Army and such, despite knowing that they would not be able to use their powers on a lower world. While Yoo IlHan nodded in realization, spoke in a sharp voice. If Yoo IlHan wants to become a higher existence, if such a moment comes, then we of Heaven's Army will gladly accept You want to make him God's slave when he has so much potential? You really are foolish to no end. We are much more constructive than you idiots who charge forwards towards destruction without actually knowing it. Ha! The dragon snorted. Just who is it that does not recognize destruction? If it's you bitches who rely on a mere god for everything, then yes. You may be able to spit out lines like that. It finished speaking and flapped its wings. A pitch-black light seemed to envelop it before a handsome young man with long black hair and red eyes appeared. Of course, in an elven appearance. Fools who can't even analyze the situation. The connection of Darrow and Earth is merely the start. Soon, countless changes, that you will not be able to stop, will arrive. What do you mean? The dragon ignored and spoke while glaring at Yoo IlHan. Human Yoo IlHan, you will have a lot of opportunities to meet Destruction Demon Army from now on. You will also feel their overwhelming battle power. In the future too? Just Darrow made him fed up, and more of these things will appear on Earth? I will not ask for your answer right now. But remember. We of Destruction Demon Army are the strongest when all our shackles as higher existences are thrown off, and we are ready to welcome you at time. Eek, eek. Urta. Urta was enraged, but she was in an abandoned world where flapping her wings was all she could do. While she was just piling up her frustration, the dragon snorted at her before turning around. My name is Taraka. Yoo IlHan. We will definitely meet again later. Taraka. Then it spat out the line that was within best 3 lines of villain's parting lines, and disappeared. It had gone to where a destruction demon soldier should be. It was a splendid villain until the very end. Blaring at the place where the dragon disappeared, Urta spoke in a frustrated voice. Do not mind that guy's words, Yoo IlHan. Destruction demon soldiers are beasts who only rush towards destruction in order to fulfill their greed and desire for power, and the higher worlds they reside in are also horrible. That is also why we Heaven's Army are doing our best too in order to prevent that. Urta. There's no way I will though. Strictly speaking, it was not because it was the Destruction Demon Army, but because there was no way Yoo IlHan would belong somewhere. In fact, Yoo IlHan was very angry right now because of that. He thought that he could become a higher existence if he put in effort, but there was a need to join a transcender group to become a higher existence? And here he thought that joining a group would end with him forcefully entering the volunteer club in high school. Did the world hate loners so much? What kind of unfair world was this, where one could not become a higher existence by oneself? Yoo IlHan thought that he had prepared a lot of things for the Great Cataclysm, but he couldn't help but feel like a fool whenever he heard of new things like this. Yes, this was all because of Lita. Wasn't he feeling this way because Lita didn't explain properly? Yoo IlHan decided to punish her when she came back. And other than that, should I give up on becoming a higher existence then? Why does it come to that? You can just come to us Heaven's Army. Angels are good, you know? You get wings. Urta. But I hate joining groups. You pursued the life of a loner so much. Wait, if it's only that much, you just may, Urta. I what? When Yoo IlHan tilted his head wondering what Urta's words meant, Urta shook her head powerlessly. It's nothing. Forget it. Urta. Nice one there, Urta. You just brought up a blatant foreshadow. Hint me when the time comes, okay? It's nothing like that. Urta. Yoo IlHan joked with Urta while stretching out. He wondered what would happen when he met the frightening opponent, but he survived and completed his objective. Although he was really bothered by the dragon's words, it could be said that he had finished all the things he had to do in Daru. Oh, wait. There's Dragonkin left. Are you going to go right away? Even though the battle just ended? Urta. It's better to rest after finishing everything. Yoo IlHan checked the scene for one last time and put away everything into his crossbag. Even though he had decreased the volume while working to death in the hourglass of eternity, he felt that it was getting full. Increase the space properly for the reward this time, yeah? And it doesn't look so good to wear that over the armor, so attach an invisibility option, okay? To a third person's view, it might seem like heaven owed him, and in reality, that really was the truth. Yoo IlHan asked for the rewards without hesitation. We're thinking up of even better things, so wait a little. Even though Yoo IlHan had expected that Urta would grumble at his request. Yoo IlHan nagged Urta about how they were going to upgrade the crossbag, but she never told him, as if willing Yoo IlHan to die in frustration. In the end, Yoo IlHan had no choice but to activate the formation. The newborn dragons belonging to the Destruction Demon Army were all hiding in a secret cave that looked like it was impossible to access without the formation. As if it was the headquarters of the dragons, it was connected to numerous caves. Just when are the lords coming? If it's Karos Nim, he will definitely finish everyone off. Moreover, there's him, Taraka Nim, who became a higher existence. Destruction Demon Army is so cool. I will definitely grow up to be a strong dragon and destroy everything that disturbs my eyes. There's nothing more to destroy in this world. I also want to invade other worlds like the grown-ups. They say a fine child become a fine adult, and these newborn dragons seem to be the same. If there was anything funny, it was that they were in elven forms despite the fact that they had tried to massacre them. Then let's start. Yoo IlHan had the power of a death god, so his concealment would not wear off if he killed an enemy with a single strike. Also, now that he had become a blazing reaper around at level 137, dragons around level 150 were insta-kill material without the need for blaze. You have earned 21,901,287 experience. You have earned the record of LV-153 Immature Dragon. What? Carl died. Yoo IlHan waved his hand at the newborn dragons that panicked and became enraged at their kin's death, but they, as expected, did not notice Yoo IlHan. Then, there was no need to hesitate anymore. Yoo IlHan killed the dragons while humming. His figure was truly befitting of a reaper harvesting souls. What bastard! Karosnim will definitely kill you when he comes back. Krohar. Kag. I can't die like th. When over 10 dragons died in an instant, some of them tried to run, but Yoo IlHan killed them all without exception like a farmer not missing out a single grain. After that, he meticulously checked to see if there were any surviving dragons, but really, there weren't any left now. Only tens of minor dragonkin were scattered around the continent. That was the moment when dragons became extinct from Daru. Phew, it's finally over. Perhaps he really is fit to join the Destruction Demon Army. Yoo IlHan's figure was truly daring in the sense that he killed everyone regardless of age or gender once he decided that they were his enemy, and although she didn't want to accept that, he even looked a little cruel. Urta thought he was cool since she had already half fallen for him, but some angels would become frightened at that scene. Yoo IlHan put away the baby dragon's corpses and looked around the cave. Although there was nothing in this cave, it wouldn't be empty since it was the headquarters of the Destruction Demon Army. Isn't there anything like Dragon Heart? I guarantee you that there won't be. Urta. No, the universe will help if I wish for it dearly. 2. Said Yoo IlHan before searching again. However, no matter how hard he searched, he only found a single cave of gold and silver. It really is quite a large amount. Did they gather all the precious items of this world here? A dragon's greed really is amazing, Urta. There's no dragon heart. I said give up. Urta. Yoo IlHan took away the precious items since he didn't want to go back with nothing. After that, only after he searched every single place in the cave to look for even a single piece of a dragon heart did he activate the formation. Urta asked. What will you do now? Are you going to hunt the remaining dragonkin? Or shall we gather the elves? Urta. No, let's go to where we first met Lysidna. Lysidna's last words really bothered Yoo IlHan. Really, she had traded her life for his, just with the reason that she was under the Garden of Sunset's orders, without a shred of greed. Yoo IlHan did not understand her line of reasoning, and as such, he wanted to know what she was thinking, even if it's a little more. Perhaps, she fell for you? Urta. Phew, Urta. There's no woman who likes me in this world. At least there's one here. Urta had no courage to say that. To be exact, she had no courage to make any progress despite knowing how Lita would react after knowing that. While Urta was silent, Yoo IlHan activated the formation. Light appeared, before Yoo IlHan felt like he was floating. The next moment, he was back at the place where he first met Lysidna. Aha! Yoo IlHan realized the moment he came into the cave. He immediately realized why he could not understand Lysidna to the very end. There was no helping it. There was a line that the two could never cross. Perhaps, from the moment he met her. She was a housewife. In the place where she was sleeping before, laid a huge golden egg and a letter. Author's notes. Dang, I did give some obvious hints, but to think you'd realize that there was an egg in the cave so quickly. Yoo IlHan is the best in reading malicious intentions towards himself. FYI, the volunteer club he had to forcefully join is not the volunteer club full of pretty girls that a certain Japanese light novel protagonist joined, but the volunteer I joined in high school. Instead of listening to students' worries, I earned volunteer time while watering flowers. T/N, there's compulsory amount of volunteer time required in Korea in order to graduate middle school and high school. Erda threw a bait even while working hard for Heaven's Army. Translator's notes. Next arc author's note says this arc title, and the next arc title, is supposedly a parody of a line from Invictus by William Ernest Henley. PR, 100th chapter wahoo. Insert fireworks. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 101. I am a drifter of my soul, too. It really seems like I am sometimes able to understand what dragons are thinking, while being completely unable to understand them in other situations. Really? I never understood them. While Erda had a look at the golden egg that Lysidna left behind, Yoo IlHan picked up the letter. He reasoned that her ultimatum for calling Yoo IlHan here, and the explanation behind the golden egg would be written in this letter. Surprisingly, the letter was written in English. Even though it would have been fine if it was written in dragon tongue. If you're reading this letter, then it is likely that I have died. I have no doubts that you will keep your promise and return to this place. Is it a letter? I had followed the will of the Garden of Sunset, but I was certain that it would lead to my death someday. Compared to the weight of their decree, my shoulders were too narrow, my allies few, and the dangers overwhelming. Can this even be hatched? Yoo IlHan found Erda, who was bored of looking at the egg and started talking to him, very annoying, but he suppressed it and continued reading the letter. If there's anything that I am worried about, then it is my child that will be born soon. No matter how strong dragons are as a species, all that power is accumulated over numerous years and with many records, so I was worried about leaving my child alone. Moreover, the thought that that child may become similar to the destruction demon soldiers also tugged on my mind. So there's such thing as a motherly love with dragons. However, if it's you, I can believe in you. You, who remains unaffected by everything, free even while possessing absolute power, are an existence that shines brighter than us dragons. I will have no regrets if my child grows up to be like you. So, I request of you. Please raise my child in my stead. Erda's mouth widened. She flapped her wings in rage. Do you owe this woman something? She really is shameless, asking you to raise her child. Making a man who hadn't even dated his whole life, live as a single father? Even if heaven forgives her. I will not forgive it. Hey, shush. You're annoying me. Also, do you know about defamation by stating facts, huh? She saved my life. That's enough of a debt. Yoo IlHan, who had never once forgot his grievances with other people, which was very befitting of a loner, was fortunately also sensitive to what he received. Honestly, he was not confident about raising a child, but he had no intention to turn down the request of someone who had sacrificed herself for him, just because he had no confidence. My child will become an adult dragon at level 200. At that time, this child may become an asset that helps you in what you may do in the future. I know that it's a shameless request, but I wish that you will cherish the child. At least she knows that she's shameless. In order for a dragon to incubate, a strong source of fire is needed. The power supply to the dragon during incubation will also affect future growth, so please keep this in mind. Reading up to that point, Yoo IlHan stopped. Erda lifted up her head thinking that it was the end, just when Yoo IlHan found a line in tiny font at the bottom of the letter. If you have the power, could you look after the elves a little as well? Or so it's written. It really is a letter full of requests. At this point, it was a marvel. The letter was detailed to the point that she probably knew that she would die while saving Yoo IlHan. However, Yoo IlHan himself nodded without thinking much. Well, I can do that in my own way. I also think it's more comfortable to have someone that I can reason with rather than monsters. There's also what I got from Retta. I really can't understand what you're thinking. Head, don't go falling for me now. Blarg. Yoo IlHan, who felt a little better after getting the reaction he wanted from Retta, put the golden egg into his crossbag. If it was in the crossbag, it would be fine even if Yoo IlHan rolled on the ground, or shot up into the skies, or spun around in a dungeon. He also thought up of a few candidates to incubate this guy. Blaze, Purple Flames, Blaze plus Purple Flames, or Eternal Flame. Although, he currently leaned towards Eternal Flame at the moment. Just merge them all. Ooh, that's good. You really will. Anyway, that was for when he returned to Earth. There were still many things left to do on Daru. Yoo IlHan activated the magic formation. What he was searching for were the dragon eggs. He thought that the destruction demon army may have left some eggs like Lysidna. So people can become so meticulous. But there aren't any. It seems that the baby dragons were the last one of them. It was actually quite fortunate that it was like this. He couldn't kill them just because they belonged to the destruction demon army, nor could he raise so many children. After he perfectly erased his worries, he searched for the surviving elves. There were 1,527 in total. There were surprisingly quite a lot of them left. Perhaps it really is possible to reconstruct a community. What are you going to do now? First I'll clean up the remaining dragonkin, then I should gather them up. Yoo IlHan's answer was very simple. Erta did not ask what or how, since she was definitely sure that she would become frustrated if she heard the answer, but after exactly 3 hours and 37 minutes, Yoo IlHan gathered up all 1,527 elves in a clearing of a forest. The number of their bruises were proportional to their level of resistance. What the hell happened? What of the Garden of Sunset? Did they end up losing? Shit, will us elves die out like this? In front of the despairing elves, Yoo IlHan curtly declared. The dragons are all dead. No one replied. It was too cruel to accept as a joke, and too nonsensical as a truth. However, Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and repeated himself. The dragons are all dead. Be it from the Garden of Sunset or Destruction Demon Army, they're all dead. By who? By me. Put. Yoo IlHan made it so that there was no more laughing. In just 3 minutes, they could look at Yoo IlHan with a serious face. Thank you for killing the dragons for us. It isn't really for you guys. It's for my world. Even so, thank you. Judging that they were ready to have a conversation, Yoo IlHan continued speaking. This world should still be very harsh, but you at least won't have to live in hiding anymore. I will tell you all the locations where weak monsters live, so survive and grow in power. Understood? Yes. Courageously answered the elves. However, there were some who had more courage than others. However, how do you know of the monster's habitat? Make that guy shut up. Don't retort. Yoo IlHan's 3-minute education was so effective that they were holding each other back by themselves. I'll tell you. Yoo IlHan extended his hand to stop them and just answered them, while activating the formation lightly. It's because the owner of the Elven Empire's magic formation is me. Oh, I won't hand over the possession, so keep that in mind. In fact, he didn't know how to. The magic formation. Oh my god, it's true. However, just as Yoo IlHan finished speaking, the elves' expressions changed. If they had expressions of people who were ruled over with force and fear, their current expressions were like a countryside tribal chief encountering the birth of a new hero. Thinking back, when he first met the elves, they did have similar expressions when he told them that he used the magic formation. According to his memory, they became obedient immediately, which was surprising. Yoo IlHan didn't think about it that much back then, but looking at things now, it seemed that it wasn't such an obvious thing. How can a human control our empire's magic formation? I met that human before. At that time, he told us that he succeeded the last hero, IlHan. So there was a successor? I thought that the lineage ended. The magic formation did indeed emit light though. No, the reaction was somehow even more exaggerated, much more than he had imagined. Why did you let him go even after finding out? Because he was human. It wasn't like we could hold him there too. Didn't you hear that he killed all the dragons? What does it matter about him being human? That's true, but... Yes, he has the qualifications. The elves seemed to whisper to each other, and they eventually formed a giant circle of 1,527 elves in order to discuss. When Yoo IlHan asked one of them what they were doing, that person politely nodded his head and spoke. We're discussing about how to treat you. Even though it may be annoying for you, please wait a little more. Their attitude became different. They were unbelievably kind and polite, as if they were never under any suppression or violence in the first place. Yoo IlHan somehow felt the shivers. His senses, trained through countless books and experience, were warning him that an irresistible big wave was rising. We arrived at a conclusion. Really? Yes, Your Majesty the Emperor. Just as he realized that a strange thing was attached at the end, that elf kneeled in front of Yoo IlHan. Following that, the remaining 1,526 elves knelt in succession. Your Majesty the Emperor. Although there were some conflicts because you were human, we've arrived at the conclusion that we can only acknowledge you as our emperor, as you've driven out the dragons from this land. Cold sweat started appearing on Yoo IlHan's forehead. It would instead be easier if they took up arms, but what was this? Erda, who saw the trembling in his eyes, whispered to Yoo IlHan. It seemed that it isn't the elven emperor that becomes the owner of the magic formation, rather, the owner of the magic formation becomes the emperor. Perhaps, when Retta said that she would develop the continent of Daru, it was because she knew that she would become the emperor. Unlike her, I'm not exactly happy to become the emperor of an empire without even the slightest, tiniest bit of infrastructure. Perhaps these 1,527 elves were trying to stick to Yoo IlHan while calling him emperor? Just imagining this made him feel horrified. Yoo IlHan spoke to them while shivering. I'm not becoming your emperor. But you are our emperor. No. Your Majesty. Yoo IlHan beat up the elves again, but they did not change. In fact, some rejoiced, saying that they were given His Majesty's hand, so Yoo IlHan shivered and stopped. It seemed that his identity as a human no longer mattered to them. I said I'm not doing it. But we came to our decision. Other than you, there's no other emperor for us. Even though I'm going to abandon you and return to Earth? Even so, you are our only emperor. The elves looked like they would never change their decisions even if they died. Yoo IlHan also had to give up and accept that fact. Then call me emperor or whatever. I don't care. Yes, Your Majesty. Since they were calling him Your Majesty so many times, he felt that he was cast in a historical movie. However, if there were any differences, it was that emperors in movies had their empires, and Yoo IlHan was being admired by 1,527 elf refugees. However, it wasn't such a bad feeling to be put high by them after being a loner for all his life. Yoo IlHan creased his eyes and decided. There's nothing to do even if I go back early, so should I look after them for a week or so? It will also feel bad if they get wiped out by monsters after all that I've done for them, and those monsters may also come over to Earth. It will be better to prevent that by raising these guys. Very logical, but it was different to what he was saying until now. Erda asked with narrowed eyes. Isn't it that you feel slightly good about this situation? Ignoring her sharp remark, Yoo IlHan called for the elves. Everyone gather. Yes. Would rookie soldiers, who were just assigned to their platoons, be this fast? All 1,527 elves moved according to Yoo IlHan's orders. Yoo IlHan first divided them according to class. He first separated the first and second classes, then short-ranged attackers, long-ranged attackers, priests, and non-combat classes. I'll help you for exactly 10 days. Hey, it just got increased by 3 days. It's an honor, Your Majesty. 3 days is prior education. Yoo IlHan first looked for, and lead the elves to, the most suitable place to defend against the monsters, and to start making new history. Not only did he read a lot of history books and geography books, he had even read feng shui books, so he succeeded in finding a place that anyone would raise their thumbs on. Which was the remains of the former empire. After that, he divided the non-combat classes to a few roles and ordered them to collect fruits and vegetables, made them cook, and made them build houses to live in. Like that, the foundation for the elf empire was created. After that, the combat classes were left. Regardless of long or short range, or being priests or not, Yoo IlHan spoke to them all with a kind smile. There's one thing I've felt while I learned about battle. Which is that you get better the more you get hit. No elf could counter-argue at the scary words, but the only elf priest asked Yoo IlHan. I'm a priest that used the power of a god. Is there a need for me to learn to battle? If all the warriors to protect you die, then who fights next? Me. Good, it's fortunate that you understand. Yoo IlHan himself didn't know, but he had acquired the virtue of being a teacher of warfare after being taught by Lita for a long time. He didn't know until now, since he had no opportunities to teach anyone anything as a loner, but he finally realized thanks to the elves. K-cock. Kahahak. Remember that a drop of sweat here is a drop of blood in the battlefield. They're bleeding though? Could this be fortunate? It seemed that it wasn't a coincidence that they survived until now, as they were all talented in fighting. Some of them had extraordinary talent which surprised Yoo IlHan. How good would it be if all people on Earth were like this? Kahak. Kaya Yoo IlHan, who became engrossed in teaching the talented elves, extended the education period to 5 days. The elves had to cry just as more, but they couldn't retort since it was true that they were getting better. When the prior education finished like that, Yoo IlHan divided all the combat class elves into parties and sent them to monster fields where the monsters were much weaker than them, through the use of the magic formation. Although he did tell them to become proficient through battle, their gear were worthless. I'll make some simple equipment for them before I leave. You're doing more and more things for them, oh Your Majesty. Shut up. It's quite fun, it's like playing Sim-C***tie. Yoo IlHan's other world stay became extend little by little, just like that. Author's notes. The dragon next door was so cute, but for this series, it will be hard to make a heartwarming scene, maybe some comedy will be possible though. Our child will grow strong and harsh. Supplement the lacking cuteness and heartwarmingness next door in the food-eating novel. T/N, this is referring to the novel, Have a Meal Before You Go. Did NNC drop it? Loner becomes emperor. Then I'll come back next chapter with IlHan playing SimCity. Translator's notes. Retta disappeared, so I'll skip putting names until Liara returns. Have a Meal Before You Go is an amazing novel. Did NNC drop it? You're reading this right, J. Smith? And no, I'm not picking up anything. That aside, I've mastered the art of creating EPUBs. I will get round to posting the earlier chapters later, please bear with me for a little. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, I Am a Drifter of My Soul, 3. Yoo IlHan chose a few elf blacksmiths as his support and started making weapons. Naturally, the materials were the overflowing third-class dragonkin in his crossbag. The elves' eyes flipped when they saw what he was handling. How are you processing such a high-class material? Like this. Purple flames burned within the furnace again. The fire had such power that third-class dragonkin's bones were molten within 10 seconds. Why, Your Majesty, the Emperor is so amazing. I can't believe my eyes. I don't have time to teach you metalworking, so learn some minor techniques from me by watching. Yes. Just working as support within the same workshop as the blacksmith Meister Yoo IlHan was a priceless experience for the elf blacksmiths. Since he didn't have much time, he didn't do that many things to the bones and just made the gear by stamping them out, but since the raw materials and the skill of the smith was too good, all of them ended up as rare ranked or above. The elves widened their eyes in order to learn his techniques if even a little, and with just that, they made huge leaps and bounds in their techniques. Like that, the 10 days Yoo IlHan spoke of passed by, and another 3 days passed. The elven army that was fully armed with Yoo IlHan's gear finally started hunting monsters of their level as they had polished up their techniques during battle. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan was holding on to the non-combat classes. If you make preserved foods with non-poisonous meat of the monsters, then you will have less worries when a super scary monster appears and you have to go in hiding. What are preserved foods? We elves usually eat what we can get from nature. I don't care, but if you don't want to die, then eat some meat and grow some muscles. Yes. Yoo IlHan also started to educate the elf cooks. He had picked out a few thousand monsters without poison to hunt, then he dismantled them before teaching them not only grilling, frying and such cooking techniques, but also the method of making jerkies, sausages, bacons, and other preserved foods. It wasn't like the elves couldn't eat meat, but that they traditionally didn't. When they got used to it, they ate well without Yoo IlHan having to tell them to eat. When the empire was intact, they wouldn't have ate even if he forced them, but their reasoning seemed to have changed after experiencing the downfall. They realized that they had to do anything to prevent it from collapsing again. Yoo IlHan placed the elves high regard due to that. After a mere 20 days since Yoo IlHan started writing a new chapter of history for the elves, or so the elves said, the elves succeeded in transforming from refugees into talents. Unlike when they lived in hiding, they washed up, they ate without being picky, and trained their bodies through fighting monsters, so their innate beauty started coming into light. If Yoo IlHan took them to Earth, then they would take over Hollywood hands down. However, perhaps the number one beauty Yuna would still be able to win against the elves. Their rare smiles had returned, and now they started hunting monsters at their level without Yoo IlHan needing to say anything. The first-class elves also advanced to second class quickly and proved their talents. The blacksmiths repaired and created some equipments with what little ability they had, and the buildings for habitation also became sturdier as the days went by. The share of stored foods increased, and the skills of the cooks rose accordingly. Good. Yoo IlHan finally decided to leave around that time. He stayed for around 3 more times as he originally decided on, but he did not see the need to stay any longer. He judged that he didn't have to look after Darrow anymore if their foundation was set this solid. I'm going home now. Your Majesty. Just that one line. He tried to leave after vaguely telling them, but the elves caused an uproar. When they found out that Yoo IlHan was not joking, there were some who just collapsed and cried, some who cried while grabbing onto Yoo IlHan's legs, and some who just cried still. They were all crying. Why must you abandon us? Did we do anything wrong? It was decided that I leave from the beginning. Even so. Your Majesty. Yoo IlHan didn't know of this fact, but it seemed the elves were stubborn once they set sight on something. It was just, you can just be our emperor at first, but now, their reliance and belief amplified while he worked with them for 20 days. And the result is the sea of tears we have here. If you knew, then speak up first. I didn't. Not all elves are like this. And honestly, these guys are strange. Asterisk sub asterisk, Your Majesty. Take me too, Your Majesty. These guys are playing a symphony of Your Majesty, If it was malice, hostility, or suspicion instead, it would be easier for him to do something, as he could rely on no one else other than his parents, and he did not believe in anyone. That was also the reason why he could prepare against Retta's betrayal, and the reason he could see through others' inner thoughts quickly. Your Majesty, no. Your Majesty. However, this situation, the experience of receiving the pure love of so many people, was very new for him. He had never received such things, so he didn't know how to, nor did he know what to do. If he said it was unpleasant, then it would be a lie. However, he was more afraid than anything. Is this love real? Aren't they deceiving me since they have something they want from me like Retta did? Starting with those suspicions, he became afraid that this love may disappear or change, so he even wanted to just let go. Right now, Yoo IlHan wanted to just run away. If so, then he would have no need to doubt them, nor fear that their emotions will change in the future. However, the thought that he couldn't leave them like this held him back. If he ran away without saying anything after all this, then he would be too sorry for the elves. It wasn't that Yoo IlHan looked after them with the mindset of playing SimCity for 20 days either. I need to go. So, Yoo IlHan spoke honestly to the elves. This place is dangerous, but my homeland, Earth, is in no less danger, He set up vanguard and increased the battle powers of several guilds. The people of Earth definitely became stronger. However, he was still worried. If he didn't have the excuse of stabilizing Daru, then he would not have received the position of the Elven Emperor even if it was temporary. I want to look after you more, but I can't. I'm sorry. How can this be? The elves accepted, and became dejected. They couldn't hold Yoo IlHan back after learning that his homeland was in danger. Yoo IlHan was also sorry for the elves. He did think that he wanted to hand over the possession of the magic formation, but that was impossible in two ways. No matter how passionate the elves were for Yoo IlHan, he couldn't trust them completely as he had only lived 20 days with them, which was the first reason, and the second reason was that it was only possible to hand over the ownership on the moment of the owner's death. There was something else that was possible, which was to divide the control of the magic formation. The previous elf emperor did not do this because he didn't want to split his power over the throne, and because he couldn't acquire the materials, but Yoo IlHan was different. Murpha. Yes, Your Majesty. The female elf, that was publicly acknowledged and self-proclaimed as the number 2, due to her proficiency in both battle and productive ability, came towards Yoo IlHan. She said she was 518 years old as of this year, but she was a beauty that looked no more than 25. Yoo IlHan handed over the Mana Crafter magic stone to her. It was an artifact made of a 4th-class magic stone. You can control the formation with this, albeit not as completely as me. But you will be able to use them to transfer a battalion or for finding monsters. It's very precious, so don't lose it. Ah. Murpha became dejected and lowered her head after realizing what it meant by Yoo IlHan handing over the item to her. With a bitter smile, Yoo IlHan consoled her. This was the first time Yoo IlHan had ever consoled anybody in his life. I'll come back to play sometime. Or you can come over when you've settled down. Wait, can you do that in the first place? Your Majesty, Even monsters can come and go. There's no reason why elves can't. You can. Yoo IlHan consoled her with confidence after receiving the confirmation from Erda. Fortunately, Murpha's expression became brighter. Then take some of us. And spoke nonsense. No. I can only be relieved that way. Even if I take you, you guys are too weak, so you will only become hindrances. The elves all became dejected when Yoo IlHan spoke the truth. However, they recovered soon and attacked even more. Then you can make us do trivial things. We want to serve you at your side by any means. We won't become hindrances, so please take us, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The desperate gaze attacks of the elves lynched Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan's chest prickled. Yoo IlHan was very strong in seeing through and destroying the false relationship on the surface between humans, but was very weak against honest affections towards himself. Even if it stemmed from loyalty due to overwhelming power and authority. Although, until yet, he didn't know because he hadn't received true affection. 1. In the end, he couldn't win against their gazes and spoke while turning his head. Oh, okay. Then about 4 of you can follow me. That was the limit of what Yoo IlHan could handle, as he still couldn't completely trust the elves. 4. Yoo IlHan. Do you know that you're so cute right now? Shut up. While Erda was touched at Yoo IlHan's new side and teased him, a battle royale occurred between the elves who wanted to follow Yoo IlHan. Hundreds of elves rampaged around with swords, axes, bow and arrows, spears, or hammers, and some even carried smithing hammers and frying pans. Looking at that vicious scene, Yoo IlHan found it funny and muttered in happiness. If I put in a little more effort, would there be a person on Earth who would truly have liked me? Not just on the surface, but truly with the heart. For the first time in the loner's life, Yoo IlHan looked back his life alone. Probably no, because of your concealment. Spoke Erda, before adding. Although, it may be different now, since you can control it now. You really are horrible at consoling people. I don't want to hear that from you. The battle royale ended. The strongest 4 were glistening their eyes in that place, and coincidentally, there were 2 women and 2 men. If something could be called strange, it was that all 4 could be seen as nothing but beautiful women, despite the fact that they gained muscles due to eating meat on Yoo IlHan's orders. However, Yoo IlHan shook his head while looking at the 4 elves who had an average level of 85. What would the other guys do if I take the strongest ones? Pick again. The rest are plenty strong too. They will grow fast. We want to follow you. Please let us follow you. Your Majesty. Yoo IlHan lost again due to the barrage of gaze attacks. Oh, okay. But on Earth, you need to call me Yoo IlHan, not Your Majesty, got it? Yes, Your Majesty. He finished saying farewell to the elves, and handed over the control of the magic formation to Murpha, and the 4 to follow Yoo IlHan was also decided. The elves racked their brains thinking about how to hold Yoo IlHan here, but Yoo IlHan didn't allow that anymore. He let go of too many things. He quickly wanted to return to Earth, where no one cared about him, rather than being here where the elves made him feel uneasy. You are the center of attention due to Vanguard, though? That's not me but the equipments, so it's alright. It's not the inside, but the outside. Erda felt that she got to know Yoo IlHan better when she heard that, a little more about why Yoo IlHan rejected Nayuna so much, and instead accepted Kong Mirai more, along with the reasons as to why he cherished Lita and herself more compared to the others. Yoo IlHan left the in the middle of construction empire along with the 4 victor elves. According to their levels, the 4 that followed Yoo IlHan were Level 87 Female Greatsword Warrior Myri, Level 86 Male Archer Pate, Level 85 Male Shield Warrior Jurl, and Level 83 Female Thief Firia. In Yoo IlHan's eyes, they were weaklings who he doubted could fight against 2 third-class dragons, but in truth, they were stronger than any other group on Earth right now. Yoo IlHan moved towards the outer areas of the magic circle and looked for the gate to Earth. The elves had sparkling eyes and joy at going to where Yoo IlHan was born and raised. Yoo IlHan resolved to stow away when going to Korea after applying his concealment on them after looking at their appearances. It didn't take too long to find the gate. It wasn't too hard to make another dog hole with Erda's power, and it was of course, even easier for the 6 including Yoo IlHan to exit to Earth. The problem was Earth. Honestly, Yoo IlHan expected that the second Great Cataclysm may arrive on Earth while he was in Daru, which was also the reason why he hurriedly cleaned out the dragonkin. However, Yoo IlHan's thoughts were very naive. How? The 3 months Yoo IlHan had left Earth. Earth was at peace without any problems. Author's notes. Honestly, I want to write more SimCity, but I made IlHan back off since his personality isn't one that plays around. Perhaps there will be another opportunity later. You should know from IlHan's state, but since it's just after Retta betrayed him, he couldn't let any affections in his heart all the more. That much is plenty a miracle in itself. Yoo IlHan is at Sundara. Translator's notes. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, I am a drifter of my soul, 4. In the 3 months he was away, Earth had become more used to the Great Cataclysm. Many safe buildings were newly built, and an official system to manage the dungeons was created. The ability user platoons managed by the countries also started taking shape, and the clans, which operated like companies, also solidified their place in the changing society. The value of strong ability users increased more and more, and many industries and technology lost their meaning, and even more new industries started rising. Of course, this was all an achievement made under the blood and sweat of many. The mana concentrated in Japan spread around the world along with Orochi's death, and the concentration of mana on Earth rose as a whole, which made the frequency of monster occurrences and dungeon occurrences much higher. Anyone with power had to fight in order to protect their homes. Meanwhile, the 26 clans who succeeded in getting higher standard weapons from Vanguard shined brighter than any others. The gear Yoo IlHan sold were usable even after one became a third class, and they just had to hunt the monsters while being careful not to damage it. Their reputation rose by the day in their countries, and in the world, and in truth, their levels were rising incomparably faster than other clans to the point that the other clans couldn't do anything to them even if they wanted to. Then, what was left was desperateness. They wished that Vanguard would sell them higher weapons, or even, just standard weapons on a large scale, before the gap became bigger. It was funny, but the gear shop that Yoo IlHan had set up since he did not want to suffer alone, had become the #1 wish for everyone in the world. In a mere 4 months. There were 2 others who received attention that was not inferior to Vanguard, which was the Lightning God Clan of Korea, and Suppression, who was the only organization under a country's government, and was supplied gear by Yoo IlHan. The Lightning God Clan of Korea conquers difficult dungeons one after the other. Overwhelming growth of small-scale clans. Everyone predicts the alliance of Vanguard. The small tiger of Korea, Suppression, becomes an army admired by all. Wow. It seems your gear were pretty good. It seemed that the reputation of the Lightning God Clan and Suppression was really high as he could read news about them despite still being in America. They were mostly news about how the Lightning God Clan saved a clan who were isolated inside a dungeon, or about Suppression, who safely exterminated monsters in a danger zone in another country. Wow, the Taiguchi, Korean flag, is flapping everywhere. Your share should be high too. Why don't you ask them to deduct your taxes every time a Taiguchi flaps? Are you a genius? Of course, Vanguard should have influenced it since it opened in Gangnam of Seoul. The opinion that the Lightning God Clan had a deeper relationship with Vanguard than the other clans were floating around the net. The Lightning God Clan neither acknowledged nor rejected that statement, but the people were sure about it. Who is the owner of Vanguard? Yoo IlHan. Vanguard supplies weapons that could not be seen in any other world. The president, Yoo IlHan, is believed to have a unique ability that can buff productive abilities. The people were at the point where they wrote novels about Vanguard, Lightning God, and Suppression, and making secondary versions of it. It was so serious that Yoo IlHan read books about the life of 10 different Yoo IlHans while heading to the airport with concealment. This world feels really stuffy. The mana concentration is too low. Fu. The four elves that stuck to Yoo IlHan in fear of concealment wearing off were having a hard time due to the difference in concentration of mana between Darrow and Earth. Their long ears flapping were a proof of that. They must feel like their power was draining. Yoo IlHan was also feeling something similar in real time, so he knew very well. He spoke to them with a laugh. You probably won't be able to bring your full powers out here. We were prepared, but the pain is unimaginably more painful. How can a hero like your majesty come out in a world that has only gone through the first Great Cataclysm? I said don't call me your majesty. Ah, I'm very sorry, your majesty, Silently deciding that he should educate them properly when they go back, Yoo IlHan lead them to the airport. Then, he ignored numerous people and stowed away. The elves just followed Yoo IlHan onto the aeroplane without knowing anything. There really are interesting things, to think that such a lump of metal flies in the air. There were some human countries that made things like this. You're right, they fell shortly after the second Great Cataclysm though. The nonchalant talk of the elves made Yoo IlHan shiver. It was as if they were foretelling that human civilization would fall. Earth may be different. All worlds have their own ways of living. It would be good if it's so. After a few hours, they arrived at Korea. A lot had changed in the 3 months in Korea as well, especially the cities that developed much faster than the non-cities. The already high population density increased, and a portion of the monster danger zones were completely isolated. He felt as if looking at a completely different country. What was more important than anything was that talks about Vanguard, Lightning God, and Suppression were talked at least 10 times as frequently here. This is His Majesty's homeland. It really is messy and noisy. Especially the buildings look quite strange. I really can't understand what they're saying. Yoo IlHan finally realized that the elves did not know Korean, not to mention English. While Yoo IlHan felt depressed thinking about whether he had to first teach them Korean, Erta spoke like it was nothing much. They just need an artifact each. What? Heaven's army has tons of artifacts with translation magic cast on it. Although it isn't like it can translate monster speak or dragon tongue, but it should be possible to translate between elven language of Darrow and a language spoken on Earth. Yoo IlHan widened his mouth in disbelief. No way, there's no way you guys are so capable. Then forget it. I'm very sorry. Please give them to me. Then I'll hand over some of them. Since your achievements were so big this time, for translation artifacts shouldn't be so difficult. Yoo IlHan also laughed when he saw that Erta enjoyed the sense of superiority she hadn't felt in a long time. However, that was for just a moment. Since the word Haven's army came out, he thought of someone and his face paled. Will Lita be alright? He couldn't be sure of anything, but Yoo IlHan was sure that the Destruction Demon army was aiming for him in order to target Lita. Whether it was because Lita was strong and was a threat to them, or whether she had another value for them. Since Yoo IlHan had killed them all in reverse, not to mention getting caught, it was alright, but what if Lita was fooled by them? Even if she didn't, what if she was defeated by them? He sealed such thoughts in Darrow as he couldn't relax his tension all the time, but now that he did think about her, he couldn't calm down. Erta spoke in a bitter smile after realizing what he was thinking. If you're so worried, should I go up and check? Please. I'll check then. She headed to heaven without saying much. Yoo IlHan spoke to the elves who were blinking their eyes without knowing what happened since they weren't able to see angels. Then let's first go home. To your majesty's mansion? You can just give us a small room and a small annex. I have no such thing. The strongest of the four elves, the beauty greatsword warrior Myri, tilted her head before shouting aha, with a bulb above her head. Then, a separate palace. You wanna get beaten up, Then I'll follow your majesty. His violent majesty is cool too. Shut up, you idiot. the elves shut their mouths and followed Yoo IlHan. Thinking that it was really fortunate that he had bought out an entire floor of an apartment building, Yoo IlHan led them to the apartment in Gangnam. On the way, they also passed by the building owned by Yoo IlHan, and where Vanguard is. He checked whether the building was still intact, or whether the angel's protective magic was still there, and he contacted his parents when he almost arrived at the apartment. Fortunately, his mother received his call. "Son, you've been to another world? You sure took your time." "Yes, Mom." "Father's still well, right?" It wasn't exactly wrong. Although it was an abandoned world, wasn't it still another world? Now Yoo IlHan was also a returnee. Although he did feel tragic thinking that whether it was worth it to become a returnee in this way. However, just as Yoo IlHan was immersed in his tragedy, his mother calmly spoke some words that would make Yoo IlHan faint if he heard it in his high school days. "Your father quit work." "That's good." "But why?" "The company went bankrupt." "Well, all companies in this field went bankrupt. I think it will take some time until he can find new work." A simple and cool reason. Yoo IlHan thought about sending money home, and thought that his father would never accept it even if he died, so he spoke to his mother. "If father still wants to work, how about working at Vanguard, Mom?" Of course, his parents knew that he was the president of Vanguard. At first, the two of them thought that their son made some good ties in another world, setting up a gear shop, but watching Vanguard becoming the center of the world, they realized that the thin protective armor that Yoo IlHan gave them before was the foreshadow for everything. Rather than specialized work, it's more like managing the store, receiving calls. And some bothersome work, since it's the center of attention and all. That's good. This man should earn some money from his son to realize that his days are long gone. His mother took the bait. Even while sweating cold sweat at his mother's direct words, Yoo IlHan ended up scattering salt on the wound. "How? About just moving over to Gangnam? Pooh." His mother burst out laughing. Then, she scolded him. "You didn't contact us for 3 months, but it seems that you are worried about us, eh? It's all right. Mother has some ability, and as for your father, it will be fine if he stays next to your mother." All mothers were really quick-witted. With a bitter smile, Yoo IlHan gave up on moving his parents to Gangnam. Instead, he told them that he would go look for them in a few days, before going to the top floor of the apartment building with the 4 elves. Although it was smaller than they expected, they exclaimed at the quite a big apartment building while asking, "This giant building is owned by your majesty?" "Just the top floor." "How is that possible?" "Think of it as the providence of the universe, Wow, what's that on the wall, a button?" It's the magic tool that calls for an extremely small scale or one stitching after pressing the bell. Yoo IlHan dragged the 4 elves who looked like RPG noobs trying to double-click everything they could see and opened the door to his house at the top floor. "First, don't do anything and listen to me. I'll explain you the lifestyle of Earth from Alpha to Omega. Your Majesty is our Alpha and Omega. Shut up and listen to." Just as he was about to explain to the 4 fanatics, he tilted his head. He could feel a presence in his bedroom. He would think that can happen if it was the intrusion of someone with malice towards himself, but this presence was one that he was really used to. Urta. Did she come back first after getting news of Lita? That was possible. Yoo IlHan opened the door to the bedroom while thinking that. On the king-sized bed prepared by Yoo IlHan, without holding back any money, as he thought that sleep was the most valuable thing on earth, a beauty with 2 pairs of wings, was sleeping on the bed while snoring. Author's notes. Yoo IlHan unintentionally raised the reputation of his country. Urta regained her face as a higher existence for the first time in a while. Thank you for loving everyone else as a returnee until now. From next chapter, Act 2, I'm also a returnee will. This is also a lie. Sorry? You expected IlHan to go to the Wall of Chaos in order to save Liera? It's fun to break death flags and readers' expectations. Translator's notes. Finally caught up. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, I am a drifter of my soul, 5. Who is that? She gives out an overwhelming pressure even while sleeping. Look at those wings. It's Heaven's army. The ones that abandoned us. Honestly, I can't bring myself to like them. Shut up, you all. Yes. Unlike Erta, who meticulously hid her presence even while on Yoo IlHan's head, the person sleeping on the bed was blatantly exuding her presence, that even the elves could notice her existence. Yoo IlHan found the situation too absurd, and so, he checked her face from the side 2 or 3 times. It's her all right. Although she became prettier than what he remembered, she was definitely the other contractor angel, Lita. Above all, the subclass given to him, Angel's partner, was telling him that she was definitely his contractor. This person is Lita. The person in question was sleeping like this even though she made someone worry so much? As he had planned, he should punish. ****. Couldn't do that, so Yoo IlHan tapped on the end of the wings, making them contract into the shoulder blades, although there was only one pair of wings before turning her body upright and covered her body with the blanket. It's the first time I see His Majesty with such gentle eyes. Is it His Majesty's lover? To think he'd seduce a higher existence, he really is His Eternal Majesty. Jurl, His Majesty is a solo. He must be. So shut up. Now that she was in a comfortable position, Lita's creased expression relaxed. Even Yoo IlHan's facial tension relaxed after thinking that this figure looked more like a next-door Nuna, Nuna equals elder sister in Korean, rather than a higher existence. Anyway, he felt that it was fortunate that Lita was well. Turning his head around, he saw 4 elves staring at him. What? Why? It's nothing. The 4 elves, who looked a little like they swallowed poop, simultaneously denied reality and shook their heads. Yoo IlHan snorted before exiting the room and closing the door, before explaining to the elves. Although it's no big secret, I'm in some form of contract with the angels and there will be a lot of cases where I move with them. There was also the angels' help while driving out Dragonkin from Daru, so I want you to forget your grievances with them, at least to the ones around me. If it's your Majesty's order, then we abide. You aren't dating her, right? Right? Don't put salt on someone's wounds like that. Yoo IlHan first explained to the elves about the items in the apartment. Of course, they did not comprehend modern lifestyle, but he just skipped the details and said, it's an artifact, so do as I say, which they obediently accepted. The 2 women should use this room, and the 2 men should use this room. Although there's no bed at the moment, I ordered it so it will arrive soon. Of course, if you want to date one another, then I have every intention to give you a separate room. That's it. Questions? The archer, Pate, abruptly raised his hand. He was a beauty, male, with white skin and wavy blonde hair that looked like it could harbor the morning dew. I'm for your Majesty all the way. I didn't want to hear that from a male. Next. Now, the thief, Furia, spoke in a small but firm voice. She had a slightly short stature, but her short black hair and her cold eyes gave out overwhelming charm. I want to train with your Majesty. Later. Next. That's it, sir. There's nothing they're curious about even though they came to another world? Yoo IlHan, who remembered that the first elves he had met had some intelligence, despaired at the fact that there's no other interest for the elves other than himself in battle, but it was too late by then. Yes, it was all fine if they were satisfied with it. Since he brought them here to Earth, it would be good if he made them stronger. Thinking that, Yoo IlHan decided to wash up first. However, just as he threw his clothes, there was something else he thought of. To think of it, those guys don't even have any clothes. Although, that wasn't the only thing he should be worried about. The most important issue was their appearances. Since they couldn't be with Yoo IlHan 24/7, there would come a time where they would have to act alone, but as long as they were elves, it was a problem about how to hide those ears. I should have asked Erda for some artifacts to hide their ears too. I knew you'd need that, so I brought some artifacts that have both translation function and body part transformation function. No lower existence should be able to see through them. Yoo IlHan turned around just as he was about to take off his pants. It was, as expected, Erda who was there. You saw, right? I did you see too? I did. Exchanging words, they both sighed. Yoo IlHan put some hot water on the tub and immersed himself, and Erda transformed into palm size, and sat on one corner of the tub. The war is over for now. We don't know when the Wall of Chaos may open again, but they did say that we're past the critical point. That's why Lita's here. It's Liara now, not Lita. She was promoted. So angels changed their names upon promoting. While Yoo IlHan was feeling a strange sentiment, Erda tapped on the water in the tub and continued. Her achievements were great. Although she was reckless from the beginning, she seemed to disappear midway, and appeared after pulling out the roots of a portion of Destruction Demon Army inside the Wall of Chaos. And that was the finale. Even Spyra, who was involved in her promotion, was shocked, they say. That's some frightening achievements. Yoo IlHan shouldn't be at fault for thinking up of a monster rather than an angel. Although the time is quite coincidental, it has only been 5 hours since the War of the Wall of Chaos had ended. Liara didn't report to anyone and came straight here after the Wall of Chaos closed. Even if it's you, you shouldn't not know what her actions mean, right? I can't not know. Yoo IlHan laughed bitterly before replying. She should be very tired. Lita, no, Liara knows that my bed is the best bed in the world, custom ordered from my calculations and pre-investigation as a master of resting. Erda was never more frustrated than now about how she couldn't use her powers as a higher existence on Earth. If she could just beat him up. However, she couldn't say everything, so she could only. Yes. So, look after her a lot. Say that. Yoo IlHan exited his bathtub after finishing his refreshing bath time after a long while. He then put on some new clothes, and threw the 4 elves, after separating them to male and female, who were standing there absent-mindedly even though he had assigned them rooms. After that, he bought a ton of underwear and clothes from a nearby shop, and distributed them the earring-shaped artifacts he got from Erda. Ooh, these clothes are so comfortable. The underwear are too small, Your Majesty. Both my chest and my hips are tight. Then go buy them yourself later. The elves now were no different from earthlings after they wore clothes of earth and wore the earring artifact, other than how they were too pretty. It was funny since they looked so off, but now, there was no way the police or the military would stop them. Although, the scouts from the model industry, or idle office producers may do that. Good, now, the urgent fire was put out. There were still mountain loads of things to do, but there was something else he had to do before he started working hard again. Well, then. You guys have a rest too. What about Your Majesty? I'm going to sleep. Then we'll sleep with you. You sleep by yourselves. Firmly declaring that, Yoo IlHan returned to his room and snuggled next to Liara, who was sleeping in the proper position right now. He thought of the time when Liara slept next to him before she was dragged into the Wall of Chaos. You're going to sleep next to her? It's not like I can wake her. It's also not like she minds either, from what I saw last time. She doesn't mind, so he's safe. If Liara heard that, she wouldn't know whether to smile or cry. With such a comment, Yoo IlHan closed his eyes. Erda found that absurd and retorted. Yes, do that. It will be the best reward for her. ZZZ. Erda spoke that out loud, intending Yoo IlHan to hear it, but the person himself fell asleep in 1.5 seconds and didn't hear it. Hey! Momentarily, Erda even doubted whether Yoo IlHan did that on purpose, even while knowing about how the two girls felt towards him, but seeing a human and a higher angel having a good sleep, she became sleepy, and she also slept next to Yoo IlHan's head. The first one to wake up was Erda. Well, it was her who had the least fatigue, so it was natural. Although I did give out energy to Yoo IlHan due to the angel's support skill, but I didn't use the final method until the end. Although, it's more correct to say that there was no situation that arose which required me to. There was no need to overuse the angel's support skill as an active skill while fighting the other dragons, and Taraka was an opponent he couldn't win against by any means. Whatever Yoo IlHan experienced, there was no middle level. Erda thought of the moment they met with the dragon Taraka. It was close even thinking about it now. Really, it was a miracle that it was a higher existence, and that Lysidna received its shell. We'll raise the child well. Dragons were horrifying and annoying to have as enemies, but the dragons acting on the human side were several times more reassuring. Thinking of the egg that should still be in Yoo IlHan's crossbag, Erda nodded her head. Now that I think about it, the rewards aren't given out yet. Yoo IlHan would be surprised when he receives the rewards. Erda thought of such a scene and giggled to herself, when she found that there was a thin and long spear next to the bed. Ha! A very sharp spearhead, and the spear body that was made from unknown metal, definitely showed that it was a high-ranked artifact. However, it wasn't Yoo IlHan's work. It lacked a certain elaborateness to have been made by Yoo IlHan. Moreover, what was that thick pink aura around the spear? It wasn't normal mana, nor was it an attribute force made with a special magic stone, so that is. Tap. The moment Erda's hand touched the spear, a flawless hand extended from the bed grabbed onto the spear. The owner of the hand, Liara, glared at Erda with scary eyes. Don't touch it. Liara. Liara. I already saw it. Erda. Dang. Liara. Erda sighed while looking at Liara, who turned her head while flinching, and shouted. How can you receive a recorded God's blessing even though you're an envoy of God? Erda. But I was about to die, I couldn't help it. Liara shouted shamelessly without making excuses. Before, her eyes were brown with a tint of purple, but now that she received a blessing of a god, her eyes were giving out unrealistic red light, like rubies. Erda asked, her expression was also a little red. Aren't you embarrassed? Erda. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm proud. Liara. So angels become so frightening when in love. Erda just laughed in dumbfoundedness and confirmed the information of the spear. Apocalyptic ally, beautiful steel spear blessed by the god of love, 1. Rank, epic. Attack power, 7,500. Options, all options are applied as long as the love is kept. 1. All abilities increase by 40%. 2. Creates a huge shockwave by consuming mana every critical hit. 3. Will not receive critical hits as long as the user is grabbing the spear, and dodge rate increases by extreme amounts. 4. All abilities increase additionally by 30% in battles to protect the beloved. User restrictions, the one blessed by the god of love. A tattered sword kept as the proof of love evolved from the blessing of a god, and became a spear. It evolves according to the growth of the user's love. 2. Yes. Liara could escape the crisis thanks to receiving the blessing of the god of love in the crisis of death. Asterisk screams asterisk. Erda. Erda puked out blood. She felt her hands and feet getting the shivers just by reading the abilities of the artifact. It was a splendid hand crusher from the name to the description. Looking at such Erda, Liara embraced the spear and spoke proudly. It's the sword that IlHan made for the first time. Although, it's a spear now. Liara. You hid such things in secret. It sure has amazing power to attack a person's heart just by reading the information on it. There's no such function though. While the angels were chatting, Yoo IlHan woke up due to the blinding green text that appeared on his retina. You have achieved one of the conditions to be blessed by the god of smithing. You will receive the blessing once you fulfill another condition. What? Just what did he do to fulfill something? Yoo IlHan, who woke up from sleep, could find the mini-sized Erta floating in the air, and Liara, who was hugging a spear that was giving out overwhelming force. Oh! Liara! Her eyes widened when she looked at Yoo IlHan, who woke up with a shout, but she eventually put on a bright smile like a blooming flower and spoke. IlHan, I'm back. Liara. Welcome back. Fin 3. Yoo IlHan laughed faintly and replied when Liara said that. Yeah. Let me have a look at that spear. This was Yoo IlHan's best attempt to resist, since he felt that something might end if he said welcome back. Author's notes. The elf imperial bodyguards have hit max on loyalty. It's loyalty until the end. Probably. Is it just Liara that Erta saw? The elves' bodies developed unilaterally thanks to eating meat. In Japan, there's an ending type called Tadaima Okiri ending. After the fight with the last boss, when the main character goes back to his homeland with his exhausted body, the heroine who waited for him all that time will receive him. Main character finally feels that everything is over. His I'm back. Tadaima, and her welcome back, Okiri, would end the series. It's a type of cliché. Translator's notes. I'll differentiate God and God, former being heaven's God, and the latter being recorded God. Wait, did I say that before? Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, I am a drifter of my soul, 6. Although he couldn't check the information and stats of the spear since Liara frantically hid it behind her, it was undeniable that one of the blessing's requirements had been fulfilled due to it. Just how was the spear related to him anyway? However, when he tried appraising the spear while staring at it intently, Liara threatened to cry, so he could only give up. Only Erta, who knew the answer to Yoo IlHan's dilemma, observed the situation while letting out a soft sigh. Yoo IlHan, just obediently received your rewards. Erta. Yes, ma'am. Heaven Quest 006 Darrow Extermination, complete. All status increased by 5. Strength increases additionally by 10. You have learnt the active skill, rule, you can take in subordinates, and the ones subordinated to you by this skill cannot harm the ruler due to a restriction stronger than that of being in a party. You will be able to govern the beings under you better as the skill level rises, and will be able to accelerate their growth. Currently, as of level 1, you can take up to 5 subordinates. You cannot activate the skill without the other party's agreement. The skills given to you by heaven are always related to the accumulated record and achievements you acquire. You know why you got this skill, right? Erta. Yes, of course. It's just that he had too many suspicions. Honestly, it was a good thing. He was worried that the elves that followed him to Earth were too weak, and although he was a little bitter that he was doing so with the help of the skill, but he could now completely believe in the elves. Joy and sadness, guilt and a sense of safety, etc., such complex feelings enveloped Yoo IlHan. Erta, who saw him, added with a faint smile. Originally, we thought that the lower stage version, lead, would have been sufficient, but your achievements were so great that it got upgraded automatically. You should have seen the angels' faces. Erta. If it's IlHan, this much is only natural. Liara. Also. Erta. Erta pointed to Yoo IlHan's crossbag. The moment she did, the crossbag amazingly disappeared. Hey! Yoo IlHan. You've perfectly cleaned up Dara, which could have upset the balance due to being connected with Earth, and even supported the intelligent species there to the point that they can develop further. The merits from that is extremely high, and therefore, Heaven has decided that we'll give you the inventories of the angels that died during the war at the Wall of Chaos this time. Yoo IlHan blinked his eyes. He didn't quite understand what she was saying. I thought you said inventory was magic. To be exact, inventories are born with interspace creation magic. And when the owner dies, it isn't impossible to hand over the ownership to someone else. It's a similar concept to how you became the owner of the Elven Empire's magic formation. And you didn't give it to me when I wanted it so much. Would we kill a fine angel just to give you an inventory? Also, it's impossible anyway if the receiver cannot wield mana. It was too correct to say anything. So, in the end, the rewards this time were too coincidental. So, where did my crossbag go? He always wanted an inventory, but Yoo IlHan had profited immensely due to the weight transfer function and the remote collection function attached to the crossbag. It would be difficult for him if they suddenly disappeared now. Along with the destruction of the crossbag, all its contents were transferred to the inventory. The options the crossbag had were also applied to the inventory as well. However, remote collection and weight transfer might have changed scales, so please practice it. With those words, she tapped her hand on Yoo IlHan's hand. Marvelously, Yoo IlHan could comprehend how the inventory was transferred to him, and what he had to do in order to use that inventory at the moment she touched him. Although he couldn't see with his eyes since they weren't on Earth, the interspace was something that Yoo IlHan could access at any moment in order to take something out. This was the moment that Yoo IlHan had received a fragment of a higher existence's magic. You received the possession of an inventory. The total space equals the interspaces of 12 lower-ranked angels. They have the following options, and the abilities will increase according to the growth of the owner's magic. 1. Weight transfer, control. 2. Frozen time. 3. Remote collection of possessions. He immediately felt what happened. Although he had to control the crossbag with the weight control option, now that it became an inventory, there was no need for that. Therefore, the weight control option was merged into the weight transfer option. And that was a dream combination. Now, Yoo IlHan could transfer, specifically, 100,000 tons, or 10 tons even if the total mass in the bag was 1,000,000 tons. If it's with my strength now, how many tons can I handle? You will need practice. The second option, the frozen time inside the interspace, seemed like a characteristic of an inventory. Of course, there will be no rotting inside, so the crossbag option would disappear. Also, what was transferred completely in itself was the remote collection of possessions. Perhaps due to the increased affinity towards the inventory rather than the crossbag, he could now take out several items in several different locations at once, and it also became easier to set a direction. Good, it's getting close to my ideal. If you tell me before you reach it, I'll stop them from becoming things that we might get sued for. If it's to the point that he was granted an inventory, he must have really cleaned up Daru. Liara. How did he manage that when there were fourth classes everywhere? Liara found that absurd, but Yoo IlHan and did not mention the details, since she wouldn't believe it even if they did. After receiving all the rewards, Yoo IlHan went to the elves' rooms to use the rule skill, but the elves were sleeping on the floor as there was no bed, with each sex in their respective rooms. Well, although they said that they will serve the emperor, or that they had nothing that they were curious about, they had just come to a completely different world, leaving their homeland and choosing to believe in Yoo IlHan. They were probably nervous and tired. That was normal. However, they relaxed thinking that this place was where Yoo IlHan lived. The elves were all sleeping with naive expressions. Although the scene was sexy rather than cute due to their appearances, Yoo IlHan couldn't help but chuckle while looking at them. These airheads. Who's saying that to who? Who are these elves? I need to erase them for me and IlHan's future, right? Liara. And here we almost had a heartwarming scene. Liara, since you got promoted, stop being an embarrassment. A little more, and the guard towards the elves went down. Since he couldn't activate the skill without the opponent's agreement, he decided to delay that and exited his house. Why? Of course, it was to work, since he had a proper rest. The three things that Yoo IlHan liked the most were sleeping, eating, and doing manual labor. Of course, only after the word alone was attached after it. Yoo IlHan headed to the underground level of the building in his possession nearby the apartment. His workshop was still placed in a position where no one could enter. I left for 3 months and this place looks fine. Flicker, flicker. Eternal flame, which met its master after a long time, greeted him while swaying. Yoo IlHan threw some third-class magic stones and dragonkin meat into the furnace and spoke. There's a lot for you to eat. Eternal flame rejoiced. It seemed to. Of course, it was fine even if it hadn't. He'd just force-feed it. Well, then. Time to smith, was what he thought when something popped up into his mind. I still haven't chose my subclass. I thought you were delaying it intentionally. Rarely, there were people who were stubborn about not getting a subclass immediately after getting a main class, thinking that they might be able to get a better subclass if they waited a little. Of course, this didn't apply to Yoo IlHan. He just forgot about it until now. I wonder if there's anything similar to God's hammer. Since you said that you fulfilled another requirement, wouldn't it give you something similar? Yoo IlHan immediately called out the list of available subclasses. However, as if it was mad at him for not choosing it as a main class, there was no smithing category subclass no matter how hard he looked. Perhaps due to the influence of leading the elves, there was something like newbie monarch. But even so, I didn't expect so much anyway. So let's just choose an ordinary blacks. Yoo IlHan ignored the temptation of numerous subclasses and was about to choose blacksmith, but he stopped in panic. Since this was something she was used to, and Liara's expression didn't change much. Did some revolutionary job appear or something? Monster lord or ruler? Close, It's Dragon Rider. 27, Dragon Rider. In contrast to every other subclasses highlighted with green text, only Dragon Rider was colored in gold. Quite blatantly, it was as if all others were no good. It's the first time I've heard someone getting a Dragon Rider as a subclass, not main, even with my lifespan as an angel, Liara. At this point, it's as if someone's interfering, preventing you from becoming a blacksmith. It was because of you at the time of the second class advancement. Ignoring his words, continued. But it will be good to choose Dragon Rider. There's no need to hesitate. What will he do even if he does? Didn't he kill all the dragons? Liara. That's because Yoo IlHan has a dragon egg. Ah, yeah. You sure did. Liara decided to stop thinking. Yoo IlHan did hesitate since he wouldn't be able to acquire a smithing class until he acquired his 4th class if he let it go like this. However, he also thought that there was a reason the angels emphasized it so much, and ended up choosing it. At that moment, a different feeling to when he acquired Angel's partner spread within himself through the mana. Hotter than anything, but disappearing like an illusion. Like steam. There were almost no changes to his physical body, and it was the same for his magic. It was just that his mind was ruled by the feeling that there was an additional virtual engine that moved his body. Yoo IlHan instinctively realized that this engine he newly acquired would not be activated properly without a dragon. You have become a Dragon Rider. You may now contract a dragon. All abilities increase by 20% against Dragonkin. You have acquired the passive skill, Dragonman Resonance. All abilities increase by 10% when fighting together with a dragon, for both the rider and the dragon, and increases by an additional 10% when riding the dragon. The resonance amplifies if a lead category class is also applied to the dragon. You have acquired the active skill, Dragonic Blood. You can enhance your active skills by borrowing power from your partner, and will be able to enhance your skills in a variety of ways according to the traits of your partner and the skill level. You can also enhance passive skills that has an active ability. There are no dragons which you are in a contract with. The angels were right. Under the condition that there was a contractable dragon, Dragon Rider was a combative subclass. Yoo IlHan sighed in relief, thinking that his choice was right. Other people would also choose this combative subclass, but I was about to become a blacksmith without knowing anything. It's not that there are no combative subclasses, but you can't simply assume that anyone can become a dragon rider. Although they weren't surprised since it was Yoo IlHan they were talking about, naturally, dragon rider subclass wasn't seen very often. How can an ordinary human, or even other races, be in an equal standing with a dragon that even they have hard time talking to? Dragon Rider was only acquirable by Yoo IlHan only because he had a power that overwhelmed them and was also in a party with them. Moreover, even if one becomes a dragon rider, it was difficult to find a dragon who would immediately become a human's ride, so there were many who couldn't use their rare subclass for their entire lives. No, even those who luckily became a dragon rider were also like that. However, Yoo IlHan was currently in possession of a dragon's egg, and also had the skill, Rule. There would be no other precedent like him. Just that, he would have to suffer quite a lot until the dragon matured into an adult. Then I should hatch the egg first. Yoo IlHan took out the egg from his inventory. Looking at the egg that was still emitting bright golden light, Eternal Flame rejoiced with bright light. You can't eat this. Suddenly, the flame became smaller as if in shock. Yoo IlHan spoke to it. You really can't. We're going to incubate this guy from now on. I'll add you with supplementary fire so you will control him and awaken this guy, got it? He felt as if the Eternal Flame nodded. It probably did. He could only believe so. Nodding, Yoo IlHan took out his spear and called out purple flames and put it on the bottom of the furnace. The Eternal Flame greedily absorbed the purple flames and changed color into a strange one. I'm adding blaze too. Of course, the Eternal Flame wouldn't even know what blaze is. Yoo IlHan took out an intact mana potion he had left even though he used a lot of them in Daru, and activated blaze while sucking on it. At that moment, Eternal Flame made an exaggerated reaction as if it would say, oh. Oh who? If it was able to speak. If everything it had eaten until now was normal coffee, this strong aura would be a super concentrated espresso. The golden fire burned violently and emanated its joy in all directions. You really did it. Urta. I don't get what's happening, but I do get that it's amazing. Liara. You should just honestly that you don't know anything. Urta. Blaze was a monster that ate up mana. Yoo IlHan didn't hesitate and put the egg inside the furnace. It would be difficult with just purple flames and blaze, but since the everlasting flame that controlled both of those flames didn't forget Yoo IlHan's warnings, it gently received the dragon's egg and transferred the heat required for the egg to hatch. If dragons were looking at this scene, they might have declared war on heaven, saying that they needed eternal flames to incubate their eggs. However, was it insufficient with just blaze? The egg that glowed due to the heat in the furnace seemed to emit light before stealing Yoo IlHan's mana additionally on top of the blaze that drained his mana. It was a considerable amount as well. Since this was an important occasion such as the birth of a dragon, it wasn't so surprising. Yoo IlHan just thought that the birth of a dragon was quite an event, and obediently handed over his mana. Since there was the highest quality mana potion on his mouth anyway, he wouldn't collapse from mana overexertion even while blaze and the egg drained him. When he emptied about 80% of the mana potion, he finally saw some reaction. The light emitted by the egg seemed to get even brighter before a crack appeared on top of the egg. The angels looking at that scene both said a line each with round eyes. Now that I think about it, it's the first time in my life as an angel that I see a dragon hatching. Liara. It's also the first time for me seeing an angel receiving the bless, at $%% $. Urta. While Liara prevented Urta from speaking, and punished her, the crack on the egg gradually became bigger. The moment the crack went from the top to bottom in a zigzag manner, the egg completely cracked apart with a pack sound. Hiya! What came out of the egg with a lively shout was a child looking around 2 years of age. Like a phoenix born from fire, it charged out from the furnace and landed on the ground. That figure didn't look like a newborn at all. It was a 10-tense landing. With white skin, golden eyes, and black hair despite being born moments ago, it was a healthy boy. His appearance was extraordinary as expected of a dragon, but even though the child was seen for the first time, the facial features looked quite familiar. Dad. Moreover, this guy even spoke with liveliness as well. Not dragon tongue, not English, but in Korean. Yoo IlHan finally noticed that something was going on. Where did you learn Korean from? From Dad. At Yoo IlHan's trembling voice in question, the dragon child answered himself, although without confidence. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something as he clapped with hands while speaking. If Mom lays the egg, Dad wakes me up. Mom said that. Ho. So it's Dad. I learned from Dad. That's quite interesting, thought IlHan and turned his head. Something flashed by his head at that moment, which was the sentence in the letter that read, "If my child can take you on even by a half." At that time, he only thought that she meant for him to raise the egg well. However, looking at this child that had clearly received Yoo IlHan's influence, it didn't seem that those were her only intentions. Thinking back, it must have happened the moment Yoo IlHan's mana was supplied to the egg. In an instant, all the incidents were linked in his head. The questions he had were solved just like that. In the first place, Lysidna had no intentions on concealing it in the first place. He didn't even have the energy to get angry, but he couldn't endure without getting angry. This marriage scammer. It seemed that Lysidna had not been a housewife, but a dragon at a marriageable age looking for a partner. Author's notes. Someone mentioned about weight control option, but it's possible to decrease the weight, but impossible to increase it. Untranslatable pun. I went over the quantity since I couldn't cut it off in the middle. Inventories and subclasses and everything took too much content. Translator's notes. It's a boy, ha 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 ha. Got ya there. Those who questioned that whether it was possible to put in life forms inside the bag, I'm not sure. And those who questioned why it was possible to put the egg in the bag, I don't know either. But, looking at that scene, it seemed like the egg was still unfertilized? Liara's spot as IlHan's wife got robbed. Liara frowny face call me mother. Dragon frowny face Nuna. Infinite cycle of above 2 lines. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, I am a drifter of my soul, 7. Get that damned dragon bitch over here, right now. Liara. Shouted Liara while raising her spear. I'll enact justice unto that bitch. To her. Liara. Along with the words, it's very fortunate that you weren't banished from heaven, I have to tell you the unfortunate news that Lysidna has already died. Urta. When Urta, who was just as enraged as Lita, replied powerlessly. Liara ended up lowering her spear. It was akin to a face of a student that realized that their entrance exam scores could have gotten them into a better college than their school grades by at least 2 levels. 1. This sense of loss, powerlessness, and despair. At that moment, the baby dragon walked with his little steps and grabbed her leg just as her boiling rage was wandering without a direction to go. Then, with a pure and naive voice, he spoke what was on his mind. Pretty Nuna. He raised his head to look at Liara. He was handsome because he was born as a dragon, but perhaps due to the influence of Yoo IlHan's mana, he even resembled him. Disregarding others, it was Liara who deeply loved Yoo IlHan, so it was a critical hit at that time. Marvelously, Liara's burning rage and desire for revenge melted down like ice cream under the hot sun. It's not Nuna. Liara. Liara lowered his head and met his gaze and spoke in a gentle voice. Call me Mom from now on. Liara. Ha? Liara. But he's so cute. On second thought, he only absorbed IlHan's mana, so I can accept it. Liara. Really, a surprising turn of events. Yoo IlHan, who didn't accept everything that was happening here quite yet, could finally come back to being himself after listening to Liara's words. Yes, of course. He only absorbed my mana. Yoo IlHan tapped his cheeks and came to himself. The dragon who was watching let go of Liara's legs and imitated Yoo IlHan and tapped his own cheeks. Was it a child after all? Yoo IlHan laughed at that unexpected reaction and waved his hand to call him over. The child, who was at a loss at what to say after hearing what Liara said, ran towards him in joy and stopped in front of him. Yes, Dad. I'm not your dad. You are my dad. Words of conviction without the slightest bit of suspicion. Yeah, of course. Since it's true after all. However, it isn't. Yoo IlHan tried his best to calm himself down and spoke after meeting the child's gaze. Listen to me carefully. I never thought that I will become your father, nor did I have such a resolve. Conclusively, I have no relations with your mother whatsoever. Understand that? Yeah. Although it wasn't something to be said to a newborn, but the child nodded seriously as if he understood everything. I only woke you up with flames and mana. Of course, I will raise you because of the promise with Lysidna, but in compensation, I will even use you in battle. I will even subordinate you with the rule skill. Isn't it scary? Did you understand that? Yeah. The blatant words even made Yoo IlHan himself feel guilty, but the child smiled naively and nodded again. Yes, it isn't so bad to be honest from the get-go. Muttered Yoo IlHan in his heart and declared as such. Well then, so, I cannot be called your dad. You are my dad. Yoo IlHan tried his best to endure his urge to smack him, while the child spoke. Dragons are like that, Dad. Like what? Being strong is everything. While Yoo IlHan sighed while facepalming, the child laughed while doing the same action. Why are you imitating me? Because Dad is strong. In other words, he was imitating because he thought he might get stronger if he did. Yoo IlHan felt stuffy when he heard the truly childlike but at the same time, dragon-like words. Why don't you acknowledge it, Yoo IlHan? To think they breed using the fusion of mana, it truly is dragon-like. As such, that child is indeed your son. However, that's from a dragon's perspective. It's very far from what you've learnt and wished for until now, romance, marriage, and childbirth. I'm just saying that you ended up with a child just looking at the last step. Urta, who said that, continued as if she had prepared all her words. As such, you have a child, but it can still be said that you have no wife. You are a born loner and virgin, just with a dragon child. Urta. That's the worst. Oh, please. Call it second worst. Urta. However, Yoo IlHan couldn't escape reality anymore. He was caught in a trap the moment he took out the golden egg from Lysidna's lair. Lysidna, she was a woman who, from the beginning till the end, caused Yoo IlHan several headaches. Call me Mom. Moem. Liara. But it's Nuna. Liara, stop it. It's embarrassing. Erta. Was Liara also at an age when she wanted to marry and have a child? Yoo IlHan, who was at a loss, thought such idiotic things and watched the scene where a dragon and two angels played around before tapping his cheeks again. Even if he got bruises on his cheek, he had to come to himself. Yes. Then he acknowledged reality. You are indeed my son. Yeah, Dad. Yoo IlHan, he had lived for over 1,000 years, but according to his register, he was still 20 years old. He got a dragon son. As you wish, I will make you stronger. However, you will suffer a lot, so keep that in mind. I'm fine with anything if I can get stronger, Rather than a newborn, that line was more fitting for a protagonist in a shonen manga, but Yoo IlHan decided to not bother thinking about it. I must first name you. Will IlHan be good? 2. Don't ever name him that. Erta. Then Mandarin. 3. That's not even Korean. Erta. Due to Erta's desperate opposition, the child's name, in the end, was decided to be Mir, the pure Korean word meaning dragon. Ymir. Ymir. My name. Coincidentally, his surname is Yu, so his name gives off quite a pressure. Erta. Ymir, was the name of the ancestor giant in Norse mythology. Even though this name was purely coincidental, created from a Korean surname and a Korean word. Ymir. Ymir. Ymir seemed to be so happy that his dad named him as he hugged Yoo IlHan and jumped around. Then, he suddenly collapsed on the ground and spoke while hugging Yoo IlHan. Dad, I'm hungry. Yes, of course. With a bitter smile, Yoo IlHan was about to open his inventory, when he thought of something and grabbed Ymir's jaw to see inside the mouth to check whether he had teeth. Very sharp and sturdy teeth could be seen. As expected of a dragon. A born predator. Good, let's eat meat. Yeah. He had tons of meat. Moreover, there was also the fire that could control temperature according to his mind, right by his side. It's hot. It's delicious. Eat a lot, yes. When he grilled the meat with some suitable sauce, Ymir ate deliciously as if having waited for it. At that moment, you've contracted the baby dragon Ymir due to the power of the dragon rider. The passive skill was activated. You cannot activate the active skill as your dragon's power is still too weak. Although they had already talked about this, the contract was done the moment the Ymir ate meat. Yoo IlHan couldn't hide his worry for Ymir's future. Hiya. In any case, a contract was a contract. Yoo IlHan's and Ymir mana seemed to resound out and softly meet each other as if in resonance, before it spun around and became a solid tie between them. A deeper connection between the two was formed than the ones formed with angels. Since the child was too weak as of yet and wasn't so reliable, but this connection wasn't bad at all. However, that wasn't the end. The skill, Rule, can activate. Proceed? Yoo IlHan felt a slightly complex emotion, but as they had already spoken about it, he activated the skill without hesitation. The skill, Rule, was much more simple than the contract, and a strange mark was formed on Ymir's neck before disappearing. The dragon, Ymir, has become your subordinate. Ymir's growth accelerates. You may view Ymir's status. Dad, what did you do? I put a collar on you. Yeah. Yoo IlHan tended to be awkward towards Ymir, but whether he knew or didn't care, or whether he just liked it, Ymir just answered with a smile and munched at the meat while smearing sauce all over his face. More. Yeah, just empty my entire inventory. This kid had quite an aura while eating, so Yoo IlHan just took out meat in units of 10 kilograms each time. The eternal flame was making Yoo IlHan's life easier by leaning towards the outside of the furnace, and Ymir, who looked at that scene where it seemed like Yoo IlHan was wielding fire like his own body, clapped. "Dad is amazing. Your stomach is more amazing." While Ymir was busy eating, Yoo IlHan called out Ymir's status window on his retina and checked. Ymir. Baby Dragon LV1. Title: The One Baptized by the Flame of Eternity. 130% increase in fire attribute resistance, absorb a portion of fire attribute attacks, Birth of Chaos, 70% increase in all status ailment resistance. Strength, 48 agility, 32 health, 29 magic, 64. Active skills, Concealment LV1, Middle Tier Wind Magic LV1, Superhuman Strength LV1. Passive skills, Mana Rule LV1, Dragon Blood Regeneration LV1, Physical Combat Mastery LV1, Language LV1, Resting LV1, Critical Hit LV1, Extreme Poison Resistance LV1, Higher Curse Resistance LV1. Wayo. Now that was talent. Or so the status window said to him. How could he possess so many useful things from birth? Yoo IlHan, you also had concealment when you were born, no? Urta. Shut up. Yes. The world was unfair. There was no reply even if one complained to heaven, so one could only do his best to live with all one had. And, this kid who was eating meat in units of kilograms, had a super accelerated start line. Not only did he have several skills that Yoo IlHan had never heard of, there were some higher ranked skills as well. Moreover, those frightening titles. Lysidna's words were correct. The fire that influenced his birth had a lot of effect in his power. Just as he decided on the direction he should raise him in. Burp star dot. Was he finally full? The child made a small burp and collapsed before sleeping on the spot. Feeling that a calm night had arrived after a storm, Yoo IlHan felt his energy draining. I'm really tired. Ah, so cute. How can he be so cute? Liara. Liara, who still hadn't given up on becoming the child's stepmother, used magic to lightly wash the sleeping Ymir and embraced him. Then, she looked at Yoo IlHan and spoke. We should buy him some clothes. We should do that when we go outside. That's good, we have to buy clothes for the elves too, Yoo IlHan's heart pounded momentarily while looking at Ymir in Liara's embrace, but he didn't understand why it was so until the very end, and vaguely said. However, while he was looking inside the inventory to shake that feeling away, he found something he had forgotten about until now. Ah, the bucket. What Yoo IlHan took out was the huge bucket that would take up more than half of the workshop. The bucket that turned dragon's blood into a high-end alcohol called breath. He finally found it after he had dealt with the Elven Empire and the other matters. What's that bucket? The magic I feel from it is not normal? Liara. I'm also curious. So it goes like this. At first However, the moment he touched the bucket's information was renewed and appeared on his retina. Dragon's breath-imbued giant bucket. As a result of resonance of almost 1,000 hearts of dragons along with the special materials the bucket was made from, the bucket evolved into a similar artifact of the magic organs of dragons. All things that enter this bucket will be reborn as a result of strong injection and circulation of mana. Thunder roared in Yoo IlHan's mind. IlHan? Liara. Yoo IlHan? Urta. The angels, who found his reaction strange, checked the information on the bucket and likewise, became speechless. So dragons' hearts can become like this when they're gathered up. I didn't know since I never did gather them, Liara. I didn't have the chance to gather them at all, Urta. It was an extremely difficult thing to create an artifact with a method other than metalworking. Strictly speaking, even Urta, who contributed to the creation of this artifact, had never experienced such things before. However, what could he do with this artifact? Although the description was grand, but it was in fact very difficult to find an actual use. There was definitely something, but even the two higher existences couldn't come up with an answer. All they could think of was to get some hot water into it and have a relaxing dip. There would be no better treasure than this for those who learned the way of mana, especially those who trained in magic. However, Yoo IlHan did. He already knew the answer. Yoo IlHan took out a 100L plastic bag containing dragon's blood from his inventory and ripped it apart on top of the bucket. The blood inside poured into the bucket. Kayak, what are you doing? Liara. Oh, through that, we can make an alcoholic drink called breath. It's the creation of both Yoo IlHan and me, Erta. No. Yoo IlHan denied her. Was he denied the shared work? Erta's eyes filled with disappointment, but that was her misunderstanding. That was because, the next moment, Yoo IlHan took out dragon meat he was storing and threw them inside the bucket where dragon's blood was splashing around. Ha! Liara. What are? Erta. To the angels who were watching the scene with dumbfounded expressions, Yoo IlHan shouted with pride like the moment he successfully hunted the sperm whale in the stormy seas before. This isn't something like breath. This is a treasure that will broaden the horizons of monster meat cooking. The thunder that roared in Yoo IlHan's mind was none other than the enlightenment of a new recipe due to his cooking skill. Author's notes. All dragons pursue power. Of course, there are different forms of power. As explained in this chapter, Ymir is an ancestor giant appearing in Norse mythology. It's apparently also the name of a character that appeared in Attack on Titan, Shingeki no Kyojin, that was famous for various reasons. Passive concealment is a power only allowed to a single person, Yoo IlHan, across all worlds. Of course, the concealment skill itself was inherited. Yoo IlHan who grows, as a chef, through enlightenment. Translator's notes. Gosh, the chapter is hilarious XD. Also, I will interchangeably use Ymir and Mir for the dragon child. Ymir looks crap. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, I am a drifter of my soul, 8. Yoo IlHan confirmed the amount of dragon meat inside the dragon blood and nodded his head. It looked as if the dragon meat that couldn't be eaten raw was being assimilated into the mana circulation system through the medium of blood. Even the inedible monster meat might become edible if I do this. Are you trying to open a restaurant or something? Erta. Wouldn't Mother like it if I open one after I chase one of the shops out? I can supply all the materials. Oh, the place of origin is quite a big problem. It will be over the moment he wrote Daru. You can't do that. Erta. It's a joke, don't get so angry. But it won't be so bad eating dragon meat. It's full of mana too. It might even replace potions, Erta. Cooking skill was an area that Yoo IlHan did not improve on during the frozen millennium. Although it did grow rapidly due to Yoo IlHan becoming able to consume monster meat and blood after acquiring extreme poison resistance, and the fact that monster cooking gave a lot of proficiency experience, he thought that he would never be able to master the cooking skill. However, it didn't seem like that now. If he started cooking and eating dragon meat and blood, his cooking skill may increase to new heights. It was funny, but it was very possible that Yoo IlHan would become a master of cooking through cooking unconventional monsters. That sounds horrible. Erta. Good cooks are always good. That dragon meat looks nice. Liara. Liara was drooling about dragon meat even though Ymir was in her arms. What an irony. Erta resolved that she would never show dragon meat to Ymir. While she was secretly resolving to herself, Yoo IlHan left the maturing dragon meat and started another task with an air of liveliness. Which was, of course, dismantling. Now, he was very used to dragon dismantling, as he completely and perfectly separated an entire dragon corpse within just 2 minutes, and even stored the blood. Liara clapped while watching, since it was as if he was using clone techniques, but Erta, who escaped her pondering, asked Yoo IlHan with a tone lined in fear. "Yoo IlHan, Lysidna's body is among them, right?" "Yes, it is. She was a golden bird when she died, but she turned back into a dragon when I checked. That was the same with Karos, who assumed elven form, and the immature dragons that still hadn't assumed their dragon forms yet. Whether newborn or adult, they returned to their original forms after they died. I'll say this just in case, but Erta, I'll cremate her when Mir grows up," said Yoo IlHan firmly. "What do you take me to be?" "I just declared that I will acknowledge Mir as my son." Erta finally realized. Yoo IlHan's declaration wasn't just at a level where he just accepted the phenomenon, but that he would really accept Ymir as his real family. These two may sound the same, but in Yoo IlHan's mind, they would be very different. "Since you sometimes do abnormal things like nothing, Erta." Erta vaguely ended her line. She tried to understand Yoo IlHan's unpredictable action a little more, but she realized that she was still far away from it, and felt tragic. She felt even more tragic seeing Liara laughing on her side. "You knew that already, didn't you?" "Erta," complained Erta through the angel's ring in order to not let Yoo IlHan hear it. Then, Liara answered in a whisper with a flawless smile. "That's why I said I'll become the stepmother." Liara. Surströmming was still surströmming even after rotting, and it seemed that Liara didn't spend a millennium with him for nothing after all. Yes, she was indeed suitable to be blessed by the god of love. Or so Erta acknowledged. Yoo IlHan didn't even know what was happening between the angels and continued dismantling. Since he had a little less than 300 dragon corpses, he would finish them by today, but the problem was the third-class dragonkin. Even though he had dismantled and used a considerable number of dragonkin corpses in order to arm the elves of the fallen elven empire, he still had 30,000 left. 30k. If I dismantle one every 20 seconds, that's 3 every minute. I think it looks plenty impossible with just that. Erta. That makes 180 per hour, 4,320 per day. Which makes 43,200 in 10 days. In other words, 12 days if I take my time. So you aren't planning to sleep for even 1 second, are you? Liara. Even while dismantling the dragons without rest, Yoo IlHan was conflicted. Honestly, he was surprised at the fact that nothing much had happened on Earth, but would it be so in the future as well? Well, of course, if it was, then Yoo IlHan could also focus on what he wants. However, wasn't he too lucky to acquire so many dragon corpses, and even survive after meeting a higher existence? Wasn't it time for something very annoying and tiring to happen? This guy has such a hard life. Liara. Shut up. Yoo IlHan finished conflicting. Then he first finished dismantling the dragon he was doing now. The angels would watch the dragon dismantling show that was presented to them along with the beautiful sword dance anytime. It was 11 a.m. Korean time when Yoo IlHan arrived at his apartment in Gangnam with the elves. When he finished dismantling and classifying the parts of all fourth-class dragons, it became 6 in the evening. Is Mir still sleeping? Yup, he's sleeping well. Liara. Yoo IlHan, who had considered the nagging and crying of children along with changing diapers the moment he was given the dragon egg, renewed his opinion for the better at Ymir, who only had the good points of children. Then, Yoo IlHan packed away the dismantling tools and took out a small amount of dragon bones and skin. The sturdy and sharp ribs and skull of Karos that protected its vital parts, and the most sturdy parts of the skin. Are you going to make new equipment? Erta. For the elves. I can't arm all 1,527 of them with dragon gear, so I may do with dragonkin then, but I can't do that with the ones I brought here. He would feel really bad if they died because he gave them inferior gear after they followed him all the way here. Yoo IlHan convinced himself like that, but IlHan didn't seem to accept that. They are still in their level 80s. IlHan. I also used Orochi gear in my level 80s. You are different. IlHan. He knew very well that IlHan was worried. If one used too good gear compared to one's ability, then that person would rely on the power of the gear and it would become difficult for that person to raise her own capability. Well, of course, since Yoo IlHan had max level of most things technically, so she wouldn't be so worried, but the highest level of martial arts that the elves had was 72. This was also a miracle that happened to a long-living elf, but in IlHan's eyes, it would be insufficient. I can raise their lacking abilities, but as Yoo IlHan was proficient with all weapons, he could declare so, and IlHan could only grumble to herself. Liara was in watching mode from the beginning without the slightest intention of interfering. For some reason, IlHan was losing to her today all the time. IlHan quenched her burning passion for a comeback and decided to silently watch Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan first made sturdy armor for the greatsword warrior Myri and the shield warrior Jurl. He first made a simple leather armor to be worn on the inside, before making a full plate armor with dragon bones and processed with dragon scales on top of that. All of that turned out to be a strong armor that would test the endurance of the one that's trying to pierce the armor instead. After that, he invested a few third-class magic stones to mana craft, and they both became legend ranked. IlHan. Isn't it about time for an epic rank to pop out? Liara. Even legend rank is welcomed by the angels in front lines. IlHan. Of course, even within the same legend rank, there would be very big differences according to the level of the materials and the results of the mana crafting, but at the very least, the legend ranked armor that Yoo IlHan created would definitely be ranked amongst the top. Good, let's finish it like this. Like that, he finished making leather clothing for the archer pate and the thief Furia. He designed the joints for agile and delicate movements, and made it to stick close to the skin, but he also made it so that the vital body parts are protected well by investing dragon scales. As their ranks ended in unique since there was not much stitching done to it, but that was Yoo IlHan's best so he couldn't help it. Following that, a greatsword, 2 daggers, a shield and a bow. He was confident in that one. Since he got more proficient while making ballistas, and because the giant's rubber band that was created from Karo's tendons turned out to be even better than the ones made from Orochi's tendons. Yoo IlHan also wondered why that was the case, and he realized that it was because the eternal flame had evolved once again after eating the dragon egg shells that Ymir was born from. Perhaps due to that, all products made from dragon parts became better. This guy in secret. However, the eternal flame only licked its lips in naivety as if asking what it had done wrong. He would only get himself tired even if he got angry at an item that couldn't talk, so Yoo IlHan could only continue working and think that it was a good thing. Perhaps it was worth it for the eternal flame to eat the eggshells. As for the greatsword, the daggers, and even the shield turned out to be legend ranked. Yoo IlHan, who organized those items, which made him feel happy just by looking at it, Yoo IlHan began crafting the bow from the lightweight and elastic black scales and the giant's rubber band from Karo's. Wow, such a beautiful bow. Liara. Yoo IlHan. You aren't doing your best because Pate said he liked you, right? IlHan. I'm straight. But what could he do? They were his subordinates that followed him all the way here. Yoo IlHan focused his all while creating the bow for Pate. He would be too embarrassed to give him a unique ranked bow when the armor was already a unique ranked one. Just using the scales of the cursed dragon and its tendons, the bow was completed within 2 hours. The bow and bowstring that gave off a feeling like they would disappear when thrown into the darkness was astoundingly beautiful, to the point that even Yoo IlHan, the creator himself, exclaimed in awe when seeing it. Did I do too well? It's a legend rank even though I didn't mana craft it yet. Then just give it to him like this. IlHan. No. That was the moment when his desire as a crafter burned up. The desire that he may be able to create an artifact at the epic stage with Yoo IlHan's power alone. Yoo IlHan? Good. It was best to proceed when hesitating. Yoo IlHan took out the 4th-class magic stone that Karos had left behind. Befitting of a magic stone belonging to a cursed dragon, the magic stone emitted an aura of vicious curse, which would have made it impossible for Yoo IlHan to grab it if he didn't have the higher curse resistance skill. I gave out a legend rank weapon for a sum of money. If I can't invest this much for my subordinates, that won't do. Yoo IlHan grabbed on the magic stone. On his other hand, he grabbed the bow and closed his eyes. Then he thought. What was important for a bow? The elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the shaft? If it became any stiffer, Yoo IlHan might be able to pull it, but Pate wouldn't even be able to pull it properly with both arms. Then sturdiness? It would take a dragon 1 hour to break this thing. The function as a weapon was already perfect. Then what? What more would make it perfect? No. Not that. All of them were wrong. So that's it. The enlightenment came from a completely unexpected point. Yoo IlHan's thinking until now was wrong. Mana crafting must not be a process of fulfilling a lacking part of an item. How could he think that as a crafter? Blacksmithing and mana crafting was the same, but at the same time, different. He had to focus on making an unprecedented item through the fusion of 2 already perfect processes. The bow was already perfect. He created this item using the best materials he had as a blacksmith. Now, he just had to make a perfect artifact using the power of the magic stone to the extreme, not as a blacksmith, but a mana crafter. As such. Run wild like you want. Light appeared. A black light that appeared out of unknown origin enveloped the bow, the magic stone, Yoo IlHan, and the entire workshop. The light was overwhelming to the point that it may have covered the entire world momentarily. Death God's trajectory was completed. The skill, mana crafting, has become level 50. You can bring out the abilities of the material used in mana crafting more easily. Done, muttered Yoo IlHan thoughtlessly. Opening his eyes, he could see that the black bow had left his embrace and was floating in the air. The magic power dwelling within it formed a perfect balance and surpassed matter by half just by existing. That's a pity. Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile with that masterpiece for generations to come in front of him. While looking back to the equipments he had made until now, and especially while he thought of the most recent artifact he had made. Aegis may have become like this if it took one step more, but I couldn't find the right feeling then. However, it still has room for development. Aegis will become like that soon. Truly beautiful. It's excruciating that this will be given to a mere elf. Both human and angels would be certain without even the need to check the details on this item. This artifact was the best among the ones that Yoo IlHan had created until now, and is likely to remain as such for the foreseeable future. That was because they knew very well that it wasn't something that could be made every day just with the materials, the magic stone and the ability of the smith. All other conditions including inspiration and the condition of the body had to be perfect for there to be a possibility of such a thing. Karos' thoughts on top of that would be truly perfect. That's impossible. You've just learned soul enchant, and above all, that elf won't be able to endure the dragon's thought. No, the problem isn't that. It's that Orochi ate up Karos' thoughts. Thinking back, he hadn't moved Orochi's thought onto the black bone giant spear yet. Yoo IlHan added another schedule in his heart and lightly grabbed his masterpiece. Death God's trajectory. Rank, epic. Attack power, 7,400. Durability, 12,500/12,500. User restrictions, 3rd class with Archer class main class. Strength and agility above 250. Options. 1. All arrows are imbued with strong power of a curse. 2. absolute accuracy. 3. A critical strike occurs with 100% chance when attacking the same opponent for the third time. 4. Rules the deceased by making them into undead. Will disappear after all the magic left in the corpse dissipates. A smith with the ability that would twist and collapse all records through his mere existence made this masterpiece. A perfect artifact fitting to accompany a legendary hero, and will be recorded in the history of all worlds. Really, a pie in the sky was born. Author's notes. The feeling of loss that I felt when I found that the kimchi I ate so deliciously turned out to be made with Chinese chili powder. Yoo IlHan progressed as a blacksmith thanks to his enlightenment. Translator's notes. Pate isn't third class yet, lol. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, I am a drifter of my soul, 9. Realizing that he had to put the bow away after putting so much effort into it since Pate wasn't third class yet, Yoo IlHan was momentarily put at a loss, but he came to himself. Yes. It's just that good of a weapon. I really like your positive attitude. Liara. I also like myself like this. Wipe your tears before you say that. Urta. His energy drained, Yoo IlHan made another bow. Fortunately, no useless user restrictions were attached this time, and it ended at legend rank. Of course, its general power didn't even come close to half of Death God's trajectory, but for Pate it would still be very good. So since it's late, let's stop here. He checked the state of the meat and blood in the bucket and poured some more blood before cleaning away the remaining tools. However, he realized something just as he pushed the bucket onto one side of the workshop, that his strength was too high. Ha! I didn't even activate superhuman strength though. It's because you've acquired your third class. Moreover, you didn't forget that you have a completely different number of stats compared to other humans because of your 1,000 years of training, right? Oh, there's also the status increase reward from Heaven's Quest. Urta. That was true. As he always fought against stronger beings than himself and higher-leveled beings than himself, he had forgotten that he was way above average. And here, I thought that you'd use up all dragon corpses here. Urta. Investigating the situation and contacting the Lightning God clan comes first. I should decide how many and what kind of equipment I need to make after that. I'll also decide on the date of selling the higher equipments at the same time, but although everything was smooth on the outside, he wouldn't know the truth unless he investigated properly. If it was Lightning God who always acted on the front lines against the monsters, then they would be able to give him the necessary information. I think you're overthinking it. Liara. We'll see about that. Urta. Even when Yoo IlHan returned to the apartment with the two angels and the still sleeping Ymir, the elves were still sleeping. However, when he started making some ramen with a lot of meat, they woke up immediately and shot out from their rooms. The smell is. To think there is a smell that provokes the desire to eat so much. This world really is. Whoa, Your Majesty, ... To the elves who just started eating meat after eating vegetables for their entire lives, the smell of ramen, the alpha and omega of instant foods, would be fatal. Moreover, since he had not pulled back on the meat, this ramen had enough power comparable to the bonus dungeons boss that appeared after the last boss in an RPG. Your Majesty? I'm very sorry. We've slept without a care in the world. We should have protected you. Since they were just woken up, their faces should have been horrible, but these guys were camera-worthy despite just waking up. If Yoo IlHan wasn't trained by Liara's appearance, his heart would have pounded like mad. Who's protecting who? Just sit down and eat. I didn't want to see an elf eating ramen, Liara. You will see even cooler things in the future, so look forward to it, Liara. You'd be so surprised. Urta. As they hadn't eaten anything for the entire day, they deliciously ate the ramen Yoo IlHan gave them with a fork. Of course, it wasn't that Yoo IlHan was just watching, but he activated the rule skill and subordinated them and even confirmed their stats. They're quite good. As expected of the best elves among the survivors, their status points were unbelievably higher than normal. Was it like this since he picked out the geniuses from an entire race of elves? It wasn't only that. Not only did they have a considerable number of skills, their proficiency and mastery were also very high, perhaps due to their long lifespans. They were much higher than what Yoo IlHan had expected. There was something else that he was surprised with. Good, your dismantling skills are all considerable. ****. Yes. Perhaps because he replied while eating, Drill spoke after coughing. To them whose survival was a battle, gathering and dismantling skills were a must. The angels finally noticed his intentions. You're going to let these guys do the dismantling. Liara. Dismantling third-class dragonkin isn't possible by just anyone. Yoo IlHan ignored them. There's something you need to do after you eat. Of course, I'll do some strict teaching, so please be prepared for that. We're prepared for anything, replied Pate in a confident voice, but would they be as confident after hearing what they needed to do? Oh, if he gave them the rewards he had already prepared after they finished their job, then they'll cry tears of joy. And Liara, hand Mir to me. Here. Liara. Liara handed Ymir in her arms to Yoo IlHan. The elves who were engrossed in ramen finally noticed him after he was in Yoo IlHan's embrace. Who is that child? He looks handsome. He also resembles His Majesty. Is it his little brother? He's my son. Oh, and he's a dragon as well. The elves became speechless at Yoo IlHan's reply. However, it was also tiring for Yoo IlHan to explain everything to them. He just said this. He has the blood of a dragon who saved you and hid you, so don't hate him. Oh, of course. Even if it isn't, he's the son of your majesty, how can we? The female thief, Feria, replied absent-mindedly. At that moment Ymir woke up from sleep due to the noise. You woke up? Yeah, oh it's Dad. And the pretty Nunes too. Ymir checked Yoo IlHan, Liara and Erda with a smile, but screamed the moment he confirmed the gazes of the four elves and shot up to his feet before going around to Yoo IlHan's back and sticking on his back. Yoo IlHan's back was warm. Dad, who are those people? They are my subordinates. They're gentle, so you don't need to be scared of them. They won't bite. Don't explain like elves or some herbivore animals. Yoo IlHan felt while replying. Yes. This child was born just today. There was no way a 6-hour-old child would kindly greet and ask for a name to anyone just because that person was with his father. However, Ymir's reaction was outside of Yoo IlHan's imagination. The way they're looking at me is scary. I'm still weak. I'm embarrassed. I'm hiding. Then, he desperately activated the concealment skill with all his magic. What was amazing was that he actually succeeded disappearing from the elves' view even with a level 1 concealment. Where did His Highness go? How can this be? He was just here until now. Ymir's concealment skill grows rapidly. Ymir's concealment skill has become level 10. Due to the resonance between the writer, he can borrow a little of the writer's concealment ability when close to the writer. Yoo IlHan's mouth gaped. The angels were the same. Ymir was still rubbing his face on Yoo IlHan's back in embarrassment. IlHan, Liara. Don't say anything. Liara was about to say something, but Yoo IlHan stopped her. This was because he knew better than anyone else. Ymir, this guy, really, resembled Yoo IlHan in every way. Not only his ability, but his personality, and even the talent to become a pan-cosmic loner. That's a good thing. Even so, there's no passive concealment, no? Liara. Asterisk grown star dot dot. Looking at Ymir, who was activating concealment while burying his face on his back, Yoo IlHan felt an indescribable feeling, but he sighed before taking him off and hugging him. His concealment forcefully wore off, and the elves could finally see Ymir again. Ymir realized that and caused a mess while trying to escape Yoo IlHan's embrace. I want to hide again. You are hiding because you're embarrassed that you're weak. Aren't you? Why, yeah. If there was something decisively different about them, it was this. If Yoo IlHan rejected everyone else in the world in order to stand up alone, then Ymir wanted to hide because he was embarrassed at his weak self. A dragon's pride was expressed in a strange way after meeting Yoo IlHan's ability, but however, in Yoo IlHan's thoughts, it wasn't such a bad thing. Then you just have to become strong. But I'm still weak, so I want to hide. Okay. But even so, these guys are my subordinates, so it's alright. They won't laugh at you or anything. With those words, Yoo IlHan glanced at the elves, and the elves who read the situation immediately agreed and bowed towards Ymir. Ymir still wanted to hide as if he was not calm yet, but as he couldn't hide from the concealment master, he decided to listen to Yoo IlHan. Then I'll endure. Yes. Not hiding when you want to is also training. Yeah. Ymir nodded. Yoo IlHan's child education stepped off successfully. Yoo IlHan confirmed with the elves, who were dumbfoundedly looking at the situation. You done eating? Not yet, dot. The elves cleanly ate the ramen without leaving a single drop. Yoo IlHan's evaluations on the elves increased. After washing the dishes, Yoo IlHan led them and went to the workshop again. However, he let Liara take care of Ymir and made them look after the house. After all, he couldn't let him see the dismantling of his own kin. Whoa, what is that flame in the furnace? Quite a marvelous place, to be protected by angels' magic. Attention! Yoo IlHan took out a few dragonkin corpses. From now, you will dismantle this guy with me. Dragonkin? We will do your best. When Furia replied with conviction, Yoo IlHan added with a smile. 30,000 of them. We'll do our best. Only Furia answered. Well, it was natural, since her dismantling skill level was higher than the rest, perhaps due to her job as a thief who used daggers. The next 3 hours is training. After that, you have to dismantle using your own power. No training or hunting until you finish. How can that be? However, if you finish, I'll give the equipment I made to you guys. They're really good. The moment Yoo IlHan said that, the elves' eyes changed. They also knew that the equipment he supplied to the elves were not his best. However, they would get better weapons just by doing simple labor. They're already maxed loyalty, maxed even more. We'll definitely do them all. Good, that's the spirit. Yoo IlHan's dismantling education was strict. However, in front of the burning passion of the elves, their dismantling skill level grew rapidly, and when they wasted about 1,000 dragonkin as practice, they were at a level where they could dismantle third-class dragonkin. Good, you just need to do it that way. Yes, sir. After taking out a few dragonkin for them to dismantle in the workshop, Yoo IlHan started his own work. That was the soul enchant he had delayed until now. Krohar. Yeah. I'm doing it now. Yoo IlHan took out the black bone giant spear. The spear was beautiful after it was finished polishing. He was sure that there would be no spear stronger than this, at least against dragonkin. Soul enchant. The death god class skill that Retta had. This was the moment when the skill that may disrupt the balance of matter if used properly, was activated on Earth. Krarararararar. Orochi realized that Yoo IlHan was trying to take his thought outside and roared in delight. If he was just taken out, then it would shatter into smithereens in an instant, but Yoo IlHan was already holding onto the new body for it, the black bone giant spear, which was once a part of its own body, but was now better. Soul enchant. Fortunately, it had similarities to mana crafting, which he had insights on just now, making an already perfect weapon advance to a new realm by adding a soul fragment that was in perfect harmony with it, freeing the thought within the weapon in order to extract the potential of the weapon to its very limits. The harmony of the black bone giant spear and the Orochi was, of course, the best. Orochi's thought settled on the spear without any hesitation, and at that moment, the black bone giant spear twisted as if alive and changed form. The spear body became longer, and the spearhead colored in purple and turned even sharper. Above all, it gave out an overwhelming aura. Eight-tailed dragon spear was completed. The skill, Soul Enchant, has become level 13. You can now bring out the power of a soul more easily. Put. Crow hair. When Yoo IlHan burst out laughing, the Orochi, which now became a part of the eight-tailed dragon spear, roared as if to warn him not to laugh. As expected, he could now understand a little of how equipments are named. Although it looked like the options disappeared while the name was compressed into a simpler name, the reality wasn't like that. Instead, in the process of the alpha, beta and gamma options merging into one, it would make a unique name for that artifact. If Yoo IlHan wanted, he would be able to revert their names back to the really long names, but he didn't want to. He respected Orochi's will to leave behind its name, and could also see the options contained in that name. Eight-tailed dragon spear. Rank, Epic. Attack power, 7000. Durability, 15000/15000. User restrictions, a death god with the power to wield souls. Options. 1. Purple flames can be activated. 2. Can attack after splitting the spearhead into 8. 3. Sprays poison upon critical hits. 4. All abilities increase by 120% against Dragonkin. An existence of literature was recreated by a crafter that wields the power of souls. As the crafter's power to wield souls increases, and as the records pile up, the weapon will evolve. Good, the second epic. Although he didn't make this purely with blacksmithing and mana crafting, this was meaningful in the sense that he gave rise to a second epic with his own hands. Moreover, the evolvable point made Yoo IlHan happy. Although the ability to amplify Death God class powers were gone, this could be said to be enhanced in the fundamental way of the weapon. He felt good since it felt like he had found the correct path. Then should I message them around this time? They should be sleeping around now if nothing's happening, right? You're planning to make weapons after you send them a message, aren't you? Again, don't read my mind. The time was already nearing 1 a.m. If she was sleeping, it would be bad to wake her up. Yoo IlHan turned on the messenger and sent Kong Mirei, the clan master of the Lightning God clan, that he returned to Earth. However, the message was read instantly and he got a phone call. As soon as Yoo IlHan received the call with round eyes, a screaming woman's voice could be heard. It was Kong Mirei's. Mr. Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan realized that something had happened. Sorry for not receiving your call for the past few months. You should know from Mr. Kong Hajin, but I went to an abandoned That's it. Abandoned world. Kong Mirei rarely shouted. Yoo IlHan only blinked his eyes in surprise. Just as he was about to ask back because he didn't know why she was so flustered. Today. Just a while ago, it was found that a dungeon in Korea was connected to an abandoned world. It's already at the point where it can no longer be sealed, and it merged with Earth and it's all chaotic. Mr. Yoo IlHan. It's really fortunate that you didn't come back too late. Yoo IlHan momentarily couldn't answer and pondered seriously on the spot. He could only think this. Hey, is my existence on Earth the problem? Author's notes. Your first training partner is not a monster but a corpse. Shy Dragon Ymir. His concealment will not stop evolving until it becomes the strongest in the world. There should have been other things that happened on Earth even before you came back, IlHan. Don't worry. Translator's notes. His existence is causing problems everywhere. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, I'm the Master of Your Lives, 1. Calm down first. Yoo IlHan wanted to calm down himself first, but said that anyway. Oh, sorry for raising my voice. Kang Mirai also became calm after realizing that she was shouting. Yoo IlHan confirmed again. So the connection was there before, right? That dungeon was once cleaned by an alliance of 4 clans including us Lightning God. And that was 6 weeks ago. However, when we entered today to clean it again, it was irreversibly worsened. Feta, the guardian angel of Nayuna, judged that at least 5 weeks had passed after the connections. If the connection happened just after they cleaned it, then the Lightning God clan would of course be annoyed and feel a sense of loss. However, Yoo IlHan himself was relieved after hearing that, since at least, this didn't mean that it wasn't due to Yoo IlHan coming back to Earth. Objectively thinking about it, even though there were no relationship at all between the two events, he was about to get into a serious depression because of it. Yoo IlHan was no god that carried disasters, and it would be nonsensical for the Earth to become noisy just because of his return. Since his delusions were over, it was now time for countermeasures. Yoo IlHan glanced at the elves that were dismantling Dragonkin before asking Kang Mirai. Are you at the scene? We are. With the Frontline Alliance as the start, we contacted the Korean government, the media, and all government personnel we have connections with in foreign countries, but we don't know when they will arrive. Frontline Alliance? Kang Mirai's monstrous connections were nothing new, but he did mind about a new word that was mixed in her words. Kang Mirai lowered her voice and explained. You can think of it as a connection between the 26 clans that traded higher standard weapons with you. Since the growth of these clans can only be faster than the others. It's good that they're helping. If you tell me the location, I'll go there right away. We'll wait for you. He finished his call and lifted his head. The elves, who just finished dismantling a dragonkin and was classifying them into parts, looked at him to ask what was going on. The situation has changed, said Yoo IlHan to the elves. I'll give you your equipments first. And I'm sorry since you just started, but I think you will have to go into battle first. We waited for those words. The shield warrior girl rejoiced while putting away the dismantling knife. Seeing that the others have similar expressions, Yoo IlHan laughed and confirmed with Erta, who was making a strange expression on top of his head. Any info from heaven? None. By now, Feta, who's with Nayuna, should have reported to the higher-ups. Although, there's nothing they can do even if they know. That's right. All we can do is to watch you suffer while eating popcorn. Erta. Calm down. You can give us quests and rewards. Erta was worried that Yoo IlHan alone may as well rob the entire storage of heaven, but it wasn't that she could stop what was happening now even if she did worry. While she was sighing, Yoo IlHan continued. I think I should tell Liera to look after the house and Mir. I can't bring a level 1 kid to a place where who knows what can come out. I thought you might drop him on the scene saying life is all about practice. Erta. Am I some kind of lion? Soon, he was informed of the exact location through the messenger. Along with that, he looked at the photo of the scene, and there was a dungeon gate that looked like it would explode at any moment. However, what was more overwhelming was the Lightning God clan that deployed their forces after having cleaned out everything around the gate. Human activity can be amazing. Yes, it is amazing. Erta. If it's here, what's the prices of those buildings? And there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I think it's about time that you stop thinking like a peasant. Yoo IlHan confirmed the place and distributed the equipment for the elves to equip, and gave an extra mask to Pate and Furia as they did not wear helmets. Don't take it off. You will cause a mess. Yes, sir. Two elves who obediently wore their masks without asking why, and another two elves whose faces couldn't be seen due to their helmets. Good, perfect. If we arrive at the scene, first wait quietly and you just have to do what I do. If I fight, you fight, and if I move, you follow me. No problems here, right? Yes, sir. One human, an angel on his helmet, and the four elves immediately left the workshop and started moving. The night of the city was very noisy, and that was very ironic. Currently, there was a potential disaster in Korea, and in fact, not far from this place, but these people were laughing and chatting without a care in the world. Oh my god. We're wearing such a sturdy and heavy armor, but our speed increased instead of decreasing. Jurl, shut up. The elves were delighted at the performance of the equipments Yoo IlHan gave them, but in fact, there were slight differences. This was simple, as because their weapons were all legend ranked, but their armor were split into unique and legend ranks. They were amazing as expected of Yoo IlHan's creation, but they couldn't help but feel unsettled slightly. However, since Jurl boasted about his armor so blatantly, no wonder did it feel so bad. At that moment. Your Majesty. Yoo IlHan, who was listening to the conversation between his subordinates, thought that he should develop more skills in processing leather and cloth and made a bitter smile, when a flash appeared in a direction they were going. Kayak. Did you see that? Is something happening again? Is it the news? The people who were walking on the night roads also whispered to each other after looking at the pillar of light. Some of them looked like their drunkenness disappeared as they urgently called somewhere. The pillar of light only appeared for a moment, but Yoo IlHan was sure. That was the lightning that only Kong Mirai could make on Earth. The pillar of light that purposely lowered destructive power and increased the luminescence, a signal saying it's here. Her magic control skills were really no joking matter. Although not at the level of Yoo IlHan, who massacred all Dragonkin and Daru, it seemed that she grew in her own way during these 3 months. Of course, it was probably also due to the legend rank staff he gave her. Amazing ability there. Your Majesty, are there many people at that level on Earth? It's a problem because there aren't. Let's hurry. They exited the city and rushed straight to where the pillar of light was emitted from. Soon, Yoo IlHan could feel several presences of people. Kong Mirai did say she called a lot of people, but it seemed her influence was not something to scoff at. The elves were proficient in gathering information through their sight, hearing, or smell as they lived in hiding for so long. Naturally, their levels of sensing presences were almost at the level of Yoo IlHan's. So there aren't that many skillful people. Although there are some that aren't much different from us. Your Majesty is really different from them. We are arriving soon. They immediately became silent and gathered towards Yoo IlHan. It was to receive the effects of his concealment. They arrived at the place where the civilians were prohibited from entering. Although this would be meaningless once monsters started pouring out. Yoo IlHan laughed bitterly and crossed that line with the elves. There were many monsters that created dungeons with their own power, but most dungeons occurred from the traps of destruction that the angels made. As the angels weren't idiots, they scattered those traps of destruction in places without much human presence, but this time, the dungeon at the center of this incident coincidentally and unluckily happened to be near a city. Of course, it must have been very well known that a dungeon was nearby, but whether it was because of money, age, or other unavoidable circumstances, there were a lot of people who couldn't leave their homes and move to another place. However, through this incident, they would have no choice but to leave their homes, since while some military personnel were evacuating civilians, some were also clearing out those houses for good. Can we not approach at all? A familiar voice. It turned out to be Michael Smithson, the clan master of Metal Knights. A slightly tired female voice answered that question. It was the clan master of the Magic Dragon clan, Takagaki Asua. We saw a lot of gates that looked like this before, in the Kanto region. I mean, on the day the dungeon wave occurred. You get what I mean, right? There were no idiots in that place that did not understand that a dungeon break was about to happen. The gate may open at any moment, and entering now is no different from suicide. Although we had to escape due to the possibility of losing our lives when we were scouting, there were at least 30,000 second classes and over 200 third classes from what we've seen. What we should be aware of is that this is only a small portion. It's plenty difficult to fight against such numbers. We can't fight in an environment that will leave them with an advantage. A cool-headed and fluent English. It was definitely Kong Mirai's voice. At that point, Yoo IlHan and the four elves could enter the vast clearing that the clans had cleared out, but no one in that place could notice Yoo IlHan's arrival due to his concealment. Honestly, it's good for us to fight more safely. Isn't this your counter, Miss Kong? You're quite cold-hearted. We're evacuating the civilians even now. Moreover, even if there are civilian casualties, if we lost a member of the Lightning God clan in this place, then we'd be courting a bigger disaster in the future. I have to be cool-headed as the leader. Of course, I have no intentions of allowing any civilian casualties, she added. The firm will contained in a cold voice. No matter how stubborn and self-righteous Michael Smithson was, he couldn't help but have a positive attitude towards her. Yoo IlHan could see Kong Hajin stopping him from talking with Kong Mirai any further. Na Yuna was all smiles as always on the side. Shit, I really want Susanoo to appear now. The frontline alliance here were all members that saw Susanoo's heroism from the side. It was natural that there were voices that looked for Susanoo. I'm not sure. Honestly, there were quite a lot of incidents before, although none of them were as big as this. However, we couldn't find his figure anywhere, and that means either he's stuck doing something in the other world he went to, or he died, no? Die? Him? Miss Malatesta. That's quite funny. It's fortunate that you took it as funny. Of course it's a joke. He isn't someone to die just because someone killed him. Susanoo, ha, dot. Pate, who could now understand human speech thanks to the artifact, whispered to Yoo IlHan in a slightly excited voice. From their words, it seems like the one called Susanoo is the strongest on Earth. Although he won't be stronger than you, Your Majesty, but it seems he's quite good. That's me. As expected of Your Majesty. You're respected even among humans. The elves, who underwent strict training during the past few days, all opened their eyes in flattery. It was sad that none of that worked on Yoo IlHan, though. At that moment, new people arrived on the already packed clearing. 129 people of Bump Clan is here. The gate hasn't opened yet, right? 58 people of Kasical Clan has also arrived. We couldn't stay still since it's Korea where Vanguard is situated in, They were all at least of second class. The higher-leveled ones even looked to be around level 80. The Magia clan's clan master did say a lot of things happened on Earth, but from how their levels were so high, it seemed she was right. We'll widen the clearing. For the clans that just arrived, please go to where we direct you. Yuna. Yeah. I'll call my younger uncle now. I just have to clear out that apartment complex and widen the clearing, right? Just with Kong Mirai and Na Yuna's decisions, hundreds of billions of won is almost equal to hundreds of millions of dollars, were instantly gone. Yoo IlHan watched the scene where huge buildings were being destroyed by the ability users and could come to a conclusion that it was a wise decision to sell them weapons. Careful not to clash with other people. Yes, sir. Ordering the elves, Yoo IlHan took out his phone and messaged Kong Mirai. I have arrived. Kong Mirai, who was having a conversation with others, seemed to have felt the vibration as she took out her phone to check it. A smile appeared on her lips after checking Yoo IlHan's message. Good. What's good, Mirai? Fu. Ignoring Na Yuna, Kong Mirai tapped on her phone. Yoo IlHan's phone rang. You should have seen when you came here, but the dungeon will open soon. According to Fata's words, the dungeon will not assimilate with Earth instantly and that monsters will come out from the dungeon endlessly. Is there anything else you're wondering about or anything we can help you with? There is. Yoo IlHan smiled lightly and tapped on his phone once more. I'll leave the directing to you, and prepare the strongest lightning magic you have. And you can shoot once you feel it's necessary. Understood. Although his request may have sounded a little weird, Kong Mirai acknowledged right away before leaving the control of the situation to Kong Hajin and started to prepare her magic. Seeing that the quick-witted Na Yuna buffed her from the side, Yoo IlHan smiled. Tee-hee. Such simple women. Can't you fix that habit of speaking like a villain, sheesh? Erta. There were some weapons he had made while considering battle on Earth while he had some spare time in Daru. Special weapons made using dragonkin corpses in which all sorts of magic dwelled. And with Kong Mirai's support, one of them would see the light today. Thinking about what that may cause, Yoo IlHan couldn't help but laughing. Yoo IlHan didn't think that he himself was the god of disaster, but if he checked his face on a mirror, then he wouldn't be able to deny that. At this moment, he was indeed a god of disaster. A god of disaster that ushered disaster not towards humans, but towards monsters. Author's notes. The previous arc and this arc titles are all parodies. If you haven't noticed yet, please search the poem Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Frontline Alliance. The ones that suffer finally realized their position. There are saying that lions make their cubs fall down a cliff in order to raise them strong. But that is all BS. Rather, they become desperate to rescue their cubs once they do fall down. As expected, parents are parents whether they are beasts or humans. Humans finally learned after experiencing suffering. Translator's notes. His existence is still causing problems everywhere. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, I'm the Master of Your Lives, 2. When Kong Mirai started reciting the incantation for her spell, the other clan masters who were chatting amongst themselves while leading their clans flinched at her sudden actions and proceeded to rush into battle formations. Some large clans split up into smaller platoons, other small clans merged into one, and some clans scattered while gathering into their differentiated roles in battle. Their actions looked like this wasn't the first time they did this. An aura of inclement battle immediately arose. People from Earth are amazing. Erta. Spoke Erta suddenly. It's not only because they had a 10-year adaptation period. Humans always fight each other due to their differences, but here, they're combining their power. Erta. That's because they were embarrassed during the battle in Japan where they acted separately. Yoo IlHan replied in a cynical fashion as he looked towards the dungeon gate. It really looked like it was going to explode open at any moment. According to Kong Mirai's words, it seemed that the majority were second or third class, but who knows, Yoo IlHan decided to consider the possibility of fourth-class beings popping out. He just wished that there weren't over 1,000 fourth-class beings. Currently, Yoo IlHan wasn't receiving the angel support buff that he receives in Abandoned Worlds, and the options of the 8-tailed dragon spear would not be activated against non-Dragonkin. No, that's because the humans realized their own lack of power, and started thinking about how to fill that gap with the help of other people. This is only possible because they became more humble. Erta. That's a good thing. And you are the one who made them humble. Erta. I'm also very humble. I'm no knight though. After saying that, he ordered the elves to prepare for battle and activated superhuman strength and jumped several kilometers into the air. When the elves' concealment deactivated due to that, the people around them panicked for a little, but when the elves gestured that they weren't enemies, they backed off while being on guard. In the current situation, all allied forces were precious. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan used the extra function on the leap skill and stayed in the air for a little longer while he took out a huge spear and grabbed it with both of his hands. The length was over 5 meters and the thickness was as thick as Yoo IlHan's body. It was an overwhelming-sized spear. What was more surprising was that this spear was for throwing. Isn't that just sharpened third-class dragonkin bones? This is the bone of the dragonkin that used lightning. Yoo IlHan laughed as mana started exploding from the gate. Along with that, a mass of monsters rushed out from the gate. The people who were prepared all shot with long-ranged magic, and knights with shields rushed forward and held up their shields. Hop! And Yoo IlHan threw his spear. There was no need for him to transfer the weight. Just by using his superhuman strength-empowered muscles, and the absolute accuracy, along with the several kilometers of height, it was sufficient for him to just throw the gigantic spear made from a level 180 dragonkin that wielded the power of lightning. Boom! The gigantic spear that fell down on the ground like a streak of lightning instantly decimated tens of monsters that rushed out from the gate. It happened as the lightning attribute magic power was emitted to the surroundings at the point of landing. Kaya Waya. Kihik. Kuga'a.